Chapter 1440. The 10,000 worlds were divided into 3 parts. In the originally peaceful 10,000 worlds, small-scale battles often broke out between worlds. Usually, the battles were led by immortal kings. It seemed like the 3 major forces didn't intend to break the current situation for the time being. Occasionally, some immortal emperors would appear. As for the higher-level immortal emperors, they didn't appear for the time being. In the eyes of the upper echelons, this was a trivial matter. Wasn't it normal for immortal kings to fight? Almost every once in a while, there would always be battles of different scales in the world. Great Metropolis World was a relatively remote area in the 10,000 worlds. For the time being, no one was interested in the surrounding small worlds. Master, this is the information we collected. Inside the stone tower, Demon Sealing Immortal Venerable came over with a document. This guy came from the land of war and showed his ability to flatter. Thus, he was appointed by Lin Fei to be the leader of the Immortal Venerables in the Forsaken Immortal Land. Apart from this, Lin Fei gave Demon Sealing Immortal Venerable another task. He was responsible for collecting information about the 10,000 worlds. It wasn't easy to leave this matter to others, but Senior Immortal Sealing was different. This fellow was purely a suitable henchman, and he was able to make this intelligence department look impressive. The 3 major forces divided the information equally. He knew that there was no way he could understand it. He just had to manage his own territory. Master, this is the invitation letter from the Iron Blood Alliance. Should we reject it? Demon Sealing Immortal Venerable was shocked and horrified. Every time he was by Lin Fei's side, Immortal Venerable Demon Sealing felt great pressure. This pressure was getting heavier day by day. Fortunately, he followed the right master and managed a group of Immortal Venerable subordinates. What invitation letter? Demon Sealing Immortal Venerable said flatteringly. Master, the leader of the Iron Blood Alliance, Leader Po Mo, obtained an Immortal Venerable fragment in the Land of War. A few days ago, he advanced to an Immortal Venerable, causing quite a stir. In the following days, more and more Immortal Venerables appeared, forming quite a sizable force. It's said that some people are trying to rope in Po Mo. This time, the Iron Blood Alliance is preparing to flex their muscles and threaten the Realm Lords in the Alliance as well as the surrounding ones. Lin Fei smiled. Leader Po Mo is too narrow-minded. He wants to make an example out of me so quickly. To think that he could think of something like this. As soon as he opened it, Lin Fei knew what was going on. Back then in the Great Metropolis World, the Broken Devil leader suffered a small loss and had 2 worlds devoured consecutively by Qin Wentian. This caused the other world overlords to covet him like tigers eyeing their prey. Clearly, Broken Devil leader couldn't take this lying down. This was especially so after he broke through to the Immortal Paragon realm. His strength surged immensely. Master, this guy is too much of a bastard. Do you want me to call my brothers to kill that evil leader? He actually dares to use Master as a show of strength. Demon Sealer Immortal Venerable didn't care about a newly advanced Immortal Venerable. The myriad heavens and myriad worlds are in chaos. Everyone wants to take a bite out of them. Now is the time to show my strength. Lin Fei threw down the invitation. Go back and prepare well. Master will bring you to fight. Last time, he tricked him in the underworld. This time, Lin Fei was going to make a scene. Sunset World. Iron Blood Alliance headquarters. As leader Li Mo broke through to the Immortal Venerable stage, his influence in the myriad heavens and myriad worlds grew, especially after the Iron Blood Alliance broke through one after another. The Iron Blood Alliance, which was originally limited to one side, started to have influence. Iron Blood Alliance had 5 Immortal Venerables. To the Iron Blood Alliance, which didn't have a single Immortal Venerable before, the appearance of 5 Immortal Venerables made them proud. Just 1 Immortal Venerable was enough to get rid of a small world sector lord. With 5 Immortal Venerables, the Iron Blood Alliance's control over the world became more stable. Before this, there were a few world overlords who colluded with other powers in the dark. The Devil Destroyer leader personally acted and killed them one by one, sweeping them away with ease. Iron Blood Alliance sent out invitations to invite the sector lords to Sunset World as guests. This was to show their strength. Father, the sector lords below are all very obedient. They have all expressed their allegiance. Even those few stubborn ones have lowered their heads. Within a palace, on a throne high above, leader Li Mo was wearing a black cape. His body gave off the aura of an immortal venerable. At this moment, he was an immortal venerable. The one who spoke was Lang Ya Young Master. Originally, Lang Ya Young Master could only play around in Iron Blood Alliance. But after his father became an immortal venerable, his social circle grew and his temper started to rise. If they don't lower their heads, then they will die. Leader Li Mo laughed coldly. With immortal venerable strength, he didn't care about those sector lords at all. If he was willing, he could swallow them at any time and expand Sunset World. Father, do you think Di Tian will come? Lang Ya Young Master was filled with rage. He had lost a lot of face being locked up. He will definitely come. A cold light shot out from the leader's eyes, unless he wants to die. Lang Ya Young Master wanted to take revenge, but at that time, he wasn't strong enough. Now that his father was an immortal venerable and the alliance had 4 immortal venerables, their strength had increased greatly. He didn't believe that he couldn't deal with Di Tian. He couldn't hold back his anger anymore. Lin Fei said that he wanted to cause trouble. Then he definitely had to go. Lin Fei pulled out 10 immortal venerables, and each of them was a mid-level immortal venerable. Leaving 4 mid-level immortal venerables in the clan was enough. This time, Lin Fei was really rich. He raised all of them to the middle stage. He used 10 more eternal fruits to raise them to the middle stage. Pulling out 10 middle stage immortal venerables in one go was not an ordinary kind of tyranny. The 10 celestial venerables worshipped Lin Fei even more. They might not be able to break through to the middle stage in their lives, but after following a master, they immediately improved. They were completely loyal to Lin Fei. Celestial king-level beasts pulling the carriage is really cool. In the starry sky, a black war chariot came from afar. There were many celestial king-level beasts pulling the carriage. There were a total of 99 celestial king-level beasts. This was prepared by the lackey, Demon Venerable Celestial Venerable. In his opinion, how could he lose face when his master went out? The war chariot was huge and there were 5 middle-stage celestial venerable guards on both sides. 99 celestial kings pulled the war chariot towards Sunset World, scaring many people along the way. Lin Fei wasn't too satisfied with these celestial king-level beasts. The demon space was huge. Lin Fei didn't have time to look for them. He caught some celestial kings and brought them back, but they were taken back by Demon Venerable Celestial Venerable. Inside the war chariot, there were high-grade immortal beast furs, immortal might spreading out. Lin Fei sat on the carpet. In front of him was a table with immortal fruits and fine wine. He held an immortal fruit in his hand, and with a ka sound, he took a big bite. The juice flowed, it was delicious and sweet. Next time, I have to bring more out. The fruit in Lin Fei's hand was also brought out from the demon space. It wasn't virtual, but he had to pay a price. Hairball, you foodie, I told you many times to eat 1 bite at a time. Who told you to eat an entire plate of fruit in 1 bite? Chapter 1441. P.S. Today is Singles Day. I wish everyone a happy Singles Day. I'll just ask for a few monthly votes. It's been a long time since I asked for monthly votes. A black war chariot flew through the starry sky. 99 immortal king-level immortal beasts were pulling the chariot. The closer they got to the Sunset World, the more people they met. They were either on warships or flying. They were all traveling in the same way. Fellow Daoist Hong Tian, your immortal emperor-level flamingo is not bad. Where did you get it? The immortal called Hong Tian was the patriarch of a relatively powerful family in the Iron Blood Alliance. His strength had reached the immortal emperor level. This time, he came here to see the world. For this trip, he specially got an immortal emperor-level immortal beast. It cost him more than 10 billion true spirits. He met an old friend the moment he went out. He felt very proud. It's not bad. Immortal Emperor Hong Tian said proudly. I got it from the Heavenly Fortune Pavilion. It's just that the price is a little expensive. I spent 12 billion true spirits. It was not easy to get an immortal emperor-level immortal beast. Especially one that was so easy to tame. 12 billion true spirits was not expensive at all. You're so lucky. The last time I went to the Heavenly Fortune Pavilion, I wanted to buy an immortal king-level immortal beast, but I couldn't. I had to wait. Immortal Emperor Hong Tian's old friend said enviously. The immortal emperor-level flamingo that was originally flying looked disdainfully not far away. With a long cry, the flames around its body jumped, as if it wanted to show its strength. Immortal Emperor Hong Tian did not think much of it. Little flame, be good. Don't argue with ordinary things. In his opinion, another immortal came with an immortal pet. He was probably scared by Little Flame and didn't dare to appear. Roar. In the next second, a violent aura appeared in the depths of the starry sky. This aura grew stronger and stronger. 99 immortal king-level immortal beasts rushed over. When these auras gathered together, it was extremely terrifying. The two immortal emperors' expressions changed on the spot. This tilde, they are all immortal king-level immortal beast. The two of them widened their eyes. Little Flame of the flamingo was originally flaunting its strength, but now, it lowered its head and revealed a look of fear. 99 immortal king-grade immortal beasts pulled the black war chariot over. The two of them were so shocked that they didn't know what to say. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly for fear that they would offend someone with a powerful background. Upon seeing the flamingo, a large group of immortal king-immortal beasts immediately charged forward without any hesitation. In just a few breaths, all that was left behind was a pile of corpses. Celestial Emperor Hong Tian almost vomited blood. My immortal beast. One of the guards on the war chariot turned around and glared at Hong Tian. Hong Tian coughed up blood and fell onto the war chariot. The only thing left was his cold voice. My master's immortal pet ate one of your immortal beasts. It's your honor. If you dare to squeak again, I'll kill you directly. His ruthless voice made Celestial Emperor Hong Tian lose his temper. He was injured in a single glance. Wasn't he trying to kill him? Immortal Emperor Hong Tian fainted. 99 immortal kings were indeed very eye-catching in the starry sky. Lin Fei didn't care about such things. A single flamingo was challenging an immortal king-immortal beast. If it was just one flamingo, it would still be fine. But now that it was challenging 99 of them, it was definitely courting death. This feels so good. In the war chariot, Lin Fei took a bite of the fruit. It felt so good. Not far from the Sunset World was the World Bridge. The nearby realm lords had all personally come and prepared a generous gift to express their loyalty. They didn't want to be targeted. Now, the other party could kill them with a single breath. On the World Bridge, almost all those who had some ability had come. They didn't ask for anything else, just to get familiar with them. On the World Bridge, all kinds of war chariots and immortal beasts gathered. They entered the Sunset World at a leisurely pace. As for directly barging in, no one had the guts to do so for the time being. You're here too. Since you're here, how can I not be? I heard that your world has produced some good things. Can you sell me a share? On the World Bridge, people came and went. Roar. Roar. But at this moment, the immortal beasts on the World Bridge all roared in unison. Their bodies were trembling, and they revealed looks of fear. No one knew what was going on. Looking in the direction, the starry sky was silent. Roar. Roar. Earth-shattering roars suddenly came from ahead. They were orderly and suppressed all the immortal beasts on the World Bridge. Everyone's expression changed. This roar was too shocking. In the distance, a vast and mighty aura came from afar. When the figure appeared in front of everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Those who were bragging just now all withered. Too awesome. Who knows which faction they belong to? Damn it, they actually used 99 immortal king-level immortal beasts. Could it be those guys from the beast-controlling sect? It can't be the beast-controlling sect. They are so stingy. They don't have the courage to use 99 immortal king-level immortal beasts. Look at the guards on the war chariot. I can't see through their strength. The people on the World Bridge were also shocked by the large group of immortal kings. Then, They realized that they couldn't see through the strength of those guards. They were all shocked. What kind of power was this? Get out of the way! The guards on the war chariot shouted loudly. The immortal king level immortal beasts pulled the war chariot over. This caused some people who were unprepared to be sent flying. When they turned around, they saw that their pets had been eaten. Bastards, my heavenly evil bird. I'm going to kill you all. These immortal king level immortal beasts had long been tamed. They rushed over, and people were thrown off their feet. No one could block this collision. Those immortal beasts were tragic. How could they withstand the siege? The gatekeepers on the world bridge revealed angry expressions. They were flattered every day. When they came to the world bridge, who didn't lower their heads? Otherwise, with a single sentence, they would be so scared that their faces turned pale. Now, someone actually barged in. This was not putting them in their eyes at all. The people in front, stop. Two immortal emperors flew out and blocked in front. Although their strength wasn't high, only immortal emperor realm, they represented the Iron Blood Alliance. With 5 immortal venerables overseeing them, who dared to not give them face? Get lost. Before the two of them made a move, a boundless power came, and the 2 immortal emperors were blasted into pieces. The immortal king level immortal beasts pulled the war chariot into the world bridge. I thought I was arrogant. I didn't expect that there would be someone even more arrogant than us, a young master said in shame. Those guards are so strong. I didn't even see how they attacked. Something big is going to happen. Who doesn't know that they represent the world bridge? They represent the Iron Blood Alliance. Now that they are killed in front of everyone, they must be here to cause trouble. How can we miss such a good show? These people were extremely daring. Among them, a few young people put away the war chariot and rushed in. Lin Fei, who was sitting in the war chariot, didn't stop them. Today, they were here to cause trouble. What was there to be polite? That was what civilized people did. As for himself, he was here to bully others. Bringing 10 mid-stage immortal venerables wasn't just for show. No matter what, they had to be used. The immortal king level immortal beasts were very fast. As soon as they entered the world bridge, they flew straight to the headquarters of the Iron Blood Alliance. The majestic aura of the immortal beasts flew over, crushing many immortals. They all widened their eyes and looked at the densely packed immortal beasts that covered the sky. What was going on? The immortal king level immortal beasts didn't restrain their aura at all. Lin Fei liked this feeling very much. Indeed, there were no war chariots in the sky, except for Lin Fei's. It felt like he was on the highway. Others had set a speed limit, but he was flying at high speed. It felt so good. Master, the Iron Blood Palace is in front of us. The lackey immortal venerable Feng Mo also came and stood at the first position on the right. Not long after, the huge Iron Blood Palace appeared in front of Lin Fei. 5 powerful auras were faintly discernible. As long as one reached a certain realm, they would be able to feel it. So pretentious. Lin Fei looked at his 10 immortal venerables and felt that he was already very pretentious. Now that he saw them, he felt that he was too low-key. It's them. They just killed 2 immortal emperors. The Iron Blood Palace immediately received the news that the 2 immortal emperors on the world bridge were killed. Before they could do anything, they came to find them. More than 10 immortal emperors flew over. The leader had already reached the 2nd level of Great Tao. The Iron Blood Alliance's strength had increased greatly. With 5 immortal venerables, who wouldn't be polite? Now that someone had killed them, it made them very angry. When they saw the 99 immortal kings and immortal beasts, they were greatly shocked. There were also 10 guards whose realms they couldn't see through. Although they were angry, they didn't make a move. As long as they weren't fools, they would know that these people had a strong background. Inside the Iron Blood Palace, the realm lords, patriarchs, and sect masters who came as guests also noticed the situation outside. The large group of immortal kings and immortal beasts was too eye-catching. It was impossible not to notice them. Those who had a certain level of power were also surprised when they saw this large group of immortal kings and immortal beasts. Immortal beasts grew slowly, and their strength grew slower. It wasn't easy to tame them. The price wasn't cheap either. Now that 99 of them had appeared, they immediately thought that the other party was someone with a strong background. Demon Breaker Leader, an old acquaintance is here. Aren't you going to come out and welcome him? You're the host after all. This makes me very disappointed. A loud voice came from the war chariot, spreading throughout the entire world. Boom. Boom. At the same time, as the voice sounded, the buildings of the Iron Blood Palace collapsed one after another, turning into ruins. Dust flew everywhere as immortals flew out one after another. In an instant, 2/3 of the buildings of the Iron Blood Palace collapsed. Almost all of them were in ruins. This scene caused everyone to look at each other in dismay. The one seeking revenge had come. Immortal Venerable Breaking Demon hadn't held the banquet yet, and the palace had been destroyed. How was he going to hold the banquet? He was clearly here to slap his face. Di Tian, you're courting death. Boom. In the depths of the Iron Blood Palace, an aura soared into the sky. Immediately after, the furious voice of Immortal Venerable Breaking Demon could be heard. At the same time, 4 other Immortal Venerable auras appeared. Everyone saw 5 Immortal Venerables walking out from the depths of the palace, surrounding Immortal Venerable Breaking Demon. It's actually him. Hearing the name Di Tian, everyone's expression became strange. Chapter 1442. He was a name that everyone in the Iron Blood Alliance knew. Not to mention anything else, just the fact that he became a ranker on the ranking list and killed an expert like Sword Immortal by Di, everyone remembered this name. Then, Di Tian domineeringly devoured a world and expanded its territory, causing Demon Destruction Leader to attack him. Who would have thought that both sides would end up in a draw? This was the first time the ambitious Demon Destruction Leader suffered a setback. He had no choice but to return with hatred. A rift was left between both sides. However, Di Tian had devoured another world and was arrogant once more. From then on, everyone remembered this name. This was a thorn of Iron Blood Alliance. No one expected that Di Tian would come here today and destroy most of Iron Blood Palace, giving Pomo Immortal Venerable a tight slap on his face. Di Tian is too arrogant. Demon Destruction Leader has already become an Immortal Venerable. He is the #1 character in all worlds, yet Di Tian still dares to come here. I'm afraid he won't be able to return today. Hehe, that goes without saying. 5 Immortal Venerables are here. Just 1 Immortal Venerable is enough to make Di Tian suffer. Rumor has it that Di Tian is very powerful. Maybe he has some protective treasure. I think there will be a good show this time. It's useless no matter how powerful he is. Weren't those few Realm Lords very powerful? Demon Destruction Immortal Venerable killed them all. I heard that they only exchanged 3 moves and an invincible Realm Lord was killed. In the sky above the ruins, immortals were whispering to each other. It couldn't be helped, this matter was too sensational. Everyone present knew what was going on in this banquet organized by Demon Destruction Immortal Venerable. Apart from displaying their strength, it was also to teach some dishonest people a lesson. Di Tian was extremely daring. He brought people here purely to intimidate Demon Destruction Immortal Venerable. Wrong, he wanted to kill the chicken to warn the monkey. Demon Destruction Immortal Venerable was originally receiving some important guests. Iron Blood Palace was shaken by this voice. Demon Destruction Immortal Venerable was so angry that he almost blew his beard and glared at Demon Destruction Immortal Venerable. He could not even think straight as he brought people out with killing intent. He would not let Di Tian go this time. Demon Destruction Immortal Venerable was wearing a black cloak as he stepped forward. His vast Immortal Venerable aura covered the entire Iron Blood Palace, causing everyone's expression to change. The might of an Immortal Venerable. Other than the 4th-level Immortal Emperors, who could barely withstand it, the others had no choice but to use their great Tao energy to withstand it so that they wouldn't embarrass themselves in front of everyone. Di Tian, I didn't even look for you, yet you just had to come running here. I don't know if I should call you stupid or smart. Pomo Immortal Venerable's eyes flashed coldly as his divine sense swept over. Demon Sealing Immortal Venerable pulled open the curtain, and Lin Fei came out of the war chariot. He stood in front of the war chariot, and the 5 Immortal Venerables stood on each side. Immortal Venerable Pomo, not bad. You have advanced to Immortal Venerable so quickly and even sent me an invitation. If I don't come, who are you going to intimidate? Lin Fei was the only one who could speak so bluntly. Pomo Immortal Venerable indeed had this intention, but it was different when he said it out loud. Di Tian, you still dare to come? You're really bold, just like the rumors say. The Lang Ya young master, who had endured for a long time, jumped out. His body emitted a powerful aura, raising it to the 3rd level of the Great Tao. Since you came this time, you don't need to go back. If I don't take good care of you, I won't be the Lang Ya young master. For this day, the Lang Ya young master's resentment was not light. Now that Di Tian recklessly came to his door, the Lang Ya young master was immensely proud, as if he could see the scene of Di Tian being trampled under his feet. Lin Fei laughed. Lang Ya young master, it seems like your resentment is not small. Don't worry, your resentment will definitely be released later. Daring to say such words in front of 5 immortal venerables made the immortals present secretly admire him. At least, they couldn't be so calm at this time. Any immortal venerable could kill them, not to mention 5 immortal venerables. They were not some radishes or cabbages. Master, let this lowly one kill this kind of trash. Demon Sealing Immortal Venerable said flatteringly, daring to be arrogant in front of Master, all of them must be killed. Di Tian was so arrogant, even his subordinates were so arrogant, everyone had learned something new. Demon Breaking Immortal Venerable's divine sense had already scanned them, they weren't immortal venerables, so he was relieved. If Di Tian became an immortal venerable, he would not be easy to deal with, it would take some time. Di Tian, as a member of Iron Blood Alliance, you gathered a crowd to cause trouble, not putting me in your eyes. According to Iron Blood Alliance's rules, you must be punished, otherwise, everyone will be like you, disrespectful and lawless. How can you talk about unity? Demon Breaking Immortal Venerable was good with words, directly putting a label on Di Tian. Daoist Shen Yu, Daoist Sky Dome, I'll have to trouble you two to take down all of them. 2 immortal venerables walked out from behind Demon Breaking Immortal Venerable. They had just advanced. A rising star indeed needs to be punished for not putting the Alliance Master in his eyes, otherwise, there will be no rules, Xuanyu Immortal Venerable said expressionlessly. They were about to attack. Just 2 immortal venerables, I think all of you should attack, otherwise, I will bully you later. Lin Fei laughed in front of everyone. Do you know why I'm here today? I'm here to cause trouble. Demon Sealing Immortal Venerable said in disdain, that's right, just 5 immortal venerables and you want to fight with our master. I really don't know where you got the guts from. Lin Fei's words were indeed provocative. Ever since Demon Breaking Immortal Venerable became an immortal venerable, everyone was respectful to him, anyone who resisted him was knocked down, he had never seen such an arrogant person. Demon Sealing Immortal Venerable was also angered by this. Especially in front of everyone, he wanted to suppress Di Tian, ruthlessly step on him, to let him know the consequences of offending an immortal venerable. Attack! Xuanyu Immortal Venerable and Sky Dome Immortal Venerable's auras soared into the sky, they each used their immortal venerable secret techniques, an unparalleled might enveloped them. Since they didn't put them in their eyes, then let them see the power of an immortal venerable. Demon Sealing Immortal Venerable also revealed a smile and thought, you dare to find trouble with me, this day next year will be your death anniversary, you can only blame yourself for being too arrogant. With 2 immortal venerables attacking, no matter how arrogant Di Tian was, he would still be defeated, he didn't even need to attack personally. This was the difference after his strength increased. No matter how strong Di Tian was, he was not qualified for him to attack. Demon Sealing Immortal Venerable lost interest. Everyone below Immortal Venerable was an ant. Beat them up, beat them until even their mothers can't recognize them. Lin Fei laughed, he didn't even look at the Immortal Venerable's attacks. The 5 guards on the left and right revealed ferocious gazes, almost turning into ferocious beasts. Rumble, the 10 Immortal Venerables no longer concealed their auras. Immortal Venerables' auras soared into the sky, shaking the entire Luoxia world. Once the auras were released, the terrifying Immortal Venerable pressure immediately shattered the attacks of 2 Immortal Venerables. The 10 immortal venerables stepped out. Demon Ceiling Immortal Venerable was the fastest. He arrived before Xuanyu Immortal Venerable and slapped. You dare to threaten my master, you have gut. Slap tilde Xuanyu Immortal Venerable was sent flying, smashing into a palace. He tilde the other 2 Immortal Venerables surrounded Sky Dome Immortal Venerable. They revealed ferocious beast-like smiles, making Sky Dome Immortal Venerable's hair stand on end. The remaining 7 Immortal Venerables all laughed sinisterly. Let's have a good time. Chapter 1443. The auras of 10 ferocious Immortal Venerables spread out. The immortals standing in the sky were hit by this aura and fell down from the sky like birds with broken wings, crashing into the palaces. The palace, which was originally in good condition, was smashed and almost became dilapidated. The immortals who came out from the ruins widened their eyes in shock. Their bodies couldn't help but tremble. 10 Immortal Venerables, unimaginable. Too savage. Did you see that? That Xuanyu Immortal Venerable was sent flying with one slap. That's an Immortal Venerable. Since when did Immortal Venerables appear all at once? This Di Tian is too amazing. No wonder he has the confidence to attack. Immortal Venerable Pomo is done for. Luckily, I didn't think of expressing my support, or I would be in big trouble. Seeing the 5 Immortal Venerables coughing blood in the sky, the others heaved a long sigh of relief, then looked at the black-haired young man on the chariot with deep fear. Di Tian was no longer someone they could offend. But to those fairies, this scene was undoubtedly amazing. I think I love Di Tian, a love-struck fairy said. Too domineering. The last time I saw a young master of some clan bringing 10 immortal emperors out, it was already very awe-inspiring. Now, compared to my Di Tian, the difference is like heaven and earth. This is the man in my heart. Don't even think about it. Don't you see if you are worthy of Di Tian? A large group of fairies quarreled. The center was Di Tian. 10 masters. Immortal Venerable Pomo's proud face turned gloomy. Because right now, Immortal Venerable Pomo was being entertained by 4 Immortal Venerables. The moment he attacked, an Immortal Venerable arrived and punched him, forcing him to defend with all his strength. Another Immortal Venerable came from the side and kicked him away, sending him crashing into a palace. Why is this happening? How can Di Tian have so many Immortal Venerables by his side? Immortal Venerable Pomo just got up when a terrifying foot came down from the sky, crushing him to pieces. 5 Immortal Venerables, low stage ones at that, were utterly defeated by 10 Immortal Venerables. Immortal Venerable Pomo was crushed by a small realm. A difference of a small realm meant a huge difference in strength. There was no comparison. In just a few moments, Demon Break Demon Immortal Venerable was stomped to death. Using his undying body, he revived and saw his 4 subordinates being tortured to death. You are too weak, with your strength, you still dare to find trouble with our master. Immortal Venerable Pomo was sent flying. These immortal sovereigns were all thugs from the forsaken immortal land. Once they attacked, they would not give them any face. These Immortal Venerables were like wolves entering a flock of sheep. Can you be more gentle? Master said that I can't be beaten to death. Hearing this, Immortal Venerable Pomo's arrogance disappeared. He was an Immortal Venerable, but he was actually abused like this. Was he really that weak? He was an Immortal Venerable after all. These Venables, Venables, and they Lin Fei sat on the throne. Looking at the 5 Immortal Venerables, he was in a good mood. It was good to have his lackeys by his side, he did not need to do anything. Looks like I was too high profile. Lin Fei thought. Although he thought so, Lin Fei did not let them stop. Master, this kid did not care about Master, he still dares to boast shamelessly, this little one has caught him for you. Lang Wei young master was grabbed by the neck and thrown into the war chariot. Lang Wei young master's face was pale, he was suppressed by an Immortal Venerable with one hand and thrown into the war chariot. Di Tian, I beg you, don't kill me, that was just a joke, you can't take it seriously. The Lang Wei's young master, who was tossed onto the war chariot, wanted to stand up, but an Immortal Venerate stepped on him. The pain made him vomit a few mouthfuls of blood and he quickly begged for mercy. Lang Wei young master did not expect that in such a short time, His father would be ganged up on and he would be caught by an immortal venerable. Your joke is not funny at all. Lin Fei smiled. Weren't you very awe-inspiring just now? Why, you have nothing to say now. Do you remember what I told you last time? Last time when he was imprisoned, all his treasures were taken away. Lang Wei, young master, still remembered it vividly. He shuddered. I know the location of the treasury. I will bring you there. Lang Wei, young master, did not want to be killed. He immediately had an idea. Go and plunder everything in Iron Blood Alliance's treasury for me. Lin Fei did not intend to be polite. He sent an immortal venerable to the treasury. In front of an intermediate stage immortal venerable, no treasury formation could block his attack. Not long after, rumbling sounds came from the depths of the palace. Di Tian, you dare. Hearing the commotion in the treasury, immortal venerable Po Mo was furious. That was his lifeblood. Without the treasures in the treasury, how could he train his people? At that time, who would follow him? He wanted nothing more than to slap his son to death, this incompetent thing. As soon as he finished speaking, he was sent flying by a punch. Lin Fei didn't care. You don't have the right to speak here. Right, the few of you, take their storage rings, armor, and everything else. Don't waste anything. It's a waste to keep them anyway. Master, no problem. 9 immortal venerables, intermediate stage immortal venerables, did not give them a chance to resist. In a short while, their immortal armors and treasures, including their storage rings, were all taken away. Not giving. Just rob them and shatter their divine sense, it did not matter if they agreed or not. The 5 immortal venerables became naked in the blink of an eye. It could be said that they wanted to cry but had no tears. After losing their immortal armors, for immortal venerables begged for mercy, they did not dare to persist anymore. They were going to be beaten to death at this rate. Even immortal venerable Po Mo, who had a firm tone, almost fainted from anger when he saw the treasury being broken and everything taken away. Master, I've collected everything. Lackey immortal venerable handed over 10 storage rings. The space inside was very big. They were filled to the brim. Everything in the treasury was taken away. Not bad, you did very well. Lin Fei's realm was different now. Killing people was meaningless. Being praised, Lackey Immortal Venerable was very excited. This is what this lowly one should do. The battle not far away had already ended. It was a completely one-sided battle. No matter what methods they had, in front of an intermediate stage Immortal Venerable, they were completely suppressed. From the moment Lin Fei decided to go out, the outcome was already decided. Immortal Venerable Po Mo wanted to slap himself. If he knew that Di Tian was so amazing, he would not have sent an invitation. He wanted to kill the chicken to warn the monkey. Now, he was completely slaughtered. His treasures and the things in the treasury were all taken away. It was tantamount to working for nothing. Moreover, his combat strength also plummeted. He was back to his previous state. Immortal Venerable Po Mo, thank you for your gift. It's getting late. Come visit again when you have time. Let's go. They were beaten up and their things were taken. Lin Fei was very satisfied. Several immortal venerables threw them away. Count yourselves lucky. My master won't kill you today. The immortal venerables returned to the war chariot and spread it out. 99 immortal king immortal beasts pulled the war chariot and left. Until they disappeared, the people present heaved a sigh of relief. In front of this immortal venerable aura, they did not dare to move. Lin Fei left with his people. Some of the spirit veins in Luoxia world were all taken away by the immortal venerables. After hearing the report, immortal venerable Po Mo cursed loudly. He wanted to cry but had no tears. These bandits. It turned out that all the good spirit veins in Luoxia world were taken away, causing the immortal energy in Luoxia world to drop by a lot, causing the cultivators to have a lot of resentment. Of course, this was a story for later. Master, why didn't that immortal venerable Po Mo kill him? Immortal venerable demon ceiling couldn't figure it out. Why would I kill him? Lin Fei didn't even think about it. No matter what, they are our neighbors. If we kill them, we will have one less neighbor. It won't be easy to visit them anymore. Immortal venerable demon ceiling's eyes turned and he chuckled. Master is the best. The matter of Luoxia world couldn't be hidden at all. It was really too big. Immortal venerables kept appearing from all over the universe, but bringing 10 immortal venerables to cause trouble was the first time. There were even rumors that these 10 immortal venerables were at least mid-stage immortal venerables. That was the hardest thing to accept. Ditien was just a small world lord. When did he become so awesome? Not only did he have immortal king immortal beasts, but he also had 10 immortal venerables by his side, immediately becoming a powerful figure in all over the universe. Immortal Venerable Po Mo of the Iron Blood Alliance was awe-inspiring before. Now, he hid in his lair and didn't dare to go out. He had lost all his face. The matter about Ditien spread like the wind across all over the universe, even beyond the universe. Deep in Absolute Heaven Palace. The matter about Ditien also spread to Absolute Heaven Palace. At first, everyone didn't believe it, but someone happened to record it with a treasure that day, and this image was also sent to the immortal venerables of Absolute Heaven Palace. It's them. When this scene appeared in front of the immortal venerables, they immediately exclaimed, "That's Immortal Venerable Po Mo, he actually became a mid-stage immortal venerable. And that one, I think he was a low-stage immortal venerable before, but now he's a mid-stage immortal venerable. How can he improve so quickly? The immortal venerables of the Forsaken Immortal Land, why are they together? Who can tell me?" Absolute Heaven Palace also had many immortal venerables. At this moment, they were all stunned by this scene. In terms of the number of immortal venerables, Absolute Heaven Palace and Wind Rain Palace had the most, accounting for about 2/3 of the universe. Now that 10 mid-stage immortal venerables suddenly appeared in the great metropolis Heaven Realm, their influence immediately became obvious. Even Absolute Heaven Palace had to take this seriously. The 3 people sitting at the top all had long beards and looked very old. In Absolute Heaven Palace, these 3 were the 3 palace lords of Absolute Heaven Palace. They had the greatest power under the ruler. Ditien had defeated the Iron Blood Alliance and displayed extraordinary strength, alarming the 3 palace lords. At this time of wind and rain, 10 mid-stage immortal venerables could be considered a tyrannical force. If they could join their side, their strength would definitely increase greatly and they would have a certain dominance. Chapter 1444. Great Metropolis Heaven's Prestige. Ditien's name was once again remembered by people. As long as they were in public, they would secretly warn their subordinates that they could offend him, but never offend Ditien. That guy was a madman. He brought 10 immortal venerables with him. He was a complete mess. If they offended Ditien, they would be beaten to death on the spot, and probably no one would come out to help them. The Iron Blood Alliance was the best proof. Immortal Venerable Po Mo was an immortal venerable after all. He had 4 immortal venerables under him. His influence was not small, but he made a mistake. He wanted to use Ditien as an example. In the end, his face was slapped in front of everyone. The banquet could no longer continue. He had been beaten up, and his treasures had been snatched away. Such a huge treasure vault had also been cleared clean. No one wanted to encounter this kind of thing. Heaven Absolute Palace and Wind Rain Palace sent a generous gift, once again shocking the people of the myriad worlds. The 2 palaces actually sent gifts. What did this mean? Everyone could see clearly. Were they going to appease Ditien? The 2 palaces sent a generous gift. Seeing this situation, those sects that had the intention of befriending them all arranged for their people to send gifts, to get familiar with them first. The Iron Blood Alliance, who originally wanted to vent their anger, was about to complain to the 2 palaces, but when they heard this, they immediately withered. Complain? Was there any use? It directly died in the womb. Great Metropolis Heaven was lively. In the main hall of Invincible Palace, gifts were piled up together. These forces were very generous. They sent all kinds of good things, almost filling up half of the palace. "Master, what should we do with these things?" In just a few days, a large number of gifts were sent. The people below were very busy. Drag them out for a fight. There are really a lot of benefit. Sitting on the throne, Lin Fei was not surprised by this matter at all. Send them all to the treasure vault. Among these gifts, Lin Fei valued the gifts from the 2 palaces. Although the 2 palaces' envoys did not say anything, Lin Fei understood the meaning very well. The situation of the myriad worlds was not as good as imagined. The people from the two palaces didn't dare to punish him. Instead, they gave him gifts to appease him. Especially before he left, the words he said were very interesting. Realm Lord Di Tien, if something happens in the future, there's no need for you to act personally. Just send a message to the two palaces. There's no need for you to act personally. Wouldn't that be dirtying your hands? At that time, Lin Fei laughed. He was afraid that he would make a big fuss. The wishes of the two palaces did not calm Lin Fei down. After defeating Iron Blood Alliance's immortal venerable Po Mo, Lin Fei could no longer sit still. He sent out 10 immortal venerables to suppress 10 invincible world lords in one go and controlled Great Metropolis Heaven to devour 10 minor worlds. These were the surrounding worlds. Those world overlords have long felt fear in their hearts. When Lin Fei's men arrived, those world overlords almost raised their white flags to surrender. Ever since immortal venerable Po Mo was beaten up, they knew that this day would come. They did not resist it in their hearts. Instead, they were eager to fuse with Great Metropolis Heaven. Didn't they see that the myriad worlds were in chaos now? If these minor world overlords didn't use this time to find a backer, they would be the first to suffer. After hearing this, Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It turned out that he had become a thick thigh that everyone wanted to hug. 10 invincible world lords joined Great Metropolis Heaven. There were 10 immortal emperor powerhouses in one go. Great Metropolis Heaven fused with 10 minor worlds, its area kept expanding, the mountains and spirit veins were changing. The benefits were unimaginable. The people of Great Metropolis Heaven were overjoyed. Bandits, a bunch of bandits. Over at Iron Blood Alliance's side, immortal venerable Po Mo smashed things in anger. His temper became especially bad. He didn't dare to do anything to Lin Fei's actions. After losing face once, who would be willing to lose face a second time? He was wearing white-grade equipment. Even if he went, he would only be abused. The 10 minor worlds were completely devoured. Great Metropolis Heaven also became a middle-grade world, but it was still a distance away from becoming a great world. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry. He had plenty of time anyway. Immortal venerable Po Mo didn't dare to show himself. Lin Fei could do whatever he wanted with the minor worlds in this area. Many world overlords even wanted to merge with Great Metropolis Heaven. 10 minor worlds fused. The 12 generals were all summoned back by Lin Fei. These generals obtained huge benefits. All of them were now 4th-step immortal emperors. Their combat strength was comparable to peak immortal emperors. For the current Lin Fei, this wasn't enough. He summoned them back to increase their strength. You guys get to know each other. You will be colleagues from now on. At the highest level of the stone tower, Lin Fei summoned immortal venerable demon Sealing and the rest. Apart from them, there were also the 12 generals led by Bao Mo. On one side was an immortal venerable from the forsaken immortal land, on the other side were the 12 generals. Their auras were about the same. The moment the two groups met, there was a certain hostility between them. Immortal venerable demon Sealing hadn't been in Great Metropolis Heaven for long, but he knew some things. He knew that the 12 generals were meticulously trained by his master. They were his direct subordinates. To immortal venerable demon Sealing and the rest, they were an invisible enemy. After enjoying the benefits brought by their master, immortal venerable demon Sealing and the rest naturally regarded themselves as his direct subordinates. Now that another direct subordinates had appeared, they were unconvinced. The 12 generals on Bao Mo's side were also unconvinced. In front of their master, they maintained their composure. Their sharp eyes revealed their thoughts. Under Lin Fei's introduction, they got to know each other. Lin Fei was very clear about the changes in the people below him. They were all competitive and kept fighting as a whole, especially against the immortal venerables from the forsaken immortal land. This created a potential opponent. The potential of the 12 generals was unlimited. They were destined to be immortal venerables in the future. They were the most loyal and devoted ones. Changing sides could stimulate them. After getting to know each other, Lin Fei sent immortal venerable demon Sealing and the rest out, leaving Bao Mo and the other 12 generals behind. You guys don't have to be anxious. Lin Fei could tell that they were anxious, so he chuckled and said, "The reason why I called you all here today is to raise your strength. The eyes of Bao Mo and the other generals lit up. Lin Fei waved his hand and immortal beasts appeared in the entire stone tower. The weakest was an immortal king. With a wave of his hand, over 1,000 immortal kings were released. They were all captured by Lin Fei from the demonic space. These immortal beasts roared again and again. Under the pressure of Bao Mo's bloodline, all of them lay on the ground, unable to move, revealing expressions of fear. These are all immortal beasts. Devour them to your heart's content. Bao Mo and the other 12 generals needed to constantly devour flesh and blood to increase their strength. Among them, devouring immortal beasts and fierce beasts was the best. They contained powerful blood energy. Chapter 1445. Immortal King, Immortal Beast. This feels great. I can eat to my heart's content today. I have to eat a few more. I'll eat. The 12 generals were very fond of these immortal beasts. Under the pressure of the ferocious beasts, none of these immortal beasts could resist, and they were constantly eaten. These immortal beasts were captured by Lin Fei from the demonic space. The demonic space was huge, and Lin Fei did not want to waste any time. He immediately went to capture a batch of immortal beasts. With Lin Fei's current strength, capturing these immortal beasts was a piece of cake. Bao Mier and the rest were gluttonous, and could not bear to part with these immortal beasts. After they finished a batch, Lin Fei would throw out a batch of immortal beasts. To make it easier for them to refine, he sent them into the Immortal Lord Pagoda. After devouring 12 worlds, the internal time acceleration increased again. Lin Fei's goal was simple. He wanted to improve. With a large supply of immortal beasts, Bao Mier and the rest began to break through again. They did not disappoint Lin Fei. They just needed some time, and when they came out of seclusion, their strength would increase by leaps and bounds. It's a pity that I can't bring them in. Otherwise, it would be even faster. After releasing another batch of immortal beasts, Lin Fei could not help but feel a little regretful. Luckily, they were in the Immortal Lord Stone Pagoda, and with the help of time acceleration, they improved quickly. On the other side, the 12 generals were cultivating. Lin Fei sat in the Invincible Palace to accompany his wives. Lin Jiqing, Jin Feng, Nangong Qianqian, and Qing Luan had all reached the Immortal Emperor realm, and were beginning to understand the power of Great Tao. With Lin Fei's resources, it would not be difficult for him to increase his cultivation speed. Eternal Fruit, Immortal Reverent Shard. Lin Fei still had a lot of them, but he did not take them out for them to refine. He wanted to strengthen their foundations before letting them break through. Hubby, are you not going to sell your immortal beasts? Jin Feng was now a young married woman. She was even more beautiful and charming. She was very good at business. I'm not thinking about that right now. After Bao Mier and the others break through, it should be possible. Lin Fei thought for a while and said, could it be that some people have already revealed the intention to buy it? In fact, Lin Fei let Golden Phoenix handle some of the business matters of the Invincible Palace. The last time he brought 99 immortal beasts out, many people were envious of him. Lin Fei didn't need to think to know that someone had come here to inquire. There are indeed some clan heads and sect leaders who have come over to inquire about the matter. They wish to purchase a few celestial king-grade beasts back. You can think about this first, because in the near future, I plan to open a chamber of commerce and sell some things that everyone wants. Lin Fei revealed a trace of an evil smile. Lin Jiqing knew Lin Fei best. You're not planning to loot a burning house and make a fortune from the war, are you? Lin Fei chuckled, my wife knows me the best. The myriad heavens and realms were temporarily in a state of peace. In the immortal sects, several powerful immortal supremacies left the immortal sects with their people and headed straight for the remote great metropolis realm. These immortal supremacies were experts from the immortal sects. They were very fast and arrived under the starry sky. They saw the great metropolis realm. We're here. The leader was a strong man with a sharp gaze that seemed to be able to penetrate the void. It was very terrifying. Immortal supremacies, demonic supremacies, and the others are a bunch of scum. If not for Milord's support, they wouldn't have lived until now. The strong man's voice was like a great bell, and the starry sky shook. Today, we'll bring them back. And this Tien, he swallowed the eternal fruit of our immortal sects. No matter what, we have to spit it out. My lord is right. Behind the strong man stood 15 immortal supremacies. The immortal sects attached great importance to Tien. They sent 15 immortal supremacies, including a powerful immortal supremacies in the lead. The group crossed the world bridge and entered the great metropolis realm. Tien, get out here. As soon as they entered, their divine senses covered the entire great metropolis heaven. All the immortals felt an immense pressure and struggled to resist it. Who dares to cause trouble? Venerable Demon Sealer was the first to appear. He stood in the sky and glared at the newcomers. When he saw them, his expression changed slightly. Demon Sealing Immortal Venerable, you sure talk big. Do you think you're invincible just because you followed a master? The muscular man snorted coldly. Don't you see who was beaten like a dead dog? Demon Sealing Immortal Venerable had an uncomfortable look on his face for a moment, but soon returned to normal. Sky Sea Immortal Venerable, that's all in the past. Who hasn't been bullied before? Now that you're telling me this, could it be that you want to have a spar with me? Don't think that you're great just because you're an intermediate Immortal Venerable. I'm also an intermediate Immortal Venerable now. The people behind Immortal Supremacy Demon Sealing also angrily said, Immortal Supremacy Sky Sea, you were a realm higher than us before, but now we're at the same realm as you. Do you really want to attack us? Do you believe that we won't be able to kill all of you today? The muscular man was called Tien Hai Immortal Venerable. He was quite famous in the forsaken land of immortals. Although he wasn't one of the 10 great guardian deities, the difference wasn't big. In the past, when Immortal Sovereign Demonic Sealing fought with him, he was beaten miserably. As a result, Immortal Sovereign Demonic Sealing had a lot of resentment towards Immortal Sovereign Tien Hai. Looks like you're all stubborn. Then I'll defeat you first. Let's fight in the starry sky. Demon Sealing Immortal Venerable didn't believe that they couldn't defeat Heaven Sea Immortal Venerable. They left the great metropolis heaven and went out into the starry sky to fight. Given their strength, the entire world would be in shambles. The Sky Sea Immortal Venerate also came out. He made a grabbing motion, and a black saber landed in his hand. Wherever the saber pointed, it gave off a terrifying saber intent. Kill. With a wave of the black saber in his hand, a frightening saber intent turned into black ripples that rippled outwards. Only Tien Hai Immortal Venerable made a move. With a simple slash, Heavenly Sea Immortal Venerable displayed such terrifying strength. The saber light rippled out like black waves. Wave after wave, the void under the starry sky collapsed. Immortal Venerable Demon Sealing and the others immediately felt a sense of danger. Everyone, attack together. 13 Immortal Venerates attacked together with great momentum. They directly took out their Immortal Venerate treasures and attacked the black ripples. They blasted towards the black ripples. The black ripples were so powerful that they crushed their attacks. Only then did they barely block the black ripples' attack. You guys only have this much ability, Heavenly Sea Immortal Venerable sneered. I only used one slash, and you guys have to attack with all your strength. If I attack with 8 or 10 slashes, can you guys block it? Heavenly Sea Immortal Venerable moved again. The black saber slashed out again and again, and the terrifying black ripples spread out again. Damn it! How can Heavenly Sea Immortal Venerable's saber art be so powerful? Quickly block it. They were all mid-level Immortal Venerates. Even though they attacked with all their strength, they still couldn't block the vast black ripples. As the black ripples spread out on their bodies, the sharp saber lights cut their bodies, leaving behind wounds. Heavenly Sea Immortal Venerable suppressed Immortal Venerable Demon Sealing and more than 10 Immortal Venerates by himself. Too weak. Heavenly Sea Immortal Venerable shook his head in disappointment. Hua tilde, hua tilde, hua tilde. The black saber in his hand slashed out again. The saber lights were sharp and domineering. Immortal Venerable Demon Sealing and the others vomited blood and were sent flying. The Immortal Venerable treasures in their hands were also sent flying. Heavenly Sea Immortal Venerable stood with his saber in his arms, In front of the immortal sects, you guys are too weak. Later, I want to see why Di Tian made you guys follow him and abandon the forsaken immortal land. Sir, you only cultivate a dominator saber art. Relying on your powerful saber art to bully my people, you still have the nerve to boast shamelessly. Under the starry sky, a lazy young man walked out. You are Di Tian. Heavenly Sea Immortal Venerable had seen Di Tian's appearance before, so he recognized him at a glance. Your eyesight is not bad. You actually recognized that my saber art is a dominator saber art. Immortal Venerable Demon Sealing indeed didn't see that it was a dominator saber art. No wonder it was so powerful that they couldn't block it even after joining hands and were injured instead. Master, we have disappointed you. Immortal Venerable Demon Sealing flew over with an ashamed expression. Their group of people couldn't beat Heavenly Sea Immortal Venerable, so it was very embarrassing. The difference in cultivation techniques, it's normal for you guys to lose. Lin Fei didn't care. When you guys cultivate a dominator secret technique, you won't have to be afraid of them. What arrogant words! Heavenly Sea Immortal Venerable pointed with his saber. Di Tian, you stole the eternal fruit from Devil Fury Immortal Venerable. If you know what's good for you, obediently hand it over so that you don't have to suffer. Lin Fei was too lazy to talk nonsense. You talk too much nonsense. You beat my people and still dare to take my things. Your immortal sects really think too highly of yourselves. Great Sword Energy Secret Technique. 5 great golden sword energies swept across the sky. This time, the might of the attack was even stronger. 5 invincible great sword energies emitted golden light. At the same time, they contained invincible tyranny and locked onto Heavenly Sea Immortal Venerable. Heavenly Sea Immortal Venerable raised his saber and also used a dominator saber art. In one breath, he slashed out more than 100 times, and a monstrous wave surged over. Even though Devil Fury Immortal Venerable had mentioned that with a dominator saber art, he was one level ahead of others. The 5 great sword energies instantly transformed into a single sword that tore through the sky. The monstrous black wave was split apart, and a dazzling golden light appeared in Heavenly Sea Immortal Venerable's eyes. Catcher tilde Heavenly Sea Immortal Venerable was split apart by the golden sword energy. Competing in a dominator cultivation technique? Heavenly Sea Immortal Venerable was destined to suffer. How is this possible? Lord Heavenly Sea was split apart by a single sword energy. That sword energy, is it also a dominator secret technique? He is just a small country bumpkin, but he actually has a dominator secret technique. Moreover, his cultivation is even higher than Lord Heavenly Sea's. The Immortal Venerables of the Immortal sects gasped. You actually also cultivated a dominator secret technique. Heavenly Sea Immortal Venerable revived once again, and he was full of fear towards Lin Fei. He had cultivated a dominator saber art for a long time, and he had just reached the small success stage. Even if it was only a small success stage saber art, Heavenly Sea Immortal Venerable could be proud. He did not expect to encounter someone even more powerful than him. Just a dominator secret technique alone could injure him. How did he cultivate it? Weren't you very arrogant just now? Let's continue. The great golden sword energy swept over again. Swish 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 tilde Lin Fei laughed mischievously. He activated the great sword energy and continuously attacked with domineering power. Chapter 1446. Tianhai Immortal Sovereign was defeated too quickly. After returning from the land of war, Tianhai Immortal Sovereign had made a great contribution and obtained a sovereign-level secret technique. With the help of the Immortal Sect's treasures, he had cultivated a sovereign-level saber art to a small degree. The difference in strength between Immortal Sovereigns was greatly influenced by their cultivation techniques. Tianhai Immortal Sovereign cultivated a sovereign-level saber art, and his combat strength had skyrocketed. In the same realm, he was an absolute existence. He could fight against more than 10 mid-level Immortal Sovereigns alone. This was the domineering aspect of a sovereign-level saber art. Unfortunately, he encountered Di Tian and was beaten into a sorry state in a few moves. In terms of sovereign-level attacks, Lin Fei had already reached the great success realm. Its might was imaginable. It was far from what Tianhai Immortal Sovereign could contend with. Tianhai Immortal Sovereign, how does it feel? 5 great sword energies appeared in Lin Fei's hand. Every sword strike left a wound on Tianhai Immortal Sovereign's hand. If you have the ability, let's not use a sovereign-level cultivation technique. Tianhai Immortal Sovereign was killed several times, and his expression was extremely ugly. Di Tian snatched the eternal fruit from Devil Fury Immortal Sovereign, which was equivalent to the loss of a group of experts. The Immortal Sect could not take this lying down and had to snatch it back from Di Tian. Tianhai Immortal Sovereign was close to the position of the 10 great Vajras. He knew that this matter was promising, so he used his connections to bring people here to take credit. The only thing he did not expect was that Di Tian also cultivated a sovereign-level secret technique, which was much stronger than his. Ha ha ha, do you think this is funny? Who was so arrogant in front of me just now? Lin Fei's great sword energy stabbed again. You are not qualified to fight me alone. This stab crushed Tianhai Immortal Sovereign's attack. Demon Sealing, you guys go and beat him up. Lin Fei stopped attacking and called Demon Sealing and the others to go up. Tianhai Immortal Sovereign's expression became even uglier. Di Tian did not take him seriously at all. Di Tian, you are going too far. Demon Sealing did not know what he was afraid of. Master said that he could go up, so he would beat Tianhai Immortal Sovereign up and let him know how powerful he was. Tianhai Immortal Sovereign was just about to attack when a terrifying sword intent locked onto him. It was a long sword hanging in the air. Sky Sea Immortal Venerable, if you have the guts, then be arrogant again. When Demon Sealing Immortal Venerable saw Heaven Sea Immortal Venerable's cowardice, his attacks became more ferocious. The other Immortal Venerables also had the same expression. More than 10 Immortal Supremacies attacked at the same time, and Immortal Supremacy Sky Sea could not hold on any longer. Every time Xiao Chen tried to use a sovereign-grade saber technique, the golden sword would strike at him, causing him to suffer greatly. When he did not use it, he would be fine. However, once he used it, he would immediately suffer the attack of the great sword Qi. Bang! Heavenly Sea Immortal Sovereign was sent flying by the joint attack of several people. Di Tian, do you know who I'm representing today? I'm representing the Immortal Sect. You're just a country bumpkin. Now that you've offended the Immortal Sect, don't even think about living a peaceful life in the myriad of world. Tianhai Immortal Venerable repeatedly resisted. Without a Dominator-level saber technique, he was far from being a match for Immortal Venerable Demon Sealer and the others with his own strength. In less than a moment, he became battered and exhausted, with countless wounds left on his body. Lin Fei chuckled and said, Immortal Sects, I'm so scared. If you have the ability, then come and kill me. Heavenly Sea Immortal Sovereign dares to threaten Master? Let's beat him up. Immortal Venerable Demon Sealer had been suppressing his anger before, and now he could vent it out. How could Tianhai Immortal Sovereign expect that his words would make Immortal Venerable Demon Sealer and the others even crazier? These guys were too crazy. In less than an hour, Tianhai Immortal Sovereign was beaten up countless times. He was suppressed by Immortal Venerable Demon Sealer and the others until he couldn't move. Even the Immortal Saber treasure in his hand was sealed. Di Tian, let go of me, or you're dead. Tianhai Immortal Sovereign was furious and shot out a murderous gaze. Immortal Venerable Demon Sealer kicked, You dare to talk to Master like this, are you courting death? At this time, Immortal Venerable Demon Sealer and the others understood. Master was awesome. Without a sovereign-grade saber technique, Tianhai Immortal Sovereign was like a tiger without teeth. He was at their mercy and was far from being a match for Immortal Venerable Demon Sealer and the others. Lin Fei picked his ear. Tianhai Immortal Sovereign came all the way to our great metropolis heaven, he has to stay for a while. You guys have to entertain our honored guest well. Also, ask WN Xie to send some gifts to him, lest he says we're rude. Lin Fei casually pinched his hand and made a seal, forcefully sending it into Tianhai Immortal Sovereign's body. He didn't care if Tianhai Immortal Sovereign vomited blood or not. All right. Immortal Venerable Demon Sealer suppressed Tianhai Immortal Sovereign and brought him to Great Metropolis Heaven. Di Tian, what did you do to me? Why can't I circulate my immortal venerable power? Tianhai Immortal Sovereign's expression changed greatly. He couldn't circulate his immortal venerable power. As for the people that the Sky Sea Immortal Sovereign had brought, they had already scattered when they saw that the Sky Sea Immortal Sovereign had been suppressed, leaving no traces behind. You guys have been watching for so long, it's time to come out. Do you want me to invite you out? Golden sword energy swung back and forth in Lin Fei's hand. Dao friend Di Tian, don't attack. We will come out now. A group of people came out from the starry sky in front. Their expressions weren't normal and their arrogance couldn't be concealed. It proved that they had a strong background. When Lin Fei was dealing with Tianhai Immortal Sovereign, he used the Great Sword Qi secret technique and saw that there were people in the starry sky. If not for the slight change in their aura, Lin Fei wouldn't have noticed it. There were only 8 people in this group. All of them were immortal venerables. Another 8 immortal venerables came. Lin Fei knew where they were coming from. Moreover, one of them was an old acquaintance, white-browed immortal venerable. Do the people of Immortal Court like to be sneaky? That group of people revealed angry expressions. Dao friend Di Tian, that's not true. Our Immortal Court is upright and upright. When have we ever been sneaky? As for what happened just now, it was because we didn't want to disturb Dao friend. The leader was a grey-robed old man. He had a mustache and looked very shrewd. So shameless. Lin Fei cursed in his heart. White-browed immortal venerable, it seems like your status isn't low. You managed to get a set of equipment so quickly. Lin Fei glanced at white-browed immortal venerable. What do you want to do? White-browed immortal venerables has stood on their ends. Previously, he was stripped naked in the land of war. Everything on him was taken away, including his storage ring. He didn't even have a single treasure on him, causing his combat strength to plummet. When he returned to the Immortal Court, his status had plummeted. He hated Di Tian very much. Now that he heard this, he immediately panicked. Just a good question. Why are you so scared? I'm not a man-eating tiger, Lin Fei said with a smile. The grey-robed old man stared at white-browed immortal venerable coldly. White-browed immortal venerable's words were suppressed and he couldn't say a single word. He could only stare at him coldly. If not for Di Tian, he wouldn't be in such a miserable state. Chapter 1447. What a nice way to put it. Lin Fei did not believe that they were here for a trade. If they were here for a trade, they would have shown themselves earlier instead of hiding in the dark. If I didn't personally invite you out, who knows how long you would have been hiding for? Lin Fei was not interested in the Immortal Court's trade. If they had not shown their strength earlier, Lin Fei was 100% sure that they would have attacked him. Maybe they were waiting for him and Tianhai Immortal Sovereign to be injured so that they could reap the benefits. Lin Fei could easily see through their thoughts. Trade. My place is so remote. I don't have anything I want. I really don't know what there is to trade. Lin Fei pretended to be confused. The grey-robed old man had arrived long ago. He was just a step slower than Tianhai Immortal Sovereign. Seeing Tianhai Immortal Sovereign make a move, the grey-robed old man planned to observe for a while. If there was a chance, he could reap the benefits. Tianhai Immortal Sovereign had a Dominator-level saber art and his combat strength was terrifying. The grey-robed old man also wanted to see Di Tian's true strength. Even though he had a rough idea of Di Tian's strength from white-browed Immortal Sovereign, now that he had the chance, he wanted to know more. The Immortal Court had gained a lot from the battlefield. Now, they had 4 dominators presiding over the Immortal Court. Their strength had increased greatly. The only regretful thing was that the eternal fruit that could be used to break through to the Immortal Sovereign realm had been stolen. This caused the Immortal Court to work for nothing. Once the Immortal Court's internal affairs stabilized, they immediately thought about Di Tian's eternal fruit. After that exchange, the grey-robed old man did not dare to act rashly. His Dominator-level secret technique had reached great success. No wonder white-browed Immortal Sovereign lost so miserably. Because of this, the grey-robed old man proposed a trade. Using force was not an option. Di Tian, stop pretending. You stole more than 20 eternal fruits from us. Are you going to admit it? White-browed immortal sovereign shouted angrily. If he had the eternal fruit, he would not have been laughed at. The grey-robed old man did not stop him. He deliberately let white-browed immortal sovereign say that. Then, he said indifferently, "White-browed, let's see what you have to say. So it's the fruit of eternity. I was wondering what it was." Lin Fei was suddenly enlightened and cried out involuntarily, "Ah, you're late. If you had told me earlier, I would have kept the fruit of eternity for you." The grey-robed elder's task was to bring the fruit of eternity back. It was best not to use force. Di Tian was very powerful and could fight against more than 30 immortal venerables alone. "What do you mean?" The grey-robed old man spoke in a low voice. "White-browed immortal venerable knows that I consumed a large number of eternal fruits in order to break through to the immortal venerable realm. After I returned, I consumed all of them in one go in order to try to break through again. I'm really sorry that you've come in vain," Lin Fei said seriously. "What? You ate them all?" The grey-robed elder almost called him a wastrel. Wasn't he afraid that his body would explode after eating all 99 eternal fruits? "Yes, I ate them all," Lin Fei said. "It's a pity that I didn't break through to the next stage." "You came here for nothing. Di Tian, you are definitely lying," white-browed immortal venerable said furiously. He didn't believe Di Tian's words at all. Swoosh! A golden sword aura streaked across the sky and struck white-browed immortal venerable. White-browed immortal venerable's body was instantly split into two, leaving behind the horrified immortal venerables. White-browed immortal venerable's eyes were filled with fear when he revived. "If you dare to speak nonsense again, I'll kill you 100 times and see if you die." Lin Fei played with the great sword chi in his hand and muttered to himself, "I am famous for my good temper. Look at the Sky Sea immortal sovereign. When he comes all the way here, I invite him to be my guest and entertain him with good food and drinks. But if he pisses me off, I don't care who you are, I'll kill you 100 times." A strange look flashed in the grey-robed elder's eyes and he thought, "This Di Tian is so strong." White-browed immortal venerable was instantly killed with one strike. "It seems like it won't be easy to get the fruit of eternity. I need another way." "Daoist Di Tian, please calm down," the grey-robed elder said. "White-browed didn't do it on purpose. Since you've used the fruit of eternity, we'll take our leave. You came all the way here. Why don't you come to my humble abode for a while?" Lin Fei invited them. "Who would dare to be a guest at your place?" Seeing how Lin Fei killed white-browed immortal venerable with a single sentence, it was clear that he didn't put them in his eyes at all. They had seen arrogant people, but they had never seen someone as arrogant as him. The grey-robed elder was also furious. They represented the immortal court. Di Tian was just a country bumpkin who dared to kill people in public after getting some benefits. He was really bold. At this moment, the grey-robed elder was trying his best to suppress his anger. He still needed to report to the higher-ups, so he could only leave first. If they really made a move, they wouldn't be able to go back today. They would have to stay in Great Metropolis World as guests. "Thank you for your kindness. We still have important matters to attend to, so we won't trouble you." The grey-robed elder said politely, "Let's go." The few of them turned and left. "Master, why didn't you make them stay?" A black mist appeared behind Lin Fei. It was immortal venerable Wan Xie. He had a sinister smile on his face. "Didn't I tell you to entertain Sky Sea immortal venerable? I've already started to entertain Sky Sea immortal venerable. That guy is very tight-lipped, but it won't take long for him to speak. In front of me, Wan Xie, willpower is useless." Immortal venerable Wan Xie chuckled. Lin Fei had only learned of immortal venerable Wan Xie's torturing methods by chance. No matter who it was, they wouldn't be able to hide anything once they fell into immortal venerable Wan Xie's hands. It's best to settle this matter in the next few days and make him spit out everything he knows. Also, the Dominator level saber art is a good thing. Before long, the people from the immortal sects will definitely come again. "Master, don't worry. Once he's in my hands, he'll talk even if he doesn't want to." Lin Fei believed that immortal venerable Wan Xie wouldn't lie. "If we leave immortal court's people behind, others will think that we're too arrogant. We can't afford to offend them for now. Immortal sects. They occupied a large part of the world and had a lot of influence in the myriad worlds. The two palaces, immortal court, and immortal sects. These three forces were the top forces in the myriad worlds. Now that they heard that immortal venerable Tianhai was imprisoned by great metropolis worlds Di Tian, the upper echelons of the immortal sects were all furious. This Di Tian was too daring. Immortal venerable Tianhai was a member of their immortal sects. Sect master, we must send people to take care of Di Tian and those traitors. They actually dared to betray the forsaken immortals and become Di Tian's lackeys. Not only did Di Tian snatch our eternal fruit, he also forcefully imprisoned immortal venerable Tianhai. If we don't teach Di Tian a lesson, I'm afraid our immortal sects will become a joke in everyone's mouth. Immortal venerable Tianhai is useless. After all, he's a member of our immortal sects. We must bring him back. This Di Tian will also have to face the wrath of our immortal sect. Inside the palace, the seated immortal venerables collectively attacked Di Tian. None of the people in the Forsaken Immortals were good people. Moreover, there were 3 rulers overseeing the immortal sects. The 2 palaces couldn't do anything to them for now, so they were probably even more anxious to deal with the immortal court. Di Tian's actions were equivalent to provoking their immortal sects. The seated immortal venerables looked at the person on the main seat. It was the sect master of the immortal sects, Immortal Venerable Formless. Immortal Venerable Formless was the strongest expert below the rulers. All the immortal venerables of the immortal sects were convinced. The sect master, Immortal Venerable Formless, stood up. His body was tall and straight, and his immortal venerable power flickered around him. One red and one white, 2 strands of immortal venerable power continuously revolved around him. This was a peak expert who cultivated 2 strands of immortal venerable power. Di Tian's matter is a small matter. Immortal Venerable Formless said indifferently, everyone, don't worry. When the time comes, just let the 3 blood brothers go. Hearing the 3 blood brothers, all the immortal venerables present gasped. These 3 brothers were ancient immortal venerables. They were terrifyingly powerful and murderous. They killed anyone they saw and committed all sorts of crimes. In the end, they were exiled to the Forsaken Immortals. When the 3 blood brothers attacked, they could fight against a high-level immortal venerable. No matter how strong Di Tian was, he would still be defeated by them with a ruler-level secret technique. Everyone seemed to be able to see this scene. On the immortal court side, this news was also sent back. The eternal fruit was very important. One eternal fruit could nurture a new immortal venerable and could even help a peak immortal venerable breakthrough. Di Tian had occupied 99 eternal fruits. Even if he consumed 20 of them, he would still have 70 or so eternal fruits left. It was enough to nurture dozens of immortal venerables. Immortal Lyceum was furious. The Immortal Lyceum's reputation was rising. They had 4 ruler-level experts and a supreme treasure like the Immortal Lyceum. The 2 palaces couldn't do anything about it and allowed the Immortal Lyceum to take root in the myriad worlds. Now, a small country bumpkin Di Tian actually wanted to occupy all the eternal fruits. He even dared to not give them face. The Immortal Lyceum's upper echelon also had the same opinion. They had to obtain the eternal fruits from Di Tian no matter what to nurture more experts for the Immortal Lyceum. The next day, an order came from the Immortal Lyceum. A few immortal venerables were sent to Great Metropolis Heaven to retrieve the eternal fruits. Master, Sky Sea Immortal Venerable has spoken. Demon Venerable Immortal Venerable ran in happily. Demon Venerable Immortal Venerable and the other Immortal Venerables were overjoyed to be able to dig out a ruler-level saber art from Sky Sea Immortal Venerable. They probably wouldn't be able to cultivate such a supreme cultivation technique in their lifetime. Lin Fei flipped through this saber art and recorded it with the level-up system. Then, he threw it to Demon Venerable Immortal Venerable. It's a complete saber art. That brat Myriad Evil is quite capable. Demon Venerable Immortal Venerable was becoming more and more afraid of Immortal Venerable Myriad Evil. That fella was a devil, a devil that made people unable to sleep. An immortal venerable was tortured to such a state. Fortunately, they weren't enemies but subordinates of the same master. Take this saber art and learn it. Lin Fei continued, when you have time, I'll let you comprehend this saber art and cultivate it to the immortal venerable level. At that time, you won't have to worry if you encounter a high-level immortal venerable. They knew how difficult it was to cultivate a ruler-level saber art. Chapter 1448. Ding. Congratulations player for killing Destruction Wolverine. Reward, 200 million experience points. Ding. Congratulations player for killing Flying Flaming Bird. Reward, 150 million experience points. Ding. Congratulations player for obtaining Immortal Beast Blood Essence. Ding. Congratulations player for obtaining Immortal Beast Blood Essence. In the demonic space, Lin Fei was in a mountain range, killing immortal beasts one after another. That was experience points. Coming in every day to level up had become something he had to do every day. The demonic space was huge. Lin Fei hadn't gone far yet. He was focused on leveling up and didn't have time to understand the situation around him. After killing a batch of immortal beasts, Lin Fei obtained some Immortal Beast Blood Essence. This was the first time he obtained such a thing. Lin Fei used a detection technique and the Immortal Beast Blood Essence glowed. Immortal Beast Blood Essence, the essence of immortal beasts. It can only be produced when one reaches the Immortal Emperor level. It is suitable for immortal beasts to consume. There's such a good thing. The Immortal Beast Blood Essence was a blood-colored crystal. Lin Fei sensed it and found that there was indeed a large amount of essence within. This is great. With this thing, it's much easier than devouring immortal beast. The 12 generals were still cultivating and breaking through. Lin Fei had to plunder a batch of immortal beasts every day. This kind of leveling method was something that only he could do. The immortal beasts were devoured by them and their speed wasn't as fast as before. Lin Fei was worried about how to increase their speed. After chasing away the people from the Celestial Court and the Celestial sects, they would definitely come back soon. At that time, a battle would be unavoidable. Lin Fei wanted to make use of this time to let the 12 generals have a breakthrough and become his right-hand men. Lin Fei's eyes lit up when he saw the Immortal Beast Blood Essence. Ha ha ha, here I come. 12 hours passed in a flash. Lin Fei collected a large amount of Immortal Beast Blood Essence of different sizes. Some were the size of a fist, some were the size of a small stone. It's almost time. I can go out soon. Today's harvest was abundant. Aside from a large amount of experience points, Lin Fei had also obtained a large amount of Immortal Beast Blood Essence. If Explode and the others consumed the blood essence, they would definitely be able to improve their cultivation. There was also the Experience Stone, which he loved the most. Originally, Experience Stones could only be purchased. Now, killing immortal beasts would drop Experience Stones. Who tilde 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 suddenly, a deafening roar came from the mountain range ahead. Catcher catcher tilde the voice turned into a terrifying sound wave, rippling out in circles. The mountain range was instantly turned into a mess. The towering trees were snapped in half, and the tyrannical immortal beasts fell to the ground. Damn, this is a sound wave attack. Lin Fei was also pushed back a step by the sound wave attack. Could it be an Immortal Emperor level immortal beast? No, it's impossible for an Immortal Emperor level immortal beast to be this powerful. Just one roar and I have no choice but to retreat. It must be a powerful immortal beast. Lin Fei turned into a stream of light and rushed over to investigate. Very soon, a vacuum appeared in the mountain range ahead. Of course, when he saw the flying black shadow, Lin Fei really did not react. This looks like a demon. Not far away, the human-shaped demon was a full 10 jong tall. When it spread its wings, it emitted a tyrannical aura. It's actually red. Lin Fei looked again and saw that the demon's head was red. This was a boss. Within the demonic region, most immortal beasts were white in color and had average attack power. After them were yellow immortal beasts, which were much stronger. After them were green immortal beasts, which were like mini-bosses. Lin Fei would kill a few every day. A red boss. This was the first time he encountered one. Die. The human-shaped demon flapped its wings, stirring up a black gale and attacking a four-legged giant dragon not far away. The four-legged giant dragon was an immortal emperor-level immortal beast. At this moment, its body was covered in wounds. When the black gale blew, large pieces of flesh fell off. Its huge body smashed into a mountain, flattening it on the spot. It was already on its last breath. It's a green mini-boss dragon. He had been here for some time to level up. This was the first time he encountered an immortal emperor dragon. This was also the first time he encountered a demon. The demon looked very powerful. With a bright red head, it was like a large light bulb in the night. It was impossible not to notice it. Ding. Discovered a Tier 1 demon boss. Please kill it within 3 days. If you kill it successfully, you will receive 1 billion experience points. You may even unlock the demon dimension. If you fail to kill the demon, you will be deducted 1 level per day. You will not be allowed to enter the demon dimension for 3 months. Lin Fei almost cursed out loud. Right now, the demon dimension was very important to Lin Fei. This was also the reason why he dared to detain the immortal sects and refused to give the immortal court. Right now, Lin Fei was already a 6th-stage immortal prime expert. He was not far from becoming a ruler. The 12 generals needed the demon dimension to level up. If he was not allowed to enter for 3 months, it would be too late. Isn't it just a Tier 1 demon boss? It's not like it's some super boss. I'll kill this bastard. Lin Fei immediately made up his mind. Just as Lin Fei made up his mind, the demon in the distance shot a cold glare at Lin Fei's direction. Human. Ha ha ha. Hua tilde the demon laughed loudly. Its figure moved, ignoring the void as it arrived in front of Lin Fei. Its sharp black claws swiped at Lin Fei's chest. Its 5 razor-sharp fingers glowed with a cold light, radiating a dangerous aura. Rip tilde bolstered by the great Tao of True Self, Lin Fei punched at the Tier 1 demon. This time, Lin Fei's forte was speed, but the demon was faster. The demon tore off a large piece of flesh from his chest. If Lin Fei had not dodged in time, this claw would have pierced through his body. Damn, what kind of joke is this? This Tier 1 demon is so strong. After Lin Fei's physical body broke through again and again, even immortal primes could not break through it. Now, however, a single claw from this demon caused Lin Fei to lose his composure. Could this demon have the strength of a ruler? It's been a long time since I've eaten a human. You won't be able to escape today. The Tier 1 demon grabbed the flesh and gobbled it down, revealing an intoxicated expression. When it opened its eyes again, they were scarlet red. Xiao tilde the Tier 1 demon used its claws, which turned into a dozen cold lights. Pa tilde the void was torn apart. World storm. A huge storm descended on the mountain range. Ding. Congratulations, player killed flying flaming bird. Ding. Congratulations, player killed flying flaming bird. The moment the world storm appeared, Lin Fei disappeared in front of the demon's attacks, causing all of them to miss. The immortal beasts below were unlucky. They were instantly killed by the world storm. The system notifications kept ringing. Ding, injured Tier 1 demon boss, dealing 10,000 damage. Ding, injured Tier 1 demon boss, dealing 5,000 damage. Lin Fei jumped a few times, dodging the other party's attacks. As for the Tier 1 demon in the middle of the world storm, damage numbers appeared one after another. Chapter 1449. Lin Fei successfully dodged the demon's dozen or so attacks. However, Lin Fei could feel the power of the demon's attacks. Strong. Very strong. When Lin Fei saw the demon's HP bar, he could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. This demon actually had 30 million HP based on his current attack power of 510,000, he would need 3,000 attacks to kill this demon. In the game's terms, this demon had thick skin and was extremely difficult to deal with. You can't escape. The demon actually broke through the world storm and charged at Lin Fei once more. Secret sword key. 5 secret sword key slashed at Shifeng. Dang. Dang. The Tier 1 demon's massive wings served as its best defense. With a sweep of its wings, it sent the sword key flying. So tough. Lin Fei was extremely confident in his secret sword key. He was only one step away from a sovereign rank secret technique. It was easy to imagine how powerful it would be. However, the demon easily sent him flying. Lin Fei felt a little troubled. Even if this demon did not have the combat power of a sovereign, it was not far from it. These attacks are useless against me. The Tier 1 demon laughed loudly. Ignoring the world storm, it broke through all defenses and charged at Lin Fei. Startled, Lin Fei blocked with both hands. Boom! Lin Fei's entire body was sent flying. The Tier 1 demon's eyes were bloodshot as it pounced at Shifeng. You're too weak. Lin Fei merged with the world storm, constantly changing his position and dodging the Tier 1 demon's attacks. He was extremely shocked. The demon realm isn't as simple as I thought. A demon boss is actually so powerful. What a joke. Blocking the demon's attack just now had nearly shattered all of Lin Fei's bones. If it wasn't for him activating the great Tao of true self to strengthen his body would have exploded from that attack. The leveling system is too much of a scam. If I weren't so strong, I'd probably be lying here waiting to be collected. How could Lin Fei not be shocked to see a fiend with the strength of a sovereign? The speed of the demons is very fast, and it's almost impossible to avoid them. Fortunately, there's a world storm, so I'm not in such a sorry state. But this can't go on. Lin Fei moved through the world storm, and the demon kept attacking. There was less than a second between them. Lin Fei was very passive. I found you. The demon's claw tore through the air, and a black shadow attacked. Lin Fei was just about to move when he was locked in place. The demon revealed a sinister smile and clawed at Lin Fei's afterimage. He ran away. The world storm dissipated, and he disappeared as well. The demon searched back and forth, but couldn't find anyone. He left unwillingly. Dominator rank fighting strength is truly terrifying. Lin Fei appeared in the stone pagoda and thought back to the scene just now. Even immortal Venerable's spiritual senses were unable to capture his traces, but the devil actually did and easily killed his way in. No wonder the system gave me 3 days. I also know that a first-rank demon is not easy to deal with. Lin Fei sat down on the throne, frowning. How was he going to deal with this demon? If the time wasn't up and he was teleported out, Lin Fei didn't doubt that he would be in danger, and it would be extremely dangerous. 3 days. Now, 1 day had passed, and only 2 days were left. The 2 days were separated. In other words, Lin Fei only had 2 chances. Otherwise, even if he failed, whether it was losing a level or not being allowed to enter for 3 months, Lin Fei couldn't accept it. Lin Fei calmed himself down and carefully thought back to the scene just now, hoping to find a solution. Speed. Lin Fei found the gap between him and the demon. Even though the fiend devil was incredibly strong, and was almost as strong as a sovereign, Lin Fei was still able to block it. The only thing he was afraid of was the fiend devil's speed. The combination of the fiend devil's incredible attack power and terrifying speed was definitely something to be afraid of. Lin Fei thought that he was not bad in everything except for speed. As long as I can slow down the demon, I'm not afraid of not killing that guy. Lin Fei opened the best quality system and began to search for related things. The next day, Lin Fei entered the demon space again, and the place he came in was the place he left before. Before entering, Lin Fei was ready. If the demon was still there, he would leave the attack range immediately. But this time, the demon wasn't here. The giant dragon corpse was also gone. The demon appeared in this place. It should be in this area. Let me go and find it. I don't believe I can't find it. Lin Fei's spiritual senses covered the sky and earth. The range was from 10 million miles to hundreds of millions of miles. Found it. Lin Fei quickly found a valley. There were many bones piled up in the valley, including the giant dragons. Lin Fei immediately determined that the demon was in this cave. World storm. Before Lin Fei reached the valley, he opened the world storm. A huge valley was razed to the ground. You again, disturbing my sleep. The demon shot into the sky, glaring at the weak human. You ran away yesterday, but you won't be able to escape today. Whoosh. Just like yesterday's attack. It was too fast. Lin Fei escaped into the world storm. The mountain behind him had been destroyed by the demon, and it was a mess. 5 streams of sword chi shot out. This time, all 5 streams of sword chi were separated. They were like golden ribbons, entangling the demon. Eternal Xana. Seeing that it was about to be wrapped up, the demon flapped its huge wings, preparing to blast the great sword chi out. In that instant, Lin Fei used a mystique secret skill. This was an ultimate skill from the eternal immortal emperor. Time seemed to stop, as if it was frozen in that instant. The great sword chi successfully wrapped around the demon's body, wrapping it tightly like a dumpling. Eternal Xana was too short. In just a breath's time, the demon recovered and was about to shatter the great sword chi's entanglement. Sword Mountain. The true self-world destroyer sword appeared in Lin Fei's hand. A terrifying sword technique blasted out. The demon was wrapped up and slowed down. One sword strike, and a large amount of blood burst out. The world storm's attack also landed on the demon. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Fei called out, "I want you to lose blood now." The demon slowed down. Just as he had guessed, the demon couldn't spread its wings, so it slowed down and couldn't track Lin Fei. Whoosh! Lin Fei darted out and slashed, leaving a wound on the demon's body. "You can't kill me," the demon shouted. Its body suddenly grew larger, and it shattered the great sword chi secret skill. Eternal Xana. As soon as he broke through, Lin Fei used another skill. The great sword chi wrapped around the demon again, and this time, the demon lost blood again. The great sword chi was close to the dominator level, so it wasn't easy to shatter. It needed time. This was the method that Lin Fei had come up with. In order to lock the demon in place, he had spent an entire night using time acceleration to upgrade this secret skill. Only then was he able to lock the demon in place for a breath's time. Now you feel good. Lin Fei wanted to waste time with the demon today. Let's see who could last longer. The demon was wrapped up, and the world storm started to shrink. It was controlled to a range of 10 million miles, and its power also increased. It attacked both internally and externally. Lin Fei's powerful moves greeted the demon's body. They were all moves from the Dominator sword technique. 5 million blood left. Lin Fei continued to waste time. Once the demon was about to break free, he would use this move. Even if the demon knew this move, it couldn't find a way to break it. It could only curse at the demon. Lin Fei didn't care. He would kill it first. Everything else was useless. Slash. A sword light as bright as the sun landed on the demon's body. The demon let out a cry of despair. It used up the last drop of blood and died at Lin Fei's hands. With the demon dead, Lin Fei let out a long breath. He had used up 80 to 90% of the true self-Tao in his body. This was something he hadn't experienced before. This demon was just too hard to deal with. Ding. Congratulations player on killing a rank 1 demon. Obtained 500 million experience points. Ding. Congratulations player on completing the quest. Obtained 1 billion experience points. Ding. Congratulations player on obtaining demon wings dropped by a rank 1 demon. Ding. Congratulations player on obtaining a dungeon key dropped by a rank 1 demon. Ding. Congratulations player on obtaining demon essence blood. Ding. Congratulations player on obtaining demon secret skill, Dominator splitting claw. Lin Fei's eyes widened. So many good items. EXP was nothing. Lin Fei's attention was attracted by the demon's wings, so he used the system to appraise it. Demon wings, obtained from the body of a demon. Increases the speed of the heavenly path by 80 times. An ancient item. No wonder it's so fast. It actually reached 80 times the speed of the heavenly path. This thing was really a good thing. It also said that the demon wings can only be used with a strong physique. My physique is so strong that it's the most suitable. When the time comes, combined with the world storm, no one can stop me. Lin Fei's physique speed was not even 50 times the speed of the heavenly path. This demon wings was already so strong. Whoever encountered it would be unlucky. Lin Fei was very happy that this item dropped from the demon. He had never been satisfied with his speed. Now that he had the demon wings, he was completely satisfied. Also, this demon's blood essence must be very terrifying. Lin Fei took out the demon's blood essence. Although it was only the size of a fist, the terrifying aura it contained shocked even him. If I let Hairball eat this, I believe she will definitely mature. When Lin Fei thought about how Furball had matured, which was the only primordial evil dragon in the entire universe, the mere thought of it made him excited. The demon was already so powerful, almost comparable to a dominator. Apart from Hairball, anyone else would definitely explode if they ate it. Chapter 1450. Lin Fei was overjoyed to have obtained so many good items in one go. Whether it was the demon wings, demon blood essence, or the ruler's cultivation technique, they were all rare items. There's also this demon dungeon. I wonder what's going on. Lin Fei toyed with a black scroll in his hand. At this moment, the scroll was sealed by some sort of power. Ding. Do you wish to open the demon dungeon? Lin Fei rejected the offer. If even a Tier 1 demon was so powerful, wouldn't he have wasted this opportunity if the demon dungeon contained even more powerful monsters? Lin Fei decided to make some preparations first. After collecting the experience stones, Lin Fei did not leave. Instead, he entered the cave that the Tier 1 demon had come from. There should be good items down there. With a few breaths, Lin Fei opened up a passage and entered an ancient palace. What a huge statue! As he descended, Lin Fei was shocked to see a massive palace that radiated an ancient aura. Lin Fei suspected that his eyes were playing tricks on him. The items in this palace were ancient. Carefully, Lin Fei released his divine sense and began searching the palace. Fortunately, the palace was not very large. After scanning it with his divine sense, he discovered that it was not as dangerous as he had imagined. The palace was not large. In fact, it was practically empty. Ignoring the demon statue at the entrance, Lin Fei descended into the palace. When he discovered something in a corner, he could not help but reveal a look of joy. Wow! There's actually so much immortal beast blood essence. With a flash, Lin Fei appeared in a corner of the palace. At this moment, there was a dense pile of immortal beast blood essence on the ground. There were at least 1,000,000 pieces. Lin Fei's heart nearly leaped out of his chest. Wow! How many immortal beasts did this guy kill? Immortal beast blood essence could only be obtained from immortal ranked immortal beasts. Of course, it also depended on one's luck. If one was unlucky, one might not even obtain one piece even after killing 10 immortal emperor beasts. Now, with a rough sweep, there were more than 1,000,000 immortal beast essence blood of different qualities, which exceeded Lin Fei's imagination. That demon almost has the combat strength of a ruler. Who knows how many immortal beasts he's killed over the years? For example, that giant dragon from yesterday was defeated in a few breaths. Lin Fei took a deep breath. These immortal beast blood essences belong to me. Lin Fei did not hesitate to accept all of them and put them into his storage ring. 1,320,000 immortal beast blood essence. For the time being, this number was an astronomical number for Lin Fei. According to the ratio of 1 to 5, the demons had killed close to 7 million immortal beasts in this area to obtain today's harvest. After collecting the immortal beast essence blood, Lin Fei went to search again, but there was nothing. Originally, the discovery of the immortal beast essence blood made Lin Fei happy for a while. He thought that there would be immortal beast fragments, but after searching for a while, there was nothing. If you don't have it, then so be it. Lin Fei didn't care anymore. With the immortal beast essence blood, this time, he could raise the 12 generals to a very high realm. Maybe they could break through to the celestial venerable realm. Lin Fei prepared to leave the demon space. Just as he came out, Lin Fei stopped again. This palace exudes an ancient aura. It is the oldest thing I have seen so far. It shouldn't be ordinary. Let's keep it first. Lin Fei turned into a giant and reached out. With a loud rumble, he grabbed the palace with one hand and tried to pull it out. But with Lin Fei's grab, the palace didn't move at all. This made Lin Fei dumbfounded. Even an celestial venerable wouldn't be able to dodge his grab. Moreover, it was pure physical strength. Now, he actually couldn't grab it. What a joke. Again boom 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 the soil around the palace exploded. Lin Fei grabbed the palace with both hands. With the support of the great path of true self, the huge palace started to shake. It was pulled out from the soil by Lin Fei. What is this thing? It's so solid. I almost couldn't grab it. Once the palace was out, as Lin Fei returned to his normal size, the palace also shrunk and landed on Lin Fei's palm. He used his divine sense to check back and forth, but he couldn't find anything. Appraisal. This time, the prompt that Lin Fei received was 3 question marks. Mysterious item? Unknown, no way, a palace is a mysterious item. Lin Fei really couldn't figure it out. Although Lin Fei was shocked, he threw it into the storage ring. Since it was in his hands, he would find out sooner or later, so there was no hurry. In Lin Fei's eyes, the demon space was even more extraordinary. In that case, I might as well cultivate the devil's wings first. After being fooled by the mysterious palace, Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry to get out. He found a place, cleared the surrounding immortal beasts, and took out the devil's wings. It was a pair of black wings covered with ancient patterns. Lin Fei could see that there were mysterious formations carved on it, but he wasn't sure what they were exactly. Ding. Do you want to fuse the devil's wings? With a thought from Lin Fei, a system notification popped up. Fuse. Ding. As the devil's wings are ancient items, fusing will require a certain amount of time and will bring about a certain amount of pain. Player, please take note. Swoosh the black devil's wings on his hand turned into a stream of light and entered Lin Fei's body. Suddenly, a feeling of blood and water merging spread throughout his body. The devil's wings seemed to be rooted in his body, and he felt intense pain all over his body. Do you have to do this? Lin Fei's body was instantly covered with green veins. This process lasted for 2 hours. During this time, the intense pain almost tore Lin Fei apart. This was the most painful experience he had ever experienced. This time, Lin Fei's physical body was ridiculously strong, and with the support of the great Tao of True Self, he endured it without wavering. If this was before, when he was fusing hundreds of divine bodies, Lin Fei had no doubt that he would be torn apart. Ding. Congratulations player for fusing the devil's wings. The system sounded again, and the intense pain disappeared as if it had never appeared. Done. Lin Fei felt that there was something extra in his body. With a thought, a pair of black devil's wings that exuded an ancient aura extended from his back. They were more than 10 meters long. With a thought, Lin Fei was hundreds of millions of miles away. So fast. It was as if the layers of void blocking him did not exist. 80 times the speed limit of heaven's path. It's really amazing. Swoosh Lin Fei's figure flashed. With 80 times the speed limit of heaven's path, his figure could no longer be seen. Even his divine senses could not keep up. World Storm. The horrifying World Storm was already at the 6th level, and it exuded terrifying might. Lin Fei felt that he had perfectly fused with it. As long as it was within the range of the World Storm, it would be under his control. Good stuff. This is really good stuff. Lin Fei continued to jump. Now that there were no more obstacles, hundreds of millions of miles could be traversed in a single breath. Chapter 1451. In the demon space. Lin Fei first successfully refined the demonic wings and made them a part of his body. After that, he started to cultivate the Dominator grade cultivation technique splitting claw strike. This Dominator grade cultivation technique was purely made for close combat. The rank 1 demon relied on this to put Lin Fei at a disadvantage. The power of this claw was a little too much for Lin Fei. If not for the World Storm and Eternal Instant to delay the rank 1 demon, he would have been seriously injured. This cultivation technique was better than the Great Sword Chi secret technique. It was for this reason that Lin Fei wanted to cultivate it. Especially after refining the demonic wings, this Dominator grade cultivation technique was more suitable for him. When Lin Fei came out of the demon space, he had already cultivated this cultivation technique to the entry level. Now he just had to find time to push it to the immortal venerable level. Once he reached this level, its power would be even stronger than the Great Sword Chi. Coming to the stone tower, Lin Fei appeared in the middle level of the training ground with a thought. Bao Mie and the rest were cultivating here. When Lin Fei arrived, they were all sitting cross-legged and refining the essence of the immortal beasts. A fierce aura rushed into the sky, turning into 12 balls of clouds. There were 12 vicious beasts sitting on top of them, and they were currently inhaling and exhaling mist. This was formed from their vicious aura. The stronger the vicious aura, the more powerful they were. As expected of the 12 generals that Insect Queen values the most. Their talent is unimaginable. Lin Fei scanned them with his divine sense and was very satisfied with their speed. At this moment, the strongest was still Bao Mie. He had already entered the 3rd level of the Great Tao. His combat strength could definitely fight against a peak 4th level immortal emperor. The others were also at the peak of the 2nd level. Only they could improve at this speed. As long as there was immortal beast flesh to devour, they could break through all the way without any cultivation. They had the most potential. Right now, the myriad worlds were not peaceful. Lin Fei needed enough experts to guard the great metropolis world. Wake up. When Lin Fei's voice swept over them, everyone woke up. Master. The 12 generals swallowed the ball of evil qi and all stood up. Your speed of improvement is not bad, but it's still too slow. Lin Fei said, so, I specially brought you something good. Whoosh ~~ millions of immortal beast blood essence flew out and piled up like a mountain. This thing is of great use to us. Husai had a big bald head and his eyes lit up. Master, are these things for us to cultivate? As long as we have these good things, we can improve faster. Kong squinted. The 12 generals were the most sensitive to this. Whether it was good or not, he could tell at a glance. The 12 of you will be divided equally. I want you to break through in the shortest time possible, Lin Fei said, and then left the space of the stone pagoda. The 12 generals were extremely excited. This thing was much better than the flesh and blood of immortal beasts. The difference was like heaven and earth. What are you all standing around for? Aren't you going to split up so that you can break through your current realm? Explosion extermination. Wait until I break through to the celestial supremacy realm. Let's see how you can be the first battle general. Battle General Crocodile shot out his battle intent. Me too. These guys. Lin Fei shook his head. These guys. Wasn't it just the title of the first general? What was there to fight for? However, it was good to fight for it. Lin Fei didn't know how many times he had seen such a situation. After leaving the immortal beast blood essence, Lin Fei went to grab Hairball and threw it into one of the layers. Master, what good things do you have to eat this time? Hairball had devoured a lot of good things, but it was still a long way from maturity. It was already good enough that Lin Fei didn't go broke. She asked for food as soon as they met. What do you think of this thing? Lin Fei took out the evil demon blood essence. Gulp, gulp ~~ as soon as he took it out, Lin Fei knew that he had underestimated Hairball's appetite. I want to eat, I want to eat. Furball was originally very lazy, but when it saw the fiend blood essence, it was as if it had seen a beautiful woman. It stared at the fiend blood essence, saliva dripping from its mouth. It won't explode, right? Lin Fei had experienced the power of a rank 1 evil demon. It was an existence comparable to a ruler. The evil demon blood essence contained terrifying energy. We primordial evil dragons can eat anything. Hairball drooled. Moreover, a thought came from the depths of my mind. As long as I eat this thing, I might be able to break through to maturity and become a real primordial evil dragon. At that time, I can help Master. I'll eat anyone who dares to disobey Master. Hairball's current combat strength wasn't high, but her defense was terrifyingly strong. Lin Fei was looking forward to seeing what would happen after she entered maturity. She would at least have the combat strength of an immortal venerable. Here you go. Lin Fei threw the evil demon blood essence over. Hairball shook her body and returned to her original form. She opened her mouth and swallowed it. A terrifying evil aura swept out. Hairball's huge body shook. So satisfying, so satisfying. Lin Fei had long since left Furball's vicinity. He stood in the sky and watched as Furball let out a satisfied cry. Its massive body continued to split apart, and then it grew back to normal in the blink of an eye. Hairball was already very long. Lin Fei sucked in a breath of cold air at the effects of the demon blood essence. Hua 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 tilde Hairball's body kept growing, from tens of millions of zhong to billions of zhong. Fortunately, the Realm Lord's stone pagoda was big enough, otherwise, it would have exploded. Furball's body continued to swell under the effects of pleasure and pain, turning into a massive monster. An immortal venerable level demon dragon was very big, but compared to Furball, it was completely incomparable. It was on the level of a small earth. Lin Fei didn't feel good at all. If that immortal venerable evil dragon encountered Hairball, it would probably be sent flying with a single claw. If Hairball uses Rend Claw, I wonder what would happen. After Hairball consumed the evil demon blood essence, Lin Fei didn't dare to leave. If the medicinal effect was too strong and he couldn't suppress it, Lin Fei would have to do it himself. He didn't know when he would come across such evil demon blood essence, so he had to cherish it. When Furball's body reached a length of 200 million kilometers, it stopped moving. Looking over, her body was like a meandering mountain range with no end in sight. As for Hairball's black scales, they had turned dark gold and were flickering with resplendent luster. Hairball's aura was also increasing. The pressure became more and more grand. Half a day later, the pressure wasn't any weaker than an immortal venerable. It was at least 10 times stronger than an immortal venerable evil dragon. Two masses of qi entered and exited, causing the void to tremble. Good posture. No wonder the primordial evil dragon could become a top race in ancient times. Its combat power is really not weak. Lin Fei knew that Hairball was very lucky this time. If not for opening the evil demon space and obtaining the evil demon blood essence, Hairball wouldn't have such a huge change within a few chaos years. Lin Fei stayed in the training ground for 3 days. He didn't move during these 3 days. Roar tilde accompanied by an earth-shattering roar, Hairball's huge body turned into a mass of black fog, and a fierce young man walked out. He walked quickly to Lin Fei and grinned, "Master, I finally entered the mature stage." A young man appeared, exuding a vicious aura. If it wasn't for the familiar aura, Lin Fei would have thought that he recognized the wrong person. "This is what you look like in the mature stage." Lin Fei was happy to hear that Hairball had entered the mature stage. A mature primordial evil dragon. Yes, this is what we look like in the mature stage. Without Master's blood essence, it would take me at least dozens of chaos years to enter the mature stage. Hairball said excitedly, "Master, I can help you kill people now. I can eat anyone who doesn't like Master." Lin Fei underestimated the time it took for the primordial evil dragon to enter the mature stage. Dozens of chaos years was too long. He didn't know what would happen during this period. Lin Fei used his divine senses to check but couldn't see Hairball's realm. "You have entered the mature stage. I don't know what realm you are at now. Tell me, how do I say this?" Hairball scratched her head, "I don't know. Damn, I don't know." Lin Fei was surprised. Are all primordial evil dragons in the mature stage so awesome? Try attacking me. Lin Fei knew Hairball's strength after trying. "You really want to try? Come on. Your master isn't as weak as you think." Lin Fei patted his chest. "Then I'm coming." Furball swatted at him, and all Lin Fei saw was a blur as the terrifying palm landed on his chest. His entire body was sent flying, crashing deep into the ground. "Master!" Hairball chased after him as if she had done something wrong. "Damn, so strong." Lin Fei was also stunned. That slap just now had a hint of a ruler's aura. Did Hairball become a ruler? Lin Fei looked at Hairball as if he was looking at a rank 1 demon. "Master, are you okay?" Hairball appeared beside Lin Fei with her head lowered. "I'm fine." Lin Fei's blood churned from the impact. "Try attacking me again." Hairball was reluctant at first, but Lin Fei ordered her to continue attacking. This time, Lin Fei unfurled his demon wings and barely dodged Hairball's attacks. "Stop." Lin Fei retracted his demon wings. He could not help but gasp as he looked at Hairball. She's improved a lot. Although she's not a true ruler, her body is as tough as a tier 1 demon's. Her attacks also contain a ruler's aura. She's barely a ruler now. This news was too exciting for Furball. Hairball, your primordial evil dragon race is truly a terrifying race. You're almost a ruler now. Lin Fei laughed. I'm almost no match for you. Lin Fei had never imagined that Hairball, whom he had picked up in the past, would eventually become a ruler. Moreover, she would be a ruler with first-rate speed and attack power. Master is the strongest. If it wasn't for Master, I would never have reached the mature stage in my life. I might have even died halfway. Hairball flattered. Now that I've reached maturity, I have legacy memories in my mind. So long as I cultivate those cultivation techniques, I should be even stronger than I am now. Crap. This is too heaven-defying. This speed was enough to take someone's life. Chapter 1452. With Hairball's advancement, Lin Fei finally had a true expert by his side. If any major power had a ruler overseeing it, no one would dare to underestimate its influence. No matter how strong an immortal sovereign was, they wouldn't stand a chance against a ruler. The great metropolis heaven now had an expert on par with a ruler. Lin Fei was overjoyed. He didn't expect the fiend blood to be so effective. Unfortunately, the 12 generals couldn't use it for now. If possible, Lin Fei didn't mind entering the fiend dimension to search for fiend blood and nurture enough rulers. 12 sovereigns. That's pretty freaking awesome. But now, Hairball was enough. He could show off with her by his side. In order to allow Hairball to unleash the power of a ruler and learn an inherited secret art, Lin Fei took out a large number of experience pills and let Hairball choose an offensive secret art that was most suitable for her. Even though Hairball's casual attack was powerful, Lin Fei wasn't satisfied. Every day, he killed immortal beasts and dropped experience stones. Lin Fei had a large number of top-grade points left. It was best for Hairball to cultivate now. A ruler needed to unleash the power of a ruler. Lin Fei didn't want to expose Hairball's ruler strength. Lin Fei was prepared to treat Hairball as the mysterious great metropolis heaven god. There was a huge difference between knowing and not knowing. After Hairball's advancement, Lin Fei grew calmer. Every day, he would cultivate and level up. Apart from that, he would cultivate secret techniques and divine abilities. For example, the splitting claw strike from a rank 1 demon was most suitable for immortals with powerful bodies. When Lin Fei had nothing to do, he would use time acceleration to cultivate it. This claw art was very suitable for Lin Fei. After 3,000 years, Lin Fei managed to cultivate this claw technique to the immortal reverent level. With a large number of experience stones, it wasn't difficult to cultivate to the immortal sovereign level. Moreover, Lin Fei's cultivation was also increasing, saving him a lot of time. Once he mastered this claw art, Lin Fei's strength increased again. Whoosh! Lin Fei made a grabbing motion with his bare hands. A black shadow flashed by, and a roaring immortal beast in the distance was grabbed to death by Lin Fei. What domineering power! It was an immortal emperor-level immortal beast. This swipe was even stronger than the Great Sword Chi secret art. Lin Fei was very satisfied. Under the starry sky, the 3 crimson shadows controlled a huge star as they tore through the air. Wherever they passed, anything that blocked their way would vanish into thin air after being hit by the star. On the star, there were 3 black-armored giants sitting cross-legged. Each of them was 100 jong tall, like a small mountain, and they sat there without moving. We've been trapped for so many years. The people outside are too weak. Catcher. One of the giants grabbed a roasted immortal beast and ate it in big mouthfuls. A murderous glint flashed in his eyes, and his body exuded a bloody aura of slaughter. Hehe, all the experts died in that war. What kind of experts are there? They're just farts to us. We can kill them all with a flick of our fingers. The 3 ate the roasted meat in big mouthfuls. I heard that Di Tian of the great metropolis world is quite capable. He even captured immortal sovereign Sky Ocean. The giant sitting in the middle had a ferocious glint in his eyes. He bit down and ate a large piece of roasted meat. Immortal sovereign Sky Ocean is just trash. When we kill our way to the great metropolis world, we'll uproot the great metropolis world and take everyone into our grotto heaven world. Ha ha ha. The 3 laughed arrogantly. Big brother, look. It looks like those guys from the Immortal Court. One of the giants stood up. It was Immortal Sovereign Bloodsea, the youngest of the three brothers. Billions of miles away, a few auras no weaker than them were advancing with large strides. They were using the great teleportation secret art. They really are from the Immortal Court. I know a few of them. Another giant stood up. His forehead flashed with blood. This was their big brother, blood-crazed Immortal Sovereign. He squinted his eyes. It seems like they are heading to the great metropolis world. They are heading in the same direction as us. Big brother, should we teach them a lesson? I heard that the people from the Immortal Court are very rich. If we kill them, we can get rich. The second brother, blood-crazed Immortal Sovereign, revealed his killing intent. The people from the Immortal Court aren't good people either. Since we have encountered them, we have to teach them a lesson. Blood-crazed Immortal Sovereign's eyes flashed with fierceness. We have arrived. A huge star flew over and stopped outside the great metropolis world. The three blood brothers stood on the star. Big brother, those people from the Immortal Court are following us. Bloodsea Immortal Sovereign looked back. I didn't expect them to have such a powerful Immortal Sovereign treasure. We wasted our efforts. Blood-crazed Immortal Sovereign didn't even look at them. Once we enter the great metropolis world, we will head straight for Invincible Palace. We won't give them any chance. The three blood brothers did make a move. The only thing they didn't expect was that the Immortal Court's Immortal Sovereign would have a powerful Immortal Sovereign treasure. The three of them used the star to attack, but still couldn't take them down. Let's go in. The three kept the star and broke through the world barrier, charging in. Just as they disappeared, four Immortal Sovereigns arrived with killing intent on their faces. We are still a step too late. These four were Immortal Sovereigns from the Immortal Court. Especially the leader, he gave off a righteous aura that was vast and mighty. It wasn't something the three blood brothers could compare to. Although the three blood brothers are strong, it won't be easy for them to deal with Di Tian. Let's go in immediately. We can't let them snatch all the benefits. Otherwise, we won't be able to report back. The Immortal Court's Immortal Sovereigns were furious at the three blood brothers. Only the Immortal Sovereigns of the Forsaken Land of Immortals would be so despicable and shameless to sneak attack them. Luckily, they didn't get any benefits. Even so, the Immortal Court's experts were filled with resentment. Let's go in too. The three blood brothers entered the great metropolis world. Their powerful divine senses immediately locked onto the sky above Invincible Palace. Through the information they gathered, Di Tian had always been in the great metropolis world. They just had to go straight to their lair and start a massacre to force Di Tian to show himself. Once they locked onto the sky, the three's figures flashed and appeared above Invincible Palace. The blood-red Immortal Sovereign laughed, blood-sea torrential sky. His entire body turned into a blood-colored giant wave that covered the sky. He created a huge wave that was tens of thousands of feet tall and swept towards Invincible Palace. If he was swept up, not many people in Invincible Palace would be able to survive. Di Tian, come out quickly. Otherwise, we will destroy your entire great metropolis world. There weren't many people in Invincible Palace now. The moment the three blood brothers appeared, more than 10 Immortal Sovereigns' auras soared into the sky and locked onto them. Demon Sealing Immortal Sovereign and the rest had attacked. I knew you guys would attack. Chapter 1453. The three blood brothers unleashed their unparalleled strength right from the start. It's the blood brothers, they're out. Demon Sealing Immortal Monarch and the other Immortal Monarchs had been in the Forsaken Immortal Land for a long time. They naturally knew that there were many Immortal Monarchs suppressed in the depths of the Forsaken Immortal Land. Each of them was very powerful. If they weren't suppressed and their strength was greatly reduced, they would have caused quite a commotion in the Forsaken Immortal Land. Fortunately, they weren't simply exiled, they were suppressed. Normally, they wouldn't dare to enter the depths. Those guys were the ones who would go on a killing spree. They had heard of the Blood Brothers. They were most famous for controlling an immortal monarch treasure made from a star. The three of them worked together. Their power was increased by 30%. Bloody Battle Immortal Monarch suppressed the attack with the star. Demon Sealing Immortal Monarch, you still have the face to attack. I'll kill all of you today. Bloody battle. Immortal Monarch laughed and controlled the star to crush them. Let's see who can save you. Blood frenzy. Immortal Monarch, Tien is someone our immortal court wants to take away. Have you asked for our permission before taking him away? A furious roar came from the horizon. A red sun rose up dazzlingly. With just you guys. Only Blood frenzy. Immortal Monarch didn't attack. He raised his brows and punched over 100 times. Fist rays crisscrossed and landed on the red sun. I heard that Blood frenzy. Immortal Monarch was suppressed by our immortal court back then. Today, I'll suppress you again and let you know that without our immortal court, you'd still be exiled. The red sun faded and a red-robed immortal monarch appeared. His body was covered in flames, especially his eyes which shot out flames, burning the surrounding void. Xiantian Fire God Finger. Red Wheel. Immortal Monarch's 10 fingers were like the sun, burning the void. He ordered the remaining 3 immortal monarchs to attack the 2 blood brothers and suppress them. Master, they're fighting. Hairball shouted in the Realm Lord Stone Tower, let me go out and eat them. Furball, whose combat strength was comparable to a ruler's, was as delicious as ever. When he saw the immortal paragons fighting outside, he wanted nothing more than to devour them all. It would be best if he could devour them cleanly so that he wouldn't have to waste time outside. The immortal fruit wine was placed in front of Lin Fei, and he drank it unhurriedly. The immortal court and the forsaken land of immortals aren't that peaceful either. The 3 blood brothers aren't weak at all, especially that star treasure. It's really a good thing to increase one's combat power. Hairball, when you attack later, don't break them. They are valuable things. As for those immortal venerables, you can eat them if you want. Anyway, they are here to give us things. This time, be it the immortal court or the forsaken land of immortals, the immortal venerables arranged by them were stronger than the last time. For example, the 3 blood brothers were able to fight venerable demon sealers group to a draw. Although they were relying on Xing Chen's immortal venerable treasures, one had to admit that their strength was tyrannical. If they joined forces, they were almost comparable to a high-level immortal venerable. As for the immortal court side, the red-robed immortal reverend was the strongest. He was locked in a stalemate with blood-crazed immortal reverend. The outcome of the battle would not be decided in a short period of time. It's not good to keep fighting like this. I can't let my great metropolis heaven be destroyed. Lin Fei didn't plan to attack. Hairball, you can attack now. Lin Fei said to Hairball. These fellows dare to find trouble with Master. I'm going to eat them all. Hairball had entered the mature stage. She was closer to Lin Fei. Watch me devour the heavens and earth. This was Hairball's sacred art in the past. But now that she used it, the entire great metropolis heaven instantly turned dark. It was an endless darkness. The silent atmosphere made one's heart palpitate. The battle outside suddenly stopped. This darkness seemed to last for 10,000 years, but it also seemed like an instant. When light appeared again, the surroundings of Invincible Palace returned to peace. Everyone was gone, not a single one was left. The battle just now ended as if it had never happened. Damn, you sucked them all in? Lin Fei, who was drinking wine, nearly dropped his cup. This sacred art was too domineering. There were 20 immortal supremacies. Furball patted his stomach. That's right. They're all in my stomach now. My inherited memories tell me that our ancestors were the strongest, able to eat an entire world in a single bite. The current me can't even chew through a world, so swallowing them in a single bite won't be a problem at all. Lin Fei had seen Hairball's sacred art many times. But the formation this time around was just 2F** King Awesome. With a single gulp, all the immortal paragons were swallowed up in one go. Lin Fei knew that he did not have the strength to do so. The primordial evil dragon was a demon. Master, they are in my stomach now. Do you want to take a look? There was another world inside Hairball. Lin Fei naturally wanted to go in. She was a guest after all. It would be a bit inappropriate if the master didn't show up. Of course. Why? They have good stuff on them. Lin Fei smiled. Oh right, you swallowed them. The news shouldn't spread, right? Hairball said proudly, Master, don't worry. My grotto heaven is different from others. As long as they are in my stomach, no news will spread. Master, come in. Hairball opened her mouth. A black whirlpool appeared, revealing a black passage. Lin Fei dived in and appeared in a grotto heaven world that looked like a star. At this moment, be it the three blood brothers or Red Wheel Immortal Supremacy and the rest, they were all at a loss. There was a trace of fear in their eyes. Just now, the world was dark. An irresistible force shrouded them. When they reacted and appeared in such a place, their divine sense was suppressed. This was a power that surpassed them. For a moment, they suspected that it was a ruler. But did Great Metropolis Heaven have a ruler? They didn't believe that a ruler was so easy to break through. It was even more impossible for a ruler to appear in a middle-level world. Then what was going on? Boom 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 tilde the three blood brothers had already gathered together. They attacked with stars but were reflected every time. Damn it, what is this place? What is your Great Metropolis Heaven plotting? The three blood brothers stared at Demon Sealing Immortal Supremacy's group. They appeared in this place inexplicably. Their first suspicion was that they were the culprit. They were horrified. They landed in this place without resistance. Other than a ruler, who else could do it? But was it possible for a ruler? They kept asking themselves if it was Di Tian who did it. Demon Sealing Immortal Supremacy's group was also confused. They subconsciously thought that it was their master's doing. Only the great and omnipotent master would do such a thing. Red Wheel Immortal Supremacy called the three Immortal Supremacies to his side. This place has a dangerous aura. You three need to be careful, don't act rashly. Red Wheel Immortal Supremacy had seen the world before, but he only knew that this was a grotto heaven world. Divine senses couldn't explore it as it was suppressed. Everyone, this place is not bad, right? Suddenly, a clear voice echoed in the grotto heaven world. Lin Fei swaggered out. You are Di Tian, you are the one behind this. Blood Sea Immortal Supremacy immediately recognized him. The three blood brothers were telepathically connected, they knew what to do with just one action and one look. The gigantic celestial treasures of the celestial reverends radiated a terrifying aura. The three of them actually joined forces at this moment, causing a terrifying might to erupt forth, locking onto Di Tian. Even Red Wheel Immortal Supremacy was a step slower. You still have the qualifications to be arrogant in my place. Lin Fei shouted and snapped his fingers at the grotto heaven world. Whoosh tilde a terrifying aura pressed down on them. Damn it, we can't move. What kind of power is this? The three blood brothers were immobilized in the air. The star attack's power was also dispersed. This power far surpassed these immortal venerables' imagination. Except for Demon Sealing Immortal Supremacy, the others were suppressed by the grotto heaven world's power. Master, these guys are really daring, they still dare to be arrogant in my territory. I can suppress them with just a thought, Master can deal with them as you wish. Hairball's voice resounded in Lin Fei's ears. Hairball is really good at handling matters. Even if today's matter spreads out, no one will know what happened. As for suspicion, no one will suspect Hairball. Lin Fei thought, capturing 7 immortal venerables at once, and some of them have quite a strong background, they can only blame their bad luck. Demon Sealing Immortal Supremacy and the rest immediately flew over when they saw their master. Master. After the previous incident, Demon Sealing Immortal Supremacy and the rest's strength had increased again. They could fight against Blood Battle Immortal Supremacy without losing. Go and strip them of all their belongings. Lin Fei waved his hand, a throne appeared and he sat on it. Di Tian, you dare, we are people from immortal sects. Blood Frenzy Immortal Supremacy roared. Although they were suppressed, they could still speak. How could they bear to hear that they were going to be robbed? All of their possessions were here. Lin Fei did not mind, hehe, so what if you are from immortal sects? This is my territory, you can come and go as you please, do you think I am easy to bully? The three blood brothers were ancient immortal venerables. But they had truly suffered a setback this time, they still did not know the reason. They watched as Demon Sealing Immortal Supremacy and the rest charged over and took everything from them. Besides their armor, Xing Chen's immortal venerable treasure was pushed over. Seeing Demon sealing immortal supremacy coming towards Red Wheel immortal supremacy, their expressions changed. Di-Tien, by suppressing us, you are going against our immortal court. When our people arrive, your great metropolis heaven will not be able to protect you, even you will be suppressed. Red Wheel immortal supremacy's heart turned cold. They came to this place inexplicably and their immortal venerables were suppressed. No matter how stupid they were, they knew that this was Di-Tien's doing. Chapter 1454. Threat. I'm not afraid of you. Lin Fei didn't care at all. Demon sealing immortal venerable and the other lackeys became even more excited. They liked this job now, their eyes shone brightly as they stared at them. Master was simply too amazing. Di-Tien, you dare. Di-Tien, quickly let us go. You're courting death. Immortal courts, immortal venerable shouted furiously. In just a short while, all the things on his body were stripped clean, except for an immortal armor that was left behind to cover his body. Continue cursing. Lin Fei stood up. You won't have a chance anyway. Lin Fei placed the storage ring in front of him. All of them were broken. This star-time immortal venerable treasure is yours to use. As for the immortal venerable treasure, Lin Fei threw it to Demon sealing immortal venerable and the rest. With this, their battle strength would rise again. Thank you, Master. Demon sealing immortal venerable and the rest were excited. Master was too generous. This level of immortal venerable treasure was given to them. This was unimaginable in the past. Who didn't know how precious this thing was? The three blood brothers roared, their eyes were almost spewing fire as they watched helplessly as the treasure fell into someone else's hands. Lin Fei was never polite to his people. You guys can slowly enjoy these good days. Lin Fei transmitted to Hairball. Demon sealing immortal venerable and the rest appeared in the Realm Lord Stone Tower in the blink of an eye. Lin Fei didn't care about how Hairball would deal with them next. After coming in, they didn't need to leave. Oh right, you better keep your mouths shut about what happened today. Before sending them away, Lin Fei told them to bury the matter in their hearts. Of course, if Lin Fei didn't say anything, they wouldn't spread it. The more mysterious and powerful their master was, the better their lives were. Compared to the time in the Forsaken Land of Immortals, their lives were much better. For example, their current strength and equipment were things they had never imagined. The Immortal Court and the Forsaken Land of Immortals had sent out immortal reverence to the Great Metropolis Heavens. Great Metropolis Heaven had more than 10 immortal venerables guarding it. Its power was not bad. Iron Blood Alliance's Devil Breaker leader had suffered a huge loss and was now unwilling to come out of his lair. It was said that Great Metropolis World's Di-Tien had detained the immortal paragons of the Forsaken Land of Immortals, not giving the Immortal Court any face. Everyone was watching a good show. In their eyes, Di-Tien was a brute who only knew how to fight and kill. Veteran immortal venerables like the Blood Brothers swaggered through the streets. There was no one who didn't know about them. Everyone's expressions changed when they heard about them. But these immortal supremacies disappeared the moment they entered the Great Metropolis Heaven. When the news came out, all the worlds in the universe cried out in alarm. This was inconceivable. It was said that after the world fell into darkness, all the experts of the Immortal Court and the Forsaken Land of Immortals disappeared. No one knew who did it. All the major forces in the universe were completely moved. Could it be that the Great Metropolis Heaven was hiding some peerless powerhouse? Once this guess came out, everyone felt uneasy. Could it be that there was another major force in the universe? As a neighbor, the Devil Breaker leader was so scared that he peed his pants. They were already so strong before and now there was another peerless powerhouse guarding them. How could he live like this? No one liked to live in fear with a tiger sleeping next to them. When the Immortal Court and the Forsaken Land of Immortals heard this news, they were in an uproar. They couldn't accept this result. The sects of the Forsaken Land of Immortals had just been established. Their foundations were far inferior to the Immortal Court. In the end, they suffered a huge loss in the Great Metropolis Heaven. This time, no one could remain calm. The Great Metropolis Heaven, which originally had some major forces, leaped onto the stage. Whether that peerless expert was just passing by or from the great metropolis heaven became a matter worth considering. Whether or not they should continue to act, the two factions were divided into two factions, and the two factions were in a heated argument. Originally, everyone thought that the immortal court and the large sects had sent experts to attack the great metropolis heaven. In the end, they only sent out words of condemnation to Di Tian and Yun Yun. This result shocked everyone. Only a few people who stood at the top knew that they were afraid of the person who had attacked. Before understanding the situation, they definitely wouldn't attack again. Facing the condemnation of the immortal court and the large sects, Di Tian of the great metropolis heaven said that he didn't know anything. If they couldn't force a confession out of torture, they might have offended someone. They were playing dumb. Just like that, everyone started arguing. The immortal court and the large sects are really shameless. Lin Fei knew that they didn't have the guts to attack. After all, immortal supremes were treasures. One less meant one less power. This was especially true for the large sects. They had lost the 3 blood brothers and a sky-ocean immortal sovereign. They were about to cough up blood. Hearing the reports, Lin Fei thought of the squabbles between countries back on Earth. They were afraid of each other, but now, they were afraid of the immortal court and the large sects. Lin Fei's trump cards were all in the dark. Before understanding the situation, they definitely wouldn't send experts to attack. Report, someone from the large sects came, saying that they want to ransom someone. An immortal king guard came in from outside. If you feel the pain, then come to ransom someone. Hee. Lin Fei ordered the guard to bring the person in. Large sects Earth Emperor Immortal Sovereign greets Realm Lord Di Tian. Earth Emperor Immortal Sovereign walked in alone. His cold aura seemed to wander in the darkness. Looking at the young man on the throne, Earth Emperor Immortal Sovereign had to suppress his pride. The 3 blood brothers had fallen here, and no one knew whether they were dead or alive. So sensible. Lin Fei thought that the people from the large sects would make a big fuss. Now, it seemed like they knew how to control their temper. Originally, Lin Fei was prepared to detain them. Earth Emperor Immortal Sovereign, you are quite bold. You dare to come in alone. Aren't you afraid that I will capture you? Lin Fei slapped the throne and said with a sharp gaze. Earth Emperor Immortal Sovereign was an immortal sovereign, so no one dared to slap the table. In order to ransom Sky Sea Immortal Sovereign, he could only endure. I am just a representative of an emissary. If Realm Lord Di Tian captures me, it will only make the people outside look down on us. Earth Emperor Immortal Sovereign said, if Realm Lord Di Tian really wants to capture me, then I will accept it. Large sects are large sects. Why would I capture you? It was just a joke. Lin Fei said, I heard that you want to ransom someone. Sky Sea Immortal Sovereign has been in your place for some time. We want to bring him back. I hope you can allow it. Earth Emperor Immortal Sovereign cupped his hands. This is a small matter. You can ask Sky Sea Immortal Sovereign. Lin Fei smiled. Why are you asking me? Earth Emperor Immortal Sovereign thought, shameless guy. If you didn't detain Sky Sea Immortal Sovereign, why would I come here personally? It's not easy to be an emissary. Chapter 1455. The Earth Emperor Immortal Venerable was very confident in this trip. A little bumpkin from the lower realm, no matter how amazing he was still a bumpkin. If it wasn't for the disagreement within the large sects, they wouldn't have arranged for him to redeem Tian Hai Immortal Venerable. A Tian Hai Immortal Venerable who cultivated a Dominator-level cultivation technique had a high status in the large sects. Even 10 Immortal Venerables couldn't compare to him. Let's see if you agree. The Earth Emperor Immortal Venerable thought. The rise of the great metropolis heaven hadn't been long. Before this, the number of Immortal Venerables was few and far between. If it wasn't for the large sects pulling a batch away, how could they have become famous in the great metropolis heaven? Even so, the foundation of the great metropolis heaven was still very weak. They definitely didn't have any immortal venerable treasures, and cultivation techniques were also a problem. The powerful cultivation techniques were all in the hands of the large sects. An immortal venerable level cultivation technique could create a large number of immortal powerhouses. There was a huge difference in the quality of a cultivation technique. A person who cultivated an immortal emperor-level cultivation technique was far from being a match for an immortal venerable powerhouse. This time, in order to bring them back, the large sects took out 5 low-level immortal venerable treasures and the 30th immortal venerable cultivation technique. If these things were placed in the outside world, any force that obtained them would become a powerhouse in their lifetime. Even if they couldn't reach the immortal venerable realm, they wouldn't be too far away. Their own force would also become a large force, lasting for hundreds of chaos years. Just these rubbish things. Lin Fei thought that they would take out some good things. Now that he heard it, they were all useless things. Do you really think I'm a bumpkin? Ignorant. Lin Fei had quite a few immortal venerable cultivation techniques and several immortal venerable treasures, but these things were useless to him now. Realm Lord Di Tian, you should know the value of these things. They can't be bought with money in the universe. The Earth Emperor Immortal Venerable said coldly. Immortal Venerable level cultivation techniques were rarely auctioned because they were too expensive. Men, send the guest off. Wanting to redeem people with just these things, what a joke. Since he had come to redeem them, if he did not take a bite out of them, Lin Fei would not agree to let them go. Not detaining them was already giving them face. The smugness in the eyes of the earthly Emperor Immortal Venerate, who had a good plan, vanished without a trace. He was completely frightened by these words. Realm Lord Di Tian, this matter can be discussed. Earthly Emperor Immortal Venerable didn't expect Realm Lord Di Tian to have such a bad temper. The moment they disagreed, they wanted to send him away. Before coming here, he had promised those people that he would bring the Heavenly Sea Immortal Venerate back. Lin Fei sneered, your great sects really have a good plan. Do you really think I'm a bumpkin? You want to scheme against me, Lin Fei? The Heavenly Sea Immortal Venerate is a mid-level Immortal Venerate and has cultivated a sovereign-level cultivation technique. I don't think I need to say more about a sovereign-level cultivation technique. Its value is not a problem in another world. Moreover, the Heavenly Sea Immortal Venerate has already started cultivating it. Do you think I will agree to these things? When the Earthly Emperor Immortal Venerate came, he did not take Di Tian seriously. He thought that if he mentioned the benefits, Di Tian would not agree. He didn't expect Di Tian to fall out with him on the spot. Then I wonder what Realm Lord Di Tian can do to let them go. Lin Fei already had a plan. This is simple. I need at least 100 low-level Immortal Venerate treasures. If there aren't 100, 50 is fine. I need at least 20 mid-level Immortal Venerate treasures. As for Immortal Venerate level cultivation techniques, I need at least 100. After all, the Heavenly Sea Immortal Venerate is not an ordinary Immortal Venerate. Impossible. The Earthly Emperor Immortal Venerate almost coughed out a mouthful of blood. This Realm Lord Di Tian's appetite was simply too big. Wasn't he afraid of bursting? Over 100 low-level Immortal Venerate treasures? To think that you can even mention mid-level Immortal Venerate treasures. In any case, this is my intention. You can go back and tell them yourself. If they are not satisfied, I will not let them go. Also, I have good food and drinks here. I believe the Heavenly Sea Immortal Venerate will be very willing to stay here. Willing my ass. As the sound of Lin Fei's voice faded, 2 guards immediately came up and asked the Earthly Emperor Immortal Venerate to leave. If it was during normal times, the Earthly Emperor Immortal Venerate would have already slapped this fellow to death. But now was not the time. I will help you pass on Realm Lord Di Tian's request. As for whether they will agree or not, that's hard to say. The Earthly Emperor Immortal Venerate threw down a sentence and turned to leave. I believe you guys will definitely agree. Lin Fei turned and entered the Realm Lord's stone pagoda. First, he went to visit Bao Mie and the others. Right now, all of them were in a deep level of seclusion. Their bodies were emitting powerful auras, and they were about to break through to a new realm. Soon, Lin Fei's gaze landed on one of the levels of the training ground. His 4 wives and daughters were currently killing immortal beasts to temper themselves. Their strength had risen very quickly and had already reached the Immortal Emperor realm. Lin Fei originally wanted them to slow down their cultivation. But he couldn't withstand their words. "Hubby, you are already so strong, we also want to be your helpers." Lin Fei retreated in defeat. In Lin Fei's heart, protecting women was something that a man should do. Arriving at the highest level of the Realm Lord Stone Pagoda, Hairball was also here. This fellow rarely went out now. After capturing an immortal venerable and eating one, the remaining immortal venerates actually surrendered. "Did you not eat? Quickly roast some meat for me." A red-robed immortal venerable was sent flying by a claw. He didn't dare to show any anger on his face. He immediately ran back and obediently roasted some meat. "Good, you are good. Where is my drink? It will be here soon." Immediately, an immortal venerable brought over a huge flask of immortal brew. Seeing this scene, Lin Fei realized that Hairball was the happiest person. When Lin Fei first saw them, he had also been shocked. Furball had not eaten all of them, but had instead kept them by his side. Only after asking did he find out. Later on, he found out that these fellows were all controlled by Hairball. A type of control technique from the primordial evil dragon's inheritance was specially used to serve their race. The service of 7 immortal venerates. This kind of supreme enjoyment was something that not many people could enjoy. At this moment, Hairball squinted her eyes and enjoyed the service of the lackeys. "Master, you are here." Seeing Lin Fei appear, Hairball pushed away the people beside her and ran over. "Today, I asked them to capture a dragon. Let's eat dragon meat together." Lin Fei took a look. There was indeed dragon meat on it. Its blood energy was dense. It was definitely an immortal emperor dragon race expert. "You really know how to enjoy yourself." Lin Fei didn't stand on ceremony and sat down to enjoy the dragon meat. Only Lin Fei and Hairball could withstand the dense blood energy. Ordinary immortals would explode if they ate it. Lin Fei hadn't eaten dragon meat for a long time. "The meat is a bit old. I still need to learn." Lin Fei ate a few dozen kilograms of dragon meat and didn't eat any more. He wasn't satisfied with the roasted dragon meat. "Did you hear that? My master said that you have to learn well. Otherwise, I will eat you directly." Hairball scolded, scaring those people into trembling. Other than roasting and cooking delicacies, the 6 immortal venerates had become Hairball's special sandbags. What they were most afraid of now was being eaten. Lin Fei couldn't be bothered with Hairball. These fellows had the guts to come, so they should accept this punishment. It was their luck to be able to become Hairball's servants. He took out the devil key from last time and prepared to enter the devil space. Lin Fei was already prepared. In any game, there would always be a lot of good things in the instance dungeon. Lin Fei had to go take a look no matter what. At most, he would just make a wasted trip. Ding. "Do you want to open the instance dungeon space?" "Open." The instance dungeon key in Lin Fei's hand turned into a black light and disappeared. Ding. "The instance dungeon space is opening. Countdown is 10 seconds. Players, prepare for me. 10, 9, 8, 2, 1 instance dungeon space opening." Lin Fei instantly disappeared, leaving behind the 6 immortal venerate servants with a shocked face. They didn't feel any spatial fluctuations. They couldn't do this themselves. They didn't even catch it with their divine sense. Hairball scolded. "What are you standing there for? Go and roast the meat. You know my master's ability. Fortunately, my master didn't kill you." Only Hairball knew that if it wasn't for her master, she wouldn't have entered the mature stage and possessed such tyrannical strength. Woo 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 tilde ding. The instance dungeon demon abyss is open. Ding. Players can stay in the instance dungeon for 24 hours. As soon as Lin Fei appeared, he appeared in a space filled with all kinds of negative emotions. Anger, resentment, vengeance, and other emotions were swimming everywhere. These emotions rushed toward him as soon as he saw someone. Bang 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 tilde Lin Fei's heart skipped a beat. The negative emotions hit his body and turned into fragments. So this is the abyss of demons. There are so many negative emotions. You actually want to take over my body. Why don't you see that my body is also something you can take over? Lin Fei stood on a swamp. There were bubbles everywhere and a rotten smell. Lin Fei was not used to it. Ding. Instance dungeon task release. Ding. Within 24 hours, collect enough demon's heart and you can exchange it for immortal venerate treasures and other treasures. This time, the task was not mandatory. It was up to you whether you wanted to complete it or not. Sure enough, this is a good instance dungeon. Immortal venerate treasures. This was a good thing. Lin Fei immediately moved. The demon's wings spread, and he left the swamp. Swoosh tilde when they passed by a black forest, a towering tree shook its body and shot out a sky full of vines. There were at least 1,000 of them. Burn. Flames rushed out and landed on the towering tree. Screams could be heard. Ding. Killed demonic tree. Obtained 50 million experience points. Ding. Discovered tree seed. After killing a tree, the system immediately gave him a notification. Demonic tree, it really does look like it. Just now, after the fire, Lin Fei clearly saw the demonic tree's appearance. Tree seed, I wonder if I can plant it. Just now, the demonic tree's combat strength was at the immortal emperor level, and its defense was very strong. Lin Fei used the divine fire to deal with it easily. Chapter 1456. Hua 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 tilde tilde hua 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 tilde tilde. In a dark mountain range, a raging fire was burning. In the fire, the demonic treants were trembling and screaming. Green smoke rose from their bodies and turned into ashes. Ding. Killed demonic treant. Obtained 30 million experience points. Ding. Killed demonic treant. Obtained 30 million experience points. Ding. Discovered Trent's heart. Ding. Discovered Trent's heart. The fire in the mountain range was extremely powerful. Along the way, the hidden demonic treants suffered and dropped Trent's hearts. Someone was extremely busy. After burning the flames, Lin Fei collected the Trent's hearts. In less than 2 hours, Lin Fei had collected over 3,000 Trent's hearts. Using divine fire to burn the demonic treants is really fast. More than 3,000 Trent's hearts were enough to fortify Holy Heaven Institute and Invincible Palace. Lin Fei wasn't afraid of more. With the help of divine fire, he burned for another 2 hours. This time, his harvest was even bigger. He had obtained more than 5,000 treant hearts. The demonic treants weren't weak. Coupled with their strong defense, they were as weak as firewood in front of Lin Fei's divine fire. Once the fire was ignited, they would be burned to death within a few breaths. About 9,000 Trent's hearts. That's about it. Lin Fei kept his divine fire and stopped attacking the demonic treants. Spreading his demonic wings, Lin Fei flew forward. Not long later, after passing through the mountain range, the front suddenly became spacious. A tribe appeared in front of Lin Fei. In the sky above the tribe, demons with wings flew in and out. They were huge, about 6 to 7 jong tall. Around the tribe, there were piles of white bones, surrounding the entire tribe. Finally found demons. Lin Fei used his divine sense to check. This small tribe had more than 300 demons, and all of them were adults. Every demon was in the immortal emperor realm. The weakest was at the first step immortal emperor realm. There were also about 10 peak immortal emperors. Outsiders are here. Kill. The demons in the sky soon discovered Lin Fei. A black shadow charged towards Lin Fei, its ferocious aura blotting out the sky. Lin Fei was completely unaffected by this aura. Kill. Lin Fei turned into an afterimage and appeared in front of a first-step immortal emperor demon. He smashed the demon's head with one punch and the system's notification sounded. These demons had strong defenses, but in front of Lin Fei, he could kill them with a single punch. Their defenses were a joke. Claw rend. An afterimage swept across the area. In an instant, hundreds of demons were killed by this attack. Fortunately, Lin Fei had turned off the experience notification. Otherwise, he could still have some peace and quiet. This was also the first time Lin Fei had used it, and it was very powerful. In less than an incense's time, Lin Fei had wiped out the entire tribe. The few fourth-step immortal emperor demons were also killed by Lin Fei with a single punch. Things from demonic rage are still the best. Over 300 demons had dropped over 100 demonic hearts. Other than that, many cultivation technique fragments had dropped. They were all Immortal King and Immortal Emperor grade. Lin Fei didn't want to waste them, so he kept them all. In the base of the demon tribe, Lin Fei found a map. It was a map of the interior of the dungeon space. So there's a Devil Abyss city in this dungeon space. It's billions of miles away from here. A distance of billions of miles wasn't far at all. I can come to the dungeon space once. Who knows if I will come to this place the next time? I might as well kill my way to the Devil Abyss city. Why did he think so? There wouldn't be anything good even if he killed his way through the tribes. However, the Devil Abyss city was different. A big city would have at least 1 million demons. Only by killing them and obtaining demonic hearts could he exchange them for immortal reverent treasures. Moreover, Lin Fei discovered that the demons weren't very strong, and the items they dropped were all mediocre. Lin Fei wasn't worried about meeting experts. In the dungeon space, Lin Fei could leave at any time. Of course, leaving was equivalent to giving up on the dungeon space. This was his greatest trump card. As long as he didn't encounter a powerful demon boss, Lin Fei was confident that he could deal with it. Billions of miles away. A black shadow flashed past, and the void trembled. 80 times the speed limit of heavenly Dao was unbelievably fast. A distance of billions of miles was nothing in Lin Fei's eyes. After passing through a mountain range, a plain appeared in front of him. A large black city appeared in front of Lin Fei. Demons flew in and out constantly, and it looked very lively. Now this is more like it. Lin Fei didn't use his divine sense to check. He felt that there were at least 1 million demons here. Some demons came in groups of hundreds. 18 hours left. Time is more than enough. Lin Fei looked at the time. As for leveling up to the ruler realm, he still needed a lot of experience points. He didn't care about it now. Kill. World Storm. Once the 6th level World Storm was used, the Devil Abyss city was completely surrounded. Hua 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 tilde. When the World Storm blew over, the demons that just came out were shredded into pieces. Demons had strong bodies, but their Dao hearts weren't strong. Under the double attack of various negative emotions, demons died one after another in the World Storm. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of demons died. Divine fire burn. Lin Fei wasn't too satisfied with a single World Storm. He took out the heaven and earth divine fire, which flew out from his body and turned into a river of flames. The Devil Abyss city was built with special materials. When the heaven and earth divine fire descended, the scorching heat melted the buildings, leaving nothing behind. The huge city instantly melted. Black masses of demons rushed out. When the flames touched their bodies, their tough skin melted. They couldn't even be extinguished, and they were directly burned to death. Satisfying. If not for the World Storm and heaven and earth divine fire, Lin Fei wouldn't have the guts to fight these demons. These demons were extremely strong. There were countless Immortal Emperor realm demons. The entire Great Metropolis realm added up couldn't compare to the number of Immortal Emperor experts here. Who dares to slaughter my people? In the center of the city, a domineering saber intent shattered the World Storm and opened up a vacuum zone. A black-armored demon charged out furiously. It's you, outsider. The black-armored demon held a long saber in his hand. He raised his hand and slashed over. The World Storm of the 6th level couldn't block this saber. It shattered everything in its path and pierced through the air. This saber was too ferocious. Shattering claw strike. Lin Fei grabbed with one hand, and a shadow swept out, clashing with this terrifying saber light. Boom. The two were evenly matched. Lin Fei's expression changed slightly. The saber light was shattered, and the remaining saber light hit Lin Fei's body, leaving bloody holes. Chapter 1457. Another rank 1 demon. When Lin Fei said these words, he wasn't afraid, but filled with a strong fighting spirit. Just from the wounds left by the shattered sword light, Lin Fei knew that the other party was a rank 1 demon, the same level as the rank 1 demon boss. Upon closer inspection, the tail of the black-armored demon's wings had a trace of gold. Although it wasn't obvious, it was easy to recognize. This was something ordinary demons didn't have. Encountering a rank 1 demon here, Lin Fei knew that he would have a good harvest. Last time, he was forced to return to the outside world by a rank 1 demon. This time, it wouldn't happen again. Lin Fei moved in the next breath. He turned into a sky full of after-images, constantly moving and attacking the black-armored demon. Bang 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 tilde tilde. Although Lin Fei hadn't become a ruler yet, his combat strength was already very strong. Great sword energy secret technique and splitting claw landed on the black-armored demon one after another, causing its HP to continuously drop. On the other hand, Lin Fei didn't suffer many injuries. Right now, the entire world storm was under Lin Fei's control. Every time the black-armored demon attacked, Lin Fei could dodge it without getting injured. However, as time passed, the demons in the city below wouldn't be so lucky. Whether it was the divine fire or the world storm, it was a one-sided massacre against the demons. Arth, I'll destroy you, outsider. The black-armored demon's attack speed increased. With each slash, he shattered a world storm, but he couldn't keep up with Lin Fei's pace. More and more wounds appeared on his body. 5 great sword energies were arranged in the surroundings. The black-armored demon let down his guard and was stabbed, losing a large amount of HP. Lin Fei appeared and disappeared like a ghost. Every time he used the splitting claw, a large amount of the rank 1 demon's HP would be taken out. I didn't think that I could deal with a rank 1 demon with the strength of a ruler. Lin Fei could still think of his sorry state last time. This time, he could deal with a rank 1 demon with ease. Devil reincarnation. The black-armored demon's HP dropped quickly. Suddenly, the black-armored demon shot out a cold light, and a berserk aura soared into the sky. A mysterious power filled the black-armored demon's body, and its health bar was restored to full. The saber light flashed again. Damn, do you have to be so shameless? Just as he was about to kill the Tier 1 demon, he recovered his strength in the blink of an eye. So what if I'm full? Do you think I'm afraid of you? There was still a lot of time. Lin Fei was not afraid of not being able to kill this guy, so he continued to attack like last time. This time, it was much slower than the last time. Because the black-armored demon's speed had increased, his combat prowess had also increased by about 20%. Lin Fei's body was also covered in wounds. If not for the demon wings and his tyrannical physical body, he would have suffered quite a bit. It should be the devil reincarnation just now. This guy's strength actually increased by 20%. The devil race has this kind of magical ability. I have to be careful in the future. Lin Fei vomited blood, and the black-armored demon didn't feel good either. The increase in combat power did not injure the heavenly beyond realm expert. Cracks gradually appeared on his body. Ha ha ha, so you have to pay a price for this secret technique. Those cracks were getting bigger and bigger. At this time, the black-armored demon was like a work of art. He might shatter at any time, and his HP bar was also nearing the end. The black-armored demon was about to die. You can't kill us demons. The black-armored demon grinned and made a strange hand gesture again. Not good, this guy is going to devil reincarnation again. Looking at this posture, Lin Fei knew that if he let the black-armored demon reincarnate again, he would be out of luck. In order to deal with this guy, Lin Fei had already consumed a lot of energy. Eternal moment. A magical ability blasted out, and time stopped. Splitting claw strike. Lin Fei got close and used his strongest close-range attack, clawing at the black-armored demon's body. Catch a tilde with this claw, half of the black-armored demon's body exploded, and the remaining blood on his HP bar was all gone. Bang! Before the black-armored demon died, he also unleashed a terrifying attack. Lin Fei's entire body flew out, and his flesh and blood exploded continuously. He smashed into a mountain range, raising everything within 1,000,000 miles to the ground. Cough, cough, cough tilde. At the bottom of the crater, Lin Fei lay with his arms and legs spread out. His chest was completely caved in, and his internal organs were all shattered. A ruler's power was continuously destroying. Damn, I almost got overturned. The ruler's power and the great Tao of true self quickly clashed in his body. This battle lasted for a full 4 hours. Lin Fei stood up and wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth. It really wasn't easy. He returned to the demon abyss city again. At this time, this place was razed to the ground. Under the attack of the two powers, this place couldn't be seen anymore. The demons were dead, and only a few managed to escape. Ding! Discovered demon summoning flag. Lin Fei stood in the sky and heard the system notification. He opened the space warehouse and saw a small black flag. In the center of the small flag was embroidered with a huge skull. I killed a rank 1 demon, and I got this thing? Lin Fei was a little dumbfounded. No matter what, I should at least get a demon's blood essence. He took out the demon summoning flag. He threw an appraisal technique at it. Demon summoning flag, an immortal venerable treasure carried by ancient demons. It can be used to summon dead demons to fight. As this demon summoning flag is a rank 1 demon, it can only summon a rank 1 demon. Lin Fei was still grumbling about how bad the explosion was. Now that he heard it, he became spirited. It can summon dead rank 1 demons. Didn't I kill one just now? Why don't I give it a try? Lin Fei was very clear about the strength of a rank 1 demon. Especially after reincarnating, its combat power was even more terrifying. He almost fell down. Do you want to summon the demon? Yes. Lin Fei didn't hesitate. The demon summoning flag in his hand moved without any wind, and a strange power spread out. Isn't this a rank 1 demon's fragment? Between heaven and earth, pieces of fragments flew over. The original black-armored demon reformed and appeared in front of Lin Fei. At this moment, the black-armored demon's body was covered with a dense death aura. Undead creature. Lin Fei tried to control it. After sending out a thought, the black-armored demon really did it without any hesitation. Why is it only a high-level celestial venerable? Lin Fei took a look. The current black-armored demon's strength wasn't as strong as before. It was just the same as him. Stupid master, this demon summoning flag can only summon the strongest demon. After summoning, its strength can only be the same as yours. Unless you become a ruler, then it will also become a ruler. So awesome. The little demon rolled its eyes. You don't have to be happy. These demons are already undead demons. Although they are undead and indestructible, even if they are shattered, they can be kept in the demon summoning flag. However, it needs to be replenished with immortal aura. Once the immortal aura in its body is used up, it will have no strength. What a scam. Upon hearing this, Lin Fei felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. Originally, he thought that it could be used indefinitely. Now, it seemed that it might not be so easy. Where can I get this immortal aura? After hearing the little demon's words, Lin Fei used his divine sense to check. As expected, he discovered a dense amount of immortal aura. This is simple. You just need to give me 100,000 demon hearts, and I can help you collect the death aura here. You can let your demon use it once. The little demon laughed mischievously. Do you need to be so expensive? Hearing 100,000 demon hearts, Lin Fei was also shocked. The little demon sneered, 100,000 demon hearts is already very cheap. Only us demons have this ability to collect immortal aura. Outsiders can't collect it. Lin Fei checked and found that he had received 1,800,000 demon hearts. 100,000 demon hearts in exchange for one use of immortal aura seemed not bad. I agree. The little demon narrowed its eyes. I will help you collect it immediately. Not long after, the little demon came back with a bottle. Seeing this, Lin Fei frowned. This speed is too fast. Did I get cheated? This is a death pill. It is condensed from immortal aura. As long as you inject it into a demon's body, it will be fine. Lin Fei took a look. Sure enough, there was a death pill inside. I want to know what kind of cultivation technique this demon reincarnation technique is. Lin Fei asked 10,000 demon hearts. The little demon stretched out its small hand. This is a demon's secret. You can't talk about it. Lin Fei looked at it in disdain. Is there a guide like you? Helpless, he paid 10,000 demon hearts. In his heart, he was also curious about what this fellow would use the demon hearts for. Demon reincarnation is one of the 10 great secret techniques of our demon race. The little demon said unhurriedly. Every time you reincarnate, you will consume 10,000 years of your lifespan. Your combat strength will increase. At most, you can reincarnate 9 times. However, the price for each reincarnation is very high. Moreover, the more times you reincarnate, the more damage your body will suffer. For example, that rank 1 demon could only reincarnate once. Because his body was not strong enough, the reincarnation was not perfect. 10,000 years of lifespan for 1 reincarnation. This was good. To any expert, this technique was very terrifying. Increasing one's combat strength by 20 to 30% could often end a battle. Lin Fei rejoiced in his heart. He had just killed the black metal demon. If he reincarnated a second time, he would not even need to attack and would have to run. Those powerful demons that reincarnated 9 times would probably have unimaginable strength. How is it? These 10,000 demon hearts were well spent, right? The little demon squinted its eyes. I'll give you another piece of information. As long as you kill a lot of rank 1 demons, you will have a chance to obtain fragments. At that time, you can also cultivate the demon reincarnation technique. Lin Fei did not consider this for the time being. After the little demon left, Lin Fei looked at the time. He had actually fought with the black-armored demon for a long time. It was almost time. Demon 1, go in. Lin Fei's name was simple. With Invincible 1 and Invincible 2, this would be Demon 1. He directly kept it in the demon summoning flag. After leaving the dungeon space, Lin Fei appeared in the Realm Lord Stone Tower. Hairball was not around. He did not know where she brought them to. Chapter 1458. He harvested good things one after another. Lin Fei started thinking about what he could exchange the demons' hearts for. No one was satisfied with the current situation. Even if he had harvested good things before. After coming out, Lin Fei opened the system and clicked on the demon's heart exchange mission page. An exchange catalog appeared in front of Lin Fei. The catalog was very comprehensive, such as medicinal pills, immortal armors, weapons, and so on. It was a dazzling lineup. Violent Divine Pill, 99. 9 million demons' hearts. Effect: after consumption, the user will unleash a godlike attack that can destroy everything. A must-have item when going out. After opening the catalog, Lin Fei saw a medicinal pill at the top of the list. When he saw the effect, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. This is too awesome. This price was too expensive. He estimated that he would have to destroy over 100 cities to gather this number. Who knew how long that would take? Continue reading. Heavenly God's Sword, 95 million hearts of demons. Effect: a divine sword once used by a deity. Heaven and earth tremble in fear when the sword is unleashed. It contains a divine skill left behind by a deity, one sword to destroy the heavens. It's also a must-have item when going out. Lin Fei sucked in a breath of cold air again. I really want to buy it right now. Whether it was the medicinal pill or the sword of the heavenly god, Lin Fei liked them very much. Continue reading. The catalogue continued to show some good things. Many of them were things that Lin Fei had never seen or heard of before. All of them had extraordinary power. The price was very expensive. Lin Fei had over 1 million demon hearts in his possession, so it wasn't much at all. Continue reading. Lin Fei didn't look at the things in front anymore, because he would lose control if he continued reading. Ruler's Battle Armor, 5 million demons' hearts. Effect: a battle armor forged by a demon. SOSO, barely usable. Lin Fei really didn't know what to say. The Ruler's Battle Armor only cost 5 million demons' hearts. This price was a bit cheap. Lin Fei wasn't particularly interested in battle armor. His current fleshly body was almost as strong as a sovereign's, and once he merged with his divine body, it would be comparable to a sovereign's body. When I have money in the future, I can buy a set for the 12 generals. After reaching this page, the prices of the treasures began to drop. The prices were now around a few million demon hearts. Lin Fei could not afford something that cost millions of demons' hearts. He flipped to the bottom of the list to see if there was anything he needed. There were still a lot of items that were worth hundreds of thousands of devil's hearts. These things were not available in the ultimatum system. For example, the treasures of immortal venerables. When he saw the price, Lin Fei grinned from ear to ear. So cheap. This was Lin Fei's evaluation of the immortal venerables' treasure. The most expensive immortal venerable treasures in the myriad worlds were as cheap as cabbages here. The sovereign's battle armor was only worth 5 million fiend devil hearts, so it was easy to imagine how much the rest of the immortal paragons would cost. I don't need to buy immortal venerable treasures for now, Lin Fei thought. I need to buy a few immortal venerable battle armors. Among the immortal venerable treasures, the more expensive ones were battle armors. It was not something that anyone could buy. Lin Fei was going to buy one for his wife and daughter. An immortal venerable battle armor that cost 100,000 was too cheap. In the myriad worlds, such a battle armor would cost hundreds of billions of true spirits. Most people would exchange it with other items. No one would sell it for hundreds of billions of true spirits. Lin Fei bought 5 immortal venerable battle armors in one go and spent 500,000 demons' hearts. With this immortal venerable battle armor, even if an immortal venerable attacked, it would be able to block the attack. With a strong defense, Lin Fei was happy to rest assured. Lin Fei did not buy the immortal venerable battle saber and other treasures for now. The immortal sects were about to send them over. Lin Fei did not want to waste the demons' hearts. He could buy other things in the future. Golden Phoenix, one for each of you. Lin Fei gave them the immortal venerable battle armors in the training ground and helped them refine the immortal venerable battle armors. Now, he was completely relieved. This immortal venerable battle armor was kept in his body. It would only appear when he encountered terrifying danger. He did not need to worry about others discovering it. Hubby, you are so good to us. The 4 women were not ignorant. They were naturally shocked by the origin of this immortal venerable battle armor. This thing was too precious. Their hearts were filled with sweetness. Who didn't want their man to be strong? Lin Fei was very happy. His daughter even planted a kiss on his face. This lass was even more complacent now that she had the immortal paragon battle armor. Lin Fei still wanted to remind his daughter to cultivate well, and when she broke through to the immortal emperor realm, he would reward her with a treasure. Before she raised her strength, she was not allowed to leave the great metropolis world. Master, the Earth Sovereign Immortal Venerable is here. Bring him in. Half a month later, the Earth Sovereign Immortal Venerable came again. He didn't let Lin Fei wait for too long. When the Earth Sovereign Immortal Venerable saw Di Tian again, he was still angry. It was all because of the words he brought back, which caused an uproar in the sect. The voices of crusading against Di Tian were endless. They already gave Di Tian a lot of face by not arranging for people to redeem Di Tian. Yet, this guy actually asked for an exorbitant price. You don't know what's good for you. However, they still attached great importance to a middle-stage immortal venerable who cultivated a dominator-level cultivation technique. In the end, after much discussion, they reluctantly agreed, but the number was reduced. Realm Lord Di Tian, your previous request was too high. We can't agree. Cut the crap. I'm most interested in this. Tell me your bottom line, Lin Fei said indifferently. His words carried an irresistible tone. The Earth Sovereign Immortal Venerable was also an immortal venerable, and a very powerful one at that. Under this pressure, he also felt a trace of discomfort. The initiative was not in his hands. As Lin Fei kept killing monsters and leveling up, his aura became stronger day by day. The Earth Sovereign Immortal Venerable naturally felt the pressure. After taking a deep breath, the Earth Sovereign Immortal Venerable said, Our sect leader said that he will give you 50 low-stage Immortal Venerable treasures, 2 middle-stage Immortal Venerable treasures, and 60 Immortal Venerable cultivation techniques. Low-stage Immortal Venerable treasures, Lin Fei didn't care about them. 2 middle-stage Immortal Venerable treasures were not bad. On their side, other than the 2 middle-stage Immortal Venerable treasures that they plundered previously, they didn't have anything else. It wasn't easy to make the immortal sects spit out such a piece of meat. Most importantly, they had already obtained the Dominator-level cultivation technique. With the help of experience points, it wouldn't be a problem to cultivate it to the small success stage. Seeing that Di Tian didn't speak, the Earth Sovereign Immortal Venerable's eyes flashed with a trace of anger. Realm Lord Di Tian, are you still not satisfied? Lin Fei laughed loudly. Satisfied, of course I'm satisfied. However, you're a little stingy. You're only willing to give 2 middle-stage immortal venerable treasures. It's a disgrace to your immortal sect's reputation. Men, bring the Sky Sea Immortal Venerable here. The Earth Sovereign Immortal Venerable was very clear that the sect had an intense argument over these things. In the end, it was the sect leader who agreed to take out these things. However, in the eyes of the Earth Sovereign Immortal Venerable, this Di Tian was simply too arrogant. Chapter 1459. Sky Sea Immortal Venerable was suffering recently. The reason was simple: he was imprisoned in the courtyard. An immortal venerable from the immortal court era took action and used all sorts of methods. He couldn't stand the torture and had no choice but to divulge the ruler's cultivation method. When can I leave this damned place? Sky Sea Immortal Venerable always thought that he could leave after the immortal sects attacked Di Tian. Who would have thought that there would be no movement? As the days passed, Sky Sea Immortal Venerable had to get used to it. He felt that his life was dark. He was an immortal venerable. Your luck is good, you can leave soon. What, I can leave? Sky Sea Immortal Venerable stood up. After Sky Sea Immortal Venerable saw Earth Emperor Immortal Venerable in the hall, his eyes were filled with tears. He could finally bid farewell to these bitter days. After seeing the price he paid, Sky Sea Immortal Venerable lowered his head. He would probably be punished when he returned. Who asked him to lose the face of the immortal sects? Earth Emperor Immortal Venerable and Sky Sea Immortal Venerable left Great Metropolis Heaven. They went far away and passed through dozens of worlds before they felt at ease. It was rumored that Di Tian was a ruthless person. Dao friend Earth Emperor, after we return, you have to seek justice for me. Sky Sea Immortal Venerable cried. For example, his treasures, storage ring, etc., were all robbed by Di Tian. Preposterous. Di Tian has gone too far by doing this. Earth Emperor Immortal Venerable was furious. Not only did he rob his storage ring, but he also took everything. This method was too vicious. Sky Sea Immortal Venerable was filled with resentment. After he returned, he would inevitably be laughed at by others. The immortal sects had lost a lot of face. That Di Tian isn't a good person, Sky Sea Immortal Venerable said coldly. Also, they threatened me and took away the ruler-grade cultivation method from me. A ruler-grade cultivation method was very important. He had to rely on this cultivation method to fight 7 to 8 people. This matter became very important. Sky Sea Immortal Venerable didn't dare to hide it. Are you stupid? Earth Emperor Immortal Venerable's expression changed and couldn't help but scold. Fortunately, Di Tian won't be able to cultivate it for a while. You don't have to worry too much. Sky Sea Immortal Venerable heaved a sigh of relief. Let's go back first. Di Tian's good days are coming to an end. Tian Hai Immortal Sovereign and the others left. Ning Chuan summoned Demon Sealing Immortal Venerable and the others and distributed the mid-level Immortal Venerable treasures to 2 of them, as well as the low-level Immortal Venerable treasures. These things had to be put to good use. In the eyes of others, it was precious, but Lin Fei didn't care. As for Immortal Reverent level cultivation arts, it was even simpler. He directly set up a library in the World Lord Palace. These Immortal Venerable level techniques were placed inside, and Invincible Number 1 and Invincible Number 2 were arranged to guard the library. With them guarding the place, Lin Fei was at ease. The cultivation techniques that he had fused in the demonic space were also categorized and placed in the library. At the same time, he took out a set of requirements. As long as one completed a certain amount of contribution points, they would be able to enter and copy the cultivation technique. When this news spread, the entire Great Metropolis Heaven cheered. This was especially true for those who were in the Immortal Emperor realm. The cultivation techniques they cultivated were extremely low-grade. The further they went, the more difficult it would be for them to break through. Hearing that there was an Immortal Reverent level cultivation technique, these Immortal Emperors were the most excited. Wasn't it just contribution points? They could earn them. Before this, the strongest cultivation technique in the great metropolis heaven was only at the immortal emperor level. There was no higher cultivation technique as it was a level jump. They had never thought of learning an immortal reverent level cultivation technique. Now that an immortal reverent level cultivation technique had appeared, it was good news for them. They had hopes of cultivating to the immortal reverent level in the future. When this library appeared, everyone was tempted. They worshipped Di Tian even more. Go. In the sky above the Holy Heaven Academy, Lin Fei scattered the seeds of the demonic treants. When the seeds landed outside the Holy Heaven Academy, they took root on the spirit vein and absorbed nutrients. Towering trees rose from the ground and stood tall near the Holy Heaven Academy. Good fellow, he was born as a first-step immortal emperor. Near the Holy Heaven Academy, Lin Fei scattered over 3,000 seeds. Immediately, over 3,000 demonic treants appeared in the surroundings. Lin Fei easily controlled them. As time passed, the demonic treants would become stronger and stronger. These demonic treants were usually trees, but when enemies came, they would become devils. The attack of over 3,000 first-step immortal emperor demonic treants was enough to make one's heart palpitate. Lin Fei left his imprint on them, forbidding them from harming the students of the Holy Heaven Academy. Now, the Holy Heaven Academy had become a nurturing base. With a large amount of resources, cultivation speed increased rapidly. Holy Heaven Academy planted demonic treants. In the Invincible Palace region, Lin Fei also planted demonic treants. He planted a total of 5,000 demonic treants in the surroundings. Lin Fei had also studied the demonic treants. The defense of the demonic treants was very strong. Even immortal reverent power couldn't kill them all. Their life force was very strong. As long as there were resources, they could be indestructible. After knowing this, Lin Fei rejoiced in his heart. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to get so many seeds back then. The large number of demonic treants caused a huge commotion. Master, these fellows aren't easy to deal with. Immortal Emperor Tian Yuan and the others tried to attack them, but they were quickly defeated. It was hard to believe that these demonic treants could be so strong. If they weren't strong, who would plant them? Immortal Reverend Wanna Evil and the others had nothing better to do, so they attacked the demonic treants. In the end, when more than 4,000 demonic treants attacked at the same time, Immortal Reverend Wanna Evil had no choice but to retreat. Master, this is a sinister move. No matter if you are an immortal emperor or an immortal reverend, you will be at a disadvantage in the Invincible Palace region. Immortal Reverend Wanna Evil laughed sinisterly. This is the kind of master I like. Lin Fei didn't stay for too long. Because there was movement in one of the levels of the Realm Lord Stone Pagoda. With a move, Lin Fei appeared in this training ground. Rumble tilde tilde tilde. Once he entered this level, time passed quickly. It didn't affect Lin Fei at all. Seeing the soaring aura, he couldn't help but smile. That's great. After eating so much blood essence, I've finally broken through. It turned out that when Lin Fei felt the change in the training ground, he knew that the 12 war generals were breaking through again. In front of him, there was a huge beast in the sky. There were 12 of such beasts, each of them huge. However, compared to Hairball, they were obviously much weaker. The 12 ferocious auras intertwined, turning the sky into a land of destruction. Half a day later, the auras dissipated, and the 12 war generals turned into human forms, landing on the grass. The evil aura on their bodies was 70 to 80% heavier, and the evil aura around them was surrounded by a black fog, preventing people from approaching. Greetings, Master. The 12 war generals knelt on one knee, their voices loud and clear. Good, good, all of you have become immortal reverence, there's no need to do this. Lin Fei waved his hand, helping them up one by one. The 12 war generals had finally advanced to the immortal reverent realm after consuming a large amount of blood essence. 12 immortal reverent war generals. Each war general's aura was very powerful, almost indistinguishable. Lin Fei still sensed that the 3 war generals who had benefited the most were Explosion Destruction, Yi Kong, and Hu Pao. As soon as Explosion Destruction and the others advanced to the immortal reverent realm, Lin Fei suddenly had more than 30 immortal reverents by his side, and his strength increased greatly. The 12 war generals were not ordinary immortal reverents. When the 12 of them joined forces and displayed the 12 war general formation, their strength could increase explosively, and they were no less than a great expert. Lin Fei took out the immortal reverent treasures he had collected, a total of 12 of them. I don't have any good treasures now, use this first. The 12 immortal reverent treasures were all chosen by Lin Fei, and they were the most suitable for their cultivation method. He easily refined the immortal reverent treasures. This stick is very good. My saber is much more powerful than the previous saber, and this. The 12 immortal reverents were very satisfied with the immortal reverent treasures. This is the immortal reverent cultivation method that is most suitable for you to cultivate. Not only did he take out the immortal reverent treasures, but Lin Fei also took out the immortal reverent cultivation method and took out the experience stones for them to cultivate. Without matching cultivation methods, their combat power would be weak. The previous cultivation methods could not be used. After training for 100 years, they successfully cultivated the immortal reverent cultivation method and reached the peak of great success. This kind of cultivation speed was extremely fast. After all, it was not an easy thing for anyone to cultivate from the beginning. 100 years to cultivate an immortal reverent cultivation method. Most people who cultivated for thousands of years would probably hit a wall. Cultivation methods and equipment were obtained. Lin Fei also went to test their strength. In a one-on-one fight, with the strength of their physical body, each war general's strength could have the combat power of a mid-level immortal reverent. They themselves were extraordinary, otherwise, the insect queen would not have planned to only hatch them in the upper realm, and in the end, they would benefit Lin Fei instead. If the 12 war generals joined forces, they could already deal with high-level immortal reverent powerhouses. It was just that they did not have the equipment now, otherwise, killing them wouldn't be a problem. At worst, they would be seriously injured. The 12 war generals were equivalent to a high-level immortal reverent, which was already very awesome in the myriad heavens and realms. Lin Fei was very satisfied with this strength. Other than the two palaces, the immortal court, and the immortal sects, his great metropolis world was probably the strongest. From today onwards, you 12 war generals will go and sweep the nearby worlds. I want to make great metropolis world a true great world in the shortest time possible. On the throne, Lin Fei gave the order. Kill them all. Snatch, snatch. The 3 leading war generals were now afraid of chaos. Only Bao Mier was expressionless, but his eyes were also flickering with excitement. They were born to fight. Lin Fei also knew that they were suffocating, and it was time to go out and stretch their limbs. It was also time for the 12 war generals to become famous in the myriad heavens and realms. When Immortal Reverent Demon Sealing and the other Immortal Reverents saw Bao Mier's 12 war generals, they also felt great pressure. Their competitors had come, and their strength was not inferior to theirs. Lin Fei naturally saw these expressions. This was also what Lin Fei expected. It was only interesting when there was competition. After the 12 war generals received the order, they all soared into the sky. The terrifying hostility made everyone feel afraid, including the entire great metropolis world. Chapter 1460. Heavenly Tune World. This was one of the stronger ones in the small world, and its combat power was not bad either. Realm Lord Chu Tian, in addition to the support of his world, his strength also surpassed the peak of the 4th step Immortal Emperor realm. From there, he entered the profound realm of the Great Tao Energy. In addition to having a mountain to support him, his position as a Realm Lord was truly interesting. The central palace of the small world. Realm Lord Chu Tian sat on the throne in the palace, admiring the performances of the courtesans below. However, Realm Lord Chu Tianzhong was not in a good mood and was indifferent to the performance below. "Sir, is it not nice?" One of the immortal emperors cupped his hands. "Sir, could it be that you're thinking about Di Tian? This Di Tian is getting more and more ridiculous." Realm Lord Chu Tian said coldly, "This guy is very ambitious, he caused such a huge commotion so quickly. How long has it been since he made Immortal Venerable Pomo suffer a loss?" "Lord, you don't have to worry. With how ambitious Di Tian is, There will definitely be many people who can't stand it. Sooner or later, they will make a move against him. The immortal emperor said. I hope so. Boom tilde tilde tilde. As the sound of heaven-bending Realmlord's voice faded, a terrifying aura descended. The entire palace collapsed with a loud rumble. Everyone revealed looks of anger. There was actually someone who dared to cause trouble in the Chu Tian world. Could it be that this person didn't know what kind of place this was? It's here. 12 black figures descended from the sky. Realm Lord Chu's rage towered up into the sky. He used his world energy to augment himself. However, the aura of his opponent was simply too strong. Just the pressure alone caused Realm Lord Chu's expression to change. Who are you? Why did you break into this Realm Lord's palace? Realm Lord Chu Tian, sorry for the offense. One of the 12 figures dashed towards Realm Lord Heaven Song. Realm Lord Heaven Song was greatly shocked. A long black whip suddenly lashed over and Realm Lord Heaven Song was sent flying through the air. Too weak. Chu Tian Realm Lord revealed a look of shock. Immortal Reverent. You are an immortal reverent. He tilde tilde tilde. The black whip in the hands of that black-robed figure was like a gigantic dragon. Even Realm Lord Chu Tian's strength wasn't a match for it. In just a few moves, he was already heavily injured. Go. Realm Lord Chu Tian leaped away continuously, not daring to stay any longer. It was too terrifying. A gigantic black dragon burst out from the void, coiling itself around heaven-bending Realm Lord tightly. You'd better behave yourself. A person walked over from the void and grabbed Realm Lord Heaven Song. You guys can't capture me. This Realm Lord is someone from the 3 halls. Chu Tian Realm Lord roared in rage, bringing out his backer. What 3 palaces? In front of my master, they are all inferior goods. The Black Shadow sneered disapprovingly. Your master is. Hihi, listen up, my master is Di Tian. Realm Lord Chu Tian's heart sank. He actually wants to devour my world. No, absolutely not. The heavenly tune world was easily breached. The 12 black-robed men descended like heavenly gods. The power of Chu Tian world was easily disintegrated and all the treasures of Chu Tian world were swept clean. Let's go to the next world. Leaving the heavenly tune world behind, the 12 black shadows disappeared from this world. The cold voice echoed in different worlds. Snowstorm world. The Snow Wind Realm Lord was smashed into the ground by a cudgel. The heavens and earth trembled as a gigantic foot descended from the sky and stomped on his body. It was unknown how much blood he coughed out. Just a trash like you and you dare to threaten this daddy? You better save your breath. The person who came grabbed the Snow Wind Realm Lord and disappeared. Black Flame World. The Black Flame World Lord was also an expert. After encountering the attacks of the 12 black-robed men, the immortal emperor experts that he gathered with great difficulty were defeated in a single move. Such things happened in one world after another. The 12 black-robed men were like heavenly gods. As long as they descended on a world, no one in that world would be their opponent. No matter what backing the other party had, they chose to ignore them all. In just a short few days, they had conquered over 20 small worlds and captured over 20 world lords. These invincible world lords couldn't even withstand a single blow in front of immortal venerables. This matter swiftly spread, causing an uproar in the myriad of worlds. At this time, there was actually someone who dared to do such a thing, swallowing over 20 small worlds in one mouthful. Although they were small worlds, they were still small worlds. The 12 black-robed men also shocked everyone. Their strength had all reached the immortal venerable realm. Mobilizing 12 immortal venerables at once, sweeping through all the small worlds in the myriad of worlds, this was simply too arrogant. Before they could guess where these immortal venerables came from, another shocking news spread. Great Metropolis World started to devour small worlds again. Di Tian's people? This time, everyone was dumbfounded. Just how many immortal venerables did this Di Tian have? Previously, there were already over 10 immortal venerables. Now, another 12 appeared. Their auras were ferocious and not inferior to the previous batch of immortal venerables. In fact, they were even stronger. How inconceivable was this? Di Tian's actions attracted a wave of curses. These curses almost all came from the nearby worlds. They were already trembling with fear, but now, Di Tian's actions were too extravagant, continuously devouring over 20 small worlds. Great Metropolis World was also continuously expanding. How could they endure this? Although they were cursing, they didn't dare to make a move. The 12 black-robed immortal venerables were each stronger than the other. There was even a world lord that was barely comparable to an immortal venerable, but he was sent flying with a single slap. How were they supposed to continue? No one could stop him. They could only send a message to their backers, telling them to stop Di Tian. Within the Iron Blood Alliance. Right now, it was not peaceful. Immortal Venerable Po Mo was originally in high spirits, but after the incident with Di Tian, he didn't want to go out easily. He was busy looking for new equipment to increase his strength. Hearing this news, Immortal Venerable Po Mo's eyes flashed with fear. Not the previous batch. Immortal Venerable Po Mo sat in his palace, listening to his subordinates' report. His brows were furrowed. No, we have asked. The people who came this time are all in black, and their auras are very heavy. Just the aura alone is unbearable for those immortal emperors. This is too terrifying. Immortal Venerable Po Mo couldn't be angry now. That Di Tian from back then was already not someone he could deal with. He was so strong that he had to look up to him. Not good, Lord Immortal Venerable. At this time, another immortal emperor came in with a flustered expression. You are an immortal emperor, why are you so flustered? Seeing his subordinate's appearance, Immortal Venerable Po Mo said gloomily. The more crucial the situation, the more useless his subordinates were. Lord Immortal Venerable, Di Tian's 12 generals have just conquered a world, they are not far from our sunset world. Lord Immortal Venerable, you have to think of a way. This Di Tian is too ambitious, he wants to kill us all. Immortal Venerable Po Mo didn't care about the outside world. Hearing that the 12 generals had conquered the nearest world, Immortal Venerable Po Mo couldn't help but fly into a rage. What a Di Tian, this venerable has already been patient, but it's still not enough. Does he want to conquer our sunset world? Rumble tilde, a terrifying aura swept across the entire sunset world. Chapter 1461. 12 tyrannical auras swept across sunset world. Everyone in the world could feel the immortal reverence pressure. In the face of this immortal reverence pressure, they felt an immense pressure. Strength was useless in front of an immortal venerable. The 12 immortal venerables were unstoppable in Sunset World. These days, the 12 generals occupied worlds one after another while the people behind them devoured worlds. Who didn't know of their fame, attacking now was courting death. The 12 generals are here. Too scary. When did Di Tian have such powerful subordinates? They are not inferior to last time. The 12 generals swept over. Everyone in Sunset World looked at the 12 figures in the sky. Po Mo Immortal Venerable's heart sank when he sensed the Immortal Venerables coming, especially their evil auras. They were unbearable. They were too violent. What was the background of these guys? This won't do. Di Tian wants to take over the Sunset World. Po Mo Immortal Venerable never thought that one day, someone would attack him. Fortunately, I have already contacted an Immortal Venerable from Wind Rain Palace. As long as he comes, Di Tian's people won't dare to be arrogant anymore. After the previous incident, Po Mo Immortal Venerable hated Di Tian to the core. He spent a lot of effort and connections to get in touch with Wind Rain Palace. Now, Po Mo Immortal Venerable knew that he could only rely on Wind Rain Palace. Activate the formation. Swish 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 tilde above the palace, a formation was activated. Last time, the formation did not activate, causing him to lose face. Po Mo Immortal Venerable would not allow this to happen again. What are you doing? After confirming his safety, Po Mo Immortal Venerable flew out of the palace and stood above it. Only then did he have a trace of confidence. What a heavy evil aura. When Po Mo Immortal Venerable came out and saw their evil auras, he took a deep breath. Where did Di Tian find these people? My master has his eyes on this place, of course he wants to occupy it. Crocodile Kong Immortal Venerable said casually, do you want to hand over the world core or be suppressed by us? You have 3 breaths of time to think. Po Mo Immortal Venerable was so angry that he almost glared at them. Di Tian's people were too arrogant. How arrogant of you! Immortal Venerable Pomo sneered, you have conquered so many worlds along the way, nearly devouring the worlds of Iron Blood Alliance, and now you want to attack Sunset World. Don't think this Venerable will agree. Why are you talking so much nonsense with him? Just kill him. Tiger's raw Immortal Venerable was also impatient. They were hatched from vicious beasts, so their temperaments were all the same. They didn't fall for reasoning. They were good at using their fists. As long as their fists were good, there was nothing to be afraid of. Kill him. A large black stick smashed down from the sky. Boom. A formation was released to block this attack. Seeing this, Demon Breaker Immortal Venerable's eyes flashed with horror. So powerful. The formation was controlled by Immortal Venerable Pomo. He knew very well how powerful it was. I'm no match for this person. With just one attack, Immortal Venerable Pomo knew that he was not a match. No wonder he was able to sweep through all of them. The Iron Blood Alliance that he had created was probably going to disappear today. He couldn't accept this. Immortal Venerable Pomo was unwilling, but he could only hide in the formation and wait for Wind Rain Palace's people to come. As long as they came, he would still have a chance to rise. At worst, he would join Wind Rain Palace and become an elder. This is a formation created by my world, you can't break it. Immortal Venerable Pomo laughed, don't look at how powerful you are, it will take another 100 years to break this formation. I don't believe it. Rumble tilde, almost all the powerhouses in Sunset World could see this terrifying scene. Some people used their Immortal Venerable Treasure Black Iron Sticks to attack the formation, but they were all blocked by the formation's power. Each attack was like a strike to their hearts. No one knew how many attacks were made. The formation on the palace was still not broken. Demon Venerable Pomo finally heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I have this tortoise shell. If I charged in just now, I would have become a prisoner and fallen into their hands. Immortal Venerable Pomo thought, I just need to hold on for a bit longer. Just now, Immortal Venerable Pomo received an answer. They are here. They want to avenge me. Ha ha ha, you can't come in, don't waste time, my Sunset World is not so easy to capture. Immortal Venerable Pomo said proudly. Thanks to Immortal Venerable Pomo being both an Immortal Venerable and a Realm Lord, the formation's power was infinitely enhanced, allowing it to reach its current level. Combine formation. Along with a cold voice, the auras of the 12 shadows combined and swept the entire world. Open. In the sky, a huge illusory figure appeared. It looked like a terrifying beast. The illusory figure stretched out a claw and clawed at Lin Fan. Inside the formation, Immortal Venerable Pomo's heart skipped a beat. Not good, something bad is going to happen. The illusory figure's claw landed on the magic formation's power. However, the magic formation seemed to have become tofu, and the illusory figure tore a hole in it. The powerful power destroyed a third of the palace that was covered by the magic formation. Immortal Venerable Pomo, we are inside. The phantom grabbed and broke the formation, letting them in. Swish. The phantom raised its hand again. Immortal Venerable Pomo was scared out of his wits, he fled without saying a word. These people were scarier than he imagined, the powerful formation could not stop a single grab from the opponent. They caught up. They shuttled through the void, changing their position countless times. The phantom charged forward. Facing this phantom, Immortal Venerable Pomo had no will to fight. He was not their match. You can't escape. The phantasm's speed suddenly increased. Pomo Immortal Venerable felt something colliding with him and was sent flying, falling out of the void and crashing into a mountain range. This guy is really dishonest. Outside the mountain range, a huge foot stomped down and turned Immortal Venerable Pomo into a meat patty. Don't stomp him to death. All the powerhouses of the Sunset region couldn't help but shiver when they saw this scene. Their Lord Immortal Venerable was defeated in a few rounds, they even fell into the opponent's hands. You can't capture this Venerable. This Venerable is from Wind Rain Palace. Immortal Venerable Pomo shouted, if you know what's good for you, immediately release this Venerable. Slap. Someone slapped him, shattering Immortal Venerable Pomo's teeth. Hihi, Wind Rain Palace. What the hell is that? Seeing the indifference in their eyes, Immortal Venerable Pomo's heart broke. Did they not know how powerful Wind Rain Palace was? What a good subordinate of Ditien, they actually don't put our Wind Rain Palace in their eyes. Chapter 1462. I'm saved, this Venerable is saved. Hearing the voice, hope rose in Pomo Immortal Venerable's eyes. Wind Rain Palace's people came. As long as they came, he would not have to worry about being taken away. Pomo Immortal Venerable did not believe that Ditien's people would not give him face. They would definitely let him go today. What are you shouting for? Just as Pomo Immortal Venerable shouted, he was hit by an iron fist. Even his powerful Immortal Venerable body could not withstand the power of this fist. You are finished. Do you know who came? Wind Rain Palace's people. Pomo Immortal Venerable laughed sinisterly. Your master Ditien has offended almost all the forces in the universe. If you dare to offend Wind Rain Palace, your days will not be good. Tilda Pomo Immortal Venerable threatened them, but unfortunately, he threatened the wrong person. The 12 generals were arrogant to begin with, they were not threatened at all. Pomo Immortal Venerable was simply asking for trouble. He was beaten until his bones were about to fall apart. He no longer dared to speak, but his eyes were filled with resentment. Not long later, a few people arrived in the sky. The leader was a black-robed Immortal Venerable. He appeared in a swagger. Seeing Pomo Immortal Venerable who was being stepped on, his eyes flashed with disdain. This Pomo Immortal Venerable is too useless. Ditien's people are quite capable. Occupying so much time in such a short time, they are quite courageous. The universe was very big. Ditien's actions were spread. Devouring small worlds was something that no one dared to do before. But this time around, Ditien acted in a thunderous manner, consecutively conquering minor worlds. Most probably, it wouldn't be long before another mid-tier world would appear, and it would be one of the bigger ones. Lord Windfire, save me. Seeing the person who came, Pomo Immortal Venerable shouted. He could not help it. The person who came was Wind Rain Palace's Windfire Immortal Venerable, a very powerful person. He had a certain authority in Wind Rain Palace. You are Ditien's people, you are quite courageous, you even dare to capture my people. Windfire Immortal Venerable shouted angrily. Before I get angry, release Pomo Immortal Venerable and go to Wind Rain Palace. Immortal Venerable Windfire had long heard of these 12 Immortal Venerables. When he saw them, he scanned them with his spiritual sense and heaved a sigh of relief. It turned out that they were just low-level Immortal Reverence. The only thing he didn't understand was that they were giving off a strong aura of hostility. Your Wind Rain Palace is pretty arrogant. You're just a peak intermediate Immortal Venerable. Baomie's eyes flickered with cold light. Believe it or not, I'll kill you right away, Immortal Venerable Pomo sneered inwardly. These fellows were finished. They actually dared to go against Immortal Reverend Windfire. Pomo Immortal Venerable couldn't wait for them to fight Windfire Immortal Venerable. One of the two palaces, Wind Rain Palace, wasn't so easy to deal with. Senior Immortal Windfire was furious. Right now, the two palaces were still the strongest forces. Although Ditien had a considerable force, it was nothing in front of the Wind and Rain Palace. As long as the Wind and Rain Palace sent a high-level Immortal Venerable, they would be able to suppress all of Ditien's forces. Good, you guys have guts. Senior Immortal Windfire had long heard that Ditien was very arrogant. Now, it seemed that his subordinates were the same. They all looked down on everyone. Did they really think that they were just an ordinary intermediate Immortal Venerable? Then I'll take you down personally. Let's see what your master, Ditien, has to say. Senior Immortal Windfire didn't hold back and prepared to capture the 12 Immortal Venerables. During this period of time, Ditien had been too arrogant. Swoosh tilde a great world descended, turning the area within billions of li into a country. This is the myriad Luo heavenly country that I cultivate. Accept your fate. Senior Immortal Windfire stood on the throne of the heavenly country, surrounded by hundreds of millions of immortal powerhouses. Swoosh tilde a dense army of immortals surged towards them. The divine abilities and secret techniques that filled the sky didn't stop. In an instant, they were drowned in attacks. Kill. The 12 immortal venerables turned into black shadows. Senior Pomo finally regained his freedom. He broke free and came before Senior Immortal Windfire. He cupped his fists and said, "Thank you for holding back, Your Excellency. Di Tian is too ambitious. If it weren't for you, my sunset world would be finished." Senior Immortal Windfire also knew that talking about Senior Pomo at this time would increase his strength. He had to be kind and take him in. Di Tian has gone too far. I'll help you vent your anger. In the Great Luo world, the 12 generals went on a killing spree. Every time they attacked, they killed a large number of immortals. Even so, they couldn't stop the dense army of immortals. Subordinates of Di Tian, just admit defeat. Senior Immortal Windfire waved his hand again. A group of immortal emperors appeared beside him and attacked again. "You won't have any chance in my world." Senior Immortal Windfire was disdainful of these brute force fellows. This was a sovereign-grade cultivation method. The number of people who cultivated in this world could be counted on one hand. Watch how this old man explodes in this broken world. Along with exploding destruction's shout, the scattered immortal venerables gathered together. An even more terrifying aura soared into the sky. The moment this tyrannical aura appeared, a large number of immortals were destroyed. Open. The huge phantom clawed and the entire world trembled. Bang! Bang! Wherever it went, there would be no more immortal armies left unscathed. The entire world would be wiped clean by that single grab. What bullshit world is this? It's just a pile of trash. The phantom clawed again. This time, Senior Immortal Windfire's eyes widened. A golden lotus appeared and blocked in front of him. The phantom clawed again and the golden lotus was repelled. Advanced Immortal Venerables. How is this possible? More than half of the golden lotus that was repelled caved in. Senior Immortal Windfire felt heartache. He couldn't stop the phantom claw again. He kept retreating and grabbed Senior Pomo and threw him forward. Crack. Senior Pomo didn't even have time to react and was crushed. "Weren't you very arrogant just now?" Hua, 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 hua. A large number of phantom claws attacked from all directions. Not good. Senior Immortal Windfire coughed out blood. The great overarching heaven was also broken. Impossible. You guys only have low-level Immortal Venerables battle strength. Senior Immortal Windfire coughed out blood. His immortal armor was also broken. That's because you are ignorant. The phantom clawed again and Senior Immortal Windfire saw a large hole in his chest. Then, he saw a ruthless man appear in front of him and slap him. Wind Rain Palace, hehe. Senior Immortal Fengyu smashed into a palace. This guy came looking for trouble. Capture him. A cold voice came. Senior Immortal Windfire found himself in someone else's hand. A terrifying power entered his body. 12 different powers sealed his power. "I'm an immortal venerate of Wind Rain Palace. How dare you?" Chapter 1463. Iron Blood Alliance was finished. Demon-breaking Immortal Venerable was also captured. Windfire Immortal Venerable of Wind Rain Palace was also captured. The 12 Immortal Venerables under Di Tian were terrifyingly powerful. Their fame had spread throughout the myriad worlds. After losing Iron Blood Alliance and demon-breaking Immortal Venerable, this small world had completely fallen. When this news came out, the entire universe was shocked once again. No one thought much of the former. Now that the myriad worlds were in chaos, it was possible to devour small worlds as long as one had the strength. Moreover, they didn't care about small worlds as it didn't affect their benefits. There was no need to fight a brute like Di Tian. It could only be said that Di Tian's methods weren't ordinary. But one of Wind Rain Palace's Immortal Venerables was captured. This was a big matter. Everyone thought about how Immortal Court and great sects had suffered great losses in Di Tian's hands. Now that one of the two palaces, Wind Rain Palace, had also suffered losses, it wasn't too shocking. However, many forces shook their heads after learning about this. This Di Tian was courting death. Not only did he offend Immortal Court and great sects, he also offended Wind Rain Palace. This Di Tian's troubles weren't ordinary. A few days ago, the immortal venerables of the great sects and immortal court disappeared from great metropolis heaven without a trace. Thinking about this matter, Wind Rain Palace could only swallow their anger. Before figuring out what happened to those people, no one would find trouble with Di Tian. Moreover, Di Tian already had more than 20 immortal venerables. To deal with such a person, no matter which force, they needed to think carefully. Once they made a move, they would have to pay a huge price. No one would do such a thing where both sides would suffer. Even high-level immortal venerables were needed to deal with Di Tian. Everyone knew about Wind-Fire Immortal Venerable's fame. He cultivated the ruler's secret art of great overarching heaven and earth. He could deal with any mid-stage immortal venerable. After losing control, great metropolis heaven devoured everything again. Its area kept expanding and gradually became the largest world in the vicinity. Those small forces directly surrendered after seeing demon breaking immortal venerable fall. They handed over the world core and became a part of great metropolis heaven. In just a year, it devoured all the worlds that were originally managed by Iron Blood Alliance, becoming a rising star in the myriad worlds. Wind Rain Palace's people didn't make a move, they only condemned Di Tian's immoral behavior and urged everyone to love peace. Privately, he sent messengers to the great metropolis world. After spending a large sum of money, he managed to redeem the man. The battle strength of a high-level immortal venerable. This news caused quite a stir in the Wind Rain Palace. In the main hall of the Wind and Rain Palace, immortal Windfire's expression was unsightly to behold. He cursed Di Tian 10,000 times. His illustrious reputation was ruined in Di Tian's hands. Especially now, he had nothing on him, everything was snatched away by those bandits. You're saying that Di Tian already has a high-level immortal venerable under him? The high-level immortal venerables of the Wind and Rain Palace were gathered in the palace. Everyone frowned when they heard Windfire Immortal Venerable's words. They had to pay attention to a high-level immortal venerable. No matter how many low-level and mid-level immortal venerables there were, if they didn't cultivate a sovereign-grade cultivation technique, they wouldn't be able to do anything. They just needed to send a high-level immortal venerable to solve everything. If the great metropolis heaven had a high-level immortal reverent, he would have to be even more careful when dealing with them. They should be proficient in a battle formation. Moreover, it should be a very terrifying battle formation. When the 12 of them unleashed it and broke through to high-level immortal venerable's battle strength, my great overarching heaven couldn't trap them and was broken. Immortal Venerable Windfire said helplessly. This was a very depressing matter. If it wasn't for them unleashing the battle strength of a high-level immortal venerable, he wouldn't have lost so miserably. He would soon become a laughing stock. Just look at the expressions of the higher-ups. Is there such a battle formation? Unbelievable. How can there be such a battle formation in the myriad worlds? Instantly raising the battle strength of a low-level immortal venerable to a high-level immortal venerable. Even the immortal court might not have such a top-notch cultivation technique. If it's possible, we'd better get our hands on this cultivation technique. This must be a sovereign-grade cultivation technique. The people of the Wind and Rain Palace were completely shocked. Everyone knew immortal venerable Windfire's strength. Once he unleashed his great overarching heaven, he would be invincible in the heavenly kingdom. Yet, he lost so miserably. How to deal with Di Tian had become a headache for the Wind and Rain Palace. For example, the Wind and Rain Palace didn't dare to act recklessly and could only let Di Tian continue like this. However, while the Wind and Rain Palace was hyping up the matter, another world came to the myriad worlds, and a piece of news that stunned everyone. Want an immortal king, immortal beast? Then come to the great metropolis world. Want an immortal emperor, immortal beast? Then come to the great metropolis world. This news quickly spread like wildfire until one day, a group of first-step immortal emperor-level immortal beasts were brought out in a grandiose manner. They exuded the aura of immortal emperor-level immortal beasts, causing everyone to be shocked. This shocked everyone. After the shock, it was followed by jealousy and envy. Everyone couldn't sit still. Now that the myriad worlds were in chaos, Who didn't want to have another battle strength by their side? When the news spread, everyone ran over. Everyone saw the 99 immortal immortal beasts in the sunset world. This time, they could finally get what they wanted. Master, is this appropriate? Immortal venerable demon Sealing said with some apprehension. What's wrong with that? If anyone dares to cause trouble, we won't let them off easily. We'll kill them all, the leader of the 12 generals said coldly. Ever since Baomier captured Wind Fire Immortal Venerable, he was fighting against an ordinary high-level Immortal Venerable. Demon Venerable didn't dare to underestimate him. Now, both sides were competing. At the same time, they were glad that they had chosen to follow their master. Otherwise, they would be terrified if they had to fight their master in the future. They would offend anyone but their master. Didn't they see that the Immortal Court and the Immortal Sects had suffered losses because of their master? Stop arguing. Lin Fei's words made them stop. Our great metropolis heaven is no longer a minor world. Blindly using force isn't a good thing. Therefore, I'll take out the Immortal King and Immortal Beast to show them that offending me will not end well. As for those who have other motives, they don't have to worry. Unless a sovereign makes a move, no one will be able to do anything to us. Lin Fei thought about it for a while. They had used force. Then it was time to use treasures. Chapter 1464. Under the starry sky that led to the great celestial world. Now, it suddenly became lively. Everyone was heading to the great celestial world. You're going to the great celestial world too. How can I not go? That Di Tian is too amazing. He's really amazing. If possible, I want to buy a few more immortal beasts to create a cavalry of immortal beast. Almost everyone said the same thing under the starry sky. The great celestial world had been quite active recently. First, it devoured the surrounding worlds, raising the great celestial world to a middle-grade world. Then, it launched an immortal beast auction. This was not something that ordinary people dared to do. However, Di Tian did it, and everyone in the great celestial world knew about it. The great celestial world was not small now. The original territory of the Iron Blood Alliance was gone, replaced by the great celestial world. These small worlds were all swept clean. Without the Iron Blood Alliance's immortal venerable breaking demon, the forces fell apart. With the 12 war generals in hand, no one could stop them. Even the immortal venerable of the Storm Palace was captured. The great celestial world easily devoured the other small worlds. When there was not a single world left, Lin Fei stopped and did not let it continue to devour. Now, it was stabilizing and digesting. After devouring so many worlds, the people living here became stronger again. Although they were not full of talents, they were not far away. All kinds of geniuses appeared. When the worlds merged, there would be essence fusing into the world. There was also something like luck. It was illusory, but once it was added to one's body, experts would naturally appear. Is this the great celestial world? The group entered the great celestial world. The immortal chi of heaven and earth is much denser. This Di Tian is quite capable, but he can only devour a few small worlds. If he dares to devour a middle-grade world, I'm afraid it won't be so easy. A young man with knife-like eyebrows was surrounded by a group of people, exuding boundless arrogance. The people behind him echoed one by one. There aren't many high-grade immortal beasts in our great celestial world, but so many immortal beasts appeared in Di Tian's hands. We can go and investigate. The young man waved his hand, and everyone disappeared into the sky. Young Miss Liu, this Di Tian's tone is not small. Is he planning to compete with our heavenly fortune building? An invincible warship was sailing through the starry sky. The banner of the heavenly fortune pavilion hung high up in the sky. No one dared to make a move against it. Once they saw this name, they would run away without a trace. On the deck of the warship, a golden-haired youth revealed a look of disdain as he spoke to the black-clothed woman beside him. If he has the ability to do business, that's Di Tian's business. This is a matter of course. What business is there to compete for? A hint of disgust flashed across the black-clothed woman's beautiful eyes, but she perfectly concealed it. The golden-haired young man coldly snorted. Right now, the myriad of worlds are not peaceful. Since Di Tian dares to make such a big fuss and even auction off a powerful immortal beast, I'm afraid that it will attract the attention of countless people. This young master wants to see what ability Di Tian has to face them. The woman in black had a worried look in her eyes. The blonde young man standing next to him was not an ordinary person, but someone with a considerable background. In the world of Greater Heaven, within the Invincible Palace, a large number of Senfu residences appeared. This area was specially for foreign immortals to rest. Many immortals came to this area and saw towering trees erected near the Invincible Palace. There were at least a few thousand of them, and they were stunned by the sight. When they scanned the trees with their divine senses, they did not see any changes. They were just ordinary. No one paid much attention to them. In less than a few days, over 1,000 immortals were living near the Invincible Palace. There were also people living in places further away. They brought their own senfu with them, and they could stay as long as the senfu was released. It was simple and convenient. At this time, the world of Greater Heaven was not a small world. The immortals who came here did not dare to violate the rules here. Immortal supremacies were not to be trifled with. If they made a move, they might be instantly killed by immortal supremacies. There were already rumors that there were more than 20 immortal supremacies in the world of Greater Heaven. Immortal supremacies were a major power in the myriad of worlds. Few people could compare to them. Naturally, everyone here behaved themselves. These days went on and on. Until the day before the auction was about to begin, a large number of powers came together. When these powers appeared, the experts of Greater Heaven were shocked. This was because the powers that came were the top ones, and they did not seem to have good intentions. Otherwise, they would not have appeared at this time. Reporting, Immortal Supremacy Qing'an of the Immortal Sect brings people to greet Realm Lord Di Tian. Reporting, Immortal Supremacy Juan of the Immortal Court brings people to greet Realm Lord Di Tian. Reporting, Immortal Supremacy Luo Sho of the Dark Soul Palace brings people to greet Realm Lord Di Tian. Reporting, Immortal Supremacy Ming Qiu of the Demon Sealing Palace brings people to greet Realm Lord Di Tian. Reporting, Immortal Supremacy Yiming of the Light Palace brings people to greet Realm Lord Di Tian. Lin Fei, who was sitting on the throne, gently tapped his fingers on the throne. The corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a smile. Hihi, they're finally here. Are they trying to show me who's boss? Lin Fei naturally knew why these powers came together. It was because they treated him as a fat piece of meat and were ready to take a bite out of him. Through the information obtained from the harvest, Lin Fei already knew the identity and status of these people like the back of his hand. Not to mention others, let's talk about the Dark Soul Palace, Demon Sealing Palace, and Light Palace. These three palaces were the three strongest powers under the two palaces. Their influence covered the entire universe. This time, the three palaces came together. In fact, it was because of the small world that was being devoured. There were some benefits involved in this. Lin Fei was indeed a little surprised that they could come. However, the people from the two palaces did not come. He did not know if they were on the way or if they chose not to come. After all, the Storm Palace had just suffered a loss in his hands and was extorted a large number of treasures. It was enough to make them vomit blood. 5 powers came to visit me at once. If I don't see them, I'm afraid they will say that I'm afraid of them. Lin Fei ordered people to prepare the banquet. These were all rich people. A small banquet like this had to be arranged properly. Otherwise, they would say that he was a stingy realm lord. He had to give them some face. The people from the 5 top powers came one after another. Everyone has come from afar. I have already ordered people to prepare the banquet. Please take a seat. Invincible Palace's main palace. This place had already been decorated. The table was filled with wine and immortal fruits. The people from the 5 top powers walked in front of the immortal court. Behind them were the great sects. They looked at Lin Fei with unfriendly gazes. Lin Fei was speechless. I don't think I owe you money. Didn't I just extort some treasures? Is there a need to be like this? Can't people be more generous? Whether it was the immortal court or the great sects, They looked at Di Tian with ugly expressions. The two powers sat down on the left and right. The people from the three palaces also sat down on the seats below. Chapter 1465. The five major forces didn't just come to visit Di Tian. After all, the current Di Tian was no longer a small figure. He could be considered a major character in the myriad worlds. He had more than 20 immortal venerables under him, including mid-stage immortal venerables. They possessed great battle prowess that could sweep through many great worlds. Apart from that, there was another secret that they hadn't figured out. The powerhouses sent by the Immortal Lyceum and the Immortal Sects had yet to be found. Other than one of their natal tokens that was broken, the rest were intact. Where did these people go? They had always wanted to figure it out. Di Tian became the target of suspicion. It was possible that these people were in Di Tian's hands. This also proved that there was a great expert behind Di Tian. As for who this great expert was, everyone wanted to know. Today, they came to probe and understand. They happened to meet the people from the Immortal Sects, so the Immortal Lyceum and the Immortal Sects temporarily put aside their grudges. Everyone has come from afar. My great metropolis world is also honored by your presence. Let me toast to everyone. Di Tian raised his wine cup. Everyone had to give him face. After drinking the wine, Lin Fei called over the singers and put on a song and dance show. One had to say, when the fairies and singers performed, it was extremely wonderful. At the very least, Lin Fei watched with great interest. From the start of cultivation until now, Lin Fei hadn't carefully watched the performances of the singers. He had been wholeheartedly cultivating. Now that he had some experts on hand, he finally didn't have to work so hard. Lin Fei watched with great interest, but for the five major forces, watching the performances of the singers was clearly not their main purpose. Immortal Paragon Ju and also realized that this Di Tian wasn't easy to deal with. He was indeed as overbearing as the rumors said. No wonder the people of the Immortal Lyceum were so angry at him. Daoist Di Tian, I heard that you are auctioning immortal beasts this time, and they are immortal beasts of different levels. I wonder if we can have the honor to see them. Immortal Paragon Juan's suggestion was exactly what they wanted. Immortal Paragon Qing'an from the Immortal Sects also said, our Immortal Sects are very interested in cooperating with Daoist Di Tian. If possible, we also want to see these immortal beasts. Look at my immortal beasts. You have quite a big appetite. This must be one of your goals. Last time, Lin Fei asked people to drag a group of immortal beasts out for a stroll, and the entire universe was completely stirred up. No matter who it was, they would be tempted. This was a good target to raise their battle prowess. No problem. Lin Fei readily agreed. Both Immortal Venerable Juan and Immortal Venerable Qing'an were stunned. Since when did Di Tian become so easy to talk to? Everyone, follow me. Di Tian asked the songstress fairy maiden to disperse. With a wave of his hand, a path appeared, and he was the first to walk in. The people here were all very gutsy. They weren't afraid that Di Tian would do anything. They followed along and in the blink of an eye, they arrived at one of the levels of the World Overlord's training grounds. Roar 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 tilde roar 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 tilde. The immortal beasts were fixed in one area in such a huge training ground. The number of them was so dense that everyone was dumbfounded. Even the two immortal venerables of the Immortal Court and the Immortal Sects were shocked at this moment. So many immortal beasts. Could it be that Di Tian had swept through the entire universe? Otherwise, where would they find so many worlds? Immortal King-level immortal beasts and Immortal Emperor-level immortal beasts. The battle strength of these two types of immortal beasts couldn't be ignored. If an Immortal King-level immortal had an Immortal King-level immortal beast, their strength would increase greatly and they could even fight against an Immortal Emperor-level powerhouse. Lord, look over there. Isn't that the rumored meteor Pegasus that can break through the limit of heavenly law? A subordinate of the Dark Soul Palace hurriedly said to Lord Luo Sha. After hearing his subordinate's words, Immortal Venerable Luo Sha noticed the meteor Pegasus leisurely flying in an area in the distance like meteors. There are so many meteor Pegasus. Did Di Tian rob the entire meteor Pegasus race? The number of immortal beasts was shocking, but Meteor Pegasus with such speed were extremely rare in the entire universe. Each of them was extremely precious. But now, these immortal beasts were like cabbages. Immortal Venerable Luo Sho's eyes were filled with jealousy and even a trace of greed. If he occupied this place, the overall strength of the Dark Soul Palace would increase greatly. This thought flashed in Immortal Venerable Luo Sho's mind. The Dark Soul Palace was one of the 3 palaces and ranked behind the 2 palaces. If they wanted to swallow Di Tian's things, they might have to bite their teeth and suffer a great loss. After Immortal Venerable Luo Sho discovered the Meteor Pegasus, the other Immortal Venerables also discovered the Meteor Pegasus. Immortal beasts that could attack were easy to find. But those that were good at speed were not easy to find. These immortal beasts were too rare. Even if they appeared, they would be bought at an extremely high price. By the time everyone reacted, they would have already disappeared. Fellow Daoist Di Tian, our Demon Sealing Palace is very interested in this Meteor Pegasus. If possible, we want all of them. Demon Sealing Palace's Immortal Venerable Mingqiu was also envious and said directly. Light Palace's one Fate Immortal Venerable secretly cursed. This guy got it first. Our Light Palace is also very interested in this. The price is not a problem. It was best to have such a good thing in their hands. If they weren't afraid of Di Tian's strength, they would have already taken action to plunder it. With so many immortal beasts, who wouldn't be envious? I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint everyone. Lin Fei shook his head. I'm preparing to bid for these immortal beasts at the auction. Whoever offers the highest price can buy them. Demon Sealing Palace's Immortal Venerable Mingqiu's face sank. Fellow Daoist Di Tian, are you not going to give us this little face? As long as you sell us, our Demon Sealing Palace will be your best friend from now on. Lin Fei directly despised them in his heart. Best friend. Are these words true? If I didn't have the strength, I'm afraid I would have swallowed everything in one gulp. How could I have the cheek to call myself a friend? Lin Fei wanted them to buy them with their capital. Especially the 3 palaces. Their strength was not much different. However, if anyone had these immortal beasts, their strength would rise and they would be able to stand above the 2 palaces. There were even Immortal Emperor-level immortal beasts. Maybe there would be even more powerful Immortal Venerable-level immortal beasts. Therefore, they wanted to buy immortal beasts in private. They wanted to be one step ahead of others and take the initiative. Lin Fei waved his hand. Demon Sealing Palace's Immortal Venerable Mingqiu was enveloped by a force. He couldn't resist and was moved out of Great Metropolis Heaven along with his subordinates. In my territory, you have to listen to me. A cold voice echoed under the starry sky. Immortal Venerable Mingqiu was thrown under the starry sky. Coincidentally, someone passed by. He was furious and killed a group of innocent people. His face was gloomy. What a good Di Tian. How dare you ignore our Demon Sealing Palace? Anger was anger. Thinking that the other 2 palaces were still inside, Immortal Venerable Mingqiu immediately felt uncomfortable. I can't let them have it easy. Lin Fei easily moved Immortal Venerable Mingqiu out of the training ground. Chapter 1466. They all knew how strong Immortal Venerable Mingqiu was. Di Tian could take Immortal Venerable Mingqiu away without any resistance. Although Di Tian was a realm lord and could borrow the power of the world, it was impossible for him to be this powerful. Killing Immortal Venerable Mingqiu would be a piece of cake. His strength was a little terrifying. One Fate Immortal Venerable of Brilliance Palace was eager for Immortal Venerable Mingqiu to lose his qualification. In the myriad worlds, the 3 palaces seemed to be together, but they were actually enemies. They often fought for benefits and many immortals died. One Fate Immortal Venerable was worried about how to strengthen Brilliance Palace. It would be best if Di Tian would be hostile to the other 2 palaces. Demon Sealing Palace's Immortal Venerable Mingqiu's actions undoubtedly helped him. He quickly stabbed Immortal Venerable Mingqiu and increased his hatred. At the very least, he would leave a bad impression. Dark Soul Palace's Venerable Luo Sho was secretly happy. He finally got rid of an enemy and could share less good things with them. Daoist Di Tian, Those guys from Demon Ceiling Palace are all ambitious wolves. Such people should be treated like this. Otherwise, they will take a yard after taking an inch, Luo Sha also said seriously. He was really happy for a while. The fights between the three halls had not been going on for just 1 or 2 days. Now that one was gone, they could share some of the benefits. Immortal Venerable Qing An and Immortal Venerable Ju An glanced at each other. This Di Tian was really domineering. He directly kicked them out. That was Demon Ceiling Palace. Thinking about it, Di Tian wasn't afraid of them. Let alone others. Moreover, the guys from Dark Soul Palace and Brilliance Palace weren't good people either. They immediately aimed their guns at them. If Immortal Venerable Mingqiu didn't make a move, it was hard to guarantee that one of them wouldn't be the first to make a move. You two are right. Di Tian sneered in his heart. I, Di Tian, have been fighting my way up since I ascended. I hate people who threaten me the most. In my territory, I don't want anyone to force me to do something I don't want to do. Otherwise, I don't mind letting him experience my anger and even make him lose his qualification. Luo Sha and One Fate Immortal Venerable glanced at each other, glad that they didn't make a move. On their way here, the higher-ups had already warned them not to act recklessly in the great metropolis heaven. Who knows, Di Tian might even be waiting for them to make a move. At that time, he could use them to extort treasures. From the looks of it now, Di Tian did indeed have this inclination. Others might not be able to do it, but Di Tian could. This guy was already used to it, and it wasn't the first or second time either. Every time he extorted treasures, it would cost him a lot of money. Not long after, they sat outside in the palace again. At this moment, the four powers all had their own ideas on how to obtain the greatest benefits from the auction. However, the question of how to start the conversation was a difficult one. Earlier, when Immortal Paragon Mingqiu threatened Di Tian, they could already tell that Di Tian wasn't afraid of any threats. If it was during normal times, they wouldn't be bothered. But now, there was a supreme expert behind Di Tian. This was truly a troublesome matter. These tyrannical immortal beasts might have come from the hands of that peerless expert. Until now, they still couldn't figure out where these immortal beasts came from. If they insisted, they might anger that peerless expert. This wasn't a good thing for them, it might even be a bad thing. The two leaders, Immortal Venerable Ju An and Immortal Venerable Qing An, were also feeling uneasy. To think that they, a great power, actually had to lower their heads. This kind of thing had never happened before. For the sake of so many immortal beasts, they felt that it wasn't unacceptable for them to be wronged temporarily. Their immortal court controlled a large amount of resources, but this wasn't their strong point. Especially when they suspected that Di Tian might have immortal venerable level immortal beasts, this was the biggest key. This was true combat power. Fourth step Immortal Emperor immortal beasts were also very powerful, which was what they needed. Sitting on the throne, Lin Fei was in a very good mood. Unfortunately, these people didn't make a move because of this. Now, they had lost a chance to extort treasures. If they knew about this, they would probably curse out loud. Di Tian was indeed not a good person, he just wanted to play tricks on them. Daoist Di Tian, we have drunk this immortal brew. Regarding the immortal beasts, our immortal court would like to cooperate with Daoist Di Tian. Under the condition of not destroying the auction, we are willing to pay a high price to buy a batch of immortal beasts. It would be even better if there are higher level immortal beast. Immortal Venerable Ju An didn't believe Di Tian's words. Our immortal sects will also pay a high price. Immortal Venerable Qing An didn't want to be left behind. Dark Soul Palace and Radiant Palace couldn't intervene at this moment. The difference in strength between the two was too great. Lin Fei bringing them to see the immortal beasts was actually doing business with them. To Lin Fei, immortal beasts were experience points. They could drop experience stones. In the outside world, they would be in their normal state. Only their combat power was amazing. The rest was nothing special. Lin Fei wanted to create a unique world. Now that the immortal court and the immortal sects were in a state of peace, Lin Fei didn't believe that it would last for a long time. There was still no movement until now. Once these three forces fought, It would definitely be very exciting. Now, Lin Fei would help them speed up the process. If it was before, Lin Fei might not have the guts to do so. But with Hairball, he was immediately full of confidence. His own strength was also increasing rapidly, so he didn't have to worry about being afraid. Selling, that was for sure. How to sell it at a high price was the key. Fellow Taoists, you should know that my place is backward and remote. It's far from the rich resources of those great world. Lin Fei complained, listening to the few immortal venerables rolling their eyes. This was the first time they met someone who dared to say such words with so many immortal beasts. This was richer than any other world, and his subordinates were also strong. Even 10 worlds might not be able to compare to the great metropolis world. If they heard what you said, who knows how many people would vomit blood. Lin Fei directly ignored their expressions. These immortal beasts were obtained with great difficulty. If it wasn't for the great metropolis world, I wouldn't have taken them out to auction. Once again, they looked down on him. I can see that everyone wants immortal beasts. I just thought about it. I should be able to share a portion of these immortal beasts. However, the price will be a bit expensive. After all, this is for auction. Lin Fei said unhurriedly, for example, Meteor Heavenly Horse. Each of them can reach the limit of the Heavenly Tao. They are essential items to go out. One of them can be exchanged for 20 immortal equipment. Moreover, they have to be at least middle-grade immortal equipment. The great metropolis world lacked these things. Immortal beasts were free in the evil demon space. Lin Fei naturally wanted to exchange for immortal equipment. Chapter 1467. Great metropolis world lacked celestial artifact. He didn't need to worry about celestial reverent treasures. Just the devil's heart alone could be used to exchange for many celestial reverent treasures. Last time, he extorted some from Celestial Dynasty and had a large amount left. He didn't need them now as his celestial reverent subordinates all had celestial reverent treasures. Ning Chuan needed a large amount of celestial artifacts this time. Where else could he find a good deal like exchanging celestial beasts for celestial artifacts? Too expensive? Then don't buy it. Lin Fei's meaning was simple. If they wanted celestial beasts, especially high-grade ones, they could only use celestial artifacts to exchange for them. Moreover, they had to be intermediate-grade celestial artifacts. I can give you 3 days to consider. This was the time that Lin Fei gave them. Celestial Reverend Juan and Qing'an were invited out. They were enemies with each other, so they scoffed coldly and left. As for what they chose, that was up to them. After Celestial Dynasty and the others left, there were people outside who wanted to greet him. Tianyun Tower? Hearing that Tianyun Tower wanted to greet him, Lin Fei knew that it was Liu Ziyue. He didn't treat this woman who he had been working with as an ordinary woman. This was a woman with skills. She came to trade with him right from the start. She was someone with good judgment. Hearing that it was someone from Tianyun Tower, Lin Fei asked people to bring her in. He had to thank Tianyun Tower for the information they gave him during the war. It allowed him to raise his strength and get through the life and death crisis. He even opened the demon space and his strength increased by leaps and bounds. Even if Liu Ziyue didn't come, Lin Fei would find some time to make a trip. Liu Ziyue was here. This time, Liu Ziyue wasn't the only one who came. This surprised Lin Fei. With a casual glance, he knew that the person who accompanied Liu Ziyue wasn't weak. He was actually a celestial reverent. The most surprising thing was that there was a strong power sealed in his body. The power of the seal was hidden perfectly. If not for his strength constantly increasing, he probably wouldn't be able to sense the existence of the seal. If this power exploded out, it could sweep many celestial reverents and could even deal a fatal blow. This young man's background was not simple. With the chaos of the myriad worlds, it wasn't strange for such a person to appear. During this period, Lin Fei also looked at Liu Ziyue. Previously, he couldn't see through this woman's strength. But now, Lin Fei could see that she had already reached the immortal venerable realm. Fairy Liu, long time no see. Lin Fei sat on the throne and smiled at Liu Ziyue. Liu Ziyue was still dressed in black, but this time she wore a black veil. She was very courteous. Long time no see. You've already become a great marquis. It's really hard to believe. With more than 20 celestial reverends under them, of course, this did not include the celestial reverend Hairball had. In the myriad heavens and myriad worlds, they were already a very powerful force. Di Tian had also become a great duke. In the past, I was tired of working alone. It wasn't easy to control a big world. No matter what, there had to be someone to guard it. I was just lucky. I don't deserve your praise. Ever since news about Di Tian started to spread, Liu Ziyue found it hard to believe. Di Tian's strength improved too quickly. The celestial reverend realm that others found hard to break through was as easy as drinking water in his hands. There were no bottlenecks or problems. He was outrageously monstrous. The important thing was how to make celestial reverends willingly join the great metropolis world. This was what many people wanted to know. Seeing Di Tian again, Liu Ziyue's emotions changed. The current Di Tian already had the qualifications to talk to her father. He was even a true big shot in the myriad heavens and myriad worlds. Di Tian already had the strength to speak. Especially in this immortal beast auction, the famous Tianyun Tower was also suppressed by the great metropolis world. Immortal beasts weren't cabbages that could be harvested just by entering. Every time the Tianyun Tower auctioned immortal beasts, they were scattered. But this time, Di Tian was very generous. The upper echelons of the Tianyun Tower were shocked. Since when could immortal beasts be sold wholesale? The important thing was still the high-grade immortal beasts. Liu Ziyue, who was familiar with them, was sent over. If one's luck was good, one could subdue so many celestial reverends. If one's luck was good, one could have a peerless expert as a backer. Liu Ziyue wouldn't believe it. You are the Di Tian whose name shakes the myriad heavens and myriad worlds. I thought you had 3 heads and 6 arms, but it turns out you are just a bumpkin from the lower realm. Liu Ziyue and Lin Fei were chatting happily, but the young man at the side frowned, appearing very displeased. He directly interrupted the two of them. Lin Fei raised his eyebrows. Who do you think you are, to have the qualifications to ask me this? With a group of celestial reverends as his subordinates, Lin Fei gradually became domineering. With a raise of his eyebrows, an invincible pressure instantly enveloped the young man. Tilde under the powerful pressure, the young man's body was almost crushed. Di Tian, you dare to humiliate me. The celestial reverend power in the young man's body erupted, a trace of violent power leaked out, and his eyes instantly turned red. Do you know who I am? At the side, Liu Ziyue's eyes flashed with a trace of brilliance, and she thought to herself, Di Tian's strength has actually reached such a level, just his pressure can suppress this guy. When this person first came, he defeated many celestial reverends of their Tianyun Tower with a wave of his hand, displaying extraordinary strength, and even the Tianyun Tower was somewhat afraid of him. Liu Ziyue seemed to have let out a sigh of relief. What qualifications do you have to let me know who you are? Boom! Lin Fei suddenly stood up, and his entire aura soared into the sky, as if it had pierced through the starry sky, and an invincible pressure came crashing down on the young man, causing his body to emit cracking sounds. Plop! The young man was pressured into kneeling on the ground with a plop. The main hall seemed to be shaking. I'm going to kill you, I must kill you. The young man's eyes were bloodshot, and his violent aura wanted to blast away this pressure, but this violent aura was really not worth mentioning in front of the towering mountain. Lin Fei's current strength was already starting to approach the combat strength of a ruler. Just the pressure alone was not something that the other party could resist. Fairy Liu, your people don't seem to be very polite, and they don't know how to respect their seniors, so I helped you punish them. You don't mind, right? Lin Fei said with a smile. As for the young man who was pressured into kneeling, he didn't even look at him. Liu Ziyue frowned slightly. Jiyu Tian, you need to change your character. Don't forget, the person in charge this time is me, not you. There was a trace of anger in her words. The young man raised his head, and a cold light shot out from his eyes. Liu Ziyue, don't forget who you are. If not for our support, your father would not have today's status, and now you are actually speaking up for an outsider. Boom! Another wave of pressure came. The young man only felt a mountain-like weight, and his whole body was pressed to the ground like a dead dog. He raised his head and saw the person on the throne emitting an invincible pressure. "You can scram now." A huge finger flicked over, and the young man was sent flying, smashing through layers of the void, and fell outside the starry sky. Chapter 1469. Jiyu Tianren's body was shattered by a finger. Under the stars, Jiyu Tianren's body was wrapped by a mysterious power. Although his body wasn't torn into pieces, he quickly recovered. After recovering his body, Jiyu Tianren's face was cold. "What a good Di Tian, to actually look down on our Jiyu clan." Jiyu Tianren had a ferocious look on his face, and a hint of fear flashed in his eyes. The rumors outside say that Liu Ziyue, that bitch, really has an ambiguous relationship with Di Tian. Now, it seems that it's true. Before coming, Jiyu Tianren had already thought of a countermeasure. Who would have thought that he would be flicked out by Di Tian's finger? The other party was ridiculously strong and he couldn't resist at all. Right now, Jiyu Tianren really didn't dare to go in. One finger was enough to shatter him. If Di Tian really wanted to kill him, there was an 80 to 90% chance of that happening. He didn't dare to take the risk. Just you wait. Jiyu Tianren originally wanted to recruit Di Tian, but now he didn't have such a method. Why do you have to do this? You've unknowingly made another powerful enemy for yourself. Liu Ziyue's beautiful eyes under the veil revealed a hint of joy before returning to normal. Her tone carried a trace of helplessness as she didn't want Di Tian to do this. Lin Fei didn't mind. "You know my current situation. Since I have so many enemies, I don't care about one or two. This Jiyu Tianren is quite interesting. Can you tell me where he came from?" With his current strength, if Lin Fei wanted that person to die, that person would die without a doubt. Just now, he felt a slight change in Jiyu Tianren's body. The power of the seal was very mysterious. Jiyu Tianren should have been shattered by the flick, but now he was indeed wrapped by the power. This was different. If you asked me like this before, I wouldn't have told you. I was afraid that you would be under too much pressure and blame me. Liu Ziyue smiled. "Now that you're a great duke, you have the right to know. How many people can kill someone with one finger? How many people can do this?" Hearing this, Lin Fei knew that the other party's background wasn't simple. Jiyu Tianren is from the chaotic ancient country. The person from the chaotic ancient country that disappeared? Lin Fei had read about this in the ancient records. In fact, he had even encountered a chaos giant in the primal chaos. They didn't disappear, they retired. Liu Ziyue nodded. "There are people from the primal chaos ancient kingdom behind the Qianyun Tower, and the Jiyu surname belongs to the noble bloodline of the primal chaos heaven kingdom." What a powerful background. Now that the primal chaos heavens had appeared, Lin Fei didn't find it strange at all. Lin Fei had already guessed this. "You've provoked yet another powerful enemy." Liu Ziyue didn't want Di Tian to do this from the bottom of her heart. However, even if you don't make a move against Jiyu Tianren, you probably won't agree to anything that Jiyu Tianren proposes. Sooner or later, you will offend him. "You're not trying to recruit me, are you?" From the first day they met, Lin Fei did not like Jiyu Tianren. "You guessed it right. The Jiyu family of the primal chaos ancient kingdom wants to recruit you to become their subordinate and make the great metropolis heaven their proxy world." Right now, Lin Fei was not afraid of being bitten. Especially with the immortal beast auction, he was afraid that all the forces would want to take a bite out of him. Their appetite is not small. Lin Fei sneered. "The immortal court, the great sects, and the two palaces don't dare to say such words. A mere Jiyu family is really not ordinary. Do they really think that I'm so easy to deal with? If I had known earlier, I would have killed a few more times to vent my anger." Liu Ziyue giggled. "Jiyu Tianren coming to see you was really a wrong choice. I also have to thank you. Who knows how many people in our Qianyun Tower hated this guy to the point of gnashing their teeth. Now, he finally fell into your hands." Lin Fei's heart moved. "If that's the case, I'm afraid that your Liu family's days in the Qianyun Tower won't be good. In the past, the primal chaos ancient kingdom belonged to a superpower in the myriad worlds. They were born in the primal chaos. There were primal chaos gods, primal chaos immortals, and primal chaos divine beasts. Their bodies were tyrannical and terrifying, and they were undying and indestructible. Now that he was walking in the myriad worlds, it was not hard for Lin Fei to think of Liu Ziyue's situation. You don't have to worry about this for now. Liu Ziyue smiled. Our Liu family is not a small power in the Tianyun Tower. We are one of the 10 great elders. If you are worried about me, this little girl will be flattered. Are you worried? Lin Fei asked himself this, but it seemed like he was not. Thinking about it, Lin Fei felt that he was worried about Liu Ziyue, otherwise he would not have asked this kind of thing. He already had a few wives at home, so Lin Fei did not want to provoke any more women. We have cooperated for so long, I am worried that we cannot continue to cooperate. That would not be a small loss. Lin Fei barely found an excuse. Liu Ziyue lightly snorted and said in her heart, "What a hypocritical guy. Our Tianyun Tower does want to have a deep cooperation with you." Liu Ziyue revealed the shrewdness of a merchant. However, before that, I represent my father and want to have a deep cooperation with you. I wonder if you have a secret space here? Lin Fei knew that Liu Ziyue came with a purpose. If he did not make a move to chase Jiyu Tian away, Lin Fei believed that Liu Ziyue would have a way to propose it. That is not a problem. Lin Fei waved his hand and brought Liu Ziyue into the Realm Lord Stone Pagoda. This is the most tightly guarded place. Other than rulers, no one else can enter this place. The Realm Lord Stone Pagoda is a good place. Liu Ziyue was not surprised at all. Father, you can come out now. A door opened behind Liu Ziyue. This door is not big, only one person can walk through it. Your Tianyun Tower is rich, you even used a teleportation gate. Lin Fei can recognize that this is a teleportation gate with a glance. It is very expensive, and many disciples will bring a teleportation gate with them when they go out. When they encounter danger, they will return to their own world. The passage of the teleportation gate can only withstand the power of a certain realm. The higher the realm, the higher the price of the teleportation gate, the more expensive the Immortal Emperor's teleportation gate is. Ordinary people can't afford it. No matter how rich you are, I'm afraid it won't be as big as you. Liu Ziyue replied. Boom. From the door, a black leather boot broke through the world and stepped on the floor of the Realm Lord Stone Pagoda. What followed is a tyrannical aura. It is the immortal venerable realm. A middle-aged man emitting an elegant aura finally came out from the door and appeared in front of Lin Fei. The moment the middle-aged man appeared, his gaze stopped on Lin Fei, sizing him up in admiration and cupping his hands. Dao friend Di Fei, I have long heard of your great name, I finally get to meet you today. This is my father, Third Sage Liu. Chapter 1470. This wasn't the first time Third Sage Liu had heard about Di Tian. Now, there wasn't a single person in the myriad of worlds who didn't know about him. He had subdued an immortal reverent expert with mysterious means, and from an unranked small world to a powerful mid-level world, no one would underestimate this Di Tian. Father, Di Tian sent Jiyu Tianren flying just now, and he even used a single finger to shatter Jiyu Tianren. His strength is already unfathomable, and even I can't see through his cultivation level. If not for the previous incident, Liu Ziyue might not have reminded him. But now, it was completely different. He had to tell his father. Third Sage Liu's heart shook. Jiyu Tian wasn't too strong. His body was tough, comparable to an immortal venerable beast. Many genius disciples of the Tianyun Tower had been defeated by him, which caused quite a stir. It took a lot of effort to suppress it. With regards to Di Tian, Third Saint Liu's understanding was limited to some information. He only knew that Di Tian was someone who could create a legend. His strength rose like a rocket, and in addition, he had a powerful backer supporting him. He was already standing at the peak of the younger generation. Third Sage Liu's impression of Di Tian improved after hearing his daughter's words. Fellow Daoist Third Sage, you came all the way here. Why don't you sit down and have some tea? Other than rulers, no one else can come here. You don't have to worry about anything being leaked. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry. He waved his hand and took out a table. He placed some immortal fruits and other things on it. At this level, Lin Fei was already giving Third Sage Liu a lot of face by calling him a fellow Daoist. Not everyone could say the word fellow Daoist. Unless you had enough strength. Without strength, You wouldn't even know how you offended someone. The two of them sat down on the table and chatted. Liu Ziyue, who was sitting next to Third Sage Liu, secretly rolled her eyes. It seemed like Di Tian didn't know what was going to happen next. He just didn't want to ask. Lin Fei indeed didn't want to ask why Third Sage Liu had come. They were on a different level now. He didn't have to ask everything. If news of this got out, he would be looked down on. Since Third Sage Liu had a favor to ask of Lin Fei was naturally not in a hurry. He talked about everything and said whatever he wanted to say. Fellow Di Tian, I'm afraid it'll be the era of youngsters like you in the near future. This was the first time Third Sage Liu had met Lin Feng. If it weren't for Third Sage Liu's achievements in the outside world, no one would have believed that the person before them was a terrifying existence. You flatter me, Lin Fei said with a smile. The myriad worlds are so big, and now even the primal chaos ancient kingdoms have come out. The number of young geniuses is even more uncountable. It is still too early to say this. Third Saint Liu saw it clearly. Using the treasure in his hand, Third Sage Liu could see clearly that Di Tian was merely at the immortal venerable realm. There was no dense energy in his body. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to do it if he concealed it perfectly. Third Sage Liu could imagine that if Di Tian had the opportunity to ascend to become a sovereign, the current sovereigns would have a headache and wouldn't know how to deal with him. It was worth the risk to come here this time. This time, I came from afar and even used the teleportation gate because I want to make a deal with fellow Daoist. Third Sage Liu was one of the 10 great elders of the Tianyun Tower. No matter where he went, everyone would be polite to him. As long as he revealed a small thought, many people would fight to be the first to do it. But in front of Di Tian, Third Sage Liu didn't dare to do so. Just now, his daughter had already made it very clear that Jiyu Tian was forced to kneel on the ground by Di Tian because of his arrogant tone. From this, it could be seen that the rumors of Di Tian having a bad temper were indeed true. Young people were high-spirited, and who wouldn't have a bit of a temper? Third Sage Liu himself was like this in the past. In the future, Di Tian would definitely become one of the main characters of the myriad worlds. Taking the initiative to speak, Third Sage Liu didn't have any feelings for him. I am very interested in this deal to be able to invite fellow Daoist here. Lin Fei was speaking the truth. Personally coming here represented a type of respect. It could be seen that this matter wasn't small. I want to buy a batch of experience pills from fellow Daoist. If fellow Daoist allows, I hope to buy as many as possible, Third Sage Liu said seriously. Liu Ziyue also became nervous. Because this matter was too important. They couldn't help but be nervous. Lin Fei thought that it was something important. So it was necessary for him to come here personally. Wouldn't it be fine if Liu Ziyue just told him? However, Lin Fei didn't know the value of the experience pills. The more powerful the Celestial Venerable's secret art, the harder it was to learn it. Moreover, many people wouldn't be able to learn it in their entire lives. Experience pills were different. As long as one had enough experience pills, they would be able to learn it. This was too important. Experience pills aren't a problem. I have cooperated with Fairy Ziyue for so long, and she arranged for the Celestial Emperor to be stationed in the great metropolis world when I wasn't around. I will remember this kindness. If it wasn't for Liu Ziyue's help, the great metropolis world would be in an unknown state. His wife and daughter would also be in trouble. This was what Lin Fei didn't want to see the most. Experience pills didn't really matter to Lin Fei now. This might be a very large batch of experience pills. Liu Ziyue's beautiful eyes flashed with a trace of color. You don't need to worry about that. Daoist Di Tian, I want to cultivate a dominator rank secret art. I need a lot of experience pills. Are you sure you have no problem with that? Third Sage Liu asked. I'm very curious. What will you use to trade? Now that the demonic space had opened, experience pills were divided into many levels. Explode Extermination, Immortal Sovereign Myriad Evil, and the others were sent to cultivate Dominator rank secret arts. The large amount of experience pills didn't give Lin Fei a headache. Third Sage Liu let out a sigh of relief. He had come to the right place. True spirits and the like are no longer of any use to you, fellow Daoist. As for treasures, I'm too embarrassed to take them out. After all, everyone knows that fellow Daoist's body is already the best treasure there is. Apart from sovereign treasures, I'm afraid there's really nothing else that can catch your eye. What Third Sage Liu said was the truth, something that was publicly acknowledged by all immortals. Lin Fei waited for Third Sage Liu to say something. Just as Lin Fei had said, he couldn't use any of these things. With the few Dominator rank secret techniques he had, not many people could stop him. There were just too few things that were worth his attention. Lin Fei really wanted to know what Third Sage Liu could take out. If he really took out a large amount of true spirits, it would only make Lin Fei look down on Third Sage Liu, and he wouldn't become one of the 10 great elders of the Qianyun Tower. The two palaces are going to establish an emperor dynasty. All of a sudden, Third Saint Liu uttered those words. Emperor dynasty? Chapter 1471. P.S. I'm busy these 2 days. Everything will be stable from tomorrow onwards. This is a big deal, Lin Fei muttered in his heart. The myriad heavens and myriad realms were now filled with feudal vassals of all sizes. Although the two palaces were the leaders, in private, no one gave face to anyone. Establishing an emperor dynasty was indeed not a small matter. Lin Fei couldn't help but admire the intelligence agency of the Qianyun Tower for being able to obtain such important information. What does this have to do with me? Third Sage Liu brought this up to sell a favor. Third Saint Liu almost coughed out blood when he heard this. He treated his words as a waste of time. No wonder there were rumors in the outside world that Di Tian's temper was unpredictable. To establish an emperor dynasty, all of us have to go see the immortal emperor. I'm afraid some people from the two palaces will target your great metropolis world. Daoist Di Tian is too angry. Lin Fei didn't care, that's their own business. Since they dare to target my great metropolis world, I'll make sure they suffer. Moreover, the immortal sects and the immortal court aren't pushovers. They won't easily establish an emperor dynasty. Why should I worry about it? Third Sage Liu finally understood what kind of person Di Tian was. This was a guy who was not afraid of anything. This was good. Cooperating with such a person had its benefits. Perhaps in the future, then let's get back to business. I plan to pay for your experience pills with the starstones you need. Apart from that, there's also a treasure that's barely at the Dominator rank. Third Saint Liu took out a storage ring and a golden saber that had its aura sealed and was covered in cracks. The heavenly starstone was not essential to Lin Fei right now. Lin Fei was very interested in the golden saber. Dominator rank weapon. This was a good thing. What's the origin of this saber? Asked Lin Fei. This thing isn't from our world. It's from another world. I bought it from someone at a high price and tried to repair it. Unfortunately, I couldn't. Third Sage Liu said, the golden saber consumes too much great Dao energy. With my strength, just one slash consumes all my great Dao energy. Although the golden saber was sealed, Lin Fei could still feel the extraordinariness of a Dominator rank weapon. But now it was damaged. Lin Fei pondered and thought to himself, my current strength is almost at the Dominator level. I'm not far from leveling up. Having a Dominator rank weapon in hand isn't a bad choice. Even if I don't use it, I can give it to Hairball. Experience pills were cheap to begin with. Now that they could be exchanged for a Dominator rank weapon, it was a very good deal. Seeing your sincerity, I agree. Lin Fei didn't want to say anything more. However, I have a question that I really want to know. What kind of place is the other world you mentioned? Isn't it the myriad heavens? Yes. It really isn't the myriad heavens and realms. Third Sage Liu could see that Di Tian didn't know about this. He didn't mind saying it. If he didn't say it, Di Tian would find out sooner or later. It was better to leave a good impression. Our myriad heavens and realms is just a small place in this territory. The number of dominators is also very few. It's far from the outside world. Just a big city alone has 1 or 2 dominators. Our Sky Fortune Tower barely opened a few branches outside, and they're all mediocre. Damn, I'm in such a miserable state. Lin Fei almost cried out. In the myriad heavens and realms, the Sky Fortune Tower was very powerful. He didn't expect it to be like this outside. Lin Fei didn't dare to accept this disparity. Third Sage Liu laughed bitterly. There's nothing we can do about it. I heard that you fought with Jiyu Tian and beat him out. That kid is very arrogant. I don't like him. Lin Fei didn't have much to explain. Young and impetuous. Third Sage Liu would have said such words when he was young. Now that he was older, he had to consider many things. He wasn't as frivolous as before. Primal Chaos ancient countries are actually factions in other territories. Third Sage Liu didn't mind saying more. The Jiyu family is one of the bigger factions. Do you know why the two palaces want to establish an emperor dynasty? Other than internal reasons, there are also external reasons. They are preparing to be one step ahead. Hearing this, Lin Fei finally understood the reason behind it. Looks like I have to break through to the Dominator realm as soon as possible, Lin Fei thought, otherwise, I won't even be able to fight back when they come. Does that mean that the Jiyu family will find trouble with me? According to the Jiyu family's character, they might. Third Sage Liu said awkwardly, I will get my people to talk to them. After all, this matter isn't your fault. No need. Di Tian, am not someone who is afraid of trouble. Lin Fei waved his hand. If they come, I don't mind leaving a few more heads. The great metropolis heaven isn't a place where they can come and go as they please. Lin Fei, am not a decoration. Third Sage Liu smelled killing intent. A very heavy killing intent. As expected of a fellow with soaring killing intent. The Jiyu family is not prepared. I'm afraid they will pay a huge price. Third Sage Liu thought. Lin Fei and Third Sage Liu chatted for a while. Then, they took a large amount of experience pills and left through the transfer gate. Liu Ziyue stayed behind to participate in the Immortal Beast auction. After Third Sage Liu left, Lin Fei arranged a place for Liu Ziyue to rest while he went to study the Golden Blade. It's not light. Inside the World Lord Stone Pagoda, Lin Fei laid down layers of restrictions. After releasing the seals, a terrifying killing intent was released. The Dominator rank energy wave caused the void around the restrictions to become unstable. Lin Fei stretched out his hand and grabbed, and a rebounding force shook him. This rebounding force seemed terrifying, but Lin Fei didn't care at all. Behave yourself, or else I will destroy you. Similarly, a terrifying force crushed over. The golden blade also landed in Lin Fei's hand. He casually swung the blade and slashed out, breaking a rock in the distance. This was a primal divine stone. So sharp. Lin Fei took out another celestial sovereign treasure. With a slash of the blade, the celestial sovereign treasure was broken into two. He didn't care about losing an celestial sovereign treasure. There were many of these. Good stuff. With this, even if I encounter a Dominator rank expert, I can cut them down. Lin Fei smiled. I need to deal with the cracks on the blade. Otherwise, the blade will shatter. Third Sage Liu couldn't repair it, but that didn't mean Lin Fei couldn't. Otherwise, who would want it? Now, Lin Fei's standards were very high. After searching in the top quality system, Lin Fei really found a repair tool. The price wasn't cheap. With the Starstones, he didn't have to worry about not being able to repair the Dominator rank weapon. Use of repair stone successful. Use of repair stone successful. Every time he used the repair stone, one of the cracks on the blade would be repaired. There were too many cracks on the blade. Only the Dominator rank weapon didn't shatter. Lin Fei wasn't afraid of using points. He used the repair stones piece by piece. He didn't know how many points he used, but he didn't bother counting. Boom tilde when the last crack was repaired, a terrifying aura was released. It was 10 times stronger than before. Chapter 1472. The Great Metropolis Worlds Auction was in full swing. None of the people who came to participate were stable. They all wanted to take advantage of others to make a fortune. Unfortunately, it did not work in the Great Metropolis world. No matter who wanted to see the Realm Lord Di Tian, it was all in vain. Those who were lucky were directly chased out. Those who were unlucky were directly thrown under the starry sky. No one dared to look down on the 12 immortal venerables guarding. One immortal venerable could instantly kill them, let alone 12 immortal venerables. This time, everyone obediently participated in the auction. As the realm lord, Lin Fei became a hands-off shopkeeper. Everything was handled by Golden Phoenix. She was very passionate about this matter. Moreover, she was the boss of a gang in the past. The auction was well organized under Golden Phoenix's leadership. The first day of the auction set a new record. During this period, a group of masked immortal venerables tried to snatch the immortal beasts and make a fortune. Unfortunately, they encountered 12 immortal venerables. They directly joined forces with high-level immortal venerables. One immortal venerable sacred art smashed down, and this group of people suffered heavy injuries. Some died, some were injured. It was a one-sided situation. Capture them, strip them naked and hang them on the flag in the middle of the square. Lin Fei's punishment was very simple. He directly stripped them and hung them on the flagpole. A total of 5 immortal venerables were hung on the flagpole just like that. It was unknown how many people's glasses were broken because of this. These were immortal venerables. Now, not only were they stripped naked, they were also hung naked on the flagpole. This slap was very serious. It was unknown how the immortal venerables' families would react if they knew. The 12 immortal venerables once again showed their terrifying strength. Everyone became obedient. The following auction went very smoothly. The immortal beasts were auctioned off at extremely high prices. This auction lasted for 3 days. "Hubby, aren't you going to watch?" After the auction ended, Golden Phoenix came over happily and took out the statistics from today. "It must be a great harvest. It doesn't matter if I watch or not." Lin Fei did not look. "Moreover, you are my wife. It's good that you know." "Doesn't that mean I know?" Only Lin Fei could come up with this theory. "By the way, bring the 5 immortal reverends to the auction tomorrow as well." Lin Fei rubbed his chin. "Those who dare to covet your man's things must have some guts. If I don't vent my anger, they'll really think that I'm a sick cat." Auction a celestial prime? The Golden Phoenix wondered if she had heard it wrong. "Can't I?" Lin Fei was going to auction the immortal prime. "Just do it. Since you dared to snatch the immortal beast, you must accept the consequences." "Wow, that's great." Jin Feng jumped 3 feet high. "Actually, I also had this plan at the beginning. The head of an immortal venerable is worth a lot of money. With the restriction formation, whoever buys it will have the combat strength of an immortal venerable. Everyone here today is rich. You don't mind to bleed for once." Without waiting for Lin Fei to say anything, Jin Feng disappeared in a flash. "Is there a need to be so fast?" Lin Fei shook his head. He really couldn't do anything to Jin Feng. On second thought, Lin Fei felt proud of his idea. There was no benefit in killing an immortal reverend. Only Lin Fei would dare to auction an immortal reverend. An immortal reverend is auctioning it. The 5 immortal sovereigns from yesterday are going to hold an auction. No way, this kind of thing actually happened. This was added at the last minute this morning. I just found out about it. When the sun rose the next day, a sudden piece of news came out. Everyone was shocked by this news. What a joke. The great metropolis heaven wanted to auction off an immortal reverend expert. This was not an ordinary level of guts. However, when he thought about the fact that Di Tian had been killed by an immortal reverend, and that the immortal court did not have to give face to him, it seemed like it was not impossible to auction off an immortal reverend. This greatly tempted the people from the major forces. Celestial Supremes. If they had such an immortal reverend, the strength of the family or sect would increase by a large amount. The great metropolis heaven said that every immortal reverend had a restriction placed on them. It could not be easily broken, so they could only accept their punishment. As such, everyone was pondering whether or not they should bid for an immortal reverend. This morning, the great metropolis heaven was especially lively. As for those immortal emperors and even immortal reverends who had not bid, they secretly heaved a sigh of relief. They were almost auctioned off. Di Tian could not be offended. Not only was he stripped naked and hung on the flagpole, he was now going to be auctioned off. His methods were not ordinary vicious. He was selling his entire life. This bastard. At the auction hall. There were immortal beasts being auctioned outside. The quality was better than yesterday's. Everyone was bidding. They were afraid that they would be too slow and fall behind. However, in one of the private rooms, curses could be heard. Fortunately, the private room was soundproof and blocked divine senses. A gloomy young man walked back and forth. His eyes looked like he wanted to eat someone. Young Master Gu, you have to avenge us. Apart from the young man, there were 3 middle-aged men in the private room who were frowning. I will definitely avenge you guys. Gu Tian's face was dark. I will not let anyone else win the immortal reverend. Gu Tian was originally chased out. Under Liu Ziyue's pleading, Lin Fei allowed the ancient celestials to enter. The people from the primal chaos ancient kingdom did not have much ability, so if they dared to play any tricks in their own territory, they could only blame themselves for seeking death. Gu Tianren came back, and he came back in anger. A bumpkin from the lower realm did not give him face, which meant that he did not give the primal chaos ancient country any face. Thus, Gu Tian pondered and decided to teach Di Tian a lesson. Thus, the previous scene happened. Gu Tian had calculated many things, but he did not expect Di Tian to be so vicious. Di Tian directly took out an immortal reverend for the auction. This almost angered him half to death. The 5 immortal venerables were also transferred over by Gu Tian from a few clans. Now that they were all filled with resentment, Gu Tian was filled with resentment, so he could only bid them down first. The 5 immortal reverends were a force to be reckoned with. If they were won by someone else, it would be hard for Gu Tian to explain and he would hate Di Tian even more. A low-level immortal reverend, starting price of 3 low-level immortal reverend treasures. Golden Phoenix pondered for a night and knew that she would maximize the benefits. She used the method of bartering and did not care about the immortal reverend treasures. Those who could participate in the auction today, which one of them did not have power? Among them, there were even some realm lords from the great worlds. Who would lack immortal reverend treasures? Our wind and cloud world offers 3 low-level immortal reverend treasures. The realm lord's voice came from one of the private rooms. Immortal reverend treasures were dead, but people were alive. There were people who were not afraid of death who would bid for immortal reverends. Chapter 1473. 8 immortal venerable treasures. 10 immortal venerable treasures. 12 immortal venerable treasures. One had to admit that the allure of an immortal venerable powerhouse was very great. No one wanted to miss this opportunity. As for where these immortal venerables came from, no one was interested in finding out. They were also not worried that someone would come to take revenge. Why would they worry about revenge when they could buy immortal venerables? Who didn't have a backer and background? The first immortal reverent expert was bought away by 20 immortal reverent treasures. This was a high price. Exchanging 20 inanimate objects for a living immortal venerable, the strength of the clan or sect would increase by a huge amount. This was a good deal. Damn it, I'm going to destroy them. Inside the private room, Gu Tian was furious, killing intent surging. When you all go out, don't tell me you don't know how to bring more immortal supreme treasures. We didn't know it would be like this. An immortal venerable of our clan is gone just like that. The few patriarchs wanted to vomit 3 liters of blood. When they heard that the immortal venerable was going to be auctioned, they wanted to buy it back. But when they realized that they didn't have many immortal venerable treasures on them, they were all dumbfounded. They could only watch helplessly as the immortal venerable of their clan was bought by someone else. They did not dare to say anything to Gu Tianren and could only bury their resentment in their hearts. If not for the fact that Gu Tianren had requested for them to step in, their immortal lord would not have met with such a fate. How were they supposed to vent their anger now? This was all Di Tian's fault. Gu Tianren was also at his wit's end. Previously, he had put on a good show, but when he realized that he didn't have many immortal lord treasures on him, he immediately collapsed. Shoot my ass. Gu Tianren shifted all of his resentment onto Di Tian. Well done, Di Tian. Let's wait and see. Today's auction was exceptionally smooth. The auction of the 5 immortal venerables was undoubtedly the climax of the day. This kind of scene would probably not happen even once in a lifetime. It happened today. As for the immortal sovereign families, after paying the immortal sovereign treasures, they left the great metropolis heaven without a second word. There were also some experts who sneaked out of the great metropolis celestial world. No one dared to make a move there. They were afraid of being auctioned off. Not long after, there was news of a battle under the starry sky. Someone secretly tried to snatch the immortal venerables, and there were heavy casualties. Lin Fei didn't care about all of this at all. In any case, he had received the celestial reverend's treasure. As for who snatched it away, it had nothing to do with him. Not bad, 5 immortal venerables sold 90 immortal venerables treasures. With a dominator rank weapon, Lin Fei really didn't want an immortal venerate treasure. He casually glanced at it and returned the storage ring to the golden phoenix. If we had prepared well, the price could have gone up. But we were in a hurry today, and they took advantage of us. Jin Feng was not happy about today's harvest. How about you go and catch a few more? Damn, you're addicted to it. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. On second thought, this was a good idea. Fighting and killing, how boring is that? This was worth considering, and it was a good deal. The 3-day auction soon came to an end. Great Metropolis Heaven earned a lot this time and everyone was satisfied. They were fortunate enough to see the immortal venerable auction it, so they had something to brag about when they returned. Not long after the auction ended, a group of uninvited guests broke into Great Metropolis Heaven. The experts led by the immortal venerables released their auras and rushed towards Invincible Palace. The people of Great Metropolis Heaven were already used to this kind of scene. With the great realm lord Di Tian here, there was nothing that couldn't be solved. They were full of blind confidence. Not far above Invincible Palace, a group of people arrived. Di Tian, I'm from Wind and Rain Palace. I'm here to discuss something with you. Come out quickly. The immortal venerable in the lead didn't have any reverence in his tone. He only said, Di Tian, come out. What kind of person was Lin Fei now? He wasn't someone anyone could see. If he wanted to see anyone, he probably wouldn't have any free time. The 12 battle generals came out. All of them looked ferocious. In the sky above their heads, the vicious beasts were swallowing clouds and spitting out mist. My master is very busy. If you have something to say it quickly. If not, then scram. The one who spoke was Hu Pao. He had a big bald head, and his eyes flashed fiercely. He swept his gaze across the people in front of him. Those who were weaker were directly swept by his gaze. How dare you speak like that? An immortal emperor shouted. Do you know who we are? We are from Wind and Rain Palace. We are people you can't afford to offend. Long-winded. Hu Pao's temper was wild. In Great Metropolis Heaven, there weren't many people who could make him listen to him. As the sound of his voice faded, Hu Pao stretched his hand and grabbed. The immortal emperor exploded. Blood mist filled the sky. Even in death, this immortal emperor didn't know why they dared to make a move. Wind and Rain Palace. Hu Pao was filled with disdain. I'm not afraid of threats. You can't even block a single grab from me. You still have the cheek to say this. You dare to kill people. The immortal venerable in the lead raged. Hu Pao pointed with his finger. Why don't I dare? If you have the ability, say it again. Let's see if I don't kill you. I'll say it again. If not, then scram. 12 immortal venerable battle generals. Each of them could fight against a mid-stage immortal venerable. The immortal venerable leading them was only at the peak of the mid-stage. Facing the 12 immortal venerables, he felt pressured. These 12 immortal venerables had combat skills. Once they used them, even 10 of him wouldn't be enough. He was very afraid. Our Wind and Rain Palace heard that your Great Metropolis Heaven is auctioning immortal venerables. We want to know what's going on. Don't you know that experts aren't allowed to be auctioned? The immortal venerable suppressed his anger and threw out a difficult question. Let's see how you explain. The 12 battle generals roared with laughter. Nonsense. This is the Great Metropolis Heaven. Our master can do whatever he wants. It's none of your business. Yi Kong sneered, if you're willing to give it a try, We don't mind capturing you and sending you to the auction stage. You dare. The immortal venerable was furious. These guys didn't give him any face. He was an immortal venerable of Wind and Rain Palace, but he dared to say such words. I heard that your Wind and Rain Palace is one of the leaders of the great metropolis heaven. I really want to see how powerful your Wind and Rain Palace is. Who tilde an afterimage grabbed towards the immortal venerable. The immortal venerable was also shocked. He threw out an immortal venerable treasure shield in an attempt to block it. Unexpectedly, he was sent flying by the afterimage, and a faint cracking sound could be heard. The 12 battle generals were ferocious beasts with extraordinary strength. Not everyone could resist them. Seeing the afterimage approaching, the immortal venerable of Wind and Rain Palace could only resist it head-on. He then used a secret killer move. With this block, a huge force surged over and directly sent him flying. Too weak. The virtual figure appeared with a sneer. The immortal venerable of Wind and Rain Palace was no match for the opponent. After a round of close combat, he spat out blood repeatedly. His body was also smashed once. Run. The immortal venerable didn't dare to attack again. He turned around and ran. Just you wait. The Wind and Rain Palace won't let this go. The immortal venerable of Wind and Rain Palace dared to say ruthless words after leaving the great metropolis heaven. He was so embarrassed. He couldn't help it. The immortal venerable of the battle generals was too powerful. He couldn't resist them at all. Looking at the tattered immortal armor on his body, he wanted to cry but had no tears. What was going on? Damn it, this is all Jiu Tianren's fault. The Wind and Rain Palace's great metropolis heaven adopted a soft policy. They didn't do anything against the great metropolis heaven. This time, he came here in private. Who would have thought that the great metropolis heaven would be so fierce and beat him down in a few moves? He even suspected that if he wasn't the immortal venerable of Wind and Rain Palace, he might have been captured. Next time, I will never listen to Jiu Tianren. The immortal venerable of Wind and Rain Palace left with his people. After leaving over 20 worlds, under a starry sky, the immortal venerable of Wind and Rain Palace was healing his injuries. Suddenly, a huge hand appeared in the sky. It covered the entire starry sky and slammed down towards them. Not good. The immortal venerable of Wind and Rain Palace cursed and slammed down. The billions of miles of starry sky shook and calmed down. The flying ship in the sky turned into pieces. There were broken limbs and debris everywhere. There was no one alive. Even the immortal venerable of Wind and Rain Palace was killed by this attack. So weak. The huge hand retracted. A sneer came from under the starry sky. Half a day later, people who passed by found traces of battle. When they saw the symbol on the flying ship, they couldn't help but gasp. This is the symbol of Wind and Rain Palace. Who is so ruthless to kill the people of Wind and Rain Palace? The people who encountered them were afraid of being suspected. They immediately found someone to report the news. They didn't leave but stayed at the same place, waiting for the people of Wind and Rain Palace to come. This matter isn't a small matter. Once Wind and Rain Palace is angry, many people will suffer. Not long later, 3 more immortal venerables appeared at the scene. Their expressions aren't good. They are the closest immortal venerables. They immediately rushed over after hearing the news. The people of Wind and Rain Palace were killed. No one was left alive. Isn't this a provocation to their Wind and Rain Palace? What do you think? A fat immortal venerable asked. What else can we think? Someone is definitely targeting our Wind and Rain Palace. A hot-tempered immortal venerable snorted. Immediately send someone to investigate. We will know what is going on. I will use space-time reversal to take a look. This is the most effective way to find evidence. All right. This immortal venerable who is proficient in space-time reversal had just used it when his expression changed. Someone has disrupted the space-time here. They must have predicted that we will use this move. Could it be the people of the 3 palaces? It shouldn't be possible. The people of the 3 palaces shouldn't have the ability to go against our Wind and Rain Palace. Who doesn't know that our 2 palaces are going to establish an emperor dynasty? The 3 immortal venerables couldn't come up with a feasible solution. They can only send someone to investigate. After this investigation, they found out that the people of Wind and Rain Palace went to Great Metropolis World and were beaten up by them. This made them furious. A mid-tier world dared to teach them a lesson. Could it be Di Tian's people? Chapter 1474. Di Tian's name had been resounding recently. The Immortal Court and the Immortal Sects had suffered a setback one after another and had no choice but to swallow their anger afterwards. Now that it involved the immortal venerables of Wind and Rain Palace, it was no small matter. How to deal with it became a headache. If it was an ordinary force, they would not say a word and directly arrest them. It was fine even if they didn't admit it, they could just use the soul-searching technique to see if they would confess or not. Unfortunately, this method didn't work on Di Tian. This guy's strength was tyrannical. Others had to cultivate for thousands of years before they could improve, but Di Tian improved at the speed of a rocket. Moreover, there was a mysterious expert in Great Metropolis Heaven. Before they could discuss how to deal with it, this matter had spread in the outside world. The people of Wind and Rain Palace were killed by Di Tian, but there was no movement from Wind and Rain Palace, etc. This undoubtedly made Wind and Rain Palace uncomfortable. They wanted to investigate it, but they couldn't find anything in private. The person who spread the news was very cunning, so they wouldn't be able to find anything. When Lin Fei heard this news, he had just finished cultivating. I killed the people of Wind and Rain Palace. Listening to Demon Venerable's report, Lin Fei suspected that he had heard wrong. Who is so vicious to frame me? Lin Fei had no interest in secretly killing people of Wind and Rain Palace. Master, this matter should be caused by some force. Demon Venerable said his thoughts. The people who target us are most likely from the force behind the immortal venerables. Inexplicably framing him, Lin Fei was unhappy. Are you sure? Lin Fei wasn't a good person. Since they dared to frame him, they had to pay the price. There is a 30 to 40% possibility, Demon Venerable said. Immortal venerables are the main fighting force of any force. Without this fighting force, the force's strength will be greatly reduced. Now that there are 5 immortal venerables, they are equivalent to 5 main fighting forces. The force behind them naturally can't take this lying down, so it is very easy for them to frame us. Lin Fei felt that this made sense. Master, do you want me to make a trip there and uproot these forces? Senior Immortal Myriad Evil laughed sinisterly, daring to offend Master and even daring to do such a thing. It would not be pitiful even if you were exterminated 100 times. Demon Sealing Immortal Venerable, take some people with you. Lin Fei did not intend to go personally. Since he had subordinates to use, he had to use them reasonably. Capture all the higher-ups behind those immortal primes in one fell swoop. It's best if you don't kill them. Bring them all back and sell them at an auction. Regardless of whether they had such thoughts, if they dared to play this game with him, Lin Fei would make them regret it. I'll bring some people over right away. Immortal Venerable Demon Sealer received the order and left. A group of more than 10 immortal venerables charged over together. Master, how do you plan to deal with the Wind and Rain Palace? Venerable Myriad Evil rolled his eyes. The Wind Rain Palace had a juggernaut, and it wasn't just one juggernaut. As long as he didn't offend them, Lin Fei didn't want to fall out with them so quickly. There's no hurry. We'll talk about it when the time comes. Lin Fei didn't go to the Wind and Rain Palace, but the messenger of the Wind and Rain Palace came, delivering a letter. The people of Wind and Rain Palace left behind a letter and prepared to leave. The moment Explosive Extermination made a move, he captured the emissary. Go back. We even doubted your identity. Master, these are the invitations from the 2 palaces to participate in the establishment of the Emperor dynasty. Explosion Destruction tossed the man aside and opened the invitation himself before reporting to Lin Fei. Di Tian, what do you mean by this? I'm a messenger from the Wind and Rain Palace. Aren't you afraid that the Wind and Rain Palace will blame you for detaining me? The messenger relied on the fact that he was a member of the Wind and Rain Palace to attack Di Tian. You're courting death. Bao Mie's palm slapped down, turning that person into a meat patty. Blast Extermination, you're finished. You killed him. Explosive Destruction was indeed strong. He could kill someone with a single slap. F***ck, I thought this guy was very strong. I didn't expect him to be so weak. Explosion Destruction lowered his head. Master, I didn't mean to kill him. I just can't stand it. He was already dead, so Lin Fei wouldn't say anything. A messenger was so arrogant, and Lin Fei was a little unhappy. He had accidentally killed him, and he could only say that he was unlucky. Who didn't know that the 12 generals had bad tempers? It was inevitable that they would be killed. Should he go to the Wind and Rain Palace or not? Blame him? Lin Fei wasn't afraid. With a repaired Dominator-grade weapon, he could easily kill an immortal venerable expert. Lin Fei really didn't want to miss such a big event like establishing an imperial dynasty. Lin Fei decided to go. If he didn't go, people would really suspect that he had a guilty conscience and they would look down on him. He was doing the right thing, so he wasn't afraid of anything. Even if the Wind and Rain Palace was a tiger's den, Lin Fei was prepared to go and see who was afraid of who. He wanted to tell everyone that he, Lin Fei, wasn't afraid of anyone. 3 days later, Demon Sealing Immortal Venerable returned. During this trip, Demon Sealing Immortal Venerable revealed his ruthless methods. The backgrounds of the 5 Immortal Venerables weren't easy to figure out. Fortunately, Liu Ziwe was present, so it was easy to find out their origins. They belonged to 3 clans. Demon Sealing Immortal Venerable led his people and charged forward. He had nothing to say, so he threw away the accusation that they dared to frame his master. He activated Star Immortal Venerable's treasure, broke the clan's formation, and charged in. More than 10 of them worked together to activate it. The amplification of their attack power was very terrifying. No one in the clan could stop them. Demon Sealing Immortal Venerable was also shrewd. When he attacked, he put on a big accusation and spread it to the entire world. In his master's words, he had to act openly. More than 10 Immortal Venerables attacked. When the powerhouses of the world saw this, they all retreated. Who dared to attack? They couldn't afford to offend Great Metropolis World's Ditien. Demon Sealing Immortal Venerable easily swept away the upper echelons of this clan and captured the Immortal Emperors and Immortal Venerables. The rest of the people left. Such a large clan had long been eyed by others. Now that there were no experts holding down the fort, it would be completely annexed by others. After they left, in less than half a day, the huge clan vanished into thin air. When the news spread, all the worlds in the universe were shocked again. No one expected Ditien to be so ruthless, directly attacking the 3 forces. He didn't even need any evidence, he killed anyone he suspected. His methods were ruthless. The 3 clans used 3 days to capture all the people. There were 200 to 300 people, all of them were the upper echelons of the 3 clans. Master, these are the clan leaders of the 3 clans. 3 middle-aged men were thrown on the ground rudely. Right now, their faces were ashen. When they saw Ditien, who was sitting on the main seat, they showed anger. Ditien, you will die a horrible death. One of the clan leaders stared at Ditien and said. Lin Fei sat on the throne and flicked his finger. A saber light slashed at the other party's body. A huge head flew up. You want me to die a horrible death? I will send you to hell first. With this slash, there was no chance of revival. You two still want to say more? Lin Fei said lightly. Chapter 1475. The 3 patriarchs were not strong, around peak 4th step immortal emperors. Sometimes, the patriarchs did not have to be strong, they could be ordinary people. Those who were talented and strong would have already broken through to higher realms, they would not let such things delay them. Lin Fei killed one of the patriarchs. 4-step immortal emperors were not worth much anyway. There would definitely be an effect. The 3 patriarchs relied on their backing, they naturally had something to say when they saw Ditien. Unfortunately, they met someone who did not play by the rules. Before they could even say a word, Ditien killed one of the patriarchs. This saber strike caused the 2 patriarchs to tremble in fear. Ditien, you captured us for no reason. Aren't you afraid of causing public anger? Lin Fei did not care about this public anger. If you say another word, I will kill you immediately, Lin Fei said calmly and flicked his finger. They immediately shut up. They saw the scene just now, they naturally did not dare to speak again. That's right. Lin Fei smiled. Tell me, who ordered you to arrange the immortal sovereigns of your clans? Well said, one of you can live, or both of you will die. I will count to 3. Lin Fei did not give them any chance to think. 1, 2. When Lin Fei counted to 2, the 2 patriarchs instantly treated each other as enemies. I will speak. Jiyu Tianren arranged for us to do this. Unfortunately, one of the patriarchs saw a saber light and saw his head flying. I said it, why do you still want to kill me? Who asked you not to say it clearly? That head was unwilling to die, and directly fell into darkness. The last patriarch secretly heaved a sigh of relief, rejoicing that he said his name, otherwise his old friend would have ended up like him. Jiyu Tianren. Lin Fei really did not expect this person to be the one who ordered him to do this. Isn't he too narrow-minded? I did not kill you, but you found someone to take revenge on me. Do you really think that I am a good person? Tell me, what is your relationship with Jiyu Tianren? I want to tell you everything. He had heard Liu Ziwa mention it before, but now it seemed that Jiyu Tianren was not as simple as he seemed. In order to survive, the patriarch spilled out everything he should and shouldn't say. Previously, he had thought that he could make things difficult for Di Tian. It was only now that he understood that these little tricks were useless in front of the powerful Di Tian. If he had known that this would happen, he wouldn't have sent an immortal reverend back then. One wrong step was followed by many more wrong steps. There was nothing that could be salvaged. The people of the chaotic ancient kingdom are quite ambitious. After hearing this, Lin Fei had a new understanding of the ancient celestials. In the myriad of worlds, many small families were supported by them. You guys, you gave up your good days and got involved in this kind of thing. Who can you blame? Immortal venerable demon Sela, who was next to him, slapped him to death. You said you wouldn't kill me. I didn't kill you. The one who killed you was someone else. I didn't say that they couldn't kill you. Lin Fei did not plan to let the patriarch live. After the 3 patriarchs died, immortal venerable demon Sela said, Master, should we go and capture Jiyu Tianren? I'm afraid that he has already left and is waiting for you to go and capture him. Lin Fei knew that this kid was vicious and would have slapped him to death back then. Lin Fei remembered the chaotic ancient kingdom. Hand those people over to Madame Golden Phoenix and let her deal with them herself. Great Metropolis Heaven announced another auction. This time, there were 3 immortal reverends and a peak 4th-step immortal emperor from the 3 families being auctioned. Naturally, it attracted a lot of cheers. Right now, which family did not lack experts? As long as they paid the right price, they could buy them. Where else could they find such a thing? At the same time, they secretly warned their families not to offend Di Tian. Didn't they see that the people of the 3 families were either dead or the upper echelons were wiped out and sold as slaves? They did not want to follow in their footsteps. Great Metropolis Heaven's auction of slaves might be shocking, but it was far from the other big news. The 2 palaces were going to establish an emperor dynasty. Many people in the myriad worlds received the invitation. They were preparing to witness this sacred day. Great Metropolis Heaven's matter could be ignored. Everyone's thoughts were on this matter. After dealing with the people of the 3 families and finding out the mastermind, Lin Fei had a target to deal with. The other party would not have a good time if he met them. Let's go. Bringing the 18 immortal reverend generals and hundreds of immortal emperor-level beasts, Lin Fei swaggered towards the 2 palaces. Such a grand entrance was unique under the starry sky. Anyone who saw hundreds of immortal emperor-level beasts would run far away. They could offend anyone but Di Tian. Of course, there were also people who gritted their teeth but could only endure. The distance between the 2 palaces was not far. They only needed to cross worlds. Lin Fei directly charged forward. Who knew how many people were frightened by this? Lin Fei did not think much of it. This was a world where strength reigned supreme. If they could not withstand the aura, it was because their cultivation levels were too low. This could not be said of others. As for those major factions, who dared to say anything? They were already very satisfied that they did not cause any trouble. Close to the 2 palaces, the number of people who were invited gradually increased. Who dared to go when the two palaces asked? No one dared to not give face. If they did not go, they would be the first target after the emperor dynasty was established. Everyone who received the invitation came. Lin Fei's appearance was still very eye-catching. No one dared to stand in front of Lin Fei. The surroundings were empty, for fear of offending Lin Fei. The three families had only sent out immortal reverence, but they were wiped out and the higher-ups were taken away. Those who thought they were domineering really could not do so in front of Lin Fei. Didn't they see the 12 immortal reverence? How many people could bring so many immortal reverence when they went out? Get out of the way, Di Tian is here. So many immortal emperor-level beasts, how rich. When will I be able to pull the same amount of damage as Di Tian? Seeing this scene, it was unknown how many people were envious and jealous. A country bumpkin from the lower realm could have such achievements. How many people in the entire universe could do that? Master, we're there, Bao Mie said in a servile manner. It's quite lively. Lin Fei used his divine sense to scan and saw the situation outside. There were countless people coming and going, all for the establishment of the two palaces. Not long after, an immortal palace jade platform appeared. The grand manor was filled with the aura of a world overlord. This was the territory of the Wind and Rain Palace. The establishment of the court was also in the Wind and Rain Palace. It could be seen that the strength of the Wind and Rain Palace was vaguely above the other palace. Now that the Emperor dynasty was established, the two palaces were equivalent to one, preparing to take over the power of providence of the universe. The Wind and Rain Palace vaguely had a trace of overlord aura here. This was the convergence of providence. Lin Fei had to admit that this power of providence was really amazing. Outside the immortal palace, there were people stationed. As long as they handed in their invitation and registered their name, they would naturally be arranged. When Lin Fei and the others arrived, there was no one else around. The aura produced by 100 immortal emperor-level immortal beasts was still very shocking. This is the Wind and Rain Palace, quickly put away your mount. The people of the immortal palace had ugly expressions. This was the Wind and Rain Palace, not any mount could enter. Naturally, they had to scold them. The 12 generals had bad tempers, they were naturally unhappy when someone scolded them. What are you shouting for? Don't you see that my master is here? Aren't you embarrassed to ask my master to walk in? Hu Pao did not give them any face, he threw out the invitation, quickly register, if you anger me, I will kill you. Too arrogant. The guards of the immortal palace were first-step immortal emperors. Because they were from the Wind and Rain Palace, everyone was polite to them. Now, someone actually said that he wanted to kill him, this was simply looking down on him. You have the ability. Before the guard finished speaking, he was pulled down. Immediately, another immortal palace guard came up and stopped that person. Lord Di Tian, he is new, please don't mind him, I will immediately arrange it for you. The previous immortal emperor guard was very unwilling, he was stopped by a sharp gaze, especially after hearing that it was Di Tian, a hint of fear flashed in his eyes. Hu Pao really wanted to kill this guy, a person who was not ambitious, he would not even know when he would be killed. At least you have some eyesight. Hu Pao roared, if it was another place, I guarantee that you would become a corpse. Just do your job properly, that way you can live longer. Lord, this is where you will be staying. Immediately, someone opened the immortal palace gates, letting Di Tian and the others in. Only when all of them entered, the guard said unhappily, Captain, isn't it just Di Tian, we are the Wind and Rain Palace, we cannot allow them to be arrogant. The guard captain sneered, he looked like he was looking at an idiot. If you have the ability to stop them, do you believe that you will be killed immediately? Moreover, if you die, the higher-ups won't say a word for you. There are 12 immortal sovereigns outside, you can try and offend them. This guard broke out in cold sweat, he always thought that he was from the Wind and Rain Palace, he could ignore Di Tian, he brought up the Wind and Rain Palace, Di Tian would have to lower his head no matter what, he nearly brought him to death. These little bastards, they only know how to bully others. On the war chariot, Hu Pao roared, he was very unhappy with that kid, he dared to ask them to keep their mounts, he was really arrogant, he didn't even look at who they were. These people don't look too friendly. Not long after they entered, Bao Xian frowned, The surrounding gazes were filled with hostility. There were many such people. It was hard for them not to notice. Who cares about them? Bao Xian snorted, a bunch of ants. They probably think that Master killed the immortal sovereigns of the Wind and Rain Palace. Bao Mie's guess was right. Chapter 1476. You want us to live in such a place? Lin Fei didn't care much about the hostility along the way. It wasn't like he would lose anything. It would be best if they attacked. Lin Fei didn't mind killing them. When they reached the place, Lin Fei's subordinates were angry. Especially since they were ferocious beasts, their tempers weren't small. Only Lin Fei could control them. Outside one of the immortal palaces of Wind and Rain Palace, Lin Fei arrived at the place where he checked in and found that he was staying in the worst palace. This infuriated Bao Mie and the others. They glared at him fiercely. This is arranged by the higher-ups. I can't do anything about it. The immortal in charge of registration broke out in cold sweat. Lin Fei knew very well that there were people in Wind and Rain Palace who couldn't stand him and used this kind of method to disgust him. Tell the higher-ups that I, Di Tian, won't be staying. You can arrange it however you want. Lin Fei threw out these words and was about to return to his residence. Disgust me. I'll make you uncomfortable first. Lin Fei wasn't someone anyone could bully. If Wind and Rain Palace wants to find trouble with me, you can do it openly. This kind of disgusting method will only make me look down on them. Only Lin Fei could say something like that and leave. In all the worlds, the two palaces were the leaders. Who dared to not give face? Lin Fei didn't. He believed that after he said this, there would be people more anxious than him. Don't look down on great metropolis heaven. It was a mid-level world. Its overall strength wasn't inferior to a great world. No one dared to underestimate it. As expected, after Lin Fei said this, the person in charge of registration panicked. Others could leave, but Di Tian couldn't. Dao friend Di Tian, please wait. At this time, a person came out of the palace and landed beside the chariot. It was a middle-aged man who emitted the aura of an immortal venerable. Lord Wenbai, the person in charge hurriedly said. Step aside. I'll take care of this. Venerable Wenbai continued, fellow Daoist Di Tian, please forgive me for my negligence earlier. This must be a mistake by the higher-ups. I'll immediately arrange a new residence for fellow Daoist. Bao Mie coldly snorted, who knows if what you said is true or not. My master came all the way here to arrange for a yellow-level palace to stay. Aren't you looking down on our master a little too much? This snort caused Venerable Wenbai's body to tremble. He thought to himself, this seems to be the first general of the 12 generals, exploding destruction. He is indeed ferocious and terrifying. His entire body is emitting a vicious aura. I really wonder where Di Tian found him. Ever since the rise of the 12 generals, the Wind and Rain Palace had paid attention to them. The most terrifying thing was that these 12 generals possessed a mysterious battle formation that could erupt with the battle strength of a high-level immortal reverent. This was the most terrifying strength. Hearing this, Venerable Wenbai revealed a trace of awkwardness. He laughed dryly, fellow Daoist Di Tian, you misunderstood. How could our Wind and Rain Palace arrange a yellow-level palace for a famous powerhouse like you? I've already arranged for someone to arrange a heaven-level palace for you. I hope fellow Daoist Di Tian will give me some face. Since the Venerable of the Wind and Rain Palace was so humble, Lin Fei, who was sitting in the chariot, was also too embarrassed to leave. When he said that he would leave just to make the Wind and Rain Palace uncomfortable, he came all the way here to participate in the establishment of the Emperor dynasty. This is the only time. There won't be a next time. Lin Fei said lightly. Venerable Wenbai heaved a sigh of relief. He thought to himself, this Di Tian is really arrogant. Sigh, who asked him to have such strength? After a slight sigh, Venerable Wenbai led the group into the heaven-level palace. It turned out that the people who were invited this time stayed in different grades. They were divided into heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow. This was also the reason why Bao Mie was so angry before. This Di Tian is really arrogant. After Lin Fei's group left, 3 young men stood in a pavilion outside the palace. Their faces were filled with displeasure and even disgust. He killed our people and still dares to come here. I wonder what the higher-ups are thinking, a one-eyed young man said angrily. If it were me, I would have directly surrounded and killed Di Tian. Brother Baiji, you can't say such things. An older man shook his head and said, right now, Di Tian has a bad reputation. Although he has a bad reputation, no one dares to go against him. However, he can't be arrogant for too long. Once the two-palace imperial empire is established, Di Tian's good days will come to an end. The one-eyed young man Baiji smiled. Senior brother is right. No matter how arrogant Di Tian is, he will only be arrogant for a few days. Once the emperor dynasty is established, Di Tian will become a subject and there will be many ways to deal with him. A heaven-level palace. Lin Fei's group moved in. They were the only people in the palace. There were specialized ferry services, pavilions, and waterside pavilions. Master, the people of Wind Rain Palace are clearly trying to attack us. Why don't we just go back? In the palace, Lin Fei had brought a pot of tea in front of him. Leaving is so boring. Lin Fei took a sip of tea. Moreover, if we leave, I'm afraid they will have other reasons. It's impossible to guard against them. It's better to stay here. Lin Fei was very clear about the Wind Rain Palace's plan. Lin Fei didn't care. No matter what they were planning, he would use force to break through. Even if they drew out rulers, it was just a big battle. It was no big deal. This was Lin Fei's plan. If it really came to that, Lin Fei believed that the people of the Emperor dynasty would not sit still. This time, it was unknown whether the two palaces could establish an emperor dynasty. The immortal court and immortal sects would not be willing to let the two palaces establish an emperor dynasty. They would only know after fighting. Lin Fei was in no hurry. After staying in the heaven-level palace for half a day, Lin Fei took the 12 generals out for a walk. Last time in Heaven Absolute Palace, he didn't walk around much, and his strength was not as good as now. Now, it was different. Only rulers could threaten him. This kind of threat was not very big. When Lin Fei appeared on the street with the generals, everyone made way. No one dared to offend them. The immortal venerable aura of the 12 generals was too fierce. Even if they had restrained it, there was still a pressure. Lin Fei didn't scold them. He let them release a faint pressure. If they were high profile, then so be it. Anyway, no one dared to do anything. Daoist Di Tian, long time no see. Do you dare to come up for a chat? After strolling around the streets for a while, near a restaurant, Zhong Xian heard the voice of a spiritual sense, and it was a familiar spiritual sense. So it's Fairy Sue's invitation. How would I dare not come? Lin Fei smiled and led the generals up the restaurant. He pushed open a private room. The 12 generals all stood outside, so no one dared to come up. Daoist Di Tian, you brought the 12 generals out. You can't find many people in the entire universe with such extravagance. How enviable. Chapter 1477. Venerable Su Feng was sitting in the private room. After letting Venerable Su Feng go last time, Lin Fei didn't expect to see her again so soon, let alone under such circumstances. Seeing Venerable Su Feng in this place, Lin Fei was quite surprised. He sat down and said with a smile, "This is the territory of the two palaces. You're quite bold to come here. Aren't you afraid of being arrested?" Venerable Su Feng was a person of the Immortal Lyceum, and her status was quite high. Lin Fei believed that the two palaces would be very interested in her. The two palaces are now busy establishing the imperial dynasty. They won't pay attention to people like me. Venerable Su Feng chuckled. On the other hand, fellow Daoist Di, I haven't seen you for a long time. Your strength has improved beyond imagination. You're indeed worthy of being a reincarnated deity. Last time, Lin Fei tried his best to deal with Venerable Su Feng. This time, Lin Fei didn't have to worry about it. He was just curious as to why she came to see him. It seemed that he had no contact with her. During this period, he used his spiritual sense to scan Venerable Su Feng. But to his surprise, he couldn't see through her strength as it was isolated by a layer of force. You've improved again. Lin Fei was shocked. Last time, She already had the combat power of an immortal venerable. It couldn't have improved again, right? I'm lucky. Isn't it the same for you, fairy? As for the so-called reincarnated deity, Lin Fei didn't explain it. He felt that it was unnecessary. It was good to add a sense of mystery to himself. In the past, Lin Fei already knew that Venerable Su Feng was extraordinary and worthy of young master fans' attention. Meeting her again today, he felt that she was extraordinary and knew many things that he didn't know. Apart from the people around him, Lin Fei couldn't find anyone else who could improve in such a short time. Venerable Su Feng was one of them. Lin Fei couldn't help but pay attention to Venerable Su Feng. She was also an extraordinary woman. Venerable Su Feng didn't want to talk about this anymore. Actually, the reason why I invited fellow Daoist here today is for one thing. I hope fellow Daoist can help me. Lin Fei pretended to be confused. Fairy, you're too serious. I don't seem to have anything that I can help you with. Fellow Daoist must be joking. Venerable Su Feng smiled very brightly. A few days ago, fellow Daoist could fulfill Third Sage Liu's wish, so why can't you fulfill this little girl's wish? In your eyes, it's the same thing. Lin Fei was shocked. He even knew this. Back then, the trade with Liu Sansheng had been completed through the teleportation gate, so it was impossible for outsiders to know about it. Lin Fei also believed that Liu Sansheng would not spread this matter, unless he was an idiot. Now that Fairy Su Feng knew about it, it was inconceivable. This proved that Third Sage Liu had Venerable Su Feng's spy. This was not an ordinary method. You're amazing. Lin Fei admitted it. I'm not as powerful as you. Venerable Su Feng chuckled. I only knew about it by chance. Fairy's strength is unfathomable. You don't need my help to succeed in your cultivation. You want me to help you? I feel very embarrassed. I'm afraid you're too late. Lin Fei didn't want to agree. Regarding the experience pill, Lin Fei didn't want to spread it out for the time being. If this matter were to spread out, Great Metropolis Heaven would no longer exist. At that time, even the rulers wouldn't be able to help but snatch it. No matter how strong Lin Fei was, he wouldn't be able to deal with such a ruler. Fellow Daoist, don't be so distant. Venerable Su Feng didn't think that it would be so easy to get her hands on it. I heard that a few days ago, an immortal venerable of Wind and Rain Palace was killed, and fellow Daoist took the blame. I can tell you that the ones who did it were Jiyu Tianren's forces, and they also came to Wind and Rain Palace. I've known about this for a long time. Venerable Su Feng seemed to have expected that Di Tian would say this. She threw down another message. After the establishment of the Emperor dynasty, your Great Metropolis Heaven will become a vanguard world to resist the attack of foreign legions. Are you ready? Lin Fei frowned. What do you mean? Lin Fei launched an intelligence agency regarding the matter of the 10,000 worlds, but compared to the intelligence agencies of the major forces, there was still a big gap. For example, the outside world mentioned by Third Sage Liu, which he didn't know about for the time being. Venerable Su Feng's words made Lin Fei a bit confused. What was this related to the Great Metropolis Heaven? Do you know why the two palaces want to establish the Emperor dynasty? Venerable Su Feng threw out another matter. You definitely don't know. Lin Fei really didn't know about these secret matters. Lin Fei smiled bitterly. You guessed it right, I really don't know. From the things that Venerable Su Feng threw out, Lin Fei knew that Venerable Su Feng came prepared today. Lin Fei had no interest in the establishment of the Emperor dynasty, but he was very interested in the matter regarding the Legion, which involved the Great Metropolis Heaven. The 10,000 worlds wanted to establish the Emperor dynasty because they were forced to do so. Venerable Su Feng smiled, because if the Emperor dynasty wasn't established in the 10,000 worlds, the 10,000 worlds would be invaded and controlled by the alien races, or even the people of other domains. It's because the 10,000 worlds' strength is relatively weak and insignificant among the domains. If it wasn't for the influence of the Emperor dynasty in the past, I'm afraid that we would have been invaded and enslaved by now. Lin Fei seemed to have heard something. So, your Immortal Lyceum and the Immortal sects won't take action in establishing the Emperor dynasty this time? Do you think they will? Lin Fei already knew that the establishment of the Emperor dynasty had been discussed internally, and all that was left was a ceremony. The three major forces gave up the fight and chose to cooperate for the time being to stabilize the 10,000 worlds. Has the 10,000 worlds really reached such a dangerous point? Lin Fei asked with a frown. This news seemed to have come too fast for him to digest. Several forces from other domains are already ready to go to our 10,000 worlds domain. It won't take long. They have used their domain warships to break through the limit of the heavenly Tao by 100 times. According to my information, your great metropolis world is located in a remote area, and it happens to be the entrance of a force. You know what this means? Venerable Su Feng said with a faint smile. This is really a problem of internal and external aggression. Lin Fei previously learned from Third Sage Liu that there were not only 10,000 worlds under this starry sky, but also other domains. Now, the forces of other domains wanted to attack Great Metropolis World. What is this? Great Metropolis World's remote location made it a place to log in, which made Lin Fei even more puzzled. Doubt. Lin Fei did think so, but after thinking about it, he felt that it was unlikely. This kind of thing shouldn't be so coincidental. Venerable Su Feng didn't seem to have any reason to lie to him. This was not good for her. I can only say that your luck is not very good, Venerable Su Feng said with a smile. As for why it's your great metropolis world, I can tell you that it's because of the Gu family. Gu family? Lin Fei's face sank. This was the second time he heard about it today. The first time was Gu Tianren, and the second time was the Gu family. Is this Gu family really that powerful? Lin Fei asked casually. The chaotic heaven kingdom was also a hidden existence in the 10,000 worlds in the past. Later, it left the 10,000 worlds and went to another domain. It is said that the chaotic heaven kingdom has 5 rulers, one of whom has reached the peak ruler realm. What do you think of their strength? SOSO. 5 rulers. Lin Fei wasn't scared. After hearing so much news, Lin Fei finally understood what Liu Ziwa was afraid of. Third Sage Liu buying experience pills was something he could imagine. It seems that I have no choice but to owe you a favor. If Venerable Su Feng didn't say these things, Lin Fei wouldn't know. I also want to know the strength of the army that will enter the great metropolis world. Whether it was true or not, Lin Fei had to prepare for a rainy day. It's the Battle Wolf Legion. You probably haven't heard of them, Venerable Su Feng said. They are all aliens, and the leaders will be the 3 wolf kings with battle strength comparable to rulers. Although they haven't reached the ruler realm, their strength is no different from rulers. Moreover, their bodies are especially tyrannical. No one under the ruler realm can break their defense. Someone is not going to let my great metropolis world have an easy time. Lin Fei couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The experts of this alien world were really tyrannical and terrifying. 3 people with battle strength comparable to rulers. This kind of combat strength was indeed terrifying. There were only a few rulers in the 10,000 worlds, yet the people sent by other domains were already so terrifying. The Battle Wolf Legion is a terrifying force in the domain. I don't know how many worlds they have destroyed. Prepare yourself. No one can help you in this matter. If necessary, the Emperor dynasty will choose to sacrifice a part of the world. Lin Fei now had to believe Venerable Su Feng's words. There was no point in lying to himself. How many experience pills do you want? Lin Fei added, there's nothing I can do if it's too many. He had to return this favor. You believe me? Lin Fei smiled. Why wouldn't I believe you? Fellow Daoist is really a straightforward person. I want 100,000 experience pills, Venerable Su Feng said. As long as you give me 100,000 experience pills, I will owe you a favor after this matter is over. That's not a small number. In Lin Fei's eyes, 100,000 experience pills were not worth mentioning. Every time he killed a monster, he could get tens of thousands of experience pills. Not to mention 100,000 experience pills. For those who didn't know, 100,000 experience pills was not a small number. For you, it's completely worth it. Venerable Su Feng also knew that this was a large number of pills. Such a number of pills was very useful to him. You win. Lin Fei smiled bitterly. I need time for such a large amount, and I have to report it. This is my communication talisman. Once there's any news, you can contact me. Venerable Su Feng took out a communication talisman, which was used to send messages. No matter where he was, he could receive the message. After receiving the communication talisman, Venerable Su Feng stood up and left. Lin Fei didn't leave but continued to sit. Establish the Emperor Dynasty, Battle Wolf Legion, Venerable Su Feng tilde. A deep voice echoed in the private room. Lin Fei stayed in the private room for half an hour before he finally came out. Master, where are we going now? To find someone to settle old scores. Chapter 1478. At this moment, Lin Fei was in a very bad mood. I didn't go to look for you, but you plotted against me first. If I don't vent my anger on you, who else should I vent my anger on? The 12 generals also knew that their master's temper was not good. They were wondering if they should deal with Di Tian ruthlessly when the time comes. When Venerable Su Feng left, she mentioned Jiyu Tian's whereabouts. Needless to say, her intention was obvious. Lin Fei didn't mind at all. He was so willful. No matter where he was, he would deal with them first. Just like that, Lin Fei led the 12 ferocious fellows out. He really went. After Lin Fei left, Venerable Su Feng appeared in another restaurant. It was hard for Venerable Su Feng to explain what kind of person Di Tian was. Jiyu family, you may not know, but in order to target Di Tian and get his cultivation technique and everything, I'm afraid you will encounter a great disaster in the future. Logically speaking, in the clash between Di Tian and Jiyu family, most people think that Jiyu family will win. The difference in strength between the two is too big. Saintess, where are we going next? A woman in black with a strange aura came out from the side. Let's go back. Venerable Su Feng played with a pill in her hand. It was an experience pill. I'm going into seclusion. The two figures disappeared from the restaurant just like that. 10,000 Li Mansion. Lin Fei and his generals came to a main street and easily found the place Venerable Su Feng mentioned. This was a money-squandering den. As long as you have money, you can play with anything here. You can even play with female immortal emperors. The cost was naturally not low. Except for family disciples, ordinary people couldn't afford it. Not to mention anything else, when Lin Fei arrived, he scanned with his divine sense and saw 16 immortal emperors standing at the door. Immortal emperors were guarding the door, and all of them were third-step immortal emperors. This was not a small amount. At the very least, it was intimidating and not daring to make any moves. They still have some power. Lin Fei's divine sense swept the entire 10,000 Li Mansion again. With the current strength of his divine sense, he found out the overall strength of 10,000 Li Mansion. 5 immortal venerables, 2 low-level immortal venerables, 3 mid-level immortal venerables, and one of them is a peak mid-level immortal venerable. This strength was indeed very powerful. Venerable Su Feng even mentioned that the 10,000 Li luxury court had the support of Wind and Rain Palace's elders. Ordinary people would frown upon hearing this and lose all their courage. Master, is this the place? Annihilation was the most direct method. Should we fight? Paying a visit and taking the initiative to ask someone to come out was either a gentleman first or a villain second. None of the 12 battle generals could do such a thing. Just now, with a sweep of his spiritual sense, Lin Fei discovered traces of Jiyu Tianren. He seemed to be drinking with a group of people, chatting and laughing, looking very carefree. Lin Fei naturally understood what was going on. They had secretly tried to frame him. They clearly knew that he was coming to the Wind Rain Palace, yet they still dared to drink here. Did they really think that he wouldn't dare to make a move? Fight your way in, don't give face to anyone. Lin Fei really did not take a mere 10,000 miles mansion to heart. It was the same for the Wind Rain Palace elders. No one would make things difficult for him if he caused a huge disaster at this time. After all, the myriad heavens and realms weren't having a good time either. Allow me. Hu Pao was the most excited. He was the first to open his mouth and roar. A terrifying sound wave attack blasted towards the door of the 10,000 miles mansion. Its might could also be felt. Who's there? The third-step immortal emperors at the door cursed inwardly. Just as they were about to speak, The terrifying sound wave attack came. The 16 third-step immortal emperors vomited blood and fell to the ground. Hualala tilde the building at the door collapsed, causing dust to fly everywhere. The area of destruction continued to extend inside. Nothing could stop this sound wave attack. In an instant, the door of the 10,000 Miles mansion turned into ruins. It was a complete mess. It was too horrible to look at. The main street was filled with people. When they saw this scene, many immortals inhaled a breath of cold air. Who was so daring to directly destroy the door of the 10,000 Miles mansion? This was a slap to the face. Who didn't know the strength of the 10,000 Miles mansion? Hu Pao's actions alarmed everyone in the 10,000 Miles mansion. Immediately, a fourth-step immortal emperor flew out and shouted in anger, "You are dead. How dare you do this in the 10,000 Miles mansion?" Catch a tilde before he finished speaking, Hu Pao slapped the fourth-step immortal emperor to the ruins and killed him. Jiyu Tianren, how dare you frame my master? Come out if you have the ability. Don't hide. Bao Mie's voice was loud and clear. It was impossible not to know. In a palace within the 10,000 Miles mansion, Jiyu Tianren was drinking with a group of deacon disciples from the Wind Rain Palace. Naturally, he didn't care about the commotion outside. The 10,000 Miles mansion had a deep background. Even an immortal reverent wouldn't dare to cause trouble here. In the next second, his name reverberated in the 10,000 Miles mansion. It's Di Tian. Jiyu Tianren stood up with a swoosh. His expression turned ugly. Back then, he was flicked away by a finger and was even killed once. Jiyu Tianren still remembered it vividly. A hint of fear flashed in his eyes. He didn't have any courage to fight head-on. Brother Jiyu, could it be that bastard Di Tian who killed our Wind Rain Palace? As mentioned before, everyone present was a deacon disciple from the Wind Rain Palace. Those who became deacons in the Wind Rain Palace were all genius disciples who were close to the immortal reverent level. They could break through to the immortal reverent level at any time and become the main fighting force of the palace. Jiyu Tianren panicked when he heard the name. But when he heard the words of the person in front of him, he had an idea and complained, "Brother Mo, that person outside should be Di Tian. I didn't expect him to be so despicable and shameless. He actually made a big scapegoat for others and even came to us. Everyone should know what kind of person I am. Our Jiyu family would never do such a thing." Immortal Emperor Mo Tsong knew a little about Jiyu Tianren's background. He naturally knew that he wouldn't do such a thing. He was full of anger towards Di Tian. "Brother Jiyu, don't worry. This is the territory of the Wind Rain Palace. I didn't want to find trouble with him. Now that he has come to us, we will help you vent your anger. Di Tian, this kid, must be taught a lesson. It's best to capture him and hand him over to the law enforcement hall. We will interrogate him to find out if he killed our immortal reverend. Di Tian is playing with fire. How dare he kill someone in the Wind Rain Palace?" These deacon disciples looked down on Di Tian who came from the lower domain. Jiyu Tianren sneered in his heart. Di Tian, let's see if you dare to make a move. Let's see what you can do after killing someone from the Wind Rain Palace." At the entrance of the 10,000 Mile mansion, 7 to 8 fourth-step immortal emperors were killed one after another. They weren't a match for General Hu Sai. "No matter who you are, you better give us an explanation for killing people here." In the blink of an eye, 5 immortal reverents appeared from the depths of the 10,000 Mile mansion. The leading immortal reverent was a grey-robed immortal reverent with the battle strength of a peak intermediate immortal reverent. The moment he appeared, he released the aura of a peak intermediate immortal reverent. He was prepared to suppress everyone once he appeared. Once the aura was released, 12 oppressive auras crushed down. They were even more ferocious and tyrannical. The 5 immortal reverents fell from the sky and smashed into the ruins. Chapter 1479. The 5 immortal venerables of the 10,000 Miles mansion had a bad start. They didn't even look at their strength when they came up. Now, immortal venerables had very tyrannical combat strength. Once the 5 of them came out, they could do whatever they wanted. In the end, when they came up and released their immortal venerable pressure, they were pressed to the ground by someone else's pressure. They reacted. The people who came were all immortal venerables. With this sweep, they almost spat out a mouthful of blood. They were all middle-stage immortal venerables, a total of 12 immortal venerables. How could they fight? The 5 of them came out to bully people, relying on their backing. There was usually no trouble they couldn't solve, and they were also very arrogant. Who would have thought that there would be someone more domineering than them? Who are you? Why are you attacking our 10,000 miles mansion? The middle-stage immortal venerable grey-robed old man was afraid. This is the reason. Husai Battle General rushed up and released his pressure, punching the other party's body. The speed was so fast that he couldn't resist and was directly sent flying, smashing into another palace. Because you are harboring my master's enemy, it is normal to tear down your door and kill you. Husai Battle General was also quick-witted. Who cares? He beat them up first, not forgetting to put a big hat on them. Master, I did the right thing, didn't I? Husai Battle General proudly rushed up again. Lin Fei said with a smile, the few of you should learn from Husai Battle General, this is called attacking with a good reason. Before beating people up, find a reason for yourself. We got it. Lin Fei didn't know that after saying this, the 12 battle generals became extremely shameless. The surrounding people kept rolling their eyes after hearing this. What kind of words was this? They really had never seen such shameless people. Master, the things on their bodies can atone for their crimes, I'll go and strip them. Heavenly Rat Battle General laughed and also rushed up. The 4 immortal venerables who just came out of the ruins had extremely ugly expressions. I'll go too. Together. The 4 immortal venerables were directly besieged, suppressing the 4 immortal venerables and beating them to death. No, my battle shield. This is my immortal armor. You bunch of bandits. How could the 4 immortal venerables resist the ferocious beasts? In less than a moment, all the things on their bodies were stripped off. Even their storage rings were forcibly cut off. Master, this guy was so arrogant just now. I helped you take care of him. The tiger warrior had already returned with a large pile of things in his hands. All of these came from this peak intermediate stage immortal venerable. If you dare to move, I'll kill you. The immortal venerable of the 10,000 miles mansion was quickly defeated and even stripped naked. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This method was too cruel. Did they still want to live? Ancient Celestial, why are you still not coming out? Do you wish for everyone to be like these immortal sovereigns? The Destruction Battle General could also speak. The people of the 10,000-mile mansion were originally watching the show. In the 10,000 Li mansion, no one dared to cause trouble. But today, they met an even more tyrannical person who took care of the 10,000 Li mansion in just a few breaths. We don't know Ancient Celestials. We'll leave immediately. These people who came to play immediately wanted to leave when they saw the situation. Just as a few people came out of the palace and were about to break through the air, their mounts were shattered, and they fell, landing in the hands of the ferocious battle general. All of you, stand properly. The one who attacked was Battle General Crocodile Kong. He caught the people and threw them on the ruins. Everyone who came out was caught and thrown on the ruins. No one could leave. In the blink of an eye, most of the people were caught. They did not dare to move in front of the immortal venerables' pressure. What a joke. These were immortal venerables. They could crush them to death with a flick of their fingers. Threatening them? They should just wash up and sleep. Sir, don't you know that doing this will bring trouble to yourself? The peak intermediate stage immortal venerable said coldly. Whoosh. Lin Fei flicked his finger and chopped off one of the other party's arms. He said indifferently, trouble? Do you think I'm afraid? Lin Fei did not plan to be afraid of trouble after tearing down the door. Di Tian, this isn't the great metropolis world. This is the territory of the Wind and Rain Palace. Don't be arrogant. A sharp voice came from the ruins. A resplendent sword light pierced towards Lin Fei's face. The sword light was sharp and fierce. You dare to attack my master. Bao Mie rushed up, and the resplendent sword light was shattered. A muffled groan came from the depths of the ruins. A black shadow flew out and fell not far from Lin Fei. With this shout, everyone came to a sudden realization. So it was Di Tian. Di Tian, whose name shook the heavens. No wonder he was so arrogant. He brought 12 immortal venerables with him when he went out. The peak intermediate stage immortal venerable of the 10,000 Miles Mansion turned deathly pale. He had offended Di Tian. This guy was famous for being ruthless and dared to kill immortal venerables of the Wind and Rain Palace. He had even tried to threaten Di Tian. He was courting death. At the same time, the grey-robed immortal venerable hated Jiyu Tianren. If it wasn't for this guy, how would their 10,000 Miles Mansion end up in such a state? It was as if someone had swept them clean. At this moment, he even had the intention to kill Jiyu Tianren. Di Tian, if you dare to attack me, do you believe that you won't be able to walk out of the Wind and Rain Palace? The black-robed deacon on the ground said with hatred. Lin Fei flicked his finger and sent out a saber light at the other party. A large head flew off and blood splattered everywhere. You dare to kill me? This fellow's consciousness sank into darkness. Lin Fei hated threats the most. Why did you have to use your background to suppress me? Aren't you forcing me to kill you? What an idiot. All of you have watched for so long. How much longer are you going to watch? Suddenly, 5 people appeared in front of them. Jiyu Tianren was expressionless, but there was a trace of hatred in the depths of his eyes. Have you thought about the consequences of killing a deacon of the Wind and Rain Palace? Deacon Mo Chiu said coldly. The one who attacked was a deacon. Mo Chiu didn't expect Di Tian to have such a strong killing intent. He didn't even care about the Wind and Rain Palace's face and just killed him with one blade. This was a celestial venerable. Wind and Rain Palace celestial venerables weren't cabbages on the streets. Killing one meant one less. Deacon Mo Chiu didn't dare to attack. To protect the Wind and Rain Palace's face, he had to speak up. If not, people would really think that the Wind and Rain Palace was afraid of Di Tian. If you don't want to die, then stand to the side. Lin Fei's gaze landed on Jiyu Tianren. You are not bad, really. Jiyu Tianren felt a chill down his spine. I am from the Jiyu family. What do you want to do? Come over. Lin Fei reached out and grabbed. Jiyu Tianren was covered by the power and couldn't resist at all. He was grabbed in front of him and slapped. Jiyu Tianren's face swelled up right away. You dare to scheme against me? Have you thought about this day? Another 2 slaps landed on Jiyu Tianren's face, and Jiyu Tianren's teeth flew out. Jiyu family, how arrogant. Huala. Chapter 1480. On the ruins of the 10,000-mile mansion, everyone saw a brutal scene. Di Tian from Great Metropolis World chopped off one of Jiyu Tianren's arms. Blood splattered all over the ground, and the surroundings were filled with the smell of blood. Everyone had seen Di Tian's brutality. For the sake of an enemy, he destroyed the enemy's gate and killed a deacon disciple of Wind and Rain Palace. Who could do that? But Di Tian did it. Even the celestial venerables of the 10,000-mile mansion didn't dare to make a sound. If they made a sound, they would be killed. Di Tian, you dare to chop off my arm? I won't rest until you die. Jiyu Tianren cried out in pain. Jiyu Tianren didn't expect Di Tian to be so daring to attack him in public and even kill a deacon of Wind and Rain Palace. If he knew, he wouldn't have come out even if he was beaten to death. Another blade light flew past, and Jiyu Tianren's other arm was chopped off. Blood splattered all over the ground. Jiyu Tianren, if you have the ability, then threaten me. Every time you open your mouth, I will chop you once. Let's see how many things you have to chop off. Lin Fei didn't care about Jiyu Tianren's threat. He had to vent his anger today, and no one could stop him. Jiyu Tianren didn't dare to make a sound. Lin Fei directly slapped him. Speak, continue speaking. I spared your life last time, but you actually dared to secretly attack me. You really have the ability. Another slap landed on Jiyu Tianren's body. If you don't have the ability, then don't come out and cause trouble. Do you really think I don't dare to deal with you? Lin Fei slapped Jiyu Tianren's face just like that. His originally handsome face became like a big fat pig, and it was almost impossible to recognize him. It wasn't just an ordinary kind of miserable. Lin Fei's terrifying power suppressed the recovery of Jiyu Tianren's arms, causing Jiyu Tianren to continuously bleed. Lin Fei had enough and threw Jiyu Tianren on the ground. Dealing with this fellow would at most vent his anger. Our Lin Fei already bore a grudge against the Jiyu clan. Capture him, let's go. Lin Fei didn't want to kill Jiyu Tianren yet. Killing him would be so meaningless. All right. Immediately, a general went up and lifted Jiyu Tianren up. Jiyu Tianren was left with a venomous gaze as he spat out blood at the general. This time, the general turned his hand around and whipped at Jiyu Tian. How could Jiyu Tianren withstand such a fierce beating? He almost rolled his eyes. If it wasn't for the fact that Master didn't allow me to beat you to death, I would be the first to beat you to death. Who do you think you are? Jiyu Tianren's gaze grew even more venomous as he thought to himself, once I'm free, I'll definitely make you, Di Tian, die a horrible death. I'll kill everyone you know one by one to vent my anger. The onlookers outside had already retreated far away. Why? Wasn't he frightened? The master was so cruel, and the subordinates were also so cruel. Who would dare to offend them? The immortal venerates of the 10,000-mile Grand Court heaved a sigh of relief. They could not wait for Di Tian to leave immediately. For some reason, facing Di Tian and his subordinates gave them immense pressure, even the threat of death. They didn't want to die. Get out of the way, who's causing trouble? A sharp voice came from the front. The onlookers' expressions changed drastically as they opened up a path. A group of black-armored soldiers barged in with murderous intent on their faces. Law enforcement team, you've come at the right time. Di Tian is killing innocents here. I'm a deacon disciple of the Wind and Rain Palace. Deacon Mo Chio looked as though he had found an army when he saw his own people. Quickly capture him. The law enforcement team of the Wind and Rain Palace was made up of fourth-step immortal emperors. They were proficient in arrays and restrictions, and their combat strength was extremely strong. No one in the Wind and Rain Palace dared to offend them. If they were captured and brought to the law enforcement hall, they would definitely lose a layer of skin. If they were unlucky, they would be sent to mine for a few thousand years. You talk too much. A cold voice resounded in Mo Chio's ears. He saw a familiar figure, but it wasn't the lower half of his body. Deacon Mo Chio's body had been chopped into two without him noticing. He was no longer breathing. Lin Fei hated people who talked too much. So what if you're the law enforcement team? Do you really think that I, Lin Fei, am easy to bully? I'll kill you. I don't need a reason. There were a total of 16 people in this law enforcement team. It was unknown how many people they had killed, but their killing intent soared into the sky. You dare to kill. The law enforcement team recognized that person as a Wind and Rain Palace disciple. At this moment, all of them were furious. The Destruction Battle General and the other 12 battle generals stepped forward. You dare to say such words to Master? You're asking for a beating. Swish 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 tilde the 12 battle generals charged out. The law enforcement team had dealt with all sorts of people, but when they saw who it was, they all inhaled a breath of cold air. Damn, they were all immortal venerables. Who reported this news? The law enforcement team was very powerful, but it didn't mean that they didn't put anyone in their eyes. Moreover, there were 12 immortal venerables in front of them. Each of them had a powerful aura that could suppress them. The moment the 12 battle generals appeared, the law enforcement team was torn apart. They weren't a match for them. They were all beaten to the ground, and their equipment was stripped clean. The law enforcement team's equipment was very good. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare to call themselves law enforcement team disciples. How could they deal with enemies without good equipment? I'm staying in the Immortal Palace courtyard. If you want to find trouble with me, come. I, Di Tian, will welcome you anytime. Di Tian left with a swagger. They had seen arrogant people before, but it was the first time they saw someone like Di Tian, who killed someone from the Wind Rain Palace. Di Tian brought the group back to the palace where the Immortal Palace courtyard was. As for what was happening outside, he wasn't interested in finding out. Jiyu Tianren, you're mute now. Weren't you very arrogant? Inside the palace, Jiyu Tianren was thrown to the ground. You'd better let me go. Lin Fei stretched out his hand and directly broke Jiyu Tianren's Qihai acupoint. He even broke the power sealed in his body, turning Jiyu Tianren into a cripple. Now, do you still want me to let you go? Jiyu Tianren roared. His entire body seemed to be sucked dry, and his face was deathly pale. You dare to cripple my Dantian? People like you won't be honest. Lin Fei had long seen through Jiyu Tianren's hatred. This kind of person could be killed with one slash, but he was prepared to keep him alive. So, he could only break his Dantian first. Anyway, it's useless for you to keep your strength. Based on what your Jiyu clan has done, crippling your Dantian is still a light punishment. Jiyu Tianren's talent was not bad. He had cultivated to immortal venerable long ago. How could he think of being crippled by a country bumpkin in the lower realm? He could only stare at Di Tian. I'm finished. You won't have it easy either. Our Jiyu clan won't let you go. This was the only thing Jiyu Tianren could do now. He wanted Di Tian to feel fear, to live in fear. Chapter 1481. Inside the Wind Rain Palace's main hall, a murderous aura filled the air. What happened in the morning had reached the ears of the Wind Rain Palace's upper echelons. To the peak existences of one of the two palaces that controlled the universe, today was no less than a resounding slap in the face. 2 deacon disciples were killed. The enforcer disciple was beaten up badly. All of his equipment had been snatched away. Aside from the armor he wore, he had nothing else. Elder Shu, the backer of the 10,000-mile mansion, also stood up because they had encountered an unexpected disaster. Outrageous. Di Tian is too arrogant. He doesn't take our Wind Rain Palace seriously at all. I suggest we immediately mobilize experts to capture Di Tian, Elder Shu said sternly. At this moment, many upper echelons were gathered in the palace. Elder Shu was the backer of the 10,000-mile mansion. Everyone in the Wind Rain Palace knew that he supported the 10,000-mile mansion. But who usually didn't give him face? Great, they were slapped in the face today. They had to vent their anger no matter what. The moment Elder Shu said this, the rest of the immortal reverent elders fell silent. That's right, silenced. It was quiet in the palace. Capture Di Tian? Go and capture him if you can. Di Tian brought 12 immortal sovereigns, and they were all intermediate ones. They even knew secret battle formations and had high-level immortal sovereign battle strength. How could they fight him? High-level immortal sovereign battle strength. Di Tian was a very mysterious person, especially his strength. Nobody knew what trump cards he had up his sleeves. If they really wanted to capture Di Tian, they would have to pay a huge price. Who could accept such a loss when establishing the Emperor dynasty? Elder Shu, you're right. Di Tian has been arrogant and overbearing more than once. I think it's best if Elder Shu deals with him. I also suggest Elder Shu deal with him. With Elder Shu making a move, that brat Di Tian will still be obediently waiting to be captured. The other immortal sovereigns directly recommended Elder Shu to deal with him. Elder Shu cursed. Who didn't know Di Tian was not easy to deal with? I criticized them harshly just now because I wanted them to deal with him. You want me to deal with him alone? You're deliberately sending me to my death. Who didn't know Di Tian's influence now? Elder Shu had also heard about it. Even though he was a mid-level immortal venerable and had cultivated a few sovereign rank secret arts, he didn't have the guts to go over. After all, the 12 generals under Di Tian were not to be trifled with. There was no need to make a move. Di Tian is extremely vicious. I think it's better for us to discuss this, Elder Shu said seriously. Everyone sneered in their hearts. I knew you didn't have the guts. The palace master of the Wind and Rain Palace, who was seated on the throne, shook his head slightly. These people were shouting very loudly. If he really asked them to make a move, none of them would dare to. The palace master of the Wind Rain Palace was extremely annoyed that Di Tian didn't give him any face. This was the Wind Rain Palace. Did they really think that no one would dare to make a move? The Wind Rain Empyrean also felt a headache as to how to resolve this matter. If it was an ordinary person, they could just capture him. But Di Tian's temper wasn't ordinary at all. At least not now. Palace Master, Although Di Tian is arrogant, he definitely has his reasons for capturing Jiyu Tianren of the Jiyu clan. Since that's the case, why don't we inform the Jiyu clan of this matter and let them handle it themselves? Why do we have to interfere? I think so too. The Jiyu clan has contacts in the myriad heavens. I believe that there's no need for us to make a move. The people of the Jiyu clan will also make a move. It is said that this Jiyu Tianren has a certain status in the Jiyu clan. The immortal venerables of the Wind Rain Palace clearly didn't want to deal with Di Tian, but they also knew who was the best choice. But a disciple of our Wind Rain Palace has died. Elder Shu wasn't willing to give up and nagged again. At this time, the palace master spoke. Isn't it just 2 people who died? It's obviously the Jiyu clan's matter. Why would they interfere? You asked for it. Alright, the Emperor dynasty is about to be established. This is what we should worry about. Di Tian's matter is just a small matter. It's not worth our concern. Di Tian was a headache. They wouldn't deal with him if they could. Just like that, the matter regarding Di Tian's matter was settled. In the myriad heavens, under a desert in a dead world. In the myriad heavens. A person walked quickly and arrived at the end of the palace in the blink of an eye. There was a throne there. A man with a golden mask sat on the throne, emitting a cold and gloomy aura. A letter from the Jiyu clan. The man with the golden mask stretched out his hand and a jade slip fell into his hand. After a while, the jade slip broke into pieces and fell. The Jiyu clan is too much. They even want us to deal with this kind of matter. The man with the golden mask revealed a dissatisfied expression. Are the platinum assassins back? Lord, they have returned. Summon them here. Yes. Very rarely, 3 black shadows appeared without a sound. It seems like you have already cultivated the void escape technique to the immortal venerable level. You can go and complete this task. Who should we kill? Di Tian of the great metropolis world. The man with the golden mask said indifferently, this person's strength is unfathomable. He is at least a peak intermediate immortal venerable. What you need to do is to kill him. Yes. The 3 figures disappeared just like that. There wasn't even a bit of spatial fluctuation. This was the headquarters of the Blood Rain Tower's assassins. The revenge of the Wind Rain Palace didn't appear. This made the people who were paying attention to it dumbfounded. Since when did the Wind Rain Palace become so easy to negotiate with? If it was during normal times, no matter who it was, they would be attacked by the law enforcement disciples. Master, I think they don't dare to come. Bao Mier and the others were still rubbing their palms. They were very disappointed when they didn't see the people from the Wind Rain Palace coming. They didn't even have the chance to warm up. Lin Fei had expected this. Hehe, it would be strange if they dare to come. From the beginning, Lin Fei knew that the people from the Wind Rain Palace wouldn't dare to come because they didn't have the courage or even the preparation. At least, under the situation of not solving the external threat, neither the Sky Absolute Palace nor the Wind Rain Palace would find trouble with him. It was hard to say after that. Of course, at that time, Lin Fei didn't need to worry about them. Now, after the establishment of the Emperor dynasty, he could leave. Lin Fei didn't want to care about other things. It was better to go back and prepare for the battle. The people from the Wind Rain Palace didn't dare to make a move. Actually, some people had expected it. Di Tian was such a big force. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to make a move. There was the immortal court in front and the immortal sects behind. Soon, everyone's attention was on the establishment of the Emperor dynasty. In the next few days, the representatives of the immortal court and the immortal sects came one after another. Chapter 1241. He watched as a few soldiers put on diving suits and jumped off the rubber boat. Less than 2 nautical miles away from them, 3 water ghosts quietly emerged from the sea and recorded the names of the first few soldiers. The first batch of elimination did not mean that they had to pack up and return to their original units. The selection of the Demon King never followed the normal process. It had always been the Demon King's style to find potential soldiers from the eliminated soldiers. The soldiers selected from various units had been screened in their original units. Their individual comprehensive ability was not bad, but the first batch was eliminated. It was very likely that they did not adapt to the training method, which was why they were a hindrance. Only by carefully observing their coping ability, survival ability, and reaction speed could the final judgment be made. It was like panning for gold in the sand. One needed to be careful. The waves on the sea rose and fell, and the rubber boat went up and down. The soldiers who took turns to stand guard had starlight above their heads. Their eyes were fixed on the boat without blinking. Once they noticed something, they could immediately inform all their comrades. The light special battleship was slightly less bumpy due to the water. Yi Qian, who had changed into a Navy training suit, ate a simple canned meal with the soldiers on the boat and wobbled all the way to the reef island. Yi Qian did not get seasick. She was able to catch up on sleep during the bumpy ride. Her situation was unexpectedly good. The light special battleship docked 15 minutes earlier than expected. Li Jinyan, who was standing by the sea and waiting, suddenly turned around and said to his teammate named Big Whale, "Observe her first. Then take her to a single tent to rest. If necessary, test her in the water first. Let me know what's going on. That's not very nice. She's a female soldier after all. How can you give her a show of strength?" Big Whale was a little surprised. He softly advised, "Let's be gentle first. The people sent by the army may have some status." Li Jinyan twitched the corner of his mouth and smiled. "No status. I've seen the information. Her mother was a martyr." He decided that he would not change his mind. Looking at the light special battleship that had stopped, Li Jinyan patted Big Whale's shoulder and left with a cold expression. Even Xia Jinyuan thought that the female soldier was not bad. She should not be too bad. It was better to let Big Whale test the water first and see if it was fake. The daughter of a martyr. How do you want me to test her? There aren't many good swimmers in the army, right? The light battleship will stop about 30 meters away from us. Can she swim 30 meters with a backpack? If I go over and scare her into choking on water, Demon King, be careful that the commander will punish you." Big Whale was a little worried. He was not familiar with the new female soldier and did not know how good she was in the water. If he accidentally injured her or let her be swept away by the sea, that would be no laughing matter. Li Jinyan could tell that his team member was treating the new female soldier as an elite soldier. He reminded him calmly, "She's a reserve special forces soldier." It meant, "Don't look down on others." The whale's expression suddenly turned serious as he nodded. "He has some background, but I'm afraid that something might happen. We'll play it by ear. I'll leave it to you." Li Jinyan didn't stay any longer and walked towards the camp for the night. "Under the water or on the water?" The whale's excited voice came from behind him. Li Jinyan knew that he was still willing to test the waters. Walking under the starry sky, Li Jinyan made a hand gesture, and the whale took off his training uniform. It was as if he had become invisible. Under the starlight, they could only see a vigorous figure plunging into the water. "Let's give it a try underwater. I haven't fought with a female special forces soldier before. This is interesting." Chapter 1242. Yi Jian, who was about to get off the ship, said thank you to the Navy Lieutenant Colonel who was sending her off. Then, she grabbed the waterproof backpack that was issued by the Navy Equipment Department and went into the water directly from the aft deck of the light battleship. "Do you see the flashing red laser on the reef? Someone is already there to pick you up. Just swim over." The Navy Lieutenant Colonel who connected to the reef island squatted down and smiled at the female soldier whose face was only the size of a palm and whose eyes were brighter than the stars. "It's less than 30 meters away. Just swim over." The light special battleship was different from the air cushion landing craft. It couldn't dock on a reef island without a port. It could only dock on the surface of the sea. When Yi Jian came down, she was hit by a wave and fell forward. With her backpack on her back, she could only wave and dive into the sea without saying goodbye. She swam towards the reef island that was faintly visible in the distance. Compared to the nimbleness of the water ghost, Yi Jian's swimming speed was neither fast nor slow. After all, she had also trained by the sea for a month. It was just that her training wasn't as systematic as water ghosts. The land tigers were the Snowfield Brigade, and the Sea Dragons were the Storm Amphibious Frogman Assault Team. As a reserve member of the Snowfield Brigade, Yi Qian entered the range of the Sea Dragons. She was warned by Xia Jinyuan to stay alert as soon as she entered the water, in case there was a special welcome ceremony. When a whale entered the sea, it was like a dragon returning to the sea. Every day, he would have sandbags tied to his feet for 5 kilometers of cross-country training. Twice a week, he would swim for 5 kilometers. His feet were very strong in breaking water. With just a few swings of his tail, he could swim 200 meters at a speed that was beyond imagination. When Yi Qian surfaced from the water, the light special battleship had already left. Their destination wasn't the Reef Island, but the Reef Island that they needed to pass by Li Jinyan's training ground. As the light special battleship left, Yi Qian, who was completely wet, swam towards the shore with her backpack. 4 years of training had allowed Yi Qian to remain calm even when facing the unpredictable sea alone. Listening to the sound of the waves, she paddled with both hands and maintained a moderate speed. Using the momentum of the waves, she relaxed her body and swam over. After swimming for about 5 meters, Yi Qian's calm gaze suddenly sharpened. He swept his gaze across the surface of the sea about 3 meters to his left. He had been targeted by a water ghost. Fighting in the water was her weakness, and it would be troublesome if she was targeted. However, as Captain Xia said, it suited Li Jinyan's style very well. Yi Qian's gaze landed on the big whale as soon as he popped his head out of the water. He was a little surprised. With his diving goggles on, he narrowed his eyes and revealed a deep smile. She was so sharp. He had only just emerged from the water to observe her, but she had already discovered him. He really wanted to applaud her for being so sharp. However, just being sharp wasn't enough. It depended on her underwater reflexes. Compared to on land, the requirements for underwater reflexes were several times higher. The ancient Roman statesman Cicero said, "Whoever controls the sea can control the world." From this sentence, one could see the importance of a country's control over the sea. From this, one could understand how strict the physical fitness of the members of the Frogman Commando team was. The big whale was a qualified water ghost who had undergone strict and systematic training. Yi Qian, as an all-round Special Forces soldier in the army, had already lost the upper hand in terms of geographical advantage against the big whale in the water. However, this wasn't a reason for Yi Qian to back down. She opened her inflatable backpack as fast as she could, pulled out her combat dagger, and faced the water ghost who had grabbed her ankle head-on. Chapter 1243. Water and Earth were completely different existences. Although the former could be felt right beside you, it would never give you the sense of security that Earth gave you. Once water surrounded you from all directions, a fatal suffocation would follow. Humanity's deepest fear of nature would also follow. Yi Qian, who was holding an underwater combat dagger, twisted his body. The first thing he did was to surface and take a deep breath. Then, he attacked the water demon who was trying to lock his legs again. With the help of the buoyancy of the water, Yi Qian twisted her legs and spun 3 times like a spinning top. She used too much force and a small whirlpool was formed in the sea water because of her body. Even when his lower limbs were locked, he could still use the strength of his lower limbs to rotate his entire body. This move surprised the whale. Didn't they say that female soldiers were from the army? How did she know the essentials of underwater combat? Fortunately, underwater communication relied on sign language. Otherwise, the whale might have directly asked Yi Qian if he had transferred from the navy to the army. Yi Qian did not give the whale much time to think. When his right leg was free, he raised his leg and kicked his opponent's shoulder with the ferocity of a Special Forces soldier. The results of his endurance running and weight-bearing training showed. Although the water was buoyant, Yi Qian's legs were full of strength. His kick landed on the whale's shoulder bone, causing the whale to lean back 2 steps. Using brute force in underwater combat would only increase the speed of exhaustion. The whale was shocked. Yi Qian, who had broken free, knew that fighting on land was not going to work. Although he had kicked the water demon in the shoulder, he had also used up a lot of energy. The change in the body's stress points was the biggest obstacle in underwater combat. Without a support point, The water would not only create buoyancy and pressure on the human body, but it would also affect the force exerted by each movement. The lethality of the movements would drop to a frightening level. Just like just now, if they were fighting on land, her kick would definitely have sent the water demon flying. It would not have only made him lean back 2 steps. He had to think of a way. Yi Qian, who had broken free twice in a row, decided not to continue fighting. His face was tense as he quickly swam towards the shore. The whale saw this and laughed in its heart. The female soldier was fast, but she was still far behind them. In the water, it was the water demon's world. In the army, it was always slightly inferior. Behind him, Yi Qian, who was swimming as fast as he could, swam forward less than 2 meters before he realized that he had made a serious and low-level mistake. Wasn't she trying to compete with the water demon in terms of swimming speed? Yi Jian, who had always been rational, realized that she had made a mistake. She quickly came up with a countermeasure. Since she couldn't escape, she could only strike first. When fighting underwater, most of the time, the body would be in a supine or prone position. When fighting with a water ghost that was familiar with underwater combat, the first reason was to quickly change the body's state. Then, how could he change the body's state and find the best point to withstand the force? Yi Qian opened his inflatable backpack and dove into the water, temporarily hiding from the water demon's pursuit. He had no advantage in the water. If he wanted to escape, he needed to fight and retreat quickly. Yi Qian, who was hiding and thinking, started playing hide-and-seek with the whale. The other party did not have any diving equipment. Like him, he could not stay underwater for too long. Also, he had used the lock move just now, which meant that the essentials of underwater combat included a lock. Chapter 1244. This way, Yi Qian could extend to hug An. Starting from the whale's lock technique, Yi Qian's lips curled into a smile as he grasped another technique, grab. Hug the water ghost from behind, lock the opponent, and then grab the attack. On land, there were a series of complicated and changeable moves such as striking, hitting, kicking, locking, and so on. Since he couldn't get hurt in the water, the underwater moves couldn't be complicated. They had to be simple. Once complicated, the consumption of his physical strength would only be greater. Fast, accurate, and ruthless reaction, coupled with the technical moves of grabbing, hugging, stabbing, slashing, hacking, and locking. Yi Qian narrowed his eyes and revealed a faint, bloodthirsty smile in the darkness. Since Demon King Li's way of welcoming her was so unique, she would give it a try. In a fight like this, even if she lost, she would lose fair and square. On the other side, the whale was a little panicked at first. The female soldier had suddenly disappeared from the surface of the sea, and he was only wearing a diving suit without any other equipment. If the waves really swept the female soldier away, he would really be a sinner. After searching for about 4 minutes, the whale, who had emerged from the water, suddenly saw a human head about 3 meters away from him. Grabbing Yi Qian's unbuttoned backpack, he raised his eyebrows. "Oh, she's swimming towards me. Don't tell me she's afraid." That's why there was one bad thing about female soldiers. Sometimes, they were afraid of water and the dark. He had tried it just now, thinking that she would be interesting, but in the end, she was still as boring as before. In an instant, the whale's interest was greatly reduced. Since she was in the army, she should just stay in the army. Carry your backpack properly. Don't send a wave a few 100 meters away. We'll have to send more people. Before he could say the words save you, he saw only the undulating waves on the surface of the sea, and no one was there anymore. Oh no. The whale, who suddenly felt a sense of danger, hurriedly threw his backpack aside and dove into the water like a fish. His reaction was fast enough, but he was still 1 step slower than Yi Qian, who had a plan in mind. His neck was suddenly locked, and the combat dagger, which was still in its scabbard, stabbed towards his spine. The great whale raised his hand and elbowed Yi Qian's waist. Then, he grabbed Yi Qian's arm with one hand and quickly adjusted his balance in the water with his feet. As soon as Yi Qian saw him retaliate, he knew he was no match for him. When he tried to grab his neck, Yi Qian adjusted his balance and reached out to grab Water Ghost's face. "If I can't win, then I'll leave a mark." In the cold seawater, The whale felt cold sweat dripping down its back. In just 4 or 5 minutes, she had switched from simply kicking to hugging, grabbing, slashing, and stabbing. He had only managed to escape after a few consecutive counterattacks by relying on the water demon's advantage. Even so, her lumbar spine was still blocked by her unsheathed combat dagger. Sensing Yi Qian's murderous aura, the whale swam back about a meter and said loudly, "Stop, stop, stop. We can go ashore now. Does that mean we don't have to fight anymore?" Yi Jian hugged her backpack tightly. Her voice was as cold as ice as she said in a deep voice, "I didn't lose just now, did I?" The whale wiped the seawater off its face and chuckled. It stretched out its clenched fingers and said with a smile, "No, no. I've offended you on our first meeting. Please forgive me. I'm the great whale. The Demon King sent me to bring you ashore. How was that a loss?" Even he was scared witless. Chapter 1245. Hello, I'm Yi Qian. Yi Qian smiled and extended his hand. After a brief introduction, he fastened his backpack and swam towards the shore. It had only been 10 minutes of combat, but his stamina was depleted as if he had run for hours. Even his breathing was a little unstable. On the other hand, the frogman codenamed Big Whale beside him was breathing steadily. Although he had won twice, he would definitely lose in a long battle. Yi Qian narrowed his eyes, but his eyes were full of interest. Captain Xia was right. He could learn a lot by following Demon King Li. Even though it had been less than 2 months, he had benefited greatly. When he reached the shore, the salty sea breeze blew. Yi Qian, who was completely soaked, did not feel cold. Instead, he felt quite comfortable. The feeling of stepping on solid ground and no longer being surrounded by pervasive water was great. Big Whale, who habitually came ashore, pointed at the dark reef in front of them and smiled. "The camp is in front. The conditions are not very good. Please excuse us when you see them later." He knew how to be polite. Was it because she was a female soldier? Would you say something like that when you see other recruits? Yi Qian asked with a smile. His military boots stepped on the soft sand as if he was walking on clouds. Or is it because I'm a female soldier? She had a murderous aura, her movements were murderous, and she could react quickly in the water. She could catch the enemy off guard. Such a female soldier, even if she was a female soldier, was still a character. Big Whale bent down and picked up the training uniform he had taken off before entering the water. He laughed and said, "No, no. You are a female soldier, but you are definitely not an ordinary female soldier. I've seen it for myself just now. Not an ordinary female soldier?" Li Jinyan narrowed his eyes and looked at Big Whale, who had returned to report to him. There was a hint of darkness in his cold voice. Other than her quick reaction, what else is different about her? The male soldiers did not live in tents. Even Li Jinyan lived in a simple shed built with plants growing on the reef island. When the solar lights were turned on, it was as bright as day inside. The shirtless whale sat on a rock. His tanned face looked serious as he answered, "She has the same murderous aura as us. I'm sure she must have carried out a secret mission. Not only was her reaction fast, but when I sent her to the tent, I asked her how she thought of hugging my neck from behind. Guess what she said?" He wanted to keep Li Jinyan in suspense, but to his surprise, Li Jinyan gently raised his cold eyes. The whale rubbed his nose awkwardly and quickly answered, "She said that it was because I locked her legs tightly. She also thought about the problem of underwater strength. She thought that the biggest difference between fighting in the water and fighting on land was that it was mainly simple. She could use hugging to lock her legs, and after hugging her, she still had to grab her. I guess that's the basic point of underwater fighting." He had only locked her legs, but she had thought of many things at once, and she had even hit the nail on the head. Smart. The expressionless Li Jinyan raised his eyebrows slightly. After a while, he said faintly, "No wonder the army insisted on sending her here. I think this female soldier is interesting. Didn't you say that she's not even 19 years old? Why do I feel like she has a few years of experience in the army?" Big Whale finally asked the biggest question he had after the fight with Yi Qian. "She might have carried out a life-or-death mission. Why does it sound a little?" Big Whale deliberated for a while before saying the last word softly, That's ridiculous. Li Jinyan, who had seen Yi Qian's personal information, did not know what kind of life-or-death mission she had carried out, but with her 4 years of Special Forces training, it was not ridiculous at all. Chapter 1246. After a moment of silence, Li Jinyan, who had been judging Yi Qian in his heart, asked again, "Did she have any expression after reading the training plan tomorrow?" The great whale thought for a moment and shook his head. "No expression." She only replied, "Got it." Other than that, she didn't say anything else. Yi Qian, who had undergone strict training, had long been accustomed to military orders are as important as mountains. Even if she had any objections to the training plan, she would not change it at all. At this point, Li Jinyan's cold handsome face finally showed a hint of a smile, like a gorgeous rosy cloud floating across the top of a snowy mountain. It was so beautiful that it actually gave birth to a gorgeous color. Fortunately, the great whale did not look up. Instead, he lowered his head and guessed Yi Qian's origin. The rosy smile on Li Jinyan's face was like a snowy wind blowing past. In less than a second, it returned to its original expression, no longer showing any trace of it. Yi Qian, who was in the middle of their discussion, had already changed her clothes. She zipped up the tent and looked up at the night sky, where she could touch the bright stars just by reaching out her hand. She looked, and after a while, she closed her eyes. When she opened her eyes again, it was already 5 o'clock in the morning. There was no whistle, no call sign, and she had to wake up on her own. Yi Qian, who had arrived 10 minutes earlier, did not appear immediately. She hid behind the reef and observed in the faint light. Last night, the great whale's meaningful gaze before he left made her feel that the morning assembly would not be too simple. Someone stood on the beach with his hands behind his back. Standing in the faint light, his figure was vague and mysterious. He was very tall, at least 1.85 meters. His limbs were slender and well-proportioned. He stood motionless, as if he had been standing there for thousands of years. What surprised Yi Qian was the aura emanating from his body. It was different from Xie Jinyuan's mountain-like aura, which made her feel at ease at first sight. His aura was turbulent and cold, as if a snowy mountain was about to collapse. It was a powerful aura that could devour everything in its path. Yi Qian immediately averted his gaze to avoid being discovered by Li Jinyan. His intuition told Yi Qian that the figure standing in front of him must be Li Jinyan. 3 water ghosts swept across the beach like ghosts. They hugged the nameless tree with their hands and climbed up the tree in the blink of an eye without the help of any climbing tools. The sound of seagulls could be heard from the trees. It was a signal for each other. Yi Qian perked up. As expected, the assembly in the morning would not go smoothly. At 5:07, 5 silhouettes jogged out from the left side. The line was neat and tidy, and there were even chants of 1, 2, 1. They looked quite neat and energetic. Li Jinyan's gaze suddenly darkened. He raised his hand slightly, and several figures suddenly rushed out from all directions. They piled on top of a few people at lightning speed. Are you kidding me? A sneak attack so early in the morning? Do you still want to train? Is it interesting? Is it interesting? 2 people in front were still able to resist. They said a few words before their mouths were covered. The other 3 Navy soldiers were directly pressed down on the beach. A murderous roar came from above them. Shut up, all of you. Otherwise, you'll eat a mouthful of sand. Yi Qian, who had witnessed everything, sighed softly. Suddenly, his hair stood on end. He rolled forward twice in a row to avoid the sneak attack from the people on the reef. Hey! The water ghost leaped down from the reef and let out a small cry of surprise, expressing all sorts of meanings. Chapter 1247. First, what a fast reaction speed. Second, the figure was unfamiliar. Third, female soldier. Fourth, female soldier from the army. The water ghost smiled when he sensed a female soldier hiding in the dark. The Demon King said that you can watch from the sidelines for the time being. There's no need for you to participate. With that, he disappeared from Yi Qian's sight with one hand on the reef. Yi Qian, who was kneeling on the ground with one hand on the beach, pursed his lips tightly. He had only glanced at him for a moment, and he had noticed it in less than a second. There were still 4 minutes before the assembly at 5 o'clock. The first batch of 24 Navy soldiers was treated to an early morning appetizer by a group of water ghosts. One by one, they were cleaned up neatly. Within 10 minutes, all 24 soldiers were piled on top of each other. One by one, they crawled up with their heads covered in dust, puffed out their chests, and gathered quickly. Yi Qian had already blended in and was standing at the very end of the first row. She was a new recruit, so there was no mistake in standing there. Li Jinyan's gaze slid past her face. His icy cold voice pierced through the sea breeze and reached Yi Jian's ears clearly. What are you talking about? Warm-up exercise is over. Let's start the formal training. He really didn't have any superfluous words. He didn't even think about introducing Yi Qian. He pointed at the equipment 3 meters away. Equipment, 2 points. They only had 2 minutes to change their equipment. After a month of hellish elimination training, the remaining 24 soldiers rushed over without panting. They began to change their equipment and put on their shoes. The shoes weren't ordinary shoes. They were specially made for frogmen with iron sand added to their feet. Put the shoes on. A water ghost wearing a training uniform reminded them and retreated to the side. He stared at the stopwatch, ready to shout for them to stop at any time. Yi Qian put the shoes on and realized that there was something wrong with the shoes. He tied the laces and lifted one foot to test the weight. One shoe was about 2 kilograms. 2 shoes weighed 4 kilograms. Wearing a pair of shoes that weighed 4 kilograms and had to run 5 kilometers around the Reef Island cross-country. The cruelty of the frogman training was evident. The situation is not bad. For the time being, his speed seems to be on par with the male soldiers. However, in terms of endurance, I'm afraid that he is slightly better. The water ghost, who had been observing along the way, reported the situation to Li Jinyan. Most of the time, his gaze was on Yi Qian. The frequency of his breathing is maintained well. There's not much sluggishness in his knees when he bends and raises his feet. As a soldier who was suddenly parachuted in, and a female soldier at that, Yi Qian did not undergo the first few basic PST screening tests for the Storm Commandos. Naturally, she became the focus of observation. Li Jinyan's understanding of Yi Qian came from the army's written information. To him, this information was only about her personal performance in the army. No matter how outstanding her performance was, it didn't mean that she would be outstanding in the Frogman unit. Even after listening to the Great Whales report last night, Li Jinyan still maintained his original attitude. He had to go through training before he could confirm whether Yi Qian was qualified and whether he could stay. Demon King, there's news from Big Eel. 3 soldiers can return to the selection competition. A soldier wearing a Navy uniform walked over and saluted with a smile. Big Eel and the others have brought them back. However, the rubber dinghy drifted a little too far away. They need to be brought back by the patrol boat. The main thing is that they have to bring back Big Eel and the others, who are fully equipped. Otherwise, it will take them a day to swim back. Chapter 1248. Li Jinyan looked at his watch and said to the comrade who reported the situation to him, "Check her physical condition at the port first. Send her back to the Reef Island before 8 o'clock tonight." "Okay, I'll contact Big Eel right away." The comrade with the codename Big Shark stood on his tiptoes and glanced at the folder in Li Jinyan's hand. He asked with a smile, "Last night, Big Whale came back and told me that the female soldier from the army has some skills. How do you plan to train her?" "Female soldier? Didn't our team say that we don't recruit female soldiers? Why did the commander agree? Did they sign a life and death contract? Our team has been established for less than 2 years. Demon King, you have to take it easy." He was afraid that he would be too ruthless and accidentally kill her. After all, everyone knew that female soldiers had weaker resistance to pressure than male soldiers. Their body and bone endurance were also worse than male soldiers. Especially in deep diving areas that were more than 100 meters deep, the difference between the psychological quality of men and women was even more obvious. Female soldiers often had huge psychological pressure due to the special underwater environmental factors. Their emotions would become unstable, and once they panicked, serious diving accidents would occur. It wasn't that such a thing hadn't happened before. It was precisely because there were real cases around that the Great Mermaid was worried. Li Jinyan simply handed the folder to his comrade so that he would not have cramps. After the morning training, take her for a checkup to see if there are any problems with the ventilation function of the eustachian tube. Also, check her tolerance and adaptability to hypoxia and high C02. After the morning training, Big Shark did not refuse. He took the folder and looked at it. As he spoke, he lowered his head and opened the folder. His face immediately showed surprise. Wow, this resume is beautiful. She started training in the second year of junior high. She still played special forces training. When I was in the second year of junior high, I was still thinking about how to climb a tree and dig out a bird's nest. Why didn't it say who trained her? How could she do special forces training without the guidance of an expert? Went abroad to participate in the Mathematical Olympiad, individual gold medal. Wow, high IQ. Familiar with all kinds of guns and ammunition, blindfolded and reassembled all kinds of guns, sniper background. Big Shark's eyes widened as he read. When he reached the last paragraph, he closed the folder and stuffed it back into Li Jinyan's hands. He pretended to wipe his cold sweat and said with lingering fear, "What a scary resume." What was even more frightening was that he was the nation's top science scholar. After all this time, she was still a student. No wonder you didn't want to show it to us. Just looking at it makes me feel weak. She didn't study for the first year of high school and went straight to training. Plains, snowy mountains, deserts, oceans, jungles. Oh my God, there wasn't a place that she hadn't been to. She had walked further than him. How valiant and strong this female soldier must be. Could it be that her gender was female, and her height and appearance were both male? Looking at such a frightening resume, it was not impossible. Somehow, the Big Mermaid was a bit worried. Female soldiers who looked like men would easily forget her real gender. What if they forgot her gender one day and took off their clothes in front of her? Wouldn't that be too awkward? After thinking about it, he wiped his face and said, "It seems that the army is focusing on grooming her, which is why they sent her to you. Demon King, we can't serve such a person in our team." It was obvious that the army wanted to train Yi Qian, but what the army wanted to do had nothing to do with Li Jinyan. He only knew that she could only listen to the Navy's arrangements. Chapter 1249. Her CV is beautiful, but that's only because of her performance in the army. Now that she's in the Frogman unit, no matter how complicated her previous experiences, she'll have to start all over again. Li Jinyan looked at the time again. He turned on his earpiece and took over the water ghost's communicator. "How's the situation, Big Shrimp?" After the electromagnetic buzzing sound came from the earpiece, a rough voice said, "She's maintained her original speed. Her breathing rate is normal. She doesn't feel any sluggishness when she raises her feet. Demon King, why didn't you tell me that Yi Qian is quite beautiful? We met face to face a minute ago. I was dazzled. She's even more gorgeous than a coral reef." It was a characteristic of the water ghosts to be able to describe a person's beauty with the colorful color of a coral reef. Li Jinyan had never cared about whether a woman was beautiful or not. Before the army sent the information over, there wasn't even a picture. When they gathered, it was still dark, so he couldn't see what she looked like. He only felt that she was too slender and didn't match the experience on her CV. "Keep a close eye on her. We'll see if she's good or bad today. If she doesn't succeed, send her back to the base tonight." It was still the same sentence. The good ones should stay, and the bad ones should leave. They should stay in their original units and be honest soldiers. Don't even think about joining the Frogman assault team. Li Jinyan's requirements for selecting his teammates were absolutely harsh. He wasn't deliberately making things difficult for them. He was being responsible for the responsibility on his shoulders. It was also being responsible for the lives of his teammates. He didn't want to see any sacrifices. Even if he knew that sacrifices were inevitable, he would do his best to prevent his comrades from being sacrificed so that they could continue to serve their country in the future. He also didn't want to see anyone take advantage of the situation. That was blasphemy to the country, disrespect to the army, and contempt for life. Yi Qian knew that she was being watched closely by the water ghosts. Wearing the special shoes filled with iron sand wasn't a difficult task for her. From the first day of sniper training, she had a metal ball hanging from her hands and sandbags tied to her legs. In the end, she had to run back and forth around the training ground of Fujian Town's recruit camp. She had to stand still under the scorching sun, heavy rain, and snow for 4 hours while holding a sniper rifle. However, the feeling of jogging with sandbags tied to his feet was different from jogging with the special shoes. The biggest difference was that the soles of the special shoes were very hard. Running around the reef was either sand or stone. When lifting one's feet, one had to exert a lot of strength, and it consumed a lot of energy. After running for about 40 minutes or so, the distance between the soldiers and the distance between them. The distance between them and the last soldier. Daxia, who was in charge of keeping a close watch, touched his chin thoughtfully. He contacted Li Jinyan, who had never been interrupted. Demon King, is that female soldier hiding her true strength? 40 minutes later, she still maintained the same distance between them. Now, other than her breathing becoming rapid, nothing else has changed. 5 years of training can't be fake. She has the ability that you can see. Li Jinyan and a few other platoons were preparing a meal. There was only seafood around the island, and the meal they prepared was a seafood feast. According to the price outside, a meal would cost at least 2,000 RMB. He used a combat dagger to slice a fatty fish into thin slices and placed them on top of a large shell. The raw snail meat was placed on top of the shell. When the 24 Navy soldiers and Yi Qian returned, they would be able to serve the seafood feast. In order to train their will to survive and adapt to the pace of the frogmen's training and life, there was no cooked food on the island other than drinking water. There wasn't even a biscuit. They had to rely on themselves. As for starting a fire, that was even more impossible. Chapter 1250. The training of the Storm Commandos was the same as the training of the Snowfield Brigade. It was top secret from its formation to its establishment. Even this batch of Navy soldiers only knew that they would become frogmen and that they would be trained under Li Jinyan, who was known as the Demon King in the Navy. They did not know that once they stood out, they would become the sharp knife of the Navy. Our country's military power had always been discreet and would not easily reveal its strength. Especially after the Southern Alliance War this year, we once again learned of the military power of the Western countries. Our country did not dare to let down our guard. The Western countries had the SEALs, so our country needed the Storm Commandos. The Western countries had the Alpha Special Warfare Special Forces, so our country had the Snowfield Brigade. How many other unknown special forces did the Western countries have? Our country also had unknown special forces. Everything was done in secret. Even if it was just a selection, it was done in secret. For example, the Storm Commandos had 3 meals a day made from local ingredients. When they left, they cleaned up quickly and did not leave any traces. Before they left the reef island, they wouldn't be able to do anything big like starting a fire. Time ticked by, and a red sun slowly rose from the horizon. Its radiance illuminated the entire surface of the sea, and the blue waves connected to the sky. White waves chased after the clouds. This was the sea region of our country. Just like the mainland, it also needed to be protected and could not be invaded by other countries. The morning breeze blew across the surface of the sea. Before the first wave subsided, the waves kept crashing against the black reef that had stood there for God knows how many years. At the end of the reef, a figure jogged over. With tenacity, she gradually appeared in front of the water ghosts who were preparing breakfast. The water ghost who was on sentry duty at the front softly exclaimed. He pressed on his earpiece and quickly reported, "There's an unexpected situation. Demon King, the female soldier who came last night, was first on the first day without saying a word." As soon as he finished speaking, Prawn, who had been secretly observing, said excitedly through the earpiece, "Demon King, did you see the female soldier over there? Amazing. She left the male soldiers a few hundred meters behind in an instant. 5,000 meters with 4 kilograms of weight on her feet in 50 minutes. She only used 5 minutes to catch up with the male soldier running at the front. She used another 5 minutes to completely overtake all the male soldiers. Demon King, This female soldier is not only beautiful, but her skills are also beautiful. Li Jinyan, who was slicing sashimi, paused. He immediately looked forward. His cold expression changed slightly. A hint of surprise flashed across his cold black eyes. She was 10 minutes earlier than he had expected. She was only 15 minutes slower than the water ghost's training speed. Yi Jian's training speed was only 15 minutes slower than the water ghost's. One should know that before this, Yi Jian was an army soldier. All her training and equipment were related to the army. She had nothing to do with the navy at all. Moreover, the water ghosts had already undergone 1.5 years of training. It only took them 35 minutes to run a 5-kilometer, 4-kilogram, 2-footed cross-country run. It was her first time here, yet she could achieve such a result. It was indeed impressive of N. Finally, I didn't hear you say you wanted to chase her away. The big shark laughed. He even whistled happily. He had said last night that the female soldier sent by the army was not bad. See, he was right. Chapter 1251. The slender figure was getting closer and closer. Her facial features gradually became clearer, until she stood straight in front of Li Jinyan. She raised her hand and saluted. Yi Qian, reporting, completed the 5,000-meter cross-country run. The group of rough-sitting water ghosts looked at each other. Then, they slightly closed their legs together in a reserved manner. A faint smile appeared on their faces as they lowered their heads and silently prepared breakfast for the soldiers who hadn't arrived yet. Dozens of men had an unusually large appetite. They did not have rice, noodles, or dumplings to fill their stomachs. They only had sashimi and snail slices. It was easy for them to get hungry and feel nauseous. Li Jinyan's first reaction when he saw Yi Qian was not to answer. Instead, he glanced at all the water ghosts like a cold arrow. When he saw that they were all obedient and did not look straight at her, he calmly retracted his gaze. Just as Da Xia had said, the new female soldier Yi Qian was indeed beautiful. The most beautiful thing about her was her eyes, which were as bright as the morning star. He raised his hand and saluted Yi Qian back. His voice was cold and monotonous. Return to the team and rest. Yes, sir. Yi Qian, who had been staring straight at him, simply turned around. She changed her special shoes to one side and looked around. When she saw a familiar figure, she walked over with a smile. Big Whale, is there anything I can help you with? After breakfast, they rested for a certain amount of time before diving into the 500-meter deep water. The water ghosts, who were all wearing tight black rubber diving suits, saw Yi Jian walking straight to the whale from the corner of their eyes. A few of them coughed a few times as if their throats were itchy. Li Jinyan's cold gaze swept over them. When he saw the fake coughing water ghost, he shrunk his neck and silently stared at the task at hand, preparing breakfast. You know me. How did you know? The big whale was no less surprised than his comrade. Hearing the meaningful fake cough, he hurriedly stood up. It was broad daylight, and he didn't know where to put his hands and feet. In the end, he put them on his lower abdomen. Cough, at least he could block it. When the female soldiers arrived, for the first time, it was not the female soldiers who were embarrassed. Instead, it was the male soldiers who were wearing tight-fitting diving suits. The suits showed off their figures too much. All the men were embarrassed. With a slight smile on his face, Yi Qian did not seem to notice Da Whale's movements. He smiled and said, judging from your figure and the way you looked at me when I came over just now, it was as if you were looking at someone familiar. So, I guess you must be Da Whale. Have a seat. If you need anything from me, just let me know. As he spoke, he pulled out a combat dagger from his waist and pointed at the giant clams that had not been pried open. Do we need to pry open these two? Oh, yes, yes. If you're hungry, you can eat first. As expected of a female soldier with a high IQ. She did not even see Da Whale's face last night, but today she could tell that he was Da Whale based on his figure and eyes. Her observation skills were very strong. Da Whale watched as Yi Qian skillfully cut open the giant clams. She did not peel off the whole clam to remove the inedible parts, leaving the white and fresh clam meat. She slowly cut the clam meat with the dagger in her hand. Then, She cut off the bottom of the clam meat horizontally. A giant clam was finished in less than 2 minutes. This method of cutting is rare. Da Whale thought it was interesting. There was no need to cut it into slices. Instead, she cut it into circles. When she ate, she could lift one end of the clam meat and eat it like noodles. I want to learn this method too. It can be useful in the future. Where did you learn it? Don't underestimate the conversation. At this moment, Da Whale had already started to ask questions. Chapter 1252. The best and most direct way to understand a person's situation was to chat. It seemed like a normal conversation, but as long as the other party could answer your question, even if the other party only said a few vague words, you could get the information you wanted. Without a doubt, the great whale was a water ghost who was good at chatting. He first praised Yi Qian to create a kind impression. Then he laughed and changed the topic to why Yi Qian was so good. It must be because he had similar training in the past. Otherwise, how could he handle these giant clams? Most importantly, his questions were rough but detailed. He only asked how Yi Qian was able to handle the giant clams and didn't mention training at all. It was impossible to tell that he was asking about Yi Qian's personal situation. When Yi Qian heard this, his eyes narrowed slightly, but the smile on his face didn't change. He answered casually, I used to play by the sea for a while and stayed on a deserted island for a few nights. The calm answer made the great whale laugh. The female soldier was very alert. Her answer was the same as not answering at all. She even told him that she knew what he wanted to ask. Forgive me, I'm used to it. As he spoke, his laughter became softer. He moved closer to Yi Qian and said softly, we can find out whatever we want from that group of soldiers who ran over. Our captain was so angry. I don't know how they were taught in the original army. They don't have any sense of confidentiality. Unlike you, you know what I want to do the moment I open my mouth. The great whale was a native of the sea. His skin was tanned and had a metallic luster in the faint morning sun. When he laughed, his white teeth flashed, making Yi Qian think of the great white shark of the deep sea. If he was careless, he would be bitten and unable to escape. When you open your mouth, I feel like there are traps everywhere. Yi Qian, who was slicing the fish quickly, cut the white and tender fish slices until they were as thin as cicadas' wings. He didn't even have to look at the fish. When he raised his head and spoke, the fish slices were cut and his words were finished. The dagger used in combat inadvertently swept past the great whale's eyes, leaving only a faint smile in her eyes. The great whale suddenly felt a chill in his heart. It was true that the female soldier was beautiful, but she was a poisonous flower with thorns. He couldn't touch her. There was no point in continuing to ask. He believed that he wouldn't be able to get anything out of him. The whale, whose intentions had been exposed, did not look embarrassed at all. He replied calmly, not at all. I just wanted to know more about you since we'll be training together in the future. Yi Qian smiled but did not say anything. Coincidentally, the male soldiers who had fallen behind her came back one after another. The great whale stood up and said, I'll go over and take a look. You don't have to finish everything by yourself. Ask them to come back and get some. You can't let the male soldiers do whatever they want. They'll just take advantage of the situation. The rest of the frogmen looked at each other and had a new understanding of the new female soldier. Big Whale was the team's informant. There was nothing he couldn't find out, but he had never left empty-handed like this. The female soldiers sent by the army for training could not be underestimated. Yi Qian didn't care what kind of impression her arrival would leave on the water ghosts. She only knew that she didn't like being questioned at all. Once there were signs, they had to be strangled to death from the start. Demon King, things aren't settled yet. The great whale, who had found an excuse to leave, came to Li Jinyan, who was sitting on a reef and looking out at the sea. With a serious expression, he said, she also warned me. She used the combat dagger in her hand to tell me that she doesn't like me asking around. Chapter 1253. The sun had completely risen above the surface of the sea, and the waves were sparkling under its light. It was as if there were boats passing by on the coastline, and they could faintly hear the sound of sirens from the reef island. Li Jinyan looked indifferent for a long time before he opened his mouth and said, She was sent here by Xie Jinyuan himself. If you can get information out of her so easily, he won't think highly of her. His words shocked Whale so much that he almost fell off the reef. Xie Jinyuan personally sent her here? Devil King, are you kidding me? Whale's serious expression instantly changed to one of shock, and he said in a wronged tone, you and he fought to the death in the past, and we were neck and neck. You knew that she was brought here by him, so how could you bear to let me ask for a rebuff? He wanted to cry. Even if you want to trick your comrades, you shouldn't do it like this. Who was Xie Jinyuan? He was the only person who the Devil King had acknowledged as a strong opponent. The only person who had publicly said that he had no confidence in winning against him. As for himself, it was better not to mention him. He was defeated by Xie Jinyuan. Although he was no longer in the water Gaul team, there were always traces of his existence. The great Whale heaved a long sigh and rubbed his chest. His voice sounded a lot older than before. My chest is stuffy. I'm so embarrassed. I don't have the face to see her. Last night, he had volunteered to find out if there was anything about the female soldier that wasn't written in the information. He had even thought that he was smart enough to ask her about her skills in cutting giant clams, and whether she knew a high-ranking naval officer. After being seen through, he still didn't give up and asked if she had such a strong sense of confidentiality. Had she read their information in advance? The topic continued to circle back to the previous inquiry. Because of the female soldier who could see the information of the Storm Amphibious Frogman assault team, even if the information said that her mother was a martyr and her background was nothing special, he would not believe it was true. She knew everything about the two tests, and to be honest, he was a little embarrassed at that time. At the same time, he felt embarrassed that he had displayed his slight skill in front of an expert. When the last two soldiers returned, Li Jinyan, who had jumped down from the reef, replied calmly, "You were so enthusiastic last night that I didn't have the heart to discourage you. It just so happens that I also want to see how powerful the female soldier sent by Xie Jinyuan is. Since you volunteered, it saves me the trouble of finding someone else." He almost vomited blood. The Whale felt its chest tighten even more. Li Jinyan's eyes darkened. He needed to reassess Yi Qian's position. It could be seen that her physical fitness had already surpassed the 24 soldiers who had entered the second batch of eliminations. It just so happened that physical fitness was the most important stage for the frogmen and played a very important role in their training. Through the analysis of the soldiers' physical fitness, they could make a preliminary judgment on whether the soldiers were suitable to stay and continue training, and whether they could continue fighting fatigue. This was the most basic entry. Today, it could be seen that Yi Qian's physical fitness was on the high side and met his basic requirements. However, he couldn't be completely sure whether she met the requirements. After all, it was only her first day of training, and her body was in an excited and energetic state, while the male soldiers had been training for more than a month. D.A. Shrimp, who was in charge of observing, trotted over. He was also cross-country with the frogmen, and his face was very inconspicuous. He looked a little like a fisherman who made a living out of the sea. When he ran up to Li Jinyan, his calm eyes suddenly changed. From an ordinary fisherman, he became a real naval soldier. Camouflage was also a skill that all water ghosts had to know. Chapter 1254. Li Jinyan stopped in his tracks when Prawn came over. He glanced coldly at Yi Qian, who was chatting with his teammates, and signaled for Prawn to follow him to a secluded area to talk. Demon King, I suspect that Yi Qian has undergone very strict training. I'm afraid that none of the 24 soldiers are her match, Prawn said in a deep voice. Her stamina is very good. She didn't even stop to rest for a second during the cross-country run. Prawn said in a deep voice, his admiration for Yi Jian was evident in his tone. Also, she is very familiar with the terrain and landscape. She knows very well which way is the fastest and which way is likely to take a detour and waste her time. My opinion is that she shouldn't be a burden. She might even be able to surpass the 24 recruits. A 5,000-meter cross-country run had once again shown one of the water ghosts how strong Yi Qian was. Li Jinyan's cold and handsome face revealed a hint of contemplation. He said to Prawn, "We can't rush to a conclusion yet. Later, we still have to do a hypoxia and high C02 endurance test. After these 2 tests, we can decide whether she can stay or not. It's better to play it safe. After all, she's a living person in our team. We can't let anything happen to her." Yi Qian, who was chatting with the water ghosts, didn't know that she had become the topic of conversation for the Storm Amphibious Frogman Assault Team. At this time, she was answering a question from a Marine. "I'm not a recruit. I often train with weights on my legs, so I don't feel much when I run." Didn't they want to know where she came from and who she was trained under? Then she might as well tell them openly and let them guess for themselves. Whale, who had already walked over, happened to hear this sentence. He stopped in his tracks and smiled bitterly. This was great. For the rest of the training, he wouldn't be able to talk much in front of Yi Qian. "Why aren't you going over? Are you done eating?" Big Shark, who had come to Yi Qian for hypoxia training, patted his comrade's shoulder. When he saw the bitter smile on his comrade's face, he asked, "You don't look too good. What problem did you run into?" The Great Mermaid was the team's instructor. She observed every word and action of her comrades and solved any potential problems at any time. He was the only one in the team who could give his opinion to Li Jinyan at any time and had the right to make decisions. "I thought I was smart in front of Yi Qian. I feel a little embarrassed." The Great Whale sighed and shook his head. "Great Mermaid, do you think I should apologize to her?" The Great Mermaid raised her eyebrows and asked him calmly, "Do you still have any thoughts of looking down on her now?" No, not even a little bit. I was scared by her." His words made the Great Mermaid laugh. "That's right. If you don't agree with her, you can test Yi Qian's strength yourself. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll have to discuss her background again. The Demon King deliberately arranged it because he heard you, Prawn, and the others say something you shouldn't have said. It just so happens that he also wants to know Yi Qian's strength, so he sent you guys there. She's strong, so it's good that you guys don't look down on her. If she's weak, you can ask her to go back." Whale's face was red as he scratched his head. His face was full of embarrassment. "I have to apologize to her. Otherwise, I'll lose the integrity of a soldier. You're a soldier who dares to take responsibility for your actions. It's only right that you apologize. But let me tell you first." Big Shark was only a few meters away from Yi Qian when he spoke. When he looked over, he saw that she was already looking in his direction. Chapter 1255. Yi Qian had already stood up. Her instincts told her that the middle-aged man walking towards her could be one of the people in charge of the team. His position in the army was second only to Li Jinyan. Otherwise, the whale would not have consciously fallen half a step behind her. When the water ghosts who were talking to the whale saw the Great Mermaid coming over, they quickly lowered their heads. Their expressions were especially serious. They did not remind Yi Qian of the Great Mermaid's identity. The Demon King did not introduce Yi Qian this morning. There seemed to be a deeper meaning behind it. Even when they were chatting just now, they did not mention their code names. The soldiers who had eaten a mouthful of fish stood up and smiled. "Vice Captain, do you have any orders for us?" "Vice Captain, I'm panicking when I see you smiling so happily. Just say what you want to say. Don't make me laugh in the middle of it. I really can't take it if you suddenly magnify it," said a soldier from the northeast. He was also the only northerner in the team. The Great Mermaid patted him on the shoulder and laughed. Good. Don't change the training later. 500 meters armed swim. Eat more, or you won't have the strength to swim. Then I'm relieved, hehe." The northeast soldier was finally relieved. Ever since he came here for the frogman selection, he had been living in fear every day. He was afraid that something would happen. His heart could not take it. He was not the only one who heard it. The other 23 soldiers all heard it. They all breathed a sigh of relief in unison. It was the vice captain of the Storm Brigade. Yi Qian, who had a slight smile on his face, looked at the middle-aged man who was chatting with the soldiers and walked up to him. "Vice Captain, hello. Little Yi, you did well this morning." The big mermaid, who looked more mature and capable than the group of young soldiers, looked at Yi Jian with a pair of bright eyes. She didn't lose her friendliness at all as she said, "What you did has truly stunned us. Very few female soldiers are as capable as you. Vice Captain, you flatter me. I just started a few years earlier, so I have the advantage in terms of time. If I only had half a year, I wouldn't have been able to run even if I wanted to. As soon as he finished speaking, the soldiers and water ghosts who were chatting with Yi Qian just now all laughed kindly. Vice Captain, the female soldier has arrived. You can't be biased because of this. Shoo, shoo, shoo. Does Yi Qian need to be biased? She's been in the army longer than us. Amazing. You guys better hurry up and eat your fill. The Demon King is waiting for you in front. The Great Mermaid, who was usually kind, smiled. After she finished speaking, she saw a hint of respect on the faces of the soldiers. She couldn't help but smile even more. Yi Qian, on the other hand, found it interesting. His vice captain had an amiable personality, which complemented the cold-faced Li Jinyan. Little Yi, come here for a moment. There's something I need to discuss with you. After talking to the soldiers, the Great Mermaid lowered her voice and said to Yi Qian, you can't directly participate in water-related training for now. Come with me to do 2 tests first. Yi Qian, who was mentally prepared, nodded slightly and left with the Big Mermaid. Hypoxia and high CO2 are essential tests for us. Before you came here, you should know that the danger of frogmen is different from that of the army. We're carrying out a mission in the water. The moment we enter the water, it's the same as having 1 foot in the door of hell. While we're diving in the deep sea, there's the danger of crushing our lungs and drowning at any time. If the soldiers have outstanding hypoxia and high CO2 resistance, even if it's only for 30 seconds, there's still a chance of survival. As she spoke, she brought Yi Qian to the back of the reef island. They stepped onto a small path that led to the other side of the island. Chapter 1256. The 2 in front talked as they walked. They didn't seem to notice that there was a living person following them. They didn't even look back as they walked from the front to the back of the reef island. When they reached the back of the reef island, the vice captain pointed at a black reef island that extended into the sea. She smiled at Yi Qian and said, we have to go to the front. We need to wade in the water. Be careful when you go in. Be careful not to slip. Okay. Yi Qian knew that he was undergoing a training test. He didn't ask any questions and just followed the vice captain. As for what he said, she just needed to listen and do as she was told. The Great Mermaid was a little surprised. This girl who wasn't even considered a female soldier always gave people surprises. Just like now, when the male soldiers who were selected from the Navy came back here, they couldn't help but ask questions like why are you going into the water? But she didn't seem to be curious at all. She completely followed the saying, a soldier's duty is to obey orders. She didn't reject the arrangements made by the higher-ups. It wasn't that he didn't read her information. Like the Demon King, he was also suspicious of the female soldiers that the army suddenly sent over. Even before this morning, he was wondering if he should arrange a ship in advance to send the female soldiers back. Who knew that reality would teach him a lesson that left a deep impression on him and made him realize that he was too narrow-minded. Before seeing it with your own eyes, you shouldn't jump to conclusions easily. The Great Mermaid looked at the 2 people in front of her who seemed to have forgotten about her. She was so embarrassed that she wanted to carry the oxygen tank and dive as far away as possible. However, he still understood why the vice captain did this. She wanted him to lower his head first so that Yi Qian would feel better. In fact, Yi Qian didn't take the Great Mermaid's probing to heart. She had warned him and the other party immediately stopped. The matter at that time was already resolved. She wasn't petty enough to make her comrade lower his head and apologize to her. Seeing the vice captain wading into the water with her shoes on, Yi Qian, who was about to take off his shoes, smiled and followed her. The whale didn't get the order from the mermaid to leave. Seeing this, he smiled bitterly and followed the mermaid into the water. It seemed that if the mermaid didn't talk to him, the mermaid wouldn't let him leave. Their comrades naturally knew what each other was thinking. In fact, the Great Mermaid was also anxious. He didn't expect that Yi Qian hadn't said a word to the great whale even though the 3 of them had been walking for more than 10 minutes. It was obvious how angry she was. When the Great Mermaid saw this, she sighed softly in her heart. Standing in the cool seawater, she said to Yi Qian, Little Yi, This morning the great whale tested you with my intentions. He was just following my orders. I know you are angry. I will, Vice Captain. Are you mistaken about something? Yi Qian did not let him finish. She already knew what he was going to say halfway through. She said helplessly, I didn't take what happened this morning to heart. If you didn't mention it, I would have already put it aside. Also, I need to make it clear to you that I am not angry about this matter, and there is no such thing as anger. Her gaze was honest and there was nothing strange on her face. Her eyes were as clear as the surrounding seawater, and she could even see her own reflection in them. That magnanimity instantly made the Great Mermaid realize that she had once again misunderstood. The Great Mermaid, who had been in the military for so many years, had never been embarrassed. But now, she was blushing. Chapter 1257. Yi Qian then said, I came from the army, and I'm a female soldier. Suddenly coming under Demon King Li's command for training will indeed surprise everyone, because everyone knows how strict Demon King Li's training is. The difficulty is so great that even the male soldiers' expressions change. Vice Captain, I understand that you all have certain concerns. Because I understand, I've never asked what kind of training you all need me to do, or where you're taking me. I'll obey whatever arrangements the team has for me, and try my best not to bring unnecessary trouble to the team. Just like when you said that you still need to give me a test, I immediately came with you. I think I've already used my actions to tell you that my arrival won't cause any trouble to the team, nor will it cause any trouble for the team. Whatever arrangements the team has for the male soldiers, they can make the same arrangements for me. Ever since I knew that I needed to train with the amphibious frogmen, I've never thought of doing anything special in the team, and I've never thought of leaving so easily in the face of difficulties. In my heart, I've always believed that as a female soldier, I can do the same thing that the male soldiers can do. Furthermore, I'll strive to be the best, and I'll definitely not be a burden to the team, nor will I embarrass the team. After saying so much in one breath, Yi Qian's meaning was very clear. She hoped that in the upcoming training, the male soldiers in the team wouldn't look at her as if she were a female soldier. She also hoped that she wouldn't always think that she was weak because she was a female soldier, and that she needed the male soldiers to give in and take care of her. The big merman naturally understood. As Yi Qian spoke, his expression became more and more serious. When she finished speaking, the big merman knew that he had made a big mistake. He had underestimated the female soldier in front of him, who had a proud and unyielding character. Standing in the sea, he straightened his back and said in a deep voice, I'm very sorry, Yi Qian. I apologize for my self-righteousness. Please forgive me for my ignorance. Vice Captain, you're exaggerating. You don't know me well, so it's normal for you to misunderstand. Yi Qian smiled. Although there were some unfair things in the army, and some bad people existed, so far, she had only met soldiers with iron bones and righteousness. Every single one of them was a man of indomitable spirit. Every single one of them was an indomitable spirit. She turned around and looked at the increasingly uncomfortable whale. She smiled and said, I thought you came here to test me. I really didn't take what happened this morning to heart. Although you didn't take it to heart, I still need to apologize to you. Hearing her speak, the great whale heaved a long sigh of relief. He said slowly, I really shouldn't have tested you this morning. I'm sorry, Yi Qian. Yi Qian sometimes felt helpless against their honesty. He waved his hand and said, You have your own responsibilities. You don't need to apologize to me. If my actions caused you to misunderstand, I should be the one apologizing to you. Why don't we stop here and not mention it again? Look, we've wasted a few minutes standing here. Let's get down to business first. Yi Qian was quick to deal with major issues, not to mention small issues that she didn't even take to heart. Seeing that the two of them looked so serious that it seemed like they couldn't get over it, she decided to wade into the water and walk forward. As soon as she took a step, the two of them immediately reacted and said in unison, Don't go astray. Yi Qian immediately stopped and looked up at the vice captain, who was only an arm's length away from her. He said in a low voice, There are coastal defenses below. Chapter 1258. Since this was the training ground of the Storm Brigade, how could there not be any underwater defenses? Moreover, they were heading to the training ground of the Storm Brigade. Yi Qian did not move again. She followed closely behind the Great Mermaid until they were about 5 meters away from the end of the reef. There was a natural cave before they stopped. The Great Mermaid stepped onto the reef covered with conch shells, and Yi Qian followed after her. They walked into the cave, and it felt like they were walking into the hinterland of the reef. When they walked in, they realized that there was something special about the cave. The cave was not naturally formed, but built. The entrance of the cave was low, and the direction of the cave was upward. Standing in the cave, they could hear the sound of seawater, but there was no seawater flowing in. This is one of our training rooms. After a week of training outside, all members will come here for hypoxia testing and training. Opening a steel door, the Great Mermaid pulled open the main switch. The Great Mermaid motioned for Yi Qian to come in. Later, we will simulate the oxygen concentration at high altitudes. Put on the helmet. She pointed at a transparent helmet that looked like an astronaut's, but there was a long breathing tube in front of the helmet. She motioned for Yi Qian to put it on. By reducing the oxygen concentration in the air, we will first see if you have any extreme reactions to hypoxia. After that, the Great Mermaid smiled and said, "But I think you will have no problems." Her data showed that she had undergone training on the plateau, so there was no problem with her body. She would definitely have no problems with her first hypoxia test. Yi Qian's eyes were already looking around. She had never seen the auxiliary equipment used for hypoxia training. She knew that she would have to enter this hypoxia training room in the future. As they spoke, the hypoxia test began. Just as the Great Mermaid said, Yi Qian had no problems with this test. The Great Mermaid recorded everything and said to the Great Mermaid, "You can proceed to the next test." The Great Mermaid nodded and said seriously to Yi Qian, who looked normal, "Frogmen need to be completely hypoxic for 5 minutes to pass. If you feel any discomfort later, just give us a signal. We will also follow the instructions on the equipment to ensure your safety." On the other side, Whale had already taken 2 auxiliary training instruments specially designed for ischemia tolerance and hypoxia tolerance and tied them to Yi Qian's left and right arms. Then, it pressurized the instruments to 220 mm of mercury, so that the upper limbs would experience temporary ischemia for a few minutes. As the breathing mask was removed, Yi Qian, who was wearing a helmet, entered a completely vacuum environment. There was no transition, and he directly entered an oxygen-free environment. 2.5 minutes had passed. Yi Qian's complexion was still normal for the time being. Sitting beside the monitor that was connected to the instrument to record various parameters, the whale's eyes stared at it without blinking. He looked at the numbers that were displayed in green, and then looked at the time that had passed. It had been 3 minutes. It wasn't because Yi Qian's anaerobic test had been going on for 3 minutes. Even though her data had changed, it wasn't the limit yet. Normal people could only go on for 1 to 2 minutes at most, but she had already gone on for 3 minutes. Wait a little longer, wait a little longer. If it was still the same after 4 minutes, then she would be the one with the best results among this batch of soldiers. Someone pushed the door open and walked to the side of the whale, who had a solemn expression and a hint of excitement. "How many minutes has it been?" It was Li Jinyan's voice. The parameters only started to change after 3.5 minutes. Even though the whale spoke in a low voice, it wasn't difficult to hear the excitement in his voice. "Demon King, I bet that Yi Qian can definitely last for more than 4 minutes. Chapter 1259. Li Jinyan was a lot calmer in the face of the whale's excitement. Although his expression was still indifferent, from the way he stared at the various parameters, it was more or less obvious that his heart wasn't as calm as his expression. Hypoxia could cause headaches, fatigue, difficulty walking, panic, shortness of breath, chest tightness, and pulmonary edema. In severe cases, it could even lead to death. Regardless of whether it was high altitude or underwater, hypoxia was a problem that humans had been unable to overcome since ancient times. And the frogmen mostly carried out underwater missions. In the selection competition, the duration of hypoxia tolerance played an extremely important role in the selection competition, and it could even decide whether to stay or leave. Li Jinyan stared at the gradually rising numbers and calmly glanced at the time. A dark light gradually condensed in his cold eyes, and finally converged into a stream of light that was as bright as a winter night. Almost there, almost there, almost there. Whale did not notice the change in his expression. His eyes were fixed on the display screen, and his expression was so nervous that it was as if he was in the selection competition himself. The first beep sounded at the set time, and Whale was so excited that he almost jumped out of his chair. Li Jinyan, who was standing behind him, raised his hand and pressed on his shoulder. Only then did he not lose his composure. 5 minutes, Demon King, she did it. The numbers haven't turned red yet, Whale said excitedly, as if he had discovered a treasure. His eyes were shining, as if they were bursting with light. She has surpassed the soldiers we left behind. Very good, 5 minutes had passed. Just as Whale said, she had indeed surpassed the 24 soldiers left behind. The numbers are starting to rise. Remove the device. Li Jinyan's expression did not change at all, but when he put one hand on the table, his slender fingers tightened slightly. Give me the results after the high CO2 reaction test. Keep an eye on it. When the numbers turn red, immediately turn off the device. Whale saw that the captain, who was younger than him, was still calm. He realized that he had lost his composure, so he cleared his throat and whispered, "It's rare to meet someone who can withstand hypoxia for 5 minutes. I will definitely be careful." As the device on his arm was removed, Yi Qian, whose upper limbs had been freed, immediately felt the locked blood rush to his arm. The heavy feeling of having a few mountains on his left and right shoulders, as well as the separation of his upper and lower limbs, instantly disappeared. Taking off her mask, Yi Qian, whose face was as red as the sunset, did not immediately open her mouth to take deep breaths. Her delicate lips slightly pouted, and she slowly and rhythmically took deep breaths. Then, she let her whole body breathe in and out in sync with her breathing, and slowly relaxed. The lack of oxygen for 5 minutes was like walking back from the gates of hell. Large droplets of sweat were still dripping from his back. The sweat on his forehead had gathered into small streams, dripping down his chin and onto his lapels. The big mermaid, who had been keeping watch, took a deep breath before breaking the silence in the room. Not bad, 5 minutes and 24 seconds. Although its voice was soft, there were obvious fluctuations. It could be seen that the big mermaid was a little excited. 5 minutes. A qualified frogman's hypoxia training lasted 5 minutes. How could he not be excited? But she quickly sobered up. No matter how excited she was, she belonged to the army. Yi Qian had been counting the time in her heart. When she heard the big mermaid's words, she smiled and said, "My arm is tied to the device. Otherwise, I could have lasted 6 minutes. 6 minutes is my limit." When she was training with Principal Chen at the beach, she could only hold her breath for 2 minutes at first. Later on, when she was training at the altitude, Uncle Chen made her wear a mask for morning exercises. She wore a mask when she went down to the lake on the plateau. Even when she slept, he asked her to wear a mask. That was how she achieved her current results. Chapter 1260. 6 minutes was Yi Qian's limit, but for many people, 6 minutes of lack of oxygen underwater was enough to kill them. Big Mermaid sighed deeply in her heart again, then she focused on the second test. No matter how good she was, she would not belong to the Navy, nor would she belong to the Storm Commandos. However, if a female soldier could surpass a male soldier, whether she belonged to her own unit or not, it was still something to be excited about. Yi Jian did not know that the Great Mermaid's heart was in turmoil. She walked out of the testing room and quickly adjusted her body to enter the high C02 tolerance and adaptation test. This was a compulsory training for the frogmen, and also one of the tests for the Storm Commandos. "This is our C02 tolerance training form, take a look." Big Mermaid, who accompanied and recorded the whole process, stood in the clear water and said to Yi Qian, who was already prepared, "Your breathing time will decrease by 15 seconds, but the time you can hold your breath will remain the same. We have 30 minutes of testing, you may feel a little uncomfortable, and you may even experience nausea and vomiting. There is a coral archipelago below, you need to dive to the bottom of it, which is about 15 meters from the surface. Remember, Yi Qian, we need to record your best personal score and your worst score. In 30 minutes, I want to know if your average score is passing. High CO2 was a dangerous test for diving underwater without any air source. When Yi Qian held her breath and dove to the bottom of the sea, she closed her eyes and kept her breathing tight, swimming like a fish to the bottom of the sea. The oxygen content in her blood began to decrease, and the high concentration of CO2 gradually made her body uncomfortable. Her diaphragm muscles began to twitch, telling Yi Qian that she needed to breathe, needed to rise to the surface to get oxygen. Relax, relax, the body must relax. Let the body and mind not be afraid of the gradually increasing CO2 content in the body. Listen to the sound of the water, feel the joy of the fish swimming by, and avoid being disturbed by fear and other factors. When the oxygen content in her blood reached the limit, Yi Qian quickly rose to the surface. Don't rest for too long, otherwise the CO2 accumulated will be expelled from the body because of the long rest, and you won't be able to accumulate high CO2. Once you float to the surface for more than 30 seconds, the cumulative effect of CO2 will be very bad. Yi Qian, you need to take a breath within 20 seconds and dive back into the sea. Big Mermaid's strict voice kept reminding Yi Qian. He held a timer in one hand, waiting for Yi Qian to take a breath and dive back into the sea, and his expression would become more serious. 20 seconds for breath was actually quite harsh for a recruit, but he really wanted to know if Yi Qian could surpass a recruit, so he took the risk of taking a breath in 20 seconds. To the recruits, taking a breath in 20 seconds was a little dangerous, but to the storm commandos, taking a breath in 20 seconds was a long time. During the whole breathing process, every breath would exchange the air in the lungs. The frogmen rested for 15 seconds and immediately entered the next round of high CO2. Giving Yi Qian an extra 5 seconds was what Big Mermaid finally found to be feasible and conservative after a few rounds of testing. Yi Qian dived 15 meters into the sea in one breath, held his breath for 2 minutes, and then rushed back up to rest for 15 seconds. This cycle continued for 30 minutes, and when the entire test was over, even the hard-working Yi Qian felt as if all the energy in his body had been sucked out. Big Mermaid looked at the female soldier who was completely drenched, but still maintained the pride of a soldier, and then looked at the record on the form. His Adam's apple lightly moved up and down a few times. This kind of record was enough to make their comrades' jaws drop. Chapter 1261. Soon, Yi Qian's HCA02 tolerance test form was handed over to Li Jinyan, who was on the phone. Looking at the data on the form, the usually cold Demon King could not help but raise his eyebrows. A female soldier who could be appreciated by Xia Jinyuan was indeed a little different. How is it? Is she qualified enough to stay? The dignified voice of the Navy Commander-in-Chief came from the phone. He was asking about Yi Qian. Early in the morning, you didn't give the female soldiers any time to recover. Instead, you ran with the male soldiers while carrying weights and then started a high-pressure test. Li Jinyan, you're too bold. The physical fitness of the female soldiers was already worse than the male soldiers, and the test was arranged so closely. When the Navy Commander-in-Chief heard about it, he was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. Putting aside the hypoxia test, they even had to do a half-hour HCA02 test. Did they treat the female soldiers as members of the Storm Commandos? How audacious. Didn't I tell you? Since the army is determined to send her over, you don't have to care if she's good or not. Just keep her. You have to give face to the army. Since she's here, we'll take her in. As for the results of the training, that's not your problem. It's up to the female soldiers to see if they put in the hard work. Don't be so strict with your requirement. She's a female soldier after all. Could it be that you expect a female soldier to be able to transform into a dragon in the sea, just like you? Wake up, Li Jinyan. No matter if she's good or not, whether she can keep up with your training, you have to fucking keep her. In short, she had to stay. There was no way she could be sent back. The Navy Commander-in-Chief, who did not get any response for a few minutes, took a sip of cold water and prepared to patiently give his subordinates a lesson on the ways of the world. There was nothing wrong with seeking truth from facts, but you have to look at the timing. The selection of the Storm Commandos was very strict. As the Commander-in-Chief, he did not have any objections. In fact, he absolutely agreed. After all, the selected members were going to carry out a life-threatening mission. How could they be sloppy? But Yi Qian was different. She was a soldier from the army. Regardless of whether it was good or bad, the Navy only needed to follow the normal training process and complete the Army's requirements. There was no need to be so serious about it to avoid hurting the harmony between the two. How could Li Jinyan, who was listening quietly, not know what his commander was thinking? It was one thing to know, but it was absolutely impossible for him to do so. Regardless of whether the female soldier was from the army or not, since she had come to his team, he had to treat her seriously. He could not just put on a show. He was being responsible for her and himself. As for whether she succeeded or not, to be honest, he was surprised when he saw the results on the form. Li Jinyan closed the form and his thin lips curled up slightly, revealing a faint smile. He replied indifferently, "It's higher than my expectations." Higher than expected? Was he praising Yi Qian? Did he hear wrongly? The Navy commander, who was originally prepared to persuade his subordinates, looked at him seriously and said, "Oh, it's higher than you expected. Do you think the army has nothing better to do? Do you think they would just find a random person to stuff into your hands?" While he breathed a long sigh of relief in his heart, he said, "To be able to make you say something that's higher than your expectations, it should not be an ordinary person." Li Jinyan became the captain of the Frogman unit at a young age. It was not because of his good life and high education, but because his ability was enough to convince the others. In addition, he was very strict with himself. Every time he trained, he would advance and retreat together with his comrades. Even if the entire training style was harsh, his comrades in the team did not say a word. Everyone was convinced. Chapter 1262. It was harder than ascending to the heavens to find out whether a soldier was good or not from such a talented and capable soldier. This time, when he suddenly said something that had a hidden meaning of praise, the Navy commander's first reaction was to think that he had misheard. That's good, that's good. Finally, he didn't have to worry about him kicking people out of the reef island. After being on tenterhooks for the whole night, he finally felt relieved. He was really afraid that this guy who didn't care about his own family wouldn't give the army any face and would just kick the female soldiers out of the reef. Now, he was finally relieved. Could it be better than what he expected? It seemed that the female soldier sent over was really something. The Navy commander and Li Jinjun both had the same thought before this. The female soldier was outstanding in the army, but it didn't mean that she would be equally outstanding in the Frogman unit. They both had this thought and didn't have any hope for Yi Qian at all. The Navy commander thought that as long as they could get along on the surface, he would keep her for the sake of both armies. He would just train her for 50 days and send her back to the army. That way, both sides would be happy. Now that he unexpectedly found out that the female soldier was actually not bad, the Navy commander finally felt relieved and smiled. "In that case, I don't have to worry about you kicking her out in the future. Based on her current test results, I don't think she will for the time being." Li Jinyan didn't say anything to reassure the Navy commander. The test only meant that Yi Qian didn't have to be sent back for the time being. Now that it was the second elimination, if she didn't do well, she would still have to be sent back. His calm words left the Navy commander at a loss for words. He could only sigh and say, "You should at least give me some face. If you really send her back, how are you going to explain it to the army? Commander, Xia Jinyuan knows what kind of person I am. You don't have to worry." Li Jinyan only said this one sentence and the Navy commander's heart calmed down a little. He then said calmly, "I will send you Yi Qian's test results later." After the Navy commander received Yi Qian's test results, he took a while to recover from his shock. With this kind of result, it was no wonder that Jinyan said it exceeded his expectations. What a pity, what a pity. It was a pity that it was someone from the army. Thanks to this achievement, the Navy commander no longer paid attention to Yi Qian. He no longer had to worry about whether she would be invited back by Li Jinyan. At noon, Yi Qian, who was not invited back, was finally officially introduced to the members of the Storm Commandos by Li Jinyan, as well as the Marine soldiers who had entered the second round of elimination. Last night, they were forced to float on the sea for a night. In the end, the 3 Marines that returned had already returned to the team. So far, including Yi Qian, A total of 28 soldiers had officially entered the 4-week Hell Week training. In the Hell Week, there was another week of extreme training. This was also a round of elimination. Only the soldiers who were physically weak would be eliminated. When the male soldiers heard that the female soldiers who were carrying weights with them today were going to enter the limit training with them, there was a subtle look in their eyes. Now that you're in my team, you have to put away your previous arrogance. Don't mention in front of me how strong you used to be or how the leaders of the army thought highly of you. I only look at your results. Those who are good can stay. Those who are bad, please go back. No one has a reason or an excuse to fish in troubled waters with me. 1 week of extreme training. I will only give you 4 hours of rest every day. The remaining 20 hours will be used for training. If anyone has any objections, you can raise them now. Chapter 1263. Every morning training assembly was the time when Li Jinyan spoke the most. It was also the time when every soldier felt the greatest psychological pressure. Demon King Li, who was dressed in martial attire, stood in front of everyone. His cold gaze swept over them, and it was as if thousands of swords were sweeping over, causing everyone to feel a chill down their backs. Yi Qian, who was standing at the end of the first row, held her head high and chest out. Her expression didn't change at all when Li Jinyan glanced at her. Her gaze was calm as she stared at the young major. Even the waves of the ocean seemed like a backdrop to her. She listened to every word he said and remembered it in her heart. Captain Xia said that Li Jinyan was a very serious and responsible soldier. Although he had a cold personality, he was very fair. Every word he said wasn't personal because he treated everyone equally. Just like what he said just now, he was just reminding all the soldiers, not just himself, who had just joined the training today. When it was time for breakfast, the selected Marines sat together and carefully discussed Yi Qian's background. Someone whispered, "Will she succeed or not? We might not even be able to stay. She's just a female soldier. Don't tire herself to the point of being hospitalized. I thought she was a secretary in the team. I didn't expect her to be like us. Didn't they say that the frogmen didn't recruit female soldiers? Why are they recruiting female soldiers now? Keep your voice down. Don't let the Demon King hear you. Whether she succeeds or not isn't up to us. It's also not up to Demon King Li. It's up to the female soldier herself. I think it's a little difficult. With less than 4 hours of rest and 20 hours of training every day, the female soldier probably won't last a week of extreme training. Like the members of the Storm Commandos, they all agreed that Yi Qian definitely wouldn't make it. Yi Qian also knew that she had become the topic of discussion among the male soldiers. Standing in front of Li Jinyan, she said calmly, "I don't have any special requests. I'll do whatever the team arranges. I'll only ask once." Faced with Yi Qian's calmness, Li Jinyan nodded slightly in secret. No special requests, and she didn't take the opportunity to make any requests. It was easier than expected. As long as it was easy, it was fine. He also didn't like having a delicate female soldier in his team who would make requests and cause trouble every other day. Yi Qian, who understood what he was implying, smiled slightly. Looking at the young major who was praised by Xia Jinyuan, he said slowly, "I'll also only say this once." Not only was it easy, but also capable and experienced. Li Jinyan really didn't say another word. He gestured for Yi Jian to return to the team and turned to leave. He was responsible for himself and every recruit. His heads he was very well. He was responsible. He was responsible for himself and every recruit. A responsible man. No matter how cold he was, he wouldn't make people feel disgusted. He would only make people admire him. The male soldiers not only respected Demon King Li, but they also feared him. Yi Qian, who was always calm, didn't fear him. She didn't even look at Li Jinyan's face in the next week's extreme training. She didn't have much time to pay attention to him. The Navy's extreme training was related to water. There were too many things to learn. Even if she trained for more than 20 hours a day, she still felt that there wasn't enough time. From the obstacle course training to the boat training to the surfing training on the last day, Yi Qian wished that she could break 1 minute into 2 minutes. She was so determined that 24 hours a day was too little that it stimulated the male soldiers so much that they rushed forward excitedly. Chapter 1264. Every time Li Jinyan looked at her results, he would immediately send them to the Navy commander's desk. Therefore, the Navy commander would sigh when he received the Storm Commando's reports for 7 consecutive days. At first, Li Jinyan could only listen to them silently. From "it's a pity that Yi Qian is from the army" to "why don't we think of a way to recruit him into the Navy?" Looking at the slender figure who was training with the male soldiers, Li Jinyan, who was observing the second batch of eliminated soldiers, narrowed his eyes slightly. The second round of elimination would be announced tonight. A total of 10 soldiers would be eliminated. Out of the 28 soldiers, only 18 soldiers would enter the final elimination round. Although Yi Qian was a female soldier, her results were far ahead of the male soldiers. Even if he did not announce her results, the male soldiers knew in their hearts that this female soldier who they did not take seriously at the beginning was very impressive. Initially, the male soldiers who had complaints about his training arrangements saw that a female soldier could complete one task after another. In less than 3 days, they did not hear a single word of complaint. As a female soldier, she could complete the tasks and even did it better than the male soldiers. As male soldiers, what right did they have to complain? Will the list be announced tonight or tomorrow morning? The great merman walked over and his gaze fell on the soldiers who were still training. When he saw Yi Qian, who did not lose to the male soldiers, he could not help but laugh. A very motivated female soldier. Her learning ability is also very strong. After a week of training, I can't help but think that she is a Navy soldier and not an Army soldier. A week had passed. Yi Qian's name had been mentioned countless times by the Storm Commandos. When Yi Qian was mentioned, every member of the Storm Commandos said that she could do it. Li Jinyan retracted his gaze. His handsome face was cold as he said, "Announce it tonight and send her away tonight." Excluding Yi Qian, we only have 27 soldiers left. If you eliminate 10 soldiers in one go, don't complain that there is too little fresh blood when the time comes. The great merman frowned slightly and reminded, "If you continue to eliminate soldiers like this, I'm afraid that the soldiers who leave will complain again." Now that Yi Qian's results are out, they can only blame themselves for being unworthy of being a man if they have any complaints. Li Jinyan's slightly cold voice came along with the sea breeze. Although it sounded indifferent, it was as cold as winter. If they really want to talk, just show them Yi Qian's report card. This move was a little too ruthless. Yi Qian was currently leading by a large margin. Any male soldier who saw this would feel ashamed. Big Shark, who had been worried that it would affect Li Jinyan's promotion, finally laughed. "I think we don't have to wait for them to complain before we bring out Yi Qian's results. When we announce Yi Qian's results at night, we'll just bring them out and talk about them for a few minutes. Then, they'll have to shut up." It had to be said that having a female soldier who was stronger than the male soldiers not only made the entire team easier to manage, but also stimulated the male soldiers' fighting spirit. All of them were afraid that they would be outdone by the female soldier. Li Jinyan was surprised by the results. After 2 weeks of training, not only did he not see Yi Qian tired, but he also showed everyone her perseverance that was as deep as the sea and her tenacity that refused to admit defeat. Although he could not be sure if the female soldier could last until the end in a week, 1 week was enough for him to see clearly that she had a fierceness that even the male soldiers could not compare to. After a while, the great merman, who had not left, suddenly sighed. "We all misjudged her. This female soldier. Demon King, she's not simple." Chapter 1265. It's not the end yet. There's no need to jump to conclusions. Li Jinyan, who had remained clear-headed the entire time, did not think that Yi Qian would definitely be able to stay just because of her outstanding results. Without seeing the final results, no matter how outstanding her results were, they were only temporary. "You've always been strict. I'm only asking for trouble by discussing the issue of staying or leaving with you." Da Xiao took the initiative to end the topic and changed the topic to boat training. Early in the morning, the boat surfing training lasted for 2 hours. They kept lifting the rubber boat ashore and pushing it down to compete with the waves, rushing ashore as fast as they could. Da Xiao looked at Yi Qian, who had become the leader of Team 1, and the smile on his face deepened. On the first day of training, as a female soldier, Yi Qian had indeed suffered a lot. The male soldiers thought that she was just there to join in the fun. Furthermore, they were all angry at being trained by the Devil King. When they spoke to Yi Qian, their words were somewhat reckless. He saw this but did not step in to stop them. He wanted to see how Yi Qian would handle it. The way to handle it was very simple. She would use her strength to speak. That night, Yi Qian made all the male soldiers shut their mouths. None of them dared to say anything bad about her. She had fought against 4 soldiers alone. She had held each of their necks with a military dagger. How could the male soldiers, who could not win even when they fought 4 against 1, still have the face to say that a female soldier was not good enough? If they had succeeded, they would not have had a military dagger held to their necks by a female soldier. She did not argue. She used her strength to stand firm. Who would dare to say that a female soldier was not good enough? Yi Qian did not know that Li Jinyan was secretly observing her. She, who was wholeheartedly focused on training, lifted the rubber boat with the male soldiers and walked towards the beach. After 2 hours of training, everyone's mouth was washed by the salty seawater until it tasted bitter. When they reached the shore, they pounced on the water bottle and gulped down water to wash away the salty taste in their mouths. 6 days of the week-long extreme training had passed. Perhaps everyone knew that the second elimination list would be released at any time. Every male soldier's expression became more and more solemn. Even when they spoke, there was a hint of ruthlessness. There's still 1 more round of surfing training. Let's rest after that. Otherwise, when the Demon King comes, we'll have to stay in the sea for half a day like the 3rd team. A male soldier said with lingering fear. He hurriedly drank a few mouthfuls of water and didn't dare to stay any longer. He asked his teammates to hurry up and finish the last set of surfing training. The boat surfing training was one of the many physical training programs that had been eliminated. After that, there would be rock carrying, obstacle surmounting training, and log carrying training. These were all daily essential training. Not only that, all the soldiers, including Yi Qian, would be doing more running, swimming, and physical training than the previous week. For example, today, they had to complete the 6-kilometer endurance race, the steeplechase race, and the 2-kilometer swimming race. Furthermore, there was a strict time limit. Once they exceeded the time limit, they would be disqualified. There was no mercy. Yi Qian did not sleep more than 4 hours a day when she was training, because she trained for more than 20 hours a day. When the last round of surfing training ended, every team member spread out their legs and put their hands behind their backs. They straightened their backs and waited for Li Jinyan's inspection, or rather, for criticism. Li Jinyan, who had walked over from the other side, used his cold, knife-like gaze to sweep across the soldiers who had entered the last round of elimination. Even his voice was as cold as a knife. Every word he spoke sent chills down the soldiers' spines. Chapter 1266. After breakfast, rest for an hour and then swim 100 meters. He glanced around and didn't criticize them like he usually did. He only left a cold sentence for the soldiers who stood out from the 100 soldiers and entered the second round of elimination. Although it was only a sentence, it was like a nightmare. The soldiers who were eating breakfast didn't have the mood to do anything. The swimmers' hands had to be tied behind their backs and their legs had to be tied. They had to rely on their body to complete the swim. This was a task that not only required good swimming skills, but also good mental fortitude. Perhaps they had all guessed that the second round of elimination had entered the most critical moment. Even though they had entered the most difficult part of the training, every soldier's expression was extremely serious. They didn't show any signs of fear. Their faces didn't show it, but when they stood on the water's surface, the corners of 2 male soldiers' mouths twitched fiercely. Their small bellies and legs also began to tremble slightly. This scene was recorded by the members of the Storm Commandos and included in their individual scores. Relax your body. Just like when you swim without moving your hands and legs. Big Whale, who was tying Yi Qian's hands behind her back, reminded her softly, use the strength of your waist to push forward. You have to be fast. Don't relax halfway. Yi Qian smiled and joked. Fortunately, It's only 100 meters. If I had to do 200 meters like you guys, I wouldn't have much confidence. Although Yi Qian trained with the soldiers, her identity was still special. She knew the uniqueness of Li Jinyan's team, so she could joke around with the members of the Storm Commandos. The members of the Storm Commandos also liked to chat with Yi Jian, who was stronger than the male soldiers. She was a proper female soldier from the Special Forces. Hearing this, Big Whale chuckled and replied, "You're swimming well. Our Navy's commander sighed for a long time, lamenting that you're not from the Navy." The 28 soldiers had their hands and legs tied. They were waiting for the whistle to blow before diving into the water one by one and diving for 100 meters. It was time to test their swimming skills and mental fortitude. A sharp whistle sounded. Yi Qian turned into a fish. Her speed was extremely fast, and her diving posture was extremely graceful. She dove into the water without any hesitation. The entire surface of the water began to boil, and a series of plop sounds could be heard. 28 figures jumped into the water. The Storm Commandos who were holding stopwatches had already started counting down. They were only waiting for the soldiers to finish the 100-meter dive before recording the time they spent on the scoresheet. Just like what the whale had said, diving with both hands and feet tied depended on the strength of the waist. Yi Jian was not the best swimmer, but she was definitely one of the most flexible. Coupled with her high C02, she had good endurance and adaptability. Even though she was not a swimmer, she still managed to squeeze into the top 3. "She's the first one to jump into the water, Demon King. I bet she'll definitely squeeze into the top 3. Big Whale whispered to Li Jinyan, unable to hide the excitement in his voice. "At this rate, we can definitely recruit a female frogman into our team. Demon King, why don't you consider snatching someone from the tiger's mouth?" Not only did the great whale think so, but so did the naval commander. Li Jinyan glanced at his comrade. "How do you plan to snatch it? Will you step in?" "I think the commander has this idea." "Unfortunately, it won't work," Big Whale said sadly. He saw that some soldiers had already surfaced from the water. Then, he saw Yi Qian following closely behind. His eyes lit up, and he was so excited that it was as if he was the one who had been training. He could barely suppress the excitement in his voice. Top 3, top 3, top 3 indeed. Chapter 1267. Yi Qian did not know that she had won second place. She only knew that if she did not swim with all her might, she would probably sink to the bottom of the water and would not be rescued in a short time. If she wanted to survive and not be drowned by the water, she had no other choice but to swim with all her might. At the same time, she had to thank Demon King Li for being merciful and not letting them swim in the seawater filled with seaweed. Otherwise, it would have been even more dangerous. When she could finally emerge from the water and breathe heavily, Yi Qian had a lingering fear that she had escaped death. After a few years of training, this was the first time she had felt this way. Especially when she subconsciously wanted to move her hands when she fell into the water. However, both her hands and legs were tied. That sudden feeling of fear instantly overwhelmed her. Even though she had a good mental fortitude, she still panicked for a few seconds. Fortunately, she reacted in time and immediately used the strength of her waist to swim. Otherwise, she might have really sunk to the bottom of the water. "You struggled underwater and the skin on your legs has been broken." The member of the Storm Commandos who untied her hands smiled and said, "In the future, there will be more underwater training that will torture both your mind and body. Not only will your hands and legs be tied, but you will also be tied to an oxygen tank. Little Yi, when that time comes, you will know what it means to swim as fast as possible with all your might." They even had to tie an oxygen tank. Yi Qian's scalp went numb just by listening to it. "I finally understand why the Demon King is so strict. If he is not strict, something will definitely happen during training. The Demon King is cold on the outside but warm on the inside. He is strict with all of you because he is responsible for all of you. Look at the last few. All of them choked to the point of coughing out their lungs. If he is not strict and something happens to them, he will feel worse than anyone else." Yi Qian did not doubt the truth of what he said. After a week of training, she could indeed see that Li Jinyan was a cold on the outside but warm on the inside. He was a responsible and serious soldier. His seriousness and responsibility were not only for his life, but also for the entire country. This was a soldier who deserved everyone's respect. It's not over yet. Go lie on the beach for an hour. Without even checking the severity of the injury, the team member immediately reminded Yi Qian to move on to the next part of the training. He had to lie flat on the beach with his head facing the sea and let the waves hit his body. Furthermore, he had to lie in a place where the waves could hit his head and not just his body. This was surfing training. Its purpose was to weed out those who lacked perseverance. Yi Qian untied the ropes on her feet and ran over to the beach without even looking at her own results. This was not a team competition, but an individual elimination. She had no way of helping the soldiers who were choking on water and coughing violently. Water ability and mental toughness were reflected one by one in the bondage swimming competition, which took up the most important positions in the second round of elimination. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the last day of the Hell Week training ended. The soldiers who returned from the seaside had even changed their running movements. They were like old men who had severe rheumatism. Their limbs were so stiff that they could only walk like robots with every step they took as if their joints had malfunctioned. Yi Qian knew that there was not a single part of her body that was unharmed. Her body was red and swollen from being soaked in the sea. Even the most basic movements were excruciating. However, the finish line was right in front of her. She could only grit her teeth and persevere. There was no way out. Yi Qian had always been cruel to herself until Li Jinyan called out a list of names that did not include her name. After a week of extreme underwater training, Yi Qian slowly sat down on the beach under Li Jinyan's signal and tried to calm her trembling feet. Chapter 1268. The basic training was finally over. The next step was combat diving. The eyes of the remaining male soldiers were slightly red. It had not been easy. They had endured until who knew how many layers of skin had been peeled off. The male soldiers who left did not complain. They were not even as good as the female soldiers. How could they dare to complain? The 3 soldiers who returned from the first batch went through several rounds of elimination training. In the end, only one of them remained. The 2 who left did not look unconvinced like they did in the first round. Instead, they took the initiative to admit their shortcomings and let down Demon King Li's trust in them. At that time, the setting sun was just right. The bright red sun hung low at the end of the sea, using its last rays to send off the young soldiers who had lost with their backs straight. Someone started singing a military song. The male soldiers who were originally sitting down helped each other stand up. They used a loud military song to send off their comrades who were leaving. Steel needs to be forged, swords need to be sharpened, spears need to be wiped. Soldiers love the military training ground, sweat blooming the heroic flowers. Practice, practice, practice. Let's practice wrestling, hey, let's practice grappling, remember the sacred mission in our heart. Love the army, practice martial arts to protect the country. The soldiers who were left sang. The soldiers who were leaving sang. The Love the Army, practice martial arts song accompanied the most beautiful sunset to send off their beloved comrades. While Yi Qian was singing the military song, Yi Ying in the provincial capital was also making use of the time to sing the military song. She had made up her mind to join the army. Under Yi Jifan's selection, she decided to enlist in the military arts. She had a foundation in singing and dancing. She could also play the piano well. In addition, she was 165 centimeters tall. Her temperament and appearance were not bad. As long as there were no accidents, enlisting in the army would not be a big problem. In order to let his daughter Yi Ying enlist in the army, Yi Jifan, who wanted her to enter the capital's political group, had already started to run around. He was trying to make arrangements for his daughter to have a good future. Ying, are you done? Sun Dongqing's urging voice came from outside the room. Tonight, the family of 3 had invited a guest whose family had connections in the capital for dinner. As the main character, Yi Ying was still tidying up her room and had not come out. Sun Dongqing saw that it was already 6 o'clock. She was afraid of being late and leaving a bad impression. She could not help but urge her daughter. Hurry up, it's already 6 o'clock. We're supposed to arrive at 7 o'clock, so we have to be there 10 minutes earlier so as not to be rude. In the room, Yi Ying looked at herself in the mirror. She nodded in satisfaction as she looked at herself in the mirror. She was wearing an aqua blue knee-length princess dress. She smoothed her beautiful black hair before opening the door. My family has a daughter who has just grown up. The 19-year-old Yi Ying is indeed a pretty girl in terms of appearance and temperament. Sun Dongqing couldn't stop smiling when she walked out after tidying herself up. Yes, my Ying is so beautiful. Look at her small mouth and big eyes. She's really beautiful. Yi Ying smiled and twirled in front of Sun Dongqing. She raised her chin and said arrogantly, "How can I embarrass you and Dad?" She heard that the guests tonight were not ordinary people. There was even a diplomat in the family. If she didn't clean herself up, how could she be worthy of her family's painstaking efforts? Once she entered the army, she would definitely let that wretched girl Yi Qian have a look. Yi Ying, who left home with great ambitions, followed her parents to the most famous restaurant in the provincial capital. She stood upright and had a smile on her face. She was reserved and polite as she waited for the guests to arrive. Come. Brother Qin, this way please, this way please." Someone outside the private room pushed open the half-closed door. Then, the person who spoke walked in and said to Yi Zhifan, who had already stood up, "Director Yi, the guests are here. You have to treat them well." Chapter 1269. When the door was fully opened, Yi Zhifan saw a young man in a suit and leather shoes walking in with the middleman. Old Jiang, the head of an industrial company in the provincial capital. "Director Yi, this is the son of the Qin family in the capital. You know the Qin family, right? Brother Qin is the son of the Qin family." Old Jiang respectfully invited Mr. Qin over and only introduced him to the Qin family. He did not mention anything about Mr. Qin himself. Old Jiang was in his early 30s and met Yi Zhifan at a banquet. He inadvertently found out that Director Yi wanted to send his daughter to the Beijing government regiment to be an art soldier. He remembered that he had heard rumors that Director Yi was likely to be promoted to be the second in charge of the provincial construction. He wanted to enter the real estate business, so he took advantage of the opportunity when the Qin family came to the provincial capital to celebrate Grandfather Cao's birthday to act as a middleman. As for whether or not he could persuade the Qin family to help him, it was not up to him alone. It depended on the progress of the banquet. But old Jiang secretly glanced at the corner and felt that there shouldn't be a problem. Director Yi had a beautiful daughter and Qin Yi was famous for being a womanizer. If he really took a fancy to Director Yi's daughter, wouldn't it be a piece of cake for him to get her into the Beijing political group? Yi Zhifan clearly saw the young man that old Jiang had brought over. Not only was he too young, he even had a frivolous look on his face. Before he even opened his mouth, Yi Zhifan's heart sank. Yi Ying stood up and looked at the so-called nobleman. She could not help but frown. A diplomat? Is this what a diplomat looks like? Why does he look so unreliable? Yi Ying looked at the so-called young diplomat and the diplomat Qin Yi did not avoid looking at Yi Ying. Brother-in-law Jiang really didn't lie. The little girl looked fresh and lively. Her almond-shaped eyes were big and bright, revealing a charming charm. Also, with that slender waist, she was worthy of being a dancer. At first glance, one could feel her tenacity. In the capital, Qin Yi was famous for being a playboy. He was proficient in eating, drinking, and playing. His appearance had inherited the Qin family's usual gentle and handsome appearance. His clothes and speech were all good. Therefore, he was particularly popular with women. When Yi Ying first met Qin Yi, she was also deceived by his gentle and handsome appearance. She thought that he was really a gentle diplomat. When she saw him looking at her with a slight smile, she hurriedly returned a smile with her face burning hot. She then shyly lowered her head, her actions revealing the coquettishness of a girl. Unknowingly, Qin Yi's heart felt as if it was being scratched by a cat's paw. "Brother Qin, this is the Director Yi that I mentioned to you before." Old Jiang was seriously trying to pull strings. From his words, one could tell that he was very respectful to this young Master Qin from the capital. Qin Yi, who had been arrogant and haughty just a second ago, suddenly smiled and said politely, "Nice to meet you, Director Yi. I'm Qin Yi." As he spoke, his eyes never left Yi Ying. "Hello, young Master Qin. I didn't expect to be able to directly invite young Master Qin over tonight. Old Jiang really gave me a big surprise." Qin Yi took the initiative to stretch out his hand. Yi Zhifan hurriedly stretched out his hand as well. He did not want to be impolite. He also happened to block Qin Yi's gaze from the corner of his eye. He smiled and said, I'm sorry. Please take a seat." No matter how big the other party's background was, or whether the matter entrusted to him was reliable or not, he could only take one step at a time. Old Jiang would not dare to casually find someone to pretend to be young Master Qin to deceive him. Chapter 1270. Qin Yi, whose line of sight was blocked, curled up the corners of his mouth and quickly warmed up to Yi Zhifan. The smile on Sun Dongqing's face was a little forced. Especially when she saw that Qin Yi kept looking at her daughter when he sat down, she felt that this person was not very reliable. How could he look at a young girl as soon as he came in? He was too impolite and too frivolous. "Director Yi, you are too polite. I am just a junior. How can I be worthy of your toast? Every time my father came back to China, he told me to be humble outside and not do whatever I want in the name of the Qin family. You are a friend of Brother Jiang's, so you are also my elder. I should toast you with this cup of wine." Qin Yi's appearance was not only deceptive, but his glib tongue was also equally deceptive. His words not only reflected his extraordinary status, but also gave Yi Zhifan an opportunity to ask his father about his work. Yi Zhifan, who had been wondering if Qin Yi had some sort of connection, laughed heartily and said, "Sure enough, only a talented person from a prestigious family can have such a broad mind. Young Master Qin is young and promising, and with the support of his family, his future is limitless. I wonder where young Master Qin's father is in politics. If there is a chance, I must pay him a visit. My uncle is the ambassador to Russia, Qin Wenbo. Director Yi may not have heard of him, but I think Director Yi should have met my brother, Qin Xiu. My brother often came to Nan province 2 years ago. Maybe Director Yi and my brother met at a conference." Qin Wenbo did not know much, but he knew Qin Xiu. They had indeed met each other at the meeting. Yi Zhifan was enlightened by Old Jiang's words. Old Jiang had not lied to him. He quickly said, "No wonder I felt that young Master Qin looked familiar. It turns out that you are the younger brother of Translator Qin. 3 years ago, I did meet Translator Qin several times at a conference. Unfortunately, Translator Qin was very busy at that time and did not say much. My brother is a busy man. As his younger brother, I have to apply in advance if I want to say a few words to him." The smile on Qin Yi's face deepened. He was wearing a high-end custom-made suit, and there was a hint of arrogance in his demeanor. This made Yi Zhifan's smile even more genuine. Although this young Master Qin in front of him was a little frivolous, he was indeed a member of the Qin family. Upon closer inspection, he did look similar to Qin Xiu, whom he had met a few times. Old Jiang, who was sitting next to them, could not help but let out a sigh of relief when he saw the two of them. Qin's name was Qin's name was Qin's name. After all, Qin's mother's family of Qin was Qin's, of course. Was. Of Qin was of Qin of his of. Qin Xiu's. Brother Qin, you talk to Director Yi first. I'll go and see if Grandfather Cao has arrived." Old Jiang stood up, intending to leave some space for Qin Yi. "If Grandfather Cao arrives, I'll come and find you immediately." Qin Yi could not wait for him to leave. He smiled and said, "Thank you, brother-in-law. Today was Grandfather Cao's 80th birthday. As a member of the Qin family, how could Qin Yi be absent?" Yi Zhifan's eyes flickered and he looked embarrassed. He apologized, "I've troubled young Master Qin to take the time out of his busy schedule to come here. How about this? If young Master Qin is still in the provincial capital tomorrow night, I'll host another banquet to thank young Master Qin. The first time might not work, but the second time would be more likely to make it happen." Chapter 1271. Old Jiang was amused when he heard this. Officials were different. They knew how to make dinner parties better than businessmen. He laughed and tried to pull the strings again. "Brother Qin, you can have some fun in the provincial capital. You don't have to rush back to the capital. He had already opened the door of the private room. Yi Jifan, who had stood up to send him off, walked over. "Thank you for your hard work, old Jiang. If Elder Cow hasn't arrived yet, you'll have to come back and have a few drinks with us." As he spoke, he approached old Jiang and whispered, "Thank you, old Jiang. Director Yi, you're being too polite." The bald old Jiang touched his forehead out of habit. He looked at Qin Yi, who was chatting with Sun Dongqing, and quickly reminded him, "Director Yi, Mr. Qin's family is a big shot in the capital. Our Jiang family and the Qin family are in-laws. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to invite him. He's also a forthright person. I think you can talk to him. Why don't you strike while the iron is hot and tell him that your niece wants to enter the capital's political regiment? To tell you the truth, although the Qin family is a diplomatic family, they know only high-ranking military officers. If the Qin family agrees, you can enter any regiment you want." The reason why Yi Jifan chose such a high-end place to entertain guests was naturally because he had investigated the situation of old Jiang's family. At this moment, he naturally understood that old Jiang was telling the truth. Yi Jifan glanced at Qin Yi, who was speaking politely to his wife. His smile deepened as he said, "Old Jiang, if my daughter's matter is settled, your matter will also be settled." On the other side, Sun Dongqing flattered, "Mr. Qin is young and promising. As expected of a noble family. Only the Qin family can cultivate such a talent like Mr. Qin. Unlike us small families, we don't have the ability to send our children to higher places. We can only be anxious." Sun Xueqing didn't have so many scruples when speaking. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, she still hadn't mentioned her daughter's matter. She couldn't help but feel anxious. She simply said it directly. Anyway, the other party knew why she invited him. For the sake of her daughter's future, Sun Dongqing lowered herself for the first time to flatter a young man. "We're old and don't have the ability to pave a path for our children. Even if we want our daughter to join the military, our hair will turn white. Director Yi, your wife has already talked about business. I won't disturb you and Brother Qin. I'll come back later." Old Jiang heard this. He guessed that there might be some shady deals. He knew that he wouldn't stay and would come back in half an hour. As for whether Grandfather Cow was coming or not, it was just a cover. It was Old Master Cow's 80th birthday. It did not matter if Qin Yi appeared or not. 2 silhouettes walked past the open door of the private room. Then, another person came back and looked straight into the private room. Yi Jifan was about to speak when he saw the figure walking over. His eyes narrowed and he couldn't help but purse his lips tightly. He met an acquaintance. Principal Cow of the Provincial First High School. Principal Cow didn't have any intention of catching up with Yi Jifan. He walked back to the door and patted old Jiang, who was talking. "Why are you here? Yu Xiong is looking for you. She wants you to go to the door and greet the guests." Old Jiang, who was suddenly patted on the back, was already shocked. When he heard Principal Cow's voice, he was so scared that his heart tightened. He turned around and replied with a stiff face, "Hello, second uncle. I ran into an acquaintance, so I came over to say hello." Chapter 1272. Principal Cow raised his eyes and smiled at Yi Jifan. He then turned to old Jiang and said, "Yu Xiong can't handle it alone. Go and take care of her." Yu Xiong, surnamed Cow, was old Jiang's wife and Principal Cow's niece. Yi Jifan's heart was in turmoil. The relationship between old Jiang and Principal Cow was uncle and nephew. He had investigated old Jiang's family and knew that his wife was old Master Cow's niece, but he didn't know that Principal Cow was also a member of the Cow family. Old Jiang did not dare to stay any longer. He secretly gave Yi Jifan a look as he walked out and gently closed the door of the private room. Just as he calmed his mind and looked up, he was so frightened by the figure that was only 3 steps away from him that he almost fainted. Qin Xiu, the real, young master of the Qin family. Cold sweat gradually appeared on his back. Fortunately, second uncle didn't go in and didn't see Qin Yi sitting inside. Fortunately, Qin Xiu didn't come with him. "Uncle, my mother is here. I'll go first." Under the bright crystal lights, the tall and handsome Qin Xiu stood there like a jade carving, attracting the gazes of all the guests who came and went. They were all attracted by his noble aura. The real young master of the Qin family was right in front of him. Old Jiang secretly wiped away the cold sweat in his heart. Although he was related to the Cao family, he really wasn't related to Qin Xiu. He didn't dare to say a word. He brushed past Qin Xiu's shoulder and quickly left. Principal Cao noticed that old Jiang's expression was a little strange, but he didn't think too much about it. He just thought that it was a little awkward for him to bump into a businessman and an official. However, because the official was Yi Zhifan, Principal Cao, who didn't have a good impression of him, secretly frowned. He planned to find some time later to remind his niece's husband. Seeing his nephew Qin Xiu walk towards the stairs, Principal Cao, who was walking up the stairs, smiled and said, "Your mother rushed over in such a hurry. After dinner, she rushed back to the capital. She didn't even stay for a night. I'm afraid your grandfather will scold her. I'll go remind her and let her coax your grandfather more." Yi Zhifan and Qin Yi left together, not noticing that the door of the private room was slowly closing behind them. Yi Zhifan returned to his seat and chatted with Qin Yi for a while. Inadvertently, the topic of their conversation shifted to Principal Cao. "The Principal Cao you mentioned is my second uncle. My grandfather has 2 sons and 2 daughters. My second uncle is the third." Qin Yi had always liked to keep in touch with the Cao family. Whenever Qin Xiu's relatives were close to him, he would also keep in touch with them. Hearing this, Yi Zhifan's heart tightened. He took a small sip of the white wine. In that case, it was good that he was cautious. When Principal Cao didn't give him any face and asked Ying to leave, he suppressed the anger in his heart. Fortunately, he restrained himself. Otherwise, he would have become enemies with the Cao family. Everyone in the room was talking about Yi Ying's intention to enlist in the Beijing political corps. Qin Yi glanced at the bank card that Sun Dongqing had just mentioned and whistled in his heart. It was interesting to have dealings with officials. They all knew how to give gifts. Without any hesitation, he took the bank card and smiled confidently. "This matter is easy to handle. Director Yi, prepare your daughter's information for me as soon as possible. Based on my experience, with Director Yi's daughter's temperament, it won't be a problem for her to enter and stay in Beijing. You said that Yi Zhifan wants to send his daughter to the Beijing political group?" Principal Cao took the opportunity to look at his nephew's son-in-law coldly. Even his voice was cold. "You don't have the ability, yet you dare to take on the porcelain job." Chapter 1273. Of course, old Jiang knew that he did not have that kind of ability. He did not have it, but Qin Yi did. He thought about how he had been caught by his wife's second uncle, who had deliberately pulled him aside and warned him not to get too close to Yi Zhifan, so that he wouldn't end up with nothing. At the end of the day, the Cao family still thought of him as a relative. After struggling for a while, old Jiang replied slowly, "Second uncle, I know that I don't have the ability to send Director Yi's daughter to the Beijing political group. That's why I asked Qin Yi. He knows a lot of people in Beijing. He must have a way. I heard from the grapevine that Director Yi is very likely to be promoted to the provincial construction department at the end of this year. I thought that if I were to contract the provincial construction project in the future, I would have to interact with Director Yi in the future. Seeing that he is busy with his daughter's matter, I might as well take a risk. If I succeed, I will show my face in front of Director Yi. It should be easier for me to get the project in the future. It doesn't matter if it doesn't succeed. He knows that I have done my best. You know that we are businessmen. We must be careful." I took advantage of the old man's 80th birthday to arrange a meeting between Director Yi and Qin Yi. After listening to his explanation, Principal Cao slightly narrowed his eyes. Director Yi is a provincial official. He doesn't need to rely on his connections to send his daughter to the army. It is not difficult for his daughter to enter the Beijing political group. Why does he need to rely on his connections? With his influence in the southern province, he can write a letter of recommendation and bring it to the army. The army will consider or prioritize it. There is no need for him to rely on his connections. He paused for a moment and asked old Jiang, "Zhengyang, are you close to Director Yi?" Old Jiang, full name, Zhengyang. "Second uncle, if I want to be close to him, Why would I need to go through so much trouble to ask Qin Yi to help me? I'm just trying. I won't lose anything anyway. Jiang Zhengyang smiled embarrassedly. Although he had a small achievement, he was still far from the real big boss. Now that he finally had the opportunity to double his business, even if there was only a slim chance, he wanted to try. Principal Cao didn't blame him. Jiang Zhengyang was considered a promising person among his nieces and nephews, but he didn't use the Cao family's name to expand his own network. Today, he said that businessmen should know how to be careful, know how to curry favor, and know how to have a good relationship with the government. These were all right. Every profession had its own rules for survival, and Jiang Zhengyang was still considered to be abiding by the rules. However, there was one thing he didn't quite understand. His relationship with Yi Zhifan wasn't very good. With Yi Zhifan's cautious nature, why would he agree to Zhang Yan's arrangement? This was tantamount to giving his political opponents evidence of abusing his power for personal gain. Zhang Yang, I'm afraid this matter isn't as simple as it seems. He is already an official in the provincial office. If he wants to send his daughter to the army, it should be a simple matter. Why does he still need to rely on others? Principal Cao reminded this junior, whom he admired, that the Cao family had been going downhill. If it weren't for the Qin family and old Master Cao, the Cao family would have been an ordinary family. He didn't want his nieces and nephews to go down the wrong path. Jiang Zhengyang really didn't understand and didn't want to investigate. Seeing him like this, Principal Cao sighed and reminded him again, Zhengyang, be careful not to get what you want. Instead, you will get into trouble. I think there must be something behind this matter that even an official like him can't solve. Chapter 1274. Principal Cao rarely interfered with the family affairs. He spent most of his time at school. His wife took care of the family affairs and looked after his nephew and son-in-law. He was so young and already bald. Alas, I should remind him more. He continued, also, don't provoke Qin Yi. I'll ask Qin Xiu to call him out. As for the matter between you and Director Yi, I think it's better to forget about it. Ask Qin Xiu to call Qin Yi out? Jiang Zhengyan's face changed. He wanted to stop Principal Cao, but Principal Cao saw through his thoughts and said sternly, who is Qin Yi? He always uses the name of Qin Xiu to do whatever he wants. Since you know that he is afraid of Qin Xiu, you don't dare to let Qin Xiu know. Why do you still want to use Qin Yi for your own benefit? Moreover, do you think that Director Yi will open the door for you just because you've done what he wants? Zhang Yang, he is a village official with no background. Being careful is his first standard. Do you think he will use his position to open the door for you? His words made Jiang Zhengyan's body shiver. Principal Cao had already walked to Qin Xiu's side and said a few words. Jiang Zhengyang only felt that the Qin family's legitimate young master's gaze was so cold that he couldn't help but shiver. Although he could be considered as Qin Xiu's brother-in-law, he didn't dare to call himself his brother-in-law. Only Qin Yi would give him some face. Qin Xiu's handsome face was cold. He pursed his lips and said in a cold voice, if Qin Yi has the ability to get people into the Beijing political group, my father won't have to worry about him. Qin Yi's surname was Qin, but unfortunately, he was the illegitimate son of Qin Xiu's uncle. Qin Xiu's father, Qin Dingkang, couldn't resist the secret pleading of his younger brother, Qin Wenbo, and took Qin Yi back to the Qin family. Principal Cao patted his nephew's shoulder and said, I'll have to trouble you with this. I just warned your brother-in-law that he will not follow Qin Yi's path in the future. Qin Yi, who was still chatting with Yi Zhifan in the private room, didn't know that Qin Xiu would soon come to the door. Qin Xiu held a wine glass in one hand, and his smile and words vividly reflected the elegance of a rich playboy. Yi Ying, who was secretly observing him, saw him and her heart beat faster. Qin Yi, diplomat, good-looking, had the ability to get her into the Beijing political group. Yi Ying lowered her head and only showed Qin Yi's beautiful face. Qin Yi seemed to be interested in her. Her father had said that she could use anything and everything to help her achieve a better future. In that case, Qin Yi was definitely one of those things that could help her achieve a better future. The more Yi Ying thought about it, the colder her eyes flashed. Then, she raised her head and sneaked a quick glance at Qin Yi. Fortunately, He was handsome enough that she could harden her heart and play with him. Qin Yi, a master of seduction, knew that the girl was secretly looking at him. But he would never have guessed that he had become a useful thing in her eyes. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of the girl's blushing face. Her delicate appearance made him tighten his grip on the wine glass. She was really a stunner. Look at those almond-shaped eyes. The charm in them made his whole body heat up. Yi Jifan didn't like the way Qin Yi secretly looked at his daughter. As a man, how could he not know what was in those eyes? Chapter 1275. If it weren't for the fact that Qin Yi was able to mention all the high-ranking officials of the Beijing political group and knew where they lived, he even went there as a guest. He even mentioned that one of the high-ranking officials of the Beijing political group liked to make dough figurines and that there were a few authentic paintings of Master Qi hanging in the study room. After a few rounds of probing, Yi Jifan was sure that Qin Yi was from the Qin family, a family of diplomats. Only with this confirmation could they have a good conversation and resist Qin Yi's gaze on Yi Ying. Yi Ying was very happy. A young and promising diplomat. He seemed to be interested in her. Did this mean that she had a better chance of entering the Beijing government? Not only did Yi Ying think so, but Sun Dongqing also thought so. She even thought that if Qin Yi was really interested in her daughter, they could date and get married. Then her daughter would become a phoenix. The mother and daughter's thoughts did not escape Qin Yi's eyes. Only Yi Jifan remained calm. He only wanted to use Qin Yi's connections to send Yi Ying into the military. As for other things, he believed in the power behind the jade pendant. No matter how much Qin Yi liked Yi Ying, he would not show it. When Yi Jifan asked about Principal Cao, Qin Yi sighed and said, "My uncle is boring." He could have moved out of the provincial first high school and become an official somewhere else, but he insisted that he wanted to be a principal. What's so good about being a principal? He has worked hard all his life and I feel sorry for him. Fortunately, the students of the provincial first high school are good. I heard that there is another national top scorer. Otherwise, I would feel sorry for him. National top scorer, Yi Ying, who had been listening obediently, narrowed her eyes. She lowered her eyebrows and her beautiful almond-shaped eyes flashed with deep hatred. Yi Qian, just you wait. As long as she enters the army, even if you get into the military school, you will never be able to compare to her. The national top scorer not only provoked Yi Ying, but also Sun Dongqing. She said sharply, "What national top scorer?" She even said that she got into the military school. I don't even know if it's true. What does it have to do with you? Yi Jifan had already confirmed that Qin Yi was indeed acquainted with the officials of the Beijing government. He was afraid that his wife's jealousy would leave a bad impression on him and ruin his daughter's future. After scolding in a low voice, he said helplessly to Qin Yi, "Recently, there is a rumor that the national top scorer is our niece. She has some conflicts with my family and had done something that hurt Yi Ying. My wife is still unwilling to forgive her." The reason why Yi Jifan was because he was afraid that Qin Yi would secretly investigate. It was better to say it himself. However, Qin Yi did not care about these things at all. What did it have to do with him whether or not the national champion was the niece of Mrs. Yi Jifan? It was none of his business. However, in order to get Yi Ying, who was as beautiful as a flower bud, into his hands, Qin Yi pretended to be cold and said, "Director Yi's daughter looks like an obedient and sensible girl. It seems that the national top scorer is just SOSO. Yes, yes, yes. Mr. Qin is right." For the past few weeks, Sun Dongqing had heard the most about Yi Qian. She wanted to laugh at him but could not find a friend who could agree with her. Now that she heard Qin Yi say that Yi Qian was Estes, she immediately agreed. She said angrily, "That stupid girl. If it wasn't for Yingying's help in school, she would have gotten a 0 in her exams." Chapter 1276. She's the top scorer in the country. I'm starting to suspect that she cheated. Mr. Qin, do you know anyone in the Education Bureau? Could he check to see if her results were real? I'm starting to suspect that she's faking it. Qin Yi had no idea what was going on. His life was filled with nothing but eating, drinking, and having fun. He had never cheated in the college entrance examination. He had been living a carefree life in the capital with the help of the Qin family. He was very happy. Sun Dongqing wanted him to investigate the top scorer in the country. Qin Yi knew that this was related to the reputation of the Cao family. He had to agree even if he didn't have the ability to do so. If Qin Xiu found out about this, he would be punished. I think it's hard for Madame Yi's resentment to dissipate. Once Ying enters the capital, I think the resentment in Madame Yi's heart will disappear. He didn't know what Sun Dongqing wanted him to do if he continued this conversation. He had taken the money and the beauty had taken the bait. It was time for him to leave. Qin Yi pretended to look at his phone. He frowned and said, I should go back too. I'm afraid Grandfather Cao has already arrived. He placed his hand on the folder containing Yi Ying's personal files and bank cards. Just as he was about to speak, someone knocked on the door. Yi Zhifan thought it was Jiang Zhengyang. He quickly stood up and laughed, I'll open the door. Maybe it's Jiang Zhengyang asking Mr. Qin to go back and celebrate Grandfather Cao's birthday. Qin Xiu, who was knocking on the door, heard the laughter inside. His usually gentle eyes flashed with a cold light. He said, Qin Yi, it's time for you to come out. Qin Yi was so shocked that he didn't even take the folder with the bank cards. He stood up and hurriedly said to Yi Zhifan, Excuse me, Director Yi. Qin Xiu. How did Qin Xiu know that he was here? Oh no. Could it be that the principal of the Cao family saw him and told Qin Xiu? Thinking of this, Qin Yi did not dare to stay for even a second. He anxiously walked over and opened the door. Hey, Mr. Qin, I forgot to take Ying's files. Sun Dongqing's eyes were sharp. She saw the folder containing her daughter's files fall to the ground. She quickly got up and handed it to Qin Yi. Mr. Qin, please take care of Ying. The envelope was stuffed into Qin Yi's hands without any explanation. Just then, the door of the box opened and Qin Xiu appeared in the line of sight of the Yi family. Brother, why are you looking for me? Qin Yi, who didn't want to take the folder, had no choice but to take it in front of Qin Xiu. He tried to calm himself down and smiled. Is the old man here? Qin Xiu glanced at the file that Qin Yi wanted to hide but had nowhere to hide. He glanced at Yi Zhifan with his seemingly gentle but indifferent eyes. Then, he slowly glanced at Sun Dongqing and asked, Did I interrupt your plans? No, no. Qin Yi denied. He closed the door and stopped Yi Zhifan from going forward to talk to Qin Xiu. Brother Jiang's friend. I'm just here to get to know him and have a chat. In the room, Sun Dongqing was shocked and said, The sons of the Qin family are really outstanding. I think Qin Yi is already good enough, but his brother seems to be even better. As she said this, she looked at her daughter Yi Ying and thought about Qin Yi's brother. Sun Dongqing said softly, Old Yi, I think Qin Yi's brother seems to be more powerful. Why don't we let Yi Ying try it herself? Chapter 1277. Save me the trouble. Do you think the Qin family is a vegetable market where you can pick and choose? The appearance of Qin Xiu reassured Yi Zhifan. He was 100% sure that Qin Yi was from the Qin family. He was 100% sure that Qin Yi knew the senior officials of the Beijing political group. Sitting back in his chair, Yi Zhifan looked at his daughter and reminded her, there's still a long way to go before the winter conscription. Let's see if Qin Yi can get it done. Don't listen to your mother. Also, don't mention Yi Qian's relationship with our family in the future. She was admitted to the military academy as the nation's top scorer. You have no right to question her. The matter is settled. Don't waste your time thinking about it. Think about how to get Ying into the Beijing political group. Yi Ying, who had not spoken much, said in a cold voice, Dad, as long as I get into the Beijing political group, I will not let you down. Wait until you get into the Beijing political group. We can't just rely on Qin Yi. We have to continue to look for other connections. Yi Zhifan did not have the habit of pinning all his hopes on one person. He was used to making preparations. He took a sip of wine thoughtfully and said, As for Qin Xiu, we can give it a try. Sun Dongqing pursed her lips. That's what I was thinking. Didn't you disagree? Mum, Dad means that he will go to Qin Xiu, not me. Yi Ying sighed and explained, It's best if Dad comes forward. I should take the initiative to go to Qin Xiu. Is that right? She then asked Yi Zhifan, Dad, are you going to go to Qin Xiu later? When Grandfather Cow's birthday party is over, I'll try my luck. Yi Jifan's brows did not loosen as he sipped his wine. He could only try his luck. Principal Cow of the provincial first high school had become Qin Xiu's uncle. He was especially protective of Yi Qian. He was not sure if he would be able to talk to Qin Xiu. The atmosphere was a little heavy. Yi Ying bit her lower lip lightly, tears flashing in her eyes. She had taken a wrong step, and now it was difficult for her to take another step forward. She had never thought that she would be banned from taking the college entrance exam, and never thought that that damned girl, Yi Qian, would actually get into the military academy. However, Principal Cow felt that it was not impossible for Yi Ying to find Qin Xiu personally. He opened the file that Qin Xiu had placed on the table and skimmed through it. Then, this principal who had always been kind to his students revealed a cold smile. Looks like Director Yi is determined to go against Yi Qian. Now that Yi Qian has entered the military academy, he wants to send Yi Ying to the Beijing government regiment. The fact that Yi Qian has entered the military academy has greatly affected their family. Yi Qian got into the military academy because she has the ability to do so. Even if she didn't get into the military academy, she would still have a bright future if she joined the military. Qin Xiu secretly added in his heart. He picked up a page of Yi Ying's personal file. When he read a certain part, his elegant brows raised, and a faint smile appeared on his face. I think I've found the reason why they're looking for connections. He placed the personal file on the table and tapped lightly with his slender fingers. According to the medical examination standards issued by our country's National Health and Family Planning Commission, General Staff Headquarters, and General Logistics Department, she definitely won't pass this test. Also, according to the political assessment rules issued by the Ministry of Public Security, General Staff Headquarters, and General Political Department, her performance during military training also makes it impossible for her to join the military. There were 2 points in the personal file that also gave Yi Jifan a headache. There were 2 points that he had not told his daughter. First, heart disease. Second, conduct failure during military training. Chapter 1278. It was the 2 points written on the file that made Yi Jifan's heart turn cold when he inquired about the application conditions. He also thought about deleting the file or disguising it, but he rejected all of them. If they found out, not only would his daughter's future be ruined, his career would also be ruined. The risk factor was too high, so he had to give up. She wanted to be a soldier, and she also wanted to join the Beijing government regiment. Going through the normal application process was impossible. Therefore, Yi Jifan tried to use his connections to get Yi Ying into the army. Principal Cow did not look at Yi Ying's file in detail, but he knew the requirements. Principal Cow picked up the file and looked at it. He sighed again and again. You are too smart for your own good. You could have been a soldier, but you destroyed your own Great Wall. No wonder Qin Yi was so arrogant and said he would not implicate you. He probably knew what was going on when he saw it. Otherwise, he would have been kicked out of the Qin family by Grandpa. Qin Xiu put Yi Ying's file back into the portfolio. He straightened his tie and stood up with a gentle smile. I have to see the guests out. Uncle, should you go out with us? Principal Cow and Qin Xiu did not like to socialize. After the birthday party, they sat together in the lounge and did not want to go out. At this time, most of the guests in front of them had left. It was enough for them to go out and show their faces. Qin Xiu was okay. After all, his surname was Qin. He only needed to stand beside his mother and say a few polite words. Principal Cow, as a son, not only did he have to talk to his mother, but he also had to see the guests out of the restaurant personally. The topic he hated the most was also mentioned. He listened and said helplessly, although I am the principal, the school is not my own school. If my relatives' children want to come to the provincial first school, I will definitely welcome them. As long as they can pass the exam, no matter which class they are assigned to, it will be a good class. No exam? Aren't you making things difficult for me? They all passed the exam. Even my son passed the exam. This year, there was a national champion in the provincial first school. Principal Cow almost lived a life isolated from his relatives. Now that he caught them at his father's birthday party, he realized that all the people who stayed were Their children just happened to pass the exam. Yi Jifan looked at Principal Cao from afar, who was surrounded by people. His mouth was cold. His eyes fell on Qin Xiu, who was leaving alone. Here was his chance. The restaurant was so clean that even the washroom was spotless. There wasn't even a hint of odor. Qin Xiu, who was carefully washing her hands, didn't look up when she realized that someone had come in. After washing her hands meticulously, she took out a tissue to wipe her hands. Then she heard a slightly surprised voice behind her. "Isn't this Interpreter Qin? Was there a need to be so surprised?" Looking at Yi Jifan, Qin Xiu smiled politely. "Director Yi." Without another word, he gracefully walked out. Clearly, he had no intention of chatting with Yi Jifan, who was pretending to be surprised. Right, when he entered the washroom just now, he seemed to have turned left to enter, but when he went out, he turned right? Or left? Qin Xiu, who was so bad with directions that it affected her daily life, only paused for a moment before Yi Jifan caught up with her. "When I was eating with Qin Yi just now, I heard Interpreter Qin's voice. I thought I heard wrong, but I didn't expect it to really be Interpreter Qin." Yi Jifan wasn't stupid enough to be surprised that Qin Xiu was here. His explanation told Qin Xiu that she was surprised because the voice she heard just now was indeed Qin Xiu's. Chapter 1279. Qin Yi is my cousin. Qin Xiu followed Yi Jifan out of the restroom. Good, someone is leading the way. He doesn't have to worry about getting lost in the restaurant. Just now, he was afraid that the relatives and friends of the Cao family would ask him if he had a girlfriend, so he didn't pay much attention to the surroundings. It was not impossible for him to get lost in the restaurant. Yi Jifan, who had no idea that he had become a compass, was elegant and dignified as an official. He maintained his identity and said casually, "So, Mr. Qin is the grandson of Mr. Cao. I know a person in charge of a company. His wife's surname is Cao, and they say that she is Mr. Cao's niece. I wonder if you know Jiang Zhengyang?" Yi Jifan, who was well versed in the art of making friends, seemed to be talking casually, but in fact, he had a certain purpose in mind. He had to find an opportunity to get close to Qin Xiu. He couldn't be too anxious. He had to get closer to him first. He calculated step by step, but Qin Xiu didn't give him any chance. He walked out of the restroom as if he didn't hear anything. He said politely, "Director Yi, I have something to deal with here. Goodbye." After finding Qin Yi, he found him. No wonder Uncle said to be careful of him. This person really knows how to curry favor. Qin Xiu left without giving him any face. Yi Jifan, who had hit a wall, almost couldn't maintain his expression. He stared at Qin Xiu's back as he left. His eyes were dark. He left because he had something to do. Why did it look like he deliberately avoided him? Did Qin Yi tell Qin Xiu about his request? Or did Principal Cao say something to Qin Xiu? Thinking of this, Yi Jifan raised his hand and rubbed his aching temples. Heart disease could be checked in the hospital to prove that there was no heart disease. But Ying Ying's performance in the military training. How to deal with it? Yi Ying didn't know that she couldn't even join the army. The next day, the whole family was preparing to go to the hospital to visit old Madame Yi. Qin Yi, who they met last night, came to visit. "I've already asked a friend to bring the file back to Beijing. I'll find an opportunity to send it to the head of Beijing's political group. I'm here to inform Director Yi." Even though Qin Yi was here for Yi Ying, he knew his limits. He finished telling Yi Ying about the things that he had not done at all and said, "Please wait for a moment, Director Yi. I will inform you as soon as I receive any news. Regardless of whether it succeeds or not, I will tell Director Yi." Since he had taken the money, he had to give the other party some hope, right? Hearing this, Yi Ying was overjoyed. Yi Jifan, on the other hand, was worried. Did Qin Yi not read his daughter's file carefully? Did he not show it to Qin Xiu either? Forget it, I won't bring it up for the time being. Let's see how far I can go first. If even the Qin family could not help, his daughter would not be able to join the military. Yi Jifan was anxious to create a path for Yi Ying to suppress Yi Qian and not let the person behind the jade pendant give up on him. For the first time, Qin Yi stumbled. If he was not so anxious and afraid that the person behind the jade pendant would support Yi Qian, with Yi Jifan's shrewdness, he would not have stumbled. The jade pendant made Yi Jifan's career bright, but it also became the source of his greatest fear. The whole family politely sent Qin Yi off. Sun Dongqing was so happy that her eyes narrowed. This is good, this is good. With Mr. Qin's help, it will definitely succeed. Hearing this, old Madame Yi's crooked mouth smiled even more crookedly. She said vaguely, good, 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 our Ying is promising. She doesn't have to be afraid of that little bitch anymore. Chapter 1280. After the treatment in the provincial capital, old Madame Yi, who had a strong will to live, was finally able to speak. However, her body did not improve and she could only lie on the bed. My Ying has never been afraid of that little bitch. Mom, just you wait. Even if Ying is not a boy, he will still be better than my sister-in-law's 2 sons. Sun Dongqing would poke at old Madame Yi every time she came back to the hospital. Otherwise, she would feel uncomfortable. Every dog has its day. Now it was her turn to hold her head high. If she did not vent all the grievances she had suffered over the years, her surname would not be Sun. Old Madame Yi was not in the mood to quarrel with Sun Dongqing. She was anxious. When she thought of Yi Qian entering the military academy and becoming a soldier like her mother, she thought of the past. She thought of her daughter and son-in-law. Other than anxiety, she was also afraid. If she had known, she would have thrown that little bitch to death. She stared at Yi Jifan with her cloudy eyes. Her mouth seemed to be filled with water as she mumbled, we must not let her climb over our heads. We must not. That bitch, I don't know. I don't know where that bitch came from. Ying, you don't have to be afraid. That bitch can't do it, she's not as good as you. If there's a chance, help me teach her a lesson. Even though his words were vague, the viciousness in his tone made people's hearts tremble. Yi Ying did not want to come at all. However, everyone in the province knew that Director Yi's old mother was paralyzed in bed. They had no choice but to come to the hospital and pretend to be filial. Yi Jixiang, the one who started it, would always tell the hospital how filial her brother was. Even the people in the hospital knew that Director Yi was filial. In order to gain a good reputation, the whole family had to come even if they did not want to. Yi Ying, who was standing beside the bed, did not even look at it. She said softly, Grandma, take care of yourself. I will do my best. Teach Yi Qian a lesson? What ability did she have to teach Yi Qian a lesson now? Even if his good grandma was lying in bed, she was not restless at all, just like what his father said. Yi Jifan was too lazy to say anything more. He couldn't move. No matter how much he wanted to stir up trouble, he was powerless. He was only thinking about when Qin Yi would give him a clear answer. Yi Qian knew that Yi Ying wanted to join the Beijing political group in the middle of August. There was still half a month before her reporting date. The last batch of eliminated navies will take the patrol ship back to the port tonight, and the rest of the soldiers will be formally trained as frogmen. As the Big Mermaid announced the names of the last batch of eliminated soldiers, the only sound on the beach was the sound of waves. They stood in the sunset like tall pine trees. After several months of elimination matches, they were deeply influenced by Li Jinyan and would never lower their heads even if they bled. Even if they lost, they had to maintain the iron bones of a soldier. In the end, 9 people, including Yi Qian, were left. Out of more than 100 navies, only a few were left. It was enough to show how strict Li Jinyan's selection of frogmen was. Just like the Snowfield Brigade, every member of the frogman team was a 1 in a million elite soldier. After sending away the eliminated soldiers, Yi Qian officially joined the training on how to become a combat diver, and how to use open and closed diving equipment. To officially become a frogman, the navies had to show a high degree of adaptability underwater. They had to be able to complete the training under great pressure and in a murky environment. This made Li Jinyan, who always had a cold expression on his face, reveal a faint smile that was rarely seen in a year in front of all the navies. Chapter 1281. The Great Mermaid standing next to him saw him smile and joked, "Do you feel like you're a father? You've finally raised a bunch of kids, haven't you? You must be happy." Li Jinyan felt a little helpless at such a comparison and teasing. His comrades in the team didn't seem to have any talent for language. Even he, the captain, was the same. But he was right about one thing. He was indeed happy. Those who stayed are the best of the best. We can move to our camp now. Li Jinyan's gaze was cold and sharp as he stared at the rippling water surface. He said calmly, after the National Day ceremony in October, we will have a competition with another army special forces led by Xia Jinyuan. Those who have been selected to join the army will also need to go to the battlefield. Big Shark, our training needs to be more intensive. The military had already agreed to the joint application of the Navy and Army for the competition to be held immediately after the National Day celebration. It was the middle of August and there were less than 2 months left. The Great Mermaid's expression turned cold. Time is indeed tight. What about Yi Qian? She probably won't participate. Participate? The Great Mermaid's reaction was slow for 2 seconds. She immediately asked, which camp does she belong to? Our army. Army? There was a night diving equipment exchange training under the water. The training required 2 soldiers to enter the water and wear masks to exchange diving equipment. It was 6:50 in the evening and there were still 10 minutes until the end. The underwater frogman's activities caused the ripples in the water to deepen. Amidst the undulating waves, 2 soldiers in diving gear were the first to surface. Li Jinyan looked at the time. Yi Jian, Liu Zhen, first. She belongs to our camp. Our camp? Lu Zhuanhai. Demon King, you're not joking, are you? The Great Mermaid's attention was not affected by the Demon King's jumping thoughts. She was still focused on which camp Yi Qian was in. She was brought here by Xia Jinyuan. She will become one of our people in the competition. Demon King, we can't let this be one-sided. Yi Qian, who had changed her scuba equipment underwater, swam to the reef covered in barnacles. She came out of the water and high-fived her soldiers to celebrate. She couldn't take off her breathing mask so she could only high-five her soldiers to express her joy. 3 minutes in advance. Yi Qian glanced at his waterproof watch and made a 3 gesture with his thumb up. They were communicating with simple gestures. The soldier pointed at the reef and climbed up first. He then pulled Yi Qian up with him. The equipment on both of them weighed 8 kilograms. When they reached the bottom, they would be able to increase their weight and quickly dive underwater. When they reached the shore, their movements would be more or less affected. This was also the reason why the daily training of the frogmen was permanent. From not being used to carrying more than 10 kilograms of equipment, to being able to move agilely even when carrying it onto the shore, the amount of effort that frogmen put into amphibious warfare was something that ordinary soldiers couldn't compare to. When Li Jinyan saw Yi Qian come up, he didn't stand on the reef anymore. He stepped down from the reef and said to the Great Mermaid, now he is still in the Navy, so naturally he belongs to the Navy. Furthermore, the army needs to test his results. The competition will allow the army to see Yi Qian's results. His explanation made the Great Mermaid laugh. Interesting. Yi Qian is Xia Jinyuan's person. We have a comrade in our team who knows our enemy well. We have a slight advantage in the competition. Chapter 1282. But the competition will not only involve underwater activities, but also land activities. Explosives, rappelling, and ground navigation will all be used together. I don't know if Yi Qian will have any problems. Look at the army's attitude. You can tell if she will have any problems. Under the reef, the team members who were exchanging diving gear came out of the water one after another. Amidst the sound of the waves, Li Jinyan's indifferent voice seemed to be so soft that it was almost inaudible. Will there be any problems? Would there be any problems with someone who was chosen by Xia Jinyuan and valued by the army? If Yi Qian, who was born in the army, was on land, her comrades in the Storm Commandos would probably be slightly inferior to her. After more than a month of training, Li Jinyan already had an idea of Yi Qian's abilities. She was outstanding, brave, meticulous, and fearless. How could there be any problems with a female soldier whose blood was as cold as a soldier's? From what you've said, there shouldn't be any problems. But she will be leaving the team on August 29th. Demon King, Shouldn't we reduce her training schedule? The Great Mermaid's voice gradually lowered. She has to go through basic combat diving at least once. There's too much to learn about frogmen. She has only learned the basics in the 2 months she's been here. She hasn't even gone through helicopter launching or sniping training. The official members of the Storm Commandos had to go through 18 months of basic underwater training and professional qualification training, followed by a 6-month deployment period. Yi Qian had only been here for less than 2 months, and all she had learned was basic underwater training and some basic training subjects for professional qualification training. Yi Qian did not touch on professional training such as naval combat, combat swimming, communications, close-range combat, ground combat, airborne operations, combat techniques, evasion, and so on. That was why Yi Qian had only learned the basics in the past 2 months. To Li Jinyan and the others, what she had learned was just the basics. But to the normal soldiers, Yi Qian already knew a lot. She had touched on both land and sea. But the Great Mermaid felt that Yi Qian had learned too little. Unfortunately, she still has about 10 days before she leaves. Now that she's resting for 3 days, in the remaining 11 days she can only touch on a few of our training subjects. They will rest for 3 days. Yi Qian will continue. Li Jinyan had other plans for Yi Qian's 3-day break. Big Mermaid felt that Yi Qian had learned too little, but he wanted to see how tough she was. Would she be able to persevere through continuous high-intensity training until she left? The sound of conversation gradually faded away, and the team members under the reef also came out of the water in pairs and swam towards the reef island. That was the end of today's training. At 7:10 in the evening, the last ray of light on the horizon had been withdrawn. The stars above the sea seemed to have lit up in an instant, reflecting the tranquility and vastness of the sea. All the members of the Storm Commandos, who had taken off their equipment and were wearing black rubber diving suits, had gathered. They looked straight at Demon King Li, who was standing in front of them. Looking at the soldiers who had entered the formal training and performed well in all aspects, he, who had never shown a smile in front of them, suddenly raised the corner of his mouth and revealed a very faint smile. Borrowing the starlight from the sky, the 9 spearmen standing at the very front saw him smile like this. Their originally expressionless eyes all revealed looks of disbelief. Demon King Li, who had never smiled at them before, actually smiled. He actually smiled. Holy shit! He actually knows how to smile. Then, a few of the soldiers sucked in a cold breath, and even their expressions changed. Chapter 1283. Yi Qian looked at Li Jinyan's faint smile without much emotion. She wasn't someone who liked to smile. But to the frogmen who had gone through several months of elimination matches, they were like Tang Seng, who had gone through many trials and tribulations before finally achieving enlightenment. Demon King Li's expression was even rarer than seeing the sun rise from the west. As night fell, the soldiers in black rubber diving suits straightened their backs when they saw Li Jinyan's fleeting smile. Their expressions were unprecedentedly solemn. The frogmen seniors in the team said, Demon King Li's smile represented savagery. It represented that everyone's training had entered even more savage and savage days. In these few months, everyone had experienced Demon King Li's savagery. Those who remained were the sharpest soldiers who could withstand Demon King Li's savagery. The new frogmen who finally felt like they were frogmen looked at Demon King Li's savagery faint smile. It was as if a snowflake wind was blowing in their hearts, causing everyone's hearts to turn cold. It had been 3 days since the last batch of eliminated soldiers left. Those who remained had also begun 3 days of combat diving training. Demon King Li suddenly smiled, causing everyone who remained to feel a chill in their hearts. At the same time, they also felt uncertain. Would they continue to be eliminated? Was someone going to be sent back today? Even Yi Qian, who usually didn't think too much, couldn't help but think too much at that moment. His cold gaze swept across the patrol ship that was about 100 meters away from the beach. His gaze lightly swept across the 5-starred red flag fluttering in the wind, and then he quietly retracted it. Could someone really be eliminated? Yi Qian thought silently. Li Jinyan seemed to know what they were thinking. After his smile, he didn't speak for a long time. His cold gaze swept across the 9 new soldiers, including Yi Qian, and then looked at the row of veterans behind them who were trying their best to hold back their laughter. His expression was indifferent as he slowly said, "You have 3 days off." Before she could finish her sentence, Yi Qian heard a sound that sounded like air leaking out of rubber. Even she gently exhaled a mouthful of salty, turbid air. Fortunately, they were not eliminated. The toes in the rubber fins loosened a little, and all the soldiers relaxed their stiff backs a little. "Everyone is to leave the island tonight and complete your transfer procedures." In the face of the soldiers' reaction, Li Jinyan's expression remained as cold as ever, without the slightest bit of awkwardness. "You will have a certain understanding of our frogman unit during the 3-day holiday, and you will also understand why our selection is so harsh." The soldiers who stayed behind did not transfer their files from their original unit to the Storm Amphibian Frogman Commandos, so they could not be considered as official commandos. During the 3-day holiday, the original unit would send a document to complete the transfer procedures with the Storm Commandos. Their glorious deeds, other than their military merits and medals, would all be cleared. Once again, the newly enlisted soldiers were not surprised by the sudden holiday. From their serious expressions, one could vaguely find a trace of strangeness. They felt that it was impossible to give them a holiday so easily. They had a feeling that something was going to happen. They felt that Demon King Li wouldn't give them a holiday so easily. Too many feelings made the soldiers feel uneasy. The sudden holiday didn't feel real at all. Chapter 1284. Li Jinyan, who had seen their reactions, did not explain further. He was also wearing a rubber diving suit, and his slender limbs exuded the strength of the sea. He raised his wrist and said, "It's 7:15 p.m. now. The patrol ship will leave at 7:40 p.m. Dismissed." "Captain, are we really on vacation?" "Captain, just give us a quick death. What other tricks are you waiting for us?" Not a single person dismissed. The unreal feeling made them afraid to leave. After months of training, they did not even have a day off. Suddenly, they were given 3 days off. They would not dare to accept it even if a pie dropped from the sky. Li Jinyan never reflected on how his brutal training had traumatized the soldiers who were about to become official team members. His eyes were as cold as the cold moon rising from the sea. He spat out 3 words coldly, "You don't believe me?" After he finished speaking, he turned his gaze to Yi Qian, who had an indifferent expression. The handsome young major asked the only female soldier in the team, "Yi Qian, you don't believe me either?" "It's not that I don't believe you. We definitely have a vacation. I just don't quite believe that the Demon King would give us a vacation so easily." Yi Qian, who was called out, had a calm expression. She met the other party's cold gaze that could dissect her soul and replied calmly, "We believe in a vacation, but we don't believe that we can leave smoothly." Over. The only female soldier in the team, who was also the only female soldier in the team who was not afraid of the Demon King's training, spoke out the thoughts of the other 8 male soldiers. Li Jinyan always knew that Yi Qian was not as afraid of him as the male soldiers, but he did not expect that she would dare to directly question him. For a moment, he did not respond. The air was a little heavy. Everyone held their breaths as they waited for the Demon King to speak again. "Marines, you still have 24 minutes. The Great Mermaid couldn't stand it anymore. She stroked her forehead and sighed, "You are indeed given 3 days off. The documents from your original units have arrived at the port. Everyone needs to go through the transfer procedures in person. One of the 3 days off is for official business, and the other 2 days are for you to rest." As the vice-captain and also a part-time ideological instructor, he could feel the warmth of the vice-captain every time he experienced Demon King Li's cold winter. Just like now, his gentle voice broke the heavy atmosphere in the air as he slowly said, "There is nothing extra for this holiday. Although your captain's code name is Demon King and he is usually a little strict with you, when you become one of us frogmen, you will feel the warmth of his spring breeze." The warmth of a spring breeze. Li Jinyan raised his eyes slightly and glanced at the vice-captain who spoke up for him. He said indifferently with an expressionless face, "I only have the coldness of spring. I don't have the warmth of spring. If you want to find warmth, you can look for the vice-captain, codenamed Big Shark. Codename Demon King, codename Great Shark." This was the first time that the remaining Marines heard the codenames of these dragon-like frogmen. The beach was very quiet. The disbanded team members looked at each other, and then looked at the Demon King. Was the Demon King joking just now? The veteran behind him had already laughed and said loudly, "Demon King, your cold jokes are still incomprehensible. Look at what you have done. They are so scared that they can't believe that you are going to have a holiday. Don't say that you don't believe it. Didn't we also not believe it in the past? When we got on the ship, we were afraid that someone would come out in the middle of the night and drag us down." With the veterans' laughter, the Marines finally believed. They really had a holiday. In the faint screen, everyone laughed. There were still 22 minutes left. They had to change their diving equipment, clean up the entire beach for scattered equipment, and then return to the tent to pack up everything. They had to leave the reef island where they had been training for nearly 4 months. Chapter 1285. Pack it up, pack it up. We're about to leave the base. Kid, change your clothes and stay away from Yi Qian. Wear your clothes neatly. Although you've become one with the night, you still need to look good. 10 minutes later, 2 rubber boats sailed towards the patrol ship. The neatly dressed soldiers finally boarded the ship and arrived at the port about 4 hours later. The patrol ship set sail. Several soldiers, who had peeled off several layers of skin from the sun, stood on the deck and stared at the reef island that was getting farther and farther away. They asked the veteran who was standing with them, "Will we come again?" In the past, they just wanted to leave as soon as possible, but now they couldn't bear to leave. "Of course we'll come back. This area belongs to our country and is also our training base. We'll come back often." The veteran with the codename Big Eel answered them with a laugh. "You can't bear to leave now, but don't complain about going back to land later." "I don't think so. You just occasionally say you want to go back to the port for a hot meal. You don't complain during the day, but you dare to dream at night. When we patrol at night, someone will shout 'Let me go back' in his dreams." For a moment, the deck was filled with laughter. They forgot about their tiredness during the day and began to enjoy their 3-day holiday. The laughter faintly traveled into the cabin, causing Big Eel to raise his head. His gaze fell on the deck through the windproof and bulletproof glass. "Only now do you believe that you're really on vacation. Devil King, you've become even more vicious." He smiled and looked away. He asked Yi Qian, "Little Yi, do you think the Devil King is more vicious than before?" The laughing soldiers on the deck were on a 3-day holiday. 2 minutes ago, Yi Qian learned that she didn't have a single day off. She would continue training the next morning at the port. "I didn't see how vicious the Devil King was before, so I can't make any comments." Yi Qian smiled. Her mood didn't change because she didn't have a vacation. On the contrary, she hoped that she could use the next 14 days to train in subjects she hadn't experienced before. Li Jinyan had a cold personality, but he didn't take his comrades' jokes to heart. He sat in the cockpit and stared coldly at Yi Qian, who had impressed his comrades. His thin lips moved slightly as he said, "Gather at the port tomorrow morning at 5 a.m. We'll take you to the base for training. Focus on learning how to fight on the sea and close combat. Me and 3 other members will go together. Do you have any objections?" Yi Qian's smile faded as he said seriously, "I don't have any objections. I'll definitely follow your arrangements." Female soldiers were very good in this aspect. They never questioned the training arrangements. Li Jinyan, who was a man of few words, nodded and ended the conversation with a "okay." The whole conversation took less than 5 minutes and less than 100 words. It was so concise that even the big mermaid was stunned. One didn't like to talk, and the other didn't like to ask. How were they supposed to communicate? How to communicate? "Little Yi, you don't have any objections at all? Should he first learn about naval combat and close-range combat? Why don't you ask us first?" The big mermaid coughed. His dark and resolute face was full of smiles as he tried to get closer to Yi Qian. "It will take about 4 hours to reach the port. We can talk for 4 hours. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. As long as it's not confidential, the Devil King and I can answer them." Yi Qian really didn't think that he had anything to ask. However, when he saw the big mermaid's bright eyes and the pitiful appearance of a ferocious beast, Yi Qian couldn't bear to refuse. Chapter 1286. You guys talk. Li Jinyan stood up. If you have any questions, you can ask the big mermaid first. If she can't answer, you can ask me. Chatting with female soldiers was something he had never done before, so it was better to leave it to the vice captain and ideological instructor. Yi Jian stood up and saluted as she watched the major with the highest military rank in the team leave. Her slender figure was straightened by the light and she stood like a lighthouse. Even when the hull of the ship swayed with the waves, her feet did not sway at all. After 4 hours of sailing, Yi Qian didn't ask about naval combat or close-range combat. Instead, she asked about the frogman's training cycle. This was a good question. The big mermaid, who felt that she had stayed for too little training, said earnestly, "The members of the Storm Commando team have to go through about 4 months of elimination and selection training. Those who can pass the selection process can't immediately carry out missions. After 18 months of basic training, professional training, and 6 months of mission deployment, they are considered beginners. And to participate in their first underwater mission, they need to go through about 12 months of advanced training." In other words, it took about 3 years to train an outstanding frogman. Yi Qian was in awe. Completing our first mission well doesn't mean that we will be outstanding in the future. We still need to constantly learn and strengthen new skills. We need to always be in peak condition. If we can fight, we must win. Our country's first amphibious frogman commando team is our Storm Commando team. It's also the only special force that doesn't belong to any military region. It's a true independent special force. The force has only been established for a short period of time. There's too much to learn. Take the recent Southeast Asian countries for example. The 126th Assault Team Concorde's elite frogman team can stay silent underwater for more than 20 hours. In this aspect, we can't compare to them. Because we were established late, we need even more rigorous training. A strong country has no weak soldiers. Only a strong army can make a strong country. A country can only stand proudly in the world if its military strength are improved. She didn't ask about naval combat or close-range combat. Instead, she gained a deeper understanding of the storm. Then she learned about the frogman forces of Western countries and the gap between their country and theirs. It was also a reward for Yi Qian. She knew that even though she had gone through hellish training, what she had learned was just the tip of the iceberg. If she wanted to learn more and become an excellent frogman, she would need at least 2 years. If she could, she wanted to come to the frogman unit to study every winter and summer vacation. At 11 o'clock in the evening, Yi Qian, who had just woken up, saw the lighthouse that guided all the ships. They had arrived at the harbor. Disembarking from the warship and stepping on the thick cement floor, she looked at the brightly lit Yi Qian, who had been accompanied by the sea for more than a month. Her eyes curved into crescents as she revealed a bright smile. The feeling of stepping on solid ground was very solid. Yi Qian did not return to the camp immediately. She wanted to give Uncle Jen a call to ask about the situation. After getting Li Jinyan's permission, a Marine on duty led her to the phone booth. At midnight, Principal Chen received a call from Yi Qian. "We can rest assured that Captain Xia will take you away. Everything is fine at home. Girl, don't worry about us." After receiving Yi Qian's call, Principal Chen didn't even feel sleepy anymore. He answered her questions in a loud and clear voice. "Uncle Jen's health is fine. People tend to have some problems when they're old. Don't worry, I'm here." Chapter 1287. Hearing the voice of her family, Yi Qian's mood was as peaceful as the starry sky. "You have to take care of yourself too. Don't overwork yourself. I have the army to take care of me. You don't have to worry about me. Don't worry, don't worry. You've always known how to take care of yourself. It's just that you're too competitive. You're even more competitive than the male soldiers. You have to change that. We can't be sloppy during training. You have to rest well during rest. Only when you're fully rested can you train better." Principal Chen, who came out of the army, said that he wasn't worried. Every word he said was a reminder. He was afraid that Yi Qian would be too competitive and hurt herself. Yi Qian pursed her lips and smiled. She looked at the starry sky and listened quietly to the elder's advice. Time ticked by for nearly 10 minutes. I've received the acceptance letter. The village chief said that he wanted to celebrate, but my uncle rejected it. Everyone in the surrounding villages knows that there's a top scorer in Shuiku village. Some parents even came here to buy your old teaching materials. Speaking of the village, Principal Chen's smile deepened. Thank goodness you don't have a photo. Uncle said that if you did, people would take it back and paste it on the children's bookcases. Yi Qian also smiled. When she was in the province's #1 middle school, her exam papers and teaching materials were all kept by Teacher Tong. Some students left with 2 big boxes of books and exam papers, but she didn't have a single book or exam paper except for a few sets of clothes. You didn't disturb your uncle, did you? If people keep coming, you might as well stay in the army for a while. Yi Qian's eyebrows were quiet. She lacked the sharpness of training during the day. She was like an ordinary girl who had left home. Her words revealed her attachment to home. After we received your acceptance letter, we stayed in the army for a week before coming back. Because of your influence, a few high school graduates in our village have plans to become soldiers. Even Yi Ying, who has heart disease, said that she wants to become an art soldier. At the mention of Yi Ying, Principal Chen's expression dimmed. Your aunt said that Yi Ying wants to be an art soldier in the Beijing government regiment. She's already handed in her files and is waiting to enlist. Yi Ying wants to be an art soldier? Is that possible? Hearing this, Yi Qian directly laughed. We all know that she has heart disease and her military training files. Isn't she afraid of being happy for nothing if she wants to be an art soldier in the Beijing government regiment? The matter of Yi Jifan's family was brought up after a few words. Whether or not Yi Ying could become an artistic soldier did not affect Yi Jian. If she really joined the army, Yi Jian felt that she would have another evidence of Yi Jifan's bribery. The news of Yi Ying joining the military had already spread throughout the village. It even overshadowed Yi Jian's entrance into the military academy. Sun Dongqing's gloominess was swept away. Wherever she went, she would happily talk about her daughter joining the military. At this time, Yi Jian was already sitting on the helicopter with a sniper rifle in her hand. She aimed at the floating object on the sea and completed the sniping. Frogmen often use platforms on the sea to provide cover from the air. After sniping the target, the sniper needs to jump into the sea to support his teammates. He is 57 meters away from the sea and 241 meters from the target. As Li Jinyan reported a set of precise numbers, Yi Qian, who was wearing a diving suit without any oxygen equipment, half-squatted at the door of the helicopter. He used his hands to steady the sniper rifle. His black eyes were as cold as ice as he aimed at the floating target. He calculated the effects of wind and airflow in his mind. His slender finger was on the trigger. 1, 2, 3, a precise shot. Bang! The object on the sea was shattered into pieces by a 7.62 bullet made by the North Korea. Chapter 1288. Yi Qian had a certain level of confidence in her sniping skills. She had gone through all kinds of training under Principal Chen, a world-class sniper. She had already begun the platform instability training in the first year of the 4-year plan. That was why she had cooperated with Xia Jinyuan for the first time, racing in the rain, to capture criminals who sold military intelligence. Although it was her first time sniping from a helicopter, it did not affect her in any way. During the altitude training, Principal Chen rowed a wooden boat on the lake, while she sat in the wooden boat and sniped floating objects from 200 meters away. This kind of training method was called unstable platform sniper training. What was different from this training method was that the rotating propellers of the helicopter brought about a series of unstable factors to the sniper parameters. Yi Qian was very confident that she could accurately calculate the range, wind speed, influence of the airflow, and bullet trajectory. Even though she was sniping from a helicopter, she was still very confident. After the bullet left the barrel, Yi Qian put down the sniper rifle in a few seconds. The helicopter pilot quickly turned sideways and flew away from the target area. The pilot's steady voice came through the earpiece. 40, 30, 20 meters away from the sea, complete dive. As the pilot's voice fell, Yi Qian took off the earpiece. Without hesitation, she transformed into a black fish from the cabin, which was about 15 to 18 meters above the sea, and dove into the sea. White waves gradually appeared in the sea. A wave surged over, but Yi Qian's figure was no longer on the sea. From sniping to diving, it took 2 minutes and 41 seconds. The helicopter took 2 minutes and 7 seconds to turn. Da Xiao, who was sitting on the Special Forces inflatable boat, recorded the time Yi Qian took to snipe from the air to diving. His eyes were full of shock as he watched the figure disappear from the sea. Even his voice was trembling. She took 34 seconds alone. Devil, I'm shocked. If there were more female soldiers like her, the male soldiers would have to face the wall and reflect on their mistakes. It's a pity that our Storm Commando unit doesn't recruit female soldiers. Otherwise, I'd want to snatch her away. After recording the data, Da Xiao looked at the sparkling sea and let out a long, melancholy sigh. I can only watch. It's a little depressing. If she can stay in our team for a year and a half, I dare say that she will be an outstanding amphibious frogman. I can't keep good soldiers, and I can't keep them. My heart doesn't feel good. Turning his head, he saw Li Jinyan checking the diving equipment. His expression was so cold that it did not change at all. As the vice captain, the Great Mermaid felt even more suffocated. He asked in a muffled voice, I say, Demon King, why aren't you tempted? Only Li Jinyan and the Great Mermaid were on the boat. The other team member was working with Yi Qian to complete the sea battle and the infiltration mission. Demon King Li, who was checking the equipment, had a cold expression on his handsome face. His thin lips curled up slightly, and he looked at the vice captain with a smile that was not a smile in his eyes. He slowly and calmly answered, Firstly, the Storm Commandos clearly stated that they do not recruit female soldiers. Secondly, the army will not agree. Thirdly, she has no intention of staying. There is no need to think about the things that have been decided from the beginning. Just remember that she does not belong to the Marine, she only belongs to the army. We are only responsible for training her. Seeing such an outstanding soldier leave the team, there is no need for her to stay. You will still be able to see her fighting in the future. Her individual combat ability is strong. Her reflexes are directly proportional to her physical fitness and professional skills. No matter which unit she goes to, she will be a sharp knife soldier. No matter which unit she goes to, she will still be a soldier of our country. Chapter 1289. Li Jinyan, who had confirmed that there were no problems with his equipment, put on the closed mixed gas underwater breathing equipment. Before putting on the breathing mask, Li Jinyan passed the binoculars to the Great Mermaid, who was still sighing. You're now on the enemy's ship. Guard it well. The equipment that was pulled out for Yi Qian's naval combat training was not lacking. Boats, helicopters, diving equipment, guns, and ammunition were all fully equipped. It was a naval combat training with only 4 people. Li Jinyan and the Great Mermaid were the enemy, while Yi Qian and the other water demon were the army. One was attacking, and the other was defending. It was a mock battle so that Yi Qian could master the skills of naval combat faster. He could only master and understand, but he could not become a professional. Even if it was just to master and understand, a mock battle training was enough to broaden Yi Qian's horizons and benefit a lot. The Great Mermaid raised her thick eyebrows and smiled with interest. To tell you the truth, I'm looking forward to her arrival very much. Let's see if she can break through your defense line and install the magnetic mines on the inflatable boat. Don't underestimate her. Li Jinyan, who had repeatedly reminded her, pulled on his diving suit and put on the breathing mask. He picked up the new underwater rifle specially equipped for the frogman and made an OK gesture at the Great Mermaid. He then flipped over from the side of the boat and entered the water. Ripples spread out on the surface of the sea. In the blink of an eye, Li Jinyan disappeared into the vast sea. As an enemy, the Great Mermaid quickly gathered her thoughts and quickly operated the Special Operations hard-shelled inflatable boat to hide behind a nearby reef. One of the naval operations, underwater demolition, required the cooperation of at least 2 frogmen. This training was destructive. It required the frogmen to deal with reefs, rocks, shoals near the landing beach that could cause the landing ship to run aground, as well as shore or underwater obstacles set up by the enemy to prevent the landing force from reaching the shore. After 2 hours of sea clearing was completed, the next step was underwater demolition, the placement of the magnetic mines on the enemy's ship, and the identification and marking of the mines. Yi Qian was responsible for placing the magnetic mines on the Special Operations hard-shelled inflatable boat operated by the Great Mermaid, clearing the landing obstacles, and completing the beach immersion training. The other teammate was responsible for reconnaissance, inspection, luring, and other frontline combat tactics. Yi Qian, who had his back against the reef, quickly put on the circulating diving equipment. The water demon in charge of vigilance stared at the surface of the sea with a burning gaze to prevent the enemy's Lee Demon King from launching a sneak attack. There were 2 types of diving suits, light diving suits and heavy diving suits. The light diving suits were further divided into 2 types, dry and wet diving suits. The battle at sea this time did not require a heavy diving suit. Therefore, Yi Jian was wearing a light and dry diving suit that did not allow the diver to come into contact with the water. They jumped down from the helicopter and quickly found their team members. They changed their normal rubber diving suits into light diving suits. The whole changing process took less than 5 minutes. Yi Qian had a survival knife, a strong flashlight, a diving instrument, a backup breathing apparatus, and an ultrasonic signal processor. There were no problems with the diving suit's charging equipment, and the buoyancy control vest's shoulder vent valve was sealed properly. Yi Qian, who looked like he was in a sci-fi movie, used a total of 4 minutes and 31 seconds to finish changing. The water demon in charge of vigilance heard the TSS sound coming from behind him. Based on the sound alone, he knew that she was only wearing a mask and headgear. The water demon, who only revealed her head and the new waterproof rifle, shortened the distance between her and Yi Qian to less than 30 centimeters. Although her voice was low, she said each word coldly, "The Demon King likes to attack. Let's dive deep first and take care of the Great Mermaid." Chapter 1290. At this time, the water ghost looked like he was really going to fight at sea. His eyes were full of murderous intent and vigilance. "I'll be in charge of luring them. You'll be in charge of installing the magnetic mines. Try to reach the enemy's sea area within 3 hours." Yi Qian looked at the most advanced underwater breathing equipment on his body. His eyes were as bright as stars and cold as ice. His lips curled into a sharp smile as he said slowly, "I'll cut in from the back. Otherwise, it'll be a waste of this diving equipment." Her words made the water ghost chuckle. "That makes sense. This equipment is most suitable for infiltrating the enemy's rear area. You'll have no problem cutting in from the back." The diving equipment on the 2 of them was specially designed for combat frogmen. It allowed the frogman's exhalation to not be discharged into the water, but to be stored in a breathing bag after being processed. It would then enter the equipment for recirculation. Through chemical filtration, the carbon dioxide in the exhaust gas would be filtered out, and the oxygen consumed would be refilled. This was the purpose of long-term, long-distance diving. In addition, there were 2 major features. First, no air bubbles were produced during the breathing process. This greatly improved the concealment of frogmen on special operations missions. Second, the backpack design was more suitable for underwater combat and increased the sensitivity of underwater combat. Yi Qian put on his helmet and mask. He gestured to his team members to dive at the same time. 2 dark figures disappeared from the surface of the sea along the reef. At the frogman training base about 100 miles away from this area, the Navy commander and the Army commander, Jun Wei, sat in front of a row of surveillance screens. The top 4 surveillance screens were monitoring the sea area where Yi Jian and the others were in 360 degrees from the east, west, south, and north without any blind spots. The 4 surveillance screens in the middle showed that Yi Jian not only had to deal with the underwater obstacles, but also had to avoid the anti-diver equipment set up. The bottom 4 screens showed the landing point on the beach and the final assembly point. "Old Yang, the female soldier you sent over is this." The Navy commander watched Yi Qian complete a precise sniper shot from the helicopter and then dive from a high altitude. He sighed and gave Yi Qian a thumbs up. "I've been in the army for 34 years, and this is the first time I've met such an outstanding female soldier. Every time the vice captain called, he mentioned that it's a pity that our frogman unit doesn't recruit female soldiers. Otherwise, he would really want to force her to stay in our navy. Old Young, you're lucky you acted early. I dare say that as long as she attends the military academy and her overall results are out, all the major military regions will fight to recruit her. With a slight smile on his face, the Major General replied politely, in this line of work, you have to be fast and decisive. Once you find a good seedling, you should grab him from a young age. He didn't sound polite at all. This time, you really won. The Navy commander looked at the two figures that had entered the surveillance range and said with appreciation, in less than 2 months of diving training, her speed is only 3 meters behind our frogman. Talented, talented. The water ghost in front of him didn't slow down just because he was followed by a recruit. A simulated naval combat training mission was all about realism. Yi Qian didn't ask him to stop and wait for her either. He kept a distance of about 3 meters behind her as he dove into the underwater obstacles that needed to be dealt with. Alert, 20 minutes, complete. As they entered the sea, the water ghost in front gestured at Yi Qian. He pulled out his life-saving knife and started to be in charge of keeping watch in an area about 10 meters away from Yi Qian. He also activated the ultrasonic detector to detect if there were any intruders 10 meters away. Chapter 1291. The seawater of the base's naval combat zone was a little turbid due to the undersea currents. Yi Qian turned on the flashlight and dived into the water with her head down and her feet facing upwards. Time ticked by. Yi Qian cleared the 2 underwater obstacles. She didn't even have time to surface to change her position. She immediately met up with the water ghost codenamed Big Eel and entered the next zone. The seawater was not only dark but also very turbid. Big Eel, who was leading the way, held a diving board to navigate. This time, it slowed down and stealthily moved with Yi Qian. The diving board was a type of handheld equipment. It had a graphical compass and underwater depth display function. It could help the diver navigate accurately underwater and wouldn't get lost due to the dark environment. The two of them kept groping and moving forward at the bottom of the sea. From 5 o'clock in the morning to 8 o'clock in the morning, Yi Jian did not come out of the water for 3 hours. She had been in the water all the time, and under the guidance of the Big Eel, she completed combat training and subject tasks one after another. Big Eel covered and guarded. Yi Qian completed the tasks and took action. After 3 hours, they finally infiltrated the enemy's boat. Yi Qian began to circle around and cut in from the back. The cooperating water ghost was in charge of luring them. The naval combat training had entered the most crucial moment. Li Jinyan, who had been lurking in the water, was like a sea monster hiding in the depths of the sea, quietly waiting for his prey to arrive. He was waiting for Yi Qian. He wanted to personally test the results of this female soldier's less than 2 months of underwater training. However, Yi Qian didn't want to face Demon King Li at all. She was confident that she could fight Demon King Li on land, but underwater, Yi Qian knew her own limits and didn't dare to face him carelessly. She carefully avoided the detection range of the ultrasonic waves. She swam with her feet and headed straight for her target. She doesn't plan to face the enemy. 3 hours later, the naval commander, who had been sitting in front of the surveillance screen, pointed at the figure that had been submerged in the sea for 3 hours and said proudly, Li Jinyan, the sharp knife of the team, is neck and neck with Xie Jinyuan. Major General Lu was a little overprotective. Your Li Jinyan is not bad, and our Xie Jinyuan is not bad either. Now that we have Yi Qian, Old Dong, I can rest assured. The Navy commander's surname was Dong. That's why I said you really won this time. In the past, you even wanted to win over Li Jinyan. You were so ruthless that you didn't leave a single one for the Marines. Old Yang, after so many years, I still remember. The Navy commander laughed. This Old Yang was still the same as before. Whenever he saw a good soldier, he would want to recruit him to the army. Who wouldn't want that? Everyone wanted to. It was undeniable that there were more elite soldiers in the army than in the Navy. Major General Lu adjusted his military cap. He felt that the topic needed to be changed. He restrained his expression and said solemnly, I'm very grateful for your care for Yi Qian. I knew that her training time was short, so I specially arranged 3 days of private training for her. Old Dong, I'm very grateful to you for supporting the army's work all this time. Thank you very much. I won't stand on ceremony. The most important thing is that Yi Qian is indeed a good seedling. Even if she becomes a soldier of the army in the future, she will still be a soldier of our country. On the surveillance screen, Li Jinyan suddenly turned around like a sea monster pouncing on its prey. Even through the screen, his ferocity could be felt. In an instant, he dashed forward a few meters. The naval commander who was speaking immediately cut off the topic. He found the target. Chapter 1292. Everyone in the control room turned their attention to the screen that had the best view of Li Jinyan's movements. The Navy commander ordered the technical lieutenant, monitor from all directions. Yes, sir. The technical soldier's first lieutenant's fingers pressed rows of buttons, and after a series of commands were output, the 2 screens that originally only showed Li Jinyan's movements became 6 screens with the top, middle, bottom, and middle screens showing him in all directions. Not only could they see Li Jinyan's movements in the water without any blind spots, but Yi Qian's figure also appeared on the screen as the underwater probe rotated. Yi Jian was looking for cover. The sense of crisis that made her feel as if she was going to be suffocated by the seawater suddenly surged. It was as if some deep-sea monster was entrenched in the dark, turbid seawater and was stretching out its tentacles to catch its prey. In an instant, Yi Qian knew that she had been targeted by Li Jinyan. Teammate luring failed. Being targeted by Li Jinyan, codenamed Demon King, even increased the psychological pressure. Yi Qian's first reaction was to immediately look for cover instead of fighting the Demon King head-on. The Navy commander who was observing her saw her reaction and her underwater movements. He smiled at the serious-looking Army Major General and said, although she only has a month of training, her underwater movement skills are no worse than a real water ghost's. Frogmen are very wary of using their hands to paddle underwater. The correct way to move and dive is to use the 2 feet to provide power, freeing up the hands to do other things. Or complete shooting, fighting, throwing in mines, or completing underwater exploration. From Yi Qian's discovery of danger and her avoidance of cover, you can completely see how professional she is in diving. Look at how her feet are moving the entire time, and her hands are constantly exploring. Don't underestimate this movement. When people reach the bottom of the water, their natural reaction is to keep their hands and feet together. Moreover, to practice the natural reaction of the underwater is to move the feet up and down. She needs to complete 2 hours of standing in the water every day. Her head and shoulders must be above the water, and her hands must be raised. She must rely on her feet to float up and complete the training requirements. After that, the naval commander asked the whale who was standing beside him, I heard that Li Jinyan added something to Yi Qian's treading water training for the first half of the month. The Major General of the army, who had been listening carefully, looked at the water ghost who had been training with Yi Qian for more than a month. He smiled and asked, what's wrong? Did you fail? In the army, when soldiers were given extra training, it usually meant that they had failed in their training and needed to undergo more training. Whale immediately straightened his back and answered the Major General seriously, in the beginning, there will be failures. According to the training requirements, if there are 3 movements with both hands within 20 minutes of stepping on water, you will be deemed as a failure. Yi Qian's training time is 2 months shorter than the rest of the team. If you fail, you will need to strengthen yourself even more. We will use the method of placing lead weights around your waist. Each piece weighs 2 kilograms, and there are a total of 4 pieces on your left and right waists. A total of 8 kilograms of lead weights will be tied to your waist. You will be able to walk on water and do your webbing until you pass. The Major General of the Army only knew a little about what kind of professional skills frogmen should have. When he heard this, he nodded and said, from what you've said, Yi Qian's diving operation is considered to have passed. A faint smile appeared on his serious face, and even his powerful voice had a hint of a smile. This girl has always been harsh on herself. No matter what she does, she will do her best. She will never be half-hearted or give up halfway. I'm not worried that she won't be able to learn after putting her on your team for training. Chapter 1293. Yi Qian is a very outstanding soldier. After a week of underwater training under lead, she finished in 3rd place in her swimming training while armed with flippers. When Da Whale spoke, his eyes were filled with pride. It was obvious that he approved of Yi Qian's abilities. Major General, we all think that Yi Qian will have a place in any unit in the future. She will be looked up to by all the male soldiers. Yi Qian didn't know that she would receive such high praise from the water ghosts. At this time, she was already 17 meters deep, but the feeling of being watched by Demon King Li was still there. The feeling of being stared at in the water was even more terrifying than being stared at on land. The physical and psychological feeling was different from being stared at on land. You could still run and find a place to hide immediately, but in the water, there was nowhere. There was nowhere to run or hide even if you wanted to. It was a physical and psychological challenge. The huge water pressure in the deep water pressed down on her limbs, making her feel even more tense. Yi Qian felt around until she found a reef. She grabbed the reef with both hands. The feeling of something solid in her palms eased her tense emotions. She didn't even see Li Jinyan's shadow in the water, but the feeling of being watched followed her like a shadow. Even when she was hiding behind the reef, she didn't relax. When frogmen fought underwater, they always fought for 2 people. If one of their comrades was in trouble, the other would be able to save them immediately. But now, there was only Yi Qian, and she was still a new recruit. Even though Li Jinyan saw her, he didn't immediately swim over. He was worried that Yi Qian would notice that he was panicking. His subconscious reaction was to quickly dive to the surface. This was the most taboo in deep diving. It was an extremely dangerous move. Frogmen would inhale air with the same pressure as the environment in the water through their cylinders. If a frogman suddenly surfaced, the air pressure in their bodies would be greater than the air pressure outside their bodies. Then, large amounts of air bubbles would accumulate in their blood, causing life-threatening decompression sickness. Yi Qian was about 19 meters deep in the water. If she rushed to the surface because of Li Jinyan's appearance, it was very likely that she would die. After completing the training alone, even the experienced Li Jinyan did not dare to be too reckless. After Yi Qian swam out of a certain range, Li Jinyan swam towards the inflatable boat that the Great Mermaid was on. The fact that Yi Qian was able to escape from him so quickly and immediately find an underwater cover meant that he had already explored this area and memorized the position of the people in the water. His reaction is fast, and his foundation is solid. Although he is bold, he is disciplined. The naval commander, who had been sitting in front of the surveillance screen all this time, once again commented on Yi Qian's underwater performance. Also, she was able to dodge Li Jinyan's attacks so quickly. "Old Yang, if you hand her over to our team for another 2 years, I'll give you an excellent underwater frogman." There were a total of 7 people in the surveillance room. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Yi Qian and Li Jinyan's figures. Even though 3 hours had passed, no one felt bored or wanted to leave the surveillance room. Major General Yang of the army had specially come over to watch Yi Qian's training. He was willing to stay for another 3 hours. Seeing Yi Qian's quick reaction to avoid approaching danger, the Major General, who had watched countless drills and participated in countless actual combat exercises, let out a sigh of relief. "We have high expectations for her. We hope that she can immediately join the army to carry out missions after entering the military academy." The Major General's serious voice was low and restrained, as if it weighed 1,000 pounds. "Our country's special forces still need to be improved. We urgently need a comprehensive talent like Yi Qian to join us." Chapter 1294. For the time being, you're only building an amphibious underwater frogman unit. Old Dong, the task on my shoulders isn't any lighter than yours. With just one sentence, the Navy commander seemed to have guessed something. Surprise flashed across his face, and a hint of seriousness appeared. "Amphibious unit. I see. I understand now. No wonder they had to send Yi Qian over. It turned out that her future in the military had already been determined. You see further than I do. She has already been training for 5 years, plus 4 years of military school. A soldier with 9 years of special training under your command, and she's still so young. Old Yang, you really have great foresight. You make me feel ashamed of myself. There were only 4 people in the surveillance room. One of them was a lieutenant of operations, and the other was a great mermaid. The Navy commander's words would not be leaked, and this kind of conversation would not cause any leaks. Li Jinyan seemed to have sensed that his prey had swam away. He slowly turned his back to the surveillance screen and faced it directly. His expression couldn't be seen clearly because he was wearing a breathing mask, but from the way he swung his slender legs, it was easy to tell that he was in a good mood. The undersea airflow blew past the breathing mask in front of him, and a few unknown fish swam leisurely with the airflow. Yi Qian, who was holding onto the reef with both hands, focused his gaze and swam in the opposite direction of the airflow. However, the inflatable boat was deeper in the water than the rubber boat. There was a group of reef islands nearby. If it were her, she would definitely hide the boat behind the reef islands. Since Li Jinyan had his eyes on her, the task of installing the magnetic mines could only be given to her partner, Big Eel. Under the guidance of the diving board's navigation system, after 20 minutes, Yi Qian and Big Eel met underwater. The two of them kept their heads facing up, and they communicated with hand signals at the water level about 50 centimeters below the surface. Yi Qian pointed above the water and crossed his hands. "Keep an eye on me. We'll exchange missions." "Okay." Big Eel nodded. It seemed that Demon King Li intended to fight with Yi Qian underwater, so he naturally had to cooperate. After the mission exchange, the two of them separated again. From the deep water level, Yi Qian slowly approached the boat when they were about 3 meters above the water level. It was the first time she was acting alone underwater. No matter how brave she was, she didn't dare to act as freely as she did on land. She remembered the key points of underwater activities and didn't make any mistakes. Not far away, Li Jinyan, who was defending, floated to the surface. A thin smile flashed across his cold eyes as he said to the Great Mermaid on the ship, "She's coming over. I'll fight her underwater first." Big Eel, Yi Qian. Big Eel didn't persuade Li Jinyan to give up, but she reminded him again. Yi Qian, Eel, Big Eel's is, Big Eel, Big Eel, Big Eel, Big Eel, Eel, Big Eel sa's to Eel to Eel. To s Eel of T of them Eel. Don't let anything happen. Li Jinyan understood even without Big Eel's reminder. He made an okay gesture, put on his breathing mask again, and slowly sank to the bottom of the sea to intercept Yi Qian. The entire training was centered around Yi Qian. Li Jinyan wanted to test Yi Qian's underwater combat skills. Big Eel wanted to see if she could successfully clear the boats that were preventing them from landing and seizing the beach. The Navy commander and Major General of the Army wanted to see the results of her more than a month of training to see if she met the standards. The murky water stirred, and danger suddenly arrived. Seeing the figure approaching silently like an electric eel, Yi Qian turned her body and swam 1 meter toward the surface. She lowered the water pressure first before facing Li Jinyan head-on. Chapter 1295. The murky water was so quiet that he could hear the sound of his flippers moving up and down. Listening to the sound of the water not far away, Yi Qian's first instinct was that Li Jinyan had already caught up to him. As he swam to the surface, Yi Qian pulled out his frogman dagger. The frogman dagger was a special weapon that was rust-resistant and magnetic-resistant. Even if it encountered the electromagnetic fuse of underwater explosives, it would not trigger an explosion. With the dagger in hand, Yi Qian used his body as bait and swam around the boat. Firstly, he wanted to buy time for Big Eel. Secondly, he wanted to attract all the underwater dangers to himself. Li Jinyan used a forced attack to force Yi Qian into the underwater obstacle course at the base. There was seaweed and ropes hidden in the seaweed. If he was not careful, he would either be entangled by the seaweed or be caught by the ropes. Is the Devil King crazy? His forcing Yi Qian into the underwater obstacle course. Big Eel, who was swimming towards the boat, looked at the disappearing figure in the water. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes. Does he really want to spread the name of the Devil King throughout the 3 armies? All the water ghosts knew how difficult the underwater obstacle course was. There were old materials, fishing nets, ropes, and deliberately cultivated seaweed. These could easily get entangled with the frogman's breathing apparatus and other equipment. Even veterans like them had to be extra careful when they entered. The big eel was worried for Yi Jian, and so was the big whale who was watching from the monitoring screen. It quietly glanced at the Navy commander's face from the corner of its eye. As soon as it glanced at the commander's face, the big whale was frightened by the coldness on the commander's face, and its heart skipped a beat. Oh no! The Navy commander seemed a little angry. How many water ghosts are there at the base now? The Navy commander's eyes were serious. Li Jinyan was too bold. He actually led Yi Qian into the underwater obstacle course that required at least 8 months of basic training to pass. Did he not want his own future anymore? If something happened, the army would lose a general, and so would the navy. In the end, it would harm the country and waste the country's effort. Big Whale immediately replied, "There are 11 water ghosts in my team at the base. There were also 16 combat frogmen and scout frogmen. A total of 27 soldiers. Send 4 combat frogmen over there to keep an eye on the situation. If anything happens, send reinforcements immediately." The Navy commander immediately issued the order. As the commander, he had the responsibility to protect the safety of all the soldiers. He also had the responsibility to prevent possible dangers in advance. Yes, the Great Merman immediately carried out his orders. He was also afraid of accidents. Although Major General Yang of the Lu Army did not know much about underwater warfare, when he saw Yi Qian's unhurried swimming posture, he vaguely felt that Yi Qian was deliberately swimming towards the danger zone ahead. Not for the time being. Let's observe first. He stopped the Great Mermaid from leaving. Yi Qian has never done anything rash. Just now, she used the diving board to navigate and swam east. Based on my understanding of her, she's swimming east with a purpose. In other words, they were not forced by Li Jinyan to the east-facing underwater obstacle. Major General Yang had known Yi Qian for 3 years. He usually paid attention to her training. In addition, Yi Qian had carried out several military missions, so Major General Yang was very reassured by her combat stability. Therefore, Major General Yang thought that she was doing it on purpose because she wasn't in a hurry. The Great Merman received the Navy commander's nod and returned. He said, "Although Yi Qian's training time was short, the water ghosts we left on the training reef island all took her through many training exercises. For example, we taught her how to use the life-saving knife to save herself through seaweed and fishing nets, but it was not as complicated as this." Chapter 1296. In other words, with Li Jinyan around, even though there was a certain amount of danger, it wouldn't be fatal. This was a form of trust. You could put your life in the hands of your comrade and trust your comrade. "Old Dong, I'm not nervous." "Why are you nervous?" "Let's see how exciting this underwater fight is." Major General Yang was even more relieved after hearing this. He was even more certain that Yi Qian was doing this on purpose. This little girl had an adventurous spirit, but she was also steady. He believed that she wouldn't put herself in danger. After that, he laughed and said, don't worry, let's watch." Even though Li Jinyan isn't my soldier, Xia Jinyuan, has mentioned him to me before. He's the best underwater specialist in the entire army. Even though the devil is cruel, he's also admirable. The Navy commander felt very comfortable when his soldier was praised. "I'm not worried about Li Jinyan. I was just worried that you wouldn't be. Since you're not worried, let's wait for the exciting underwater fight." The entire underwater training foundation was equipped with underwater detection probes used on submersible ships. The first lieutenant was familiar with the operation of the 3 rows of computers. Every part of the underwater obstacle section was clearly displayed on the screen. Yi Qian's figure was already close to the underwater obstacle section. When she made a movement to turn her head, Major General Yang was even more certain that she was swimming towards the dangerous area on her own accord and not being forced by Li Jinyan. It was just as Major General Yang had guessed. He knew that when they entered the enemy's defensive zone to fight, they would face a situation where the enemy had plenty of reinforcements while they had no reinforcements. Even though it was dangerous to enter the complicated sea region and it would bring inconvenience to their movements and reduce their speed, it would also provide them with natural obstacles and cover. Li Jinyan was the captain. How could a rookie like her face him directly? She had to hide quickly and then end the battle quickly. The dagger in her hand, which was the life-saving knife, was extremely useful at this time. This special dagger blade was 2 centimeters wide and 8 centimeters long. The back of the blade had sharp serrations. As long as it was used well, it could quickly cut through ropes, seaweed, and fishing nets on the seabed. This was one of the underwater survival skills that Yi Qian had learned at the beginning of the month. He applied what he had learned and used it creatively. He stepped on the water with his flippers. While pushing aside the seaweed with one hand, he swung his dagger with the other to cut off the long seaweed that might entangle his breathing equipment. Facing these visible and fatal dangers alone was not only a test of one's physical fitness, but also a test of one's courage and willpower. The simulated combat training had greatly improved Yi Qian's mental endurance, self-control, and courage to overcome difficulties under anaerobic conditions. Arranging such a training session was enough to show how much Li Jinyan expected of Yi Qian. He wanted to fully explore Yi Qian's potential and make her an excellent amphibious frogman. Li Jinyan scooped up a floating seaweed with one hand, and the handsome face under the mask held a trace of a smile. He thought that he was the one who forced her into the water hazard, but in reality, she was the one who lured him over. Good job, Yi Qian. This was the first time he participated in a simulated combat training, and he immediately knew how to use underwater obstacles to seize the opportunity. In such an environment, when frogmen and anti-frogmen met, it was very likely that both sides would be too close for them to draw their guns. At that time, the performance of underwater combat skills would greatly affect the outcome of the battle, so it was necessary to quickly attack and retreat as quickly as possible. Chapter 1297. Yi Qian. She wanted to lure him in, observe him in secret, and then finish the fight and retreat quickly. Visibility was low underwater, and the situation underwater was complicated. Yi Qian, who was holding onto a rope with one hand, looked around calmly, quietly waiting for Li Jinyan to approach. 1, 2, 3. She silently counted to 8 in her heart. A black figure that looked like a swordfish swept past a clump of seaweed. It had begun. The underwater combat had begun. The people in front of the monitor held their breaths when they saw Yi Qian suddenly attack. The ripples in the water expanded, and Yi Qian used the dagger in her hand very flexibly, directly attacking Li Jinyan's air supply system. The air supply system was the focus of the frogman's attack and defense in underwater combat. Once the air supply was cut, the frogmen would lose their oxygen supply, and the consequences would be obvious. Li Jinyan's eyes darkened. What a murderous female soldier. She used her killer move as soon as she started. Discover the enemy first, seize the opportunity to defeat the enemy, hit the enemy in one hit, end the battle quickly. These were all underwater combat tactics, and Yi Qian remembered them well and used them flexibly. Yi Qian, who had taken the initiative, knew very well that she didn't have the ability to fight Li Jinyan for too long. How could she beat Li Jinyan? First, she would help Big Eel install the magnetic mine, then use the complicated terrain to escape. Escape was Yi Qian's main tactic. Li Jinyan raised his hand and used his elbow to block Yi Qian's dagger attack. Yi Qian didn't resist his move at all, and immediately withdrew her right hand that was holding the dagger. Then an unbelievable scene happened. The dagger in her right hand was suddenly in her left hand, so fast that the Navy commander and the big whale couldn't react in time. Major General Yang knew Yi Qian's ability. She was twice as fast as others when she fired a gun. Switching between her right and left hand was a piece of cake for her. She hasn't shown this move before. The big whale sighed softly. Fast, too fast. Fortunately, the one facing her was Li Jinyan. He had to attack the air supply system twice in a row to avoid her. Major General Yang smiled reservedly and said, Yi Qian has a very special ability. She can pull the trigger first and then shoot. What? Hearing this for the first time, the Navy commander felt that it was a little unbelievable. Everyone knew that accurate shooting required precise aiming, and then quickly pulling the trigger. How could she do the opposite? It did not conform to common sense, nor did it conform to science. When Major General Yang heard it for the first time, he thought it was unbelievable, but it was the truth. When I heard that, I was just like you. I was so shocked that I thought it was impossible. But it's true. I've seen her shoot with my own eyes. She picked up the gun in 2 seconds. Her reaction speed is beyond ordinary. Major General Yang said proudly with a deep smile on his face. She's familiar with every type of gun. She told me that as long as I hold a gun in my hand, the blueprint of the entire gun will appear in my mind. The moment I raise the gun and shoot, the blueprint will come alive. I can even feel the movement of the bullet. The big whale sucked in a breath of cold air. This was too unbelievable. What a powerful special ability. In the water, Yi Qian attacked with all her strength. She focused on attacking Li Jinyan's mask, air supply, throat, and ears. Her moves were fast and ruthless. Although her skills were not as good as Li Jinyan's, she adhered to the strategy of making weapons before making people. She used everything she had learned to find opportunities to attack. At this time, Li Jinyan was completely faced with Yi Qian's strategy. He realized that the female soldier who dared to face him acted like a seasoned water ghost, not like a new recruit at all. Chapter 1298. To be able to reveal her murderous intent in such a unique underwater environment without a trace of fear, it was obvious that her mental fortitude was no worse than a veteran. He did not pull out his dagger. Every time Yi Qian attacked, he would quickly block. Moreover, he deliberately slowed down his movements so that Yi Qian could see clearly how he should defend himself when facing an attack. Yi Qian quickly realized his intentions, and his admiration for this young major grew. He and Xia Jinyuan were the same type of people. They were both willing to guide and give pointers to their comrades who fought side by side with them. They were not afraid that their opponents would become stronger and suppress them. It was precisely because they were the same type of people that Xia Jinyuan had such a high opinion of Li Jinyan. The dagger in his left hand cut horizontally with a barb, and a string of bubbles flew towards the shoulder vent valve on Li Jinyan's buoyancy control vest. Even though Li Jinyan was only defending, Yi Qian felt that it was a little difficult for her. With the mask covering her face, Yi Qian did not see Li Jinyan's satisfied smile at her every move. Even if it was just a slight twitch of his thin lips, it was like a sudden spring breeze that melted the ice on his face. When Li Jinyan didn't smile, he had the imposing aura of a towering iceberg that made people revere him. However, once his handsome face smiled, the spring breeze blew gently, and peach blossoms bloomed everywhere. Even his cold eyes seemed to be covered with 10 li of flower brocade, so handsome that it made people blush. "Are you thinking of running away?" Li Jinyan asked softly as he held Yi Qian's left hand. Unfortunately, the water and the mask blocked out their voices. Yi Qian could not hear him at all. In underwater combat, you either fight or die. There is no such thing as running away. Knowing that she could not hear what he said, Li Jinyan used his actions to tell Yi Qian that there was no other choice but to fight. Defense became offense, and the roles of the two sides changed. Underwater demons Li Jinyan directly suppressed Yi Qian and pressed him against the fishing net. At the same time, he extended his right hand and attacked Yi Qian's breathing tube. Seeing this, Yi Qian loosened her grip on the dagger in her left hand. Her right hand quickly reached out and snatched the dagger back into her own hand. Her movements were so fast that, even Li Jinyan was extremely surprised. What a bold female soldier. He was already fighting her face to face, yet she still dared to let go of the dagger. Wasn't she afraid that the dagger would fall into his hands? Yi Qian had already made up his mind before he let go. After exchanging blows with Li Jinyan a few times, he had a better idea of what to do. He would only let go when he still had enough stamina. Trapped in the fishing net, Yi Qian forcefully swung her legs to raise her body slightly above the water's surface. As she blocked Li Jinyan with one hand, her sharp blade cut open the fishing net behind her as she floated to the surface. With a sidestep, she successfully broke through the fishing net and escaped Li Jinyan's fierce attack. In the water, the broken fishing net swayed gently. Yi Qian, who had escaped, did not leave. Instead, she took the initiative to attack. There was a certain degree of difficulty in moving backward, forward, and sideways. Since they were already facing each other, Yi Qian did not hesitate to choose a frontal attack. Even if her movements were limited, she had to fight to the end. Yi Qian lasted for 5 minutes. The great whale stared closely at Yi Qian's defensive moves. Even if she was forced into the fishing net, the great whale was still excited. Demon King Li's moves were all sure-kill moves, but Yi Qian was able to block them. The truth would be revealed underwater. The Navy commander nodded lightly. The admiration in his eyes deepened. To be able to last more than 5 minutes against Li Jinyan, Old Yang, you can continue to send her for training next time. Chapter 1299. I'll take your words to heart. Major General Yang laughed. His gaze was fixed on Yi Qian's every counterattack. His expression was slightly serious. Da Whale kept a close eye on the time while also keeping an eye on Yi Qian's defensive moves. Seeing that she didn't use any tricks and was only defending from a practical angle, Da Whale heaved a sigh of relief. Every move was very practical. Whenever she found an opportunity to attack, she would immediately attack the key points without any hesitation. This female soldier was capable of great things. The obstruction of the water severely affected Yi Qian's speed. Facing Li Jinyan's attacks, Yi Qian used simple and practical moves to attack. She could only attack while defending. Li Jinyan experienced Yi Qian's speed. His eyes darkened as he no longer slowed down his attack speed. Instead, he attacked at the speed he had been training. Facing the attack of the underwater Demon King, Yi Qian's reaction was at its highest level. She even used her underwater webbed swimsuit to protect her mask, breathing tube, and other important parts. The two figures were entangled underwater. Strings of bubbles kept floating to the surface. Yi Qian hugged Li Jinyan's upper body tightly from the front. She trapped his hands and used her mouth to bite down on his mask's breathing tube. Fight. Fight. She could only fight. She had already used the surprise attack move. She had also used the preemptive strike move. She had also used anti-reconnaissance, using the underwater terrain and underwater obstacles to hide her whereabouts. She had used all the moves she could think of, but they were all countered by him. Since she couldn't win and had no hope of escaping, she could only fight. The two of them were glued together. Li Jinyan, who had been shaken by the strength of Yi Qian's arms, didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She hugged his upper body. Her legs were still wrapped around his right leg. She was like a koala bear clinging to him. Yi Qian knew that she couldn't escape, nor could she win against Li Jinyan. She might as well take him down with her. At the end of the day, it was because his professional skills were not up to standard. He had not grasped the essentials of underwater combat, which was why he was suppressed by Demon King Li with every move he made. Li Jinyan, who had one leg entangled, made an ending gesture, indicating that the fight was over. Yi Qian's breathing tube was pulled out by Li Jin, and dense bubbles immediately appeared in the water. Without oxygen, Yi Qian's face immediately turned red. The next second, a pair of strong arms wrapped around her shoulders, and the backup breathing tube was put back into the mask. The oxygen that could sustain life was once again returned to the mask. Go up. Li Jinyan made a hand gesture. Without being entangled, he swam up and down with his fins and took the lead to swim to the surface of the water. In front of the monitor screen, Big Whale was laughing so hard that his shoulders were twitching. Because his commander and the major general of the army were there, he could only force himself to hold back his laughter. At that moment, tears were welling up in his eyes. That bear hug from Yi Qian, he dared to say that Demon King Li was stunned for 3 seconds. His upper body was being hugged by her, and one of his legs was even entangled with hers. This must be the first time the single major had such intimate contact with a woman in his life. I wonder if his face is red. Ha ha ha, it's probably a little red. The major general of the army was also laughing. This little Yi, in the end, she definitely wanted to take Li Jinyan down with her. She couldn't win, and she couldn't escape, so she hugged Li Jinyan with the determination to fight to the death. This move. What kind of move was this? Did she break the rules? The major general of the army didn't care about winning or losing. What he cared about was the rules that should be followed during training. Chapter 1300. The smile on the Navy commander's face deepened. He was also amused by Yi Qian's last bear hug. It's not against the rules, but it's not advisable. We don't recommend that frogmen perish together. As long as they can hold on, there's still a chance to counterattack, but they must fight with the determination to win. Frogmen rely on quick judgment, quick reaction, and quick action tactics. Yi Qian did all of that at the beginning. Later, when Li Jinyan counterattacked, he was able to escape from the fishing net despite the disparity in strength. More than a month of training has yielded result. The Army Major General's expression was a little serious. Perishing together was indeed not suitable for modern warfare, especially for a talent like Yi Qian. If he were to be sacrificed, it would be a great loss to the country. Don't bluff. Yi Qian was able to hold on for 12 minutes against Li Jinyan. That's already quite impressive. Also, this time, we're mainly testing her underwater combat results over the past month, not her overall results. The requirements can't be too high. True underwater combat is not a two-person underwater combat where the outcome is decided. Now, in the early stages of tracking frogmen, we use underwater sonar and sensors to determine the enemy's general location and direction of advance. Before the enemy enters the water, we wait for the enemy from behind or from the side. Once the enemy enters our attack range, we use underwater firearms to finish them off. Rarely do we engage in face-to-face combat. Yi Qian and Li Jinyan rushed out of the water one after the other. The Navy commander made a please gesture and left the monitoring room with the Army Major General. As the Navy commander, he was very satisfied with Yi Qian's result. She has too little time to train. A little more than a month for us frogmen is like a kindergartner who just entered school. Although she has some foundation, she's still far from being qualified. The Navy commander, who was speaking as he walked, stopped smiling. His voice was full of dignity and a hint of coldness. He said in a low voice, since World War II, frogmen have become a special force that the armies of various countries have attached great importance to. Our country started late, but we've invested a lot of financial and material resources into the development and training of frogmen. With the informatization of warfare, anti-frogmen operations have advanced weapons, and the probability of underwater combat is not very high. Even so, in order to improve the frogmen's survivability and anti-frogmen combat ability, underwater combat training is essential. Yi Qian is already not bad. She has grasped the essentials of underwater combat techniques, but she still needs to be skilled in battle tactics. You can leave her with me during the winter break this year. She'll definitely improve even more when she comes back. Major General Yang nodded slightly. After thinking for a while, he asked, "Do you think she can participate in the competition with the American Special Forces next year? By sending her to your unit for training, we did consider arranging for her to participate in the American team competition next year." He even arranged for her to go abroad to participate in such an important competition. The Navy commander couldn't hide the surprise on his face. "We do have such plans. So, even if you didn't mention sending her over for training during the winter break, I would have discussed it with you." It was noon, and the sun was so hot that it burned his skin. As the Major General walked in the sun, the golden epaulets on his shoulders shone with a cold golden light, showing the majesty of a Major General. This year's winter break, and next year's summer break will be 2 months. The competition in September will take about half a year to train her. The Navy commander didn't have any objections. He had no right to interfere with the Army's arrangements. "I can cooperate with the Army's arrangements. I can let Yi Qian return to the unit for training at any time. However, her training will be interrupted. Once she starts, the hard work she will have to put in is likely to be several times that of the other frogmen." Chapter 1301. At this point, the Navy commander recalled Yi Qian's training report and chuckled. No matter how tough or difficult it is, Yi Qian will definitely be able to persevere. "I can do it here. You can make the arrangements. If there's anything you need us to do." The seawater lapped against the shore, sweeping up starfish and hermit crabs. The two high-ranking officers talked as they walked further and further away from the monitoring room. The whale, who did not follow them, saw the two officers walking towards the beach and returned to the monitoring room. "Connect to the communication on boat 0101. He did not see the situation on the Great Mermaid's side just now, so he signaled the first lieutenant to connect him. He wanted to call the big eel directly and ask if he had completed the mission. The big eel had already installed the magnetic mine on the boat, which meant that the mission of the simulated combat training had been completed. However, Yi Qian had sacrificed himself. The Great Mermaid pulled the big eel onto the boat and answered with a smile, "It's done." "What's the situation with Yi Qian and the Demon King?" "I parked the boat behind the reef. They can't see where they are." Yi Qian and the Demon King fought for 12 minutes. In the end, Yi Qian hugged the Demon King's upper body with both hands and wrapped his legs around the Demon King's left leg. In the end, Yi Qian lost and the Demon King won. The Great Mermaid said in a low voice. The laughter that he had suppressed with great difficulty surged up again. The handheld communication microphone was silent for a few seconds. Then, the Great Mermaid's doubtful voice came through. She asked uncertainly, "I remember that the Demon King did not have any physical contact with the female soldier." "No, who would dare? Ha ha ha, only Yi Qian dared." I was stunned at that time. My eyes were fixed on the scene for a few seconds. The Demon King himself definitely did not expect Yi Qian to make such a move. Ha ha ha, not only did he hug the Demon King, he even wrapped his legs around one of the Demon King's legs. I tried to hold back my laughter until tears came out. The Great Mermaid coughed and said to her comrade, the big eel, who had taken off his breathing mask, the Great Mermaid said that Yi Qian hugged the Demon King's upper body under the sea and wrapped his legs around the Demon King's left leg. "Do you think we should consider letting Yi Qian take some responsibility?" "Yes, of course. The Demon King's innocence is gone." Gasping for breath, Big Eel slapped his thigh, and at the same time, his voice was full of vigor as he said, "You must tell Yi Qian about this. The Demon King's innocence is gone. This is the first time I met a female soldier who dared to hug the Demon King. She even hugged him. Amazing." The Great Mermaid nodded solemnly. "You're right. The Demon King's innocence is gone. I see that Yi Qian is also a very responsible female soldier. Talk to her and she should be able to take responsibility. What do you think?" "That's right. A man and a woman, they're quite compatible." "Big Eel, what are you trying to say? If a man and a woman aren't compatible, do you think a man and a man are compatible?" Li Jinyan, whose innocence had been exposed by his comrade, floated to the surface of the water. He took off his breathing mask and looked at Yi Qian expressionlessly with his cold eyes. Yi Qian, who had taken off his breathing mask, saw his expression and his gaze, which was as bright as an unsheathed sword. Her heart immediately sank. She could guess what he was going to say. "You." His gaze inadvertently swept over Yi Qian's fingers, which had turned white from being soaked in the water. He originally wanted to criticize her severely, but he swallowed back the words he wanted to say. Just then, the inflatable boat hidden behind the reef came out with a white flag. Li Jinyan, who had furrowed his brows without leaving a trace, pursed his lips and said in a low voice, "Get on the boat first." The atmosphere was a little heavy. Yi Qian, who realized that she had made a mistake, gently exhaled a mouthful of turbid air that was stained with the smell of seawater. She nodded slightly, turned around, and swam towards the boat. Chapter 1302. Yi Qian, who was basically dead, couldn't carry out the next beach diving training, and Li Jinyan had more important things to warn Yi Qian. The two of them remained silent throughout the whole process and swam to the docked inflatable boat. Even when they got on the boat, Li Jinyan's low pressure didn't dissipate. The afternoon sun shone so brightly that it felt like they were in a steamer while wearing a rubber diving suit. The humidity from the sea hadn't dissipated when they climbed onto the boat, and sweat slowly flowed down their foreheads. The big shark gently patted Li Jinyan's shoulder and reminded him in a low voice, "Don't be so serious." The big whale said that her performance in the water wasn't bad. "Don't be too strict with her. After all, she's only been training with us for less than 2 months. She cleared the landing obstacles, confirmed the location of the marked mines, and completed the installation of the magnetic mines. In the end, you have to train her yourself. How can she bypass you and complete the final beach landing when there's such a big difference in strength? Jinyan, you can be strict with her, but you can't be too harsh." He was afraid that his team members would be intimidated and directly criticize Yi Qian as if he was criticizing his comrades in the team. This would make the shy female soldier feel embarrassed. Yi Qian was still boarding the boat on the other side, and the big eel happened to bend down to pull her up. It didn't notice the interaction between the big shark and Li Jinyan. When boarding the boat with diving equipment, they needed to help each other. Otherwise, it would be difficult to get up in a short time. Thank you. Yi Qian at the stern smiled and thanked the big eel. Her clear voice floated to the big shark's ears like the sound of a zither. He then said earnestly to Li Jinyan, who was wiping his breathing mask, "Later, no matter what, you have to be tactful about it, okay? No matter how outstanding Yi Qian is, she's still a female soldier, not a bunch of rough men like us." After saying that, the big shark sighed softly and said with a puzzled face, "That's not right. What did she do wrong? Why did you pull a long face when you got on the boat? I didn't even ask what she did wrong. It's been 3 minutes since I boarded the ship. You didn't even give me a second to speak." Li Jinyan, who had wiped his breathing mask clean, raised his eyebrows slightly. Under the sunlight, his three-dimensional facial features were like that of a god. The indifference in his eyes was unbreakable and filled with a fearful gaze. "Now, can I speak?" The Great Mermaid took a deep breath. "Then why do you look so strange? I'm a little embarrassed, is that okay?" Li Jinyan replied indifferently. His handsome face maintained an indifference that seemed uninterested in anything. No matter how one looked at him, they couldn't see where he was embarrassed. Hearing such an answer, the Great Mermaid choked and coughed several times. It had thought of many things, but it had never thought that, so this was the reason. In the next second, Li Jinyan said indifferently, "She did make a mistake. Mutual destruction? When did we ever teach her underwater combat? If she escaped from the fishing net, she would have had the time to pull out the underwater pistol and aim it at him, but she didn't. Faced with his approach, she had no choice but to choose the stupidest way." He was indeed a little embarrassed to be hugged by her, but more than that, he was angry that she didn't seize the opportunity to directly subdue him and chose the stupidest way in the end. "Say it all at once, so that I won't feel so uneasy." The Great Mermaid turned around and looked at Yi Qian, who was tidying up his diving equipment. She couldn't help but lower her voice and say, "You didn't lose anything by being hugged. Don't look so cold as if you've lost your innocence. If you really feel that you've lost your innocence, why don't you discuss it with Yi Qian? Let her take responsibility." Chapter 1303. In the end, it became a joke. 19 years old is a little young, but you're only 6 years older than her. It's not easy to find a female soldier in our team. You should really consider it. Faced with his comrade's teasing and undetectable seriousness, Li Jinyan cast a cold gaze. Without needing to say anything, the big mermaid shut up. The Devil King didn't like this kind of topic. Fine, he wouldn't say it if he didn't like it. But what if he didn't like this topic? Or did he not like Yi Qian? Did he not like Yi Qian? That was impossible. So far, Yi Qian was the most outstanding, and also the most beautiful female soldier they had ever seen. Look, more than a month of training didn't turn her skin into charcoal. It just turned red and peeled off, but it was still a little red, the red of sunburn. She then looks at Li Jinyan, who is standing next to her. He is tall and slender. Although he is a bit cold, his face is so handsome that every time there is a naval meeting, the female soldiers in charge of communications have to secretly make eyes at him. At least he can be a little bit more attractive. She slightly ignores his coldness that doesn't allow people to get close to him. Standing next to Yi Jian, no matter how she looks at it, she feels that they are a perfect match. Li Jinyan didn't take the big mermaid's words to heart. His gaze was so cold that it made Yi Qian feel pressured. When frogmen carry out their missions, they have to pass through various obstacles and pipes. They also have to avoid detection by various detection devices. You already have a certain foundation. Although your overall reaction is not bad, it still needs to be improved. There was no criticism at the beginning, there was even a hint of praise. Yi Qian's expression became even more tense. He felt that the Devil King's horror was still to come. When fighting underwater, unfamiliar waters and complicated water channels will bring you inconvenience, and at the same time, it will add to the psychological pressure. Yi Qian, What is the biggest difference between frogmen and land forces? Do you need me to repeat it? As his voice became colder, Yi Qian knew the main point was coming. Yi Qian straightened his back and puffed out his chest. He replied seriously, "Sir, there's no need to repeat it. Since you know, why did you make such a low-level mistake underwater? Perishing together? Did I teach you during daily training?" Li Jinyan was a very calm man. With his cold personality, even if he encountered a big problem, he rarely got emotional. It was the same when he faced with Yi Qian. He was a little angry at that time, but now he had calmed down. From his cold voice, he could tell that although he criticized Yi Qian, he wasn't emotional. "Yi Qian, Yi Qian, Yi Qian," Yi said. Yi Qian, Yi Qian, Qian, Qian Qian, Qian Qian Qian, 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 Qian Qian's Qi, Qian, Qi, Qian, 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 Qian. Underwater firearms have the advantage of high speed and high lethality. When fired at close range, it will be difficult for the enemy to effectively dodge even if they have supernatural powers. Yi Jian, as long as we have the opportunity to draw our guns and fire, the firearms will be our priority, and the lifesaver will be our second priority. He didn't criticize Yi Qian. Instead, he pointed out his mistakes one by one so that Yi Qian would understand where he had made a mistake. The big eel and the big mermaid had already arrived at the front of the boat, leaving Li Jinyan some space so that Yi Qian wouldn't feel awkward. It took 2 hours for the basic training on the water to reach the port. Li Jinyan didn't criticize Yi Qian for too long. He knew that the female soldier was very perceptive. He pointed out her mistakes in a timely manner so that he didn't have to worry too much about her correcting them. Chapter 1304. Major General Yang of the Lu Army was already waiting at the harbor. When he saw Yi Qian, he walked up to him. "Major General." Yi Qian jumped off the boat and immediately saluted him. "Not bad, although you're a little tanned." Major General Yang smiled as he looked at Yi Jian, who would become a member of the Shuiyu Brigade Special Forces in the future. A deep smile appeared in his eyes as he returned Li Jinyan's military salute. He lowered his arm and smiled at the young major who was famous for his harsh training. "Thank you for your hard work, Major Li Jinyan," who was neither humble nor arrogant, replied calmly to the Major General of the Army, "This is my duty, and also my responsibility. I can see the sacred qualities of a modern soldier in you, Major Li. You are worthy of being a role model for our army." Major General Yang really admired the major in front of him. He had once tried to arrange for him to join the Snowfield Brigade with Xie Jinyuan, so that he could train the Snowfield Brigade into an excellent, world-class Special Forces unit. Later, after much research, the military decided that the Navy needed to form an underwater commando team, so Li Jinyan joined the Navy and Xie Jinyuan joined the Army. Now, both of them were shining brightly in their respective units. Even if Li Jinyan didn't join the Army, Major General Yang still cherished his talent. After chatting with him for a while, he finally spoke to Yi Qian. Major General Yang smiled as he looked at the back of Yi Qian. He almost became a member of the army like Xie Jinyuan. Major General Yang turned his head and saw Yi Qian's skin peeling from the sun. The back of his neck was red. He paused for a moment and sighed. "Has it been hard for the past month? Even harder than the army training?" Yi Qian probably didn't just peel off a layer of skin. He would get sunburned again and then get sunburned again and again. "It's mainly because I'm not familiar with it. Everything starts from scratch, so it's a bit harder than the army training." Yi Qian did not exaggerate and answered honestly, "Fortunately, I passed the first day physically and mentally. Otherwise, with Captain Li's strictness, I would have been sent back." Major General Yang laughed. "Xie Jinyuan and I didn't expect that you would be sent back by him when we sent you here. We believe that you will pass both physically and mentally. Fortunately, I didn't slack off during my training. If I were to be sent back, it would be too embarrassing." Yi Qian joked with herself. Although her body was tired, her spirit was tempered. From her bright eyes, one could see that she was full of vigor. While the Major General laughed, she said slowly, "After a week of intense training, I feel that Captain Li is satisfied with me, so I'm relieved." Hard work was definitely there. How could one become an outstanding soldier without hard work? Major General Yang was very satisfied with Yi Jian's determination to not admit defeat, to not be afraid of tiring or suffering. We've postponed your registration at the military academy to September 2nd. You can skip the military training that has already started. I will ask Xia Jinyuan to pick you up. Go home and get your acceptance letter. You can complete your registration on September 2nd. All new students in the National University of Science and Technology had to undergo military training. They went through the registration process about 2 weeks earlier than other universities and completed their first military training. They called it experiencing military school life. For other new students, it was a chance to experience military school life. For Yi Qian, it was a small matter. She would gain more if she stayed with the Navy for half a month. Chapter 1305. Knowing that Xia Jinyuan would come to pick her up, Yi Qian, who had sent Major General Yang away, was looking forward to it for the first time. She wanted that day to come sooner and see Xia Jinyuan, whom she hadn't seen for a long time. During the 3-day holiday, Yi Qian completed the last of the beach diving training. On the evening of the 3rd day, she left the port on a patrol boat and headed to another sea area to complete the last 10 days of combat diving training. The last 10 days of training brought Yi Qian back to the days when she first joined the team. She didn't have more than 5 hours of rest every day before she had to start the special operations training. The end of August at the port was finally not as hot as it was from July to mid-August. Although the sun was still bright, the heat seemed to have decreased a lot. Xia Jinyuan, who was wearing an army training uniform, was accompanied by Da Shou. They chatted as they walked towards the sea helicopter base. He, who was sent to pick up Yi Qian, arrived at the port on August 28 at 10 a.m. sharp and took a flight to Hongkou City in the southern province at 2 p.m. Time was a little tight. The flight arrived in Hongkou City in the afternoon and they had to take a car back to Shuiku village in the afternoon. They would rest for 2 days on August 29th and 30th, then rush to the National University of Science and Technology on August 31st and report before September 2nd. Xia Jinyuan had trained with Xia Jinyuan for more than half a year, so he didn't need to be polite when talking with Xia Jinyuan. He said casually, "It's a pity that the time is a little short. The training plan for our Special Operations Combat Crew is 10 weeks, but Yi Jian only has 2 weeks. She has to complete a high-altitude parachuting course, an obstacle blasting course, and a long-range operation safety course. The 3 courses only have 4 days of training. In Demon King Li's words, it's fast-paced training. Let her remember it first, and then she'll have more in-depth training when she comes back from the winter break." Xia Jinyuan, whose steps were light, was about to see the girl he loved very soon. His thin lips held a faint smile, and his delicate eyes were gentle. "Although it's fast-paced training, I believe that with Yi Qian's ability to accept it, she won't let your efforts go to waste." Little Fox was smart. She would definitely have the results of 8 days of training in 4 days. He was indeed one of them. He trusted Yi Qian so much that even if he didn't see her training, he didn't doubt her at all. This kind of trust wasn't formed in a day or 2. It was formed when they had been together day and night, and even fought side by side. Up until now, although Yi Qian had trained with the Storm Commandos for almost 2 months, she hadn't built an unbreakable trust with them. That's true. In the words of our commander, Yi Jian is like a sponge. She seems to be in a saturated state, but in the blink of an eye, she can absorb new knowledge. His ability to act and execute is outstanding. Although they did not establish an unbreakable trust, the Big Mermaid's admiration for Yi Jian was not just a day or 2. The more time they spent together, the more she could feel the power hidden in Yi Jian. Thinking that she was going to leave in the afternoon, the Big Mermaid, who was reluctant to part with her, suddenly said, "We are all reluctant to let Yi Jian leave. We are considering whether we should coax Demon King Li to pursue Yi Jian." After saying that, he laughed out loud. "Major Xia, isn't it a bit unkind of me to say this now?" "A little unkind." Xia Jinyuan looked at the laughing water ghost and said with a faint smile, "You want to poach Yi Qian in front of me? Da Shou, you're not being a little unkind, are you?" Actually, what Xia Jinyuan wanted to say the most was, "How dare you steal my girlfriend? You must be itching for a beating. Chapter 1306. He was trying to steal his girlfriend right in front of him and was even accused of trying to steal her. As a normal man, it would be strange if he could hold himself back. However, as a soldier, Major Shia was much more tolerant than a normal man. Before the enemy was clear, even if he was laughing coldly in his heart, that elegant and handsome face of his remained indifferent. Even his smile maintained the innate nobility of the Shia family, not revealing the slightest bit of emotion. Your team doesn't recruit female soldiers. No matter how outstanding Yi Qian is, she can only watch. Major Shia sighed, as if he really felt sorry for the water ghosts of the storm commandos. What a pity. If she stays, I dare say that she will not be worse than Demon King Li. They wanted to bring the little fox and Demon King Li together. This group of water ghosts harbored ulterior motives and wanted to make a move. He wanted to compete with them to see which water ghost had thicker skin and needed to be taught a lesson. The water ghosts were not afraid of getting together, but they needed to find out Demon King Li's attitude. The big shark did not sense anything wrong with Xia Jinyuan, nor did she hear that Xia Jinyuan was baiting the enemy step by step. She wanted to know what was going on, especially Li Jinyan's attitude. There's no choice. The frogman units of the Lindong, Linchuan, and Nangguang military regions can recruit female soldiers. If these three military regions know that Yi Qian graduated from the military academy, Major Shia, I'll remind your team in advance. There's a 90% chance that they will try to steal her from you. The big shark sighed, lamenting that they could not keep Yi Qian. We want to steal her, but the policies and regulations are there. Even if we want to steal her, we can only think about it. It's impossible. Xia Jinyuan's dark eyes flashed with a hint of a smile. It was because he knew that the Storm Amphibious Frogman Commandos did not recruit female soldiers that he and Major General Lu sent Little Fox over. Sigh, there was no choice. They had to be on guard. Little Fox was a female soldier, but she was far better than a male soldier. In addition, she had more than 5 years of special forces training and had some experience in land battles. In addition, she was excellent in all aspects. As a major general, he had to be on guard. As a boyfriend, he was naturally happy that his girlfriend was so outstanding. But there were also times when he was worried. He didn't feel good about being poached. Xia Jinyuan had absolute faith in Yi Qian. He had known her for 5 years and had pursued her for 4 years before finally succeeding. The strong-willed little fox wasn't a fickle person. As she trained with Li Jinyan, she wasn't worried that her girlfriend would leave with someone else. Xia Jinyuan, on the other hand, was already mentally prepared for the fact that someone was trying to steal his girlfriend. Little Fox was outstanding, and there was no shortage of outstanding men in the military. It was only natural that they would take a fancy to an outstanding little fox. Otherwise, why would he try his best to clear his name in advance and become her boyfriend before she entered the military academy? He was already mentally prepared for this, but he didn't expect that someone would be so impatient to try to steal him from the corner. Major Shia gritted his teeth a little too hard. He continued to lure the enemy without batting an eyelid and slowly smiled. This is a good rule. If there wasn't such a rule, I would have to consider whether to send Yi Qian to your unit. That one sentence made the big merman want to vomit blood. His sharp eyes, which were contrasted by his dark skin, glared at Major Shia, who was as elegant and dignified as a civilian in the military. The big merman thumped his chest a few times. Major Shia, you're purposely trying to piss us off. So you've been guarding against us since the beginning. You didn't even send him to the other military districts and chose our Storm Brigade. Major Shia, you're too cunning. Chapter 1307. Why would I do that on purpose? I'm just telling you the truth. Xia Jinyuan put on a lecturing hat, looking elegant and noble. I can't possibly do all the work for them. I still have to be careful. Luckily, your team has a rule against recruiting female soldiers. Otherwise, I might not be able to successfully bring Yi Qian back to the army. Also, you guys are quite unkind. Not only do you want her to stay, you even want Demon King Li to give himself to you. Taking advantage of the situation, Major Shia said earnestly, Great Mermaid, treating people with your looks is not a long-term solution. Great Mermaid took a deep breath, then took another deep breath. She forced a smile and replied warmly, "Major Xia, please don't misunderstand. We were just joking in private. It has nothing to do with Captain Li. He doesn't even know what we're thinking. Treating people with sex is not a long-term solution. Major Xia, you're vicious. If Demon King Li found out that you wanted him to sacrifice himself, wouldn't he train himself to death?" The smile on Major Xia's face deepened as he nodded. Then, as if he had suddenly realized something, he laughed. "You guys. Li Jinyan hasn't said anything, yet you guys dare to speak nonsense. You're quite bold. Unmarried man and unmarried woman. Captain Li is not bad, and Yi Qian is not bad. If they really become a couple, don't you think it'll be a good story?" Great Mermaid had no idea that she had just escaped from Demon King Li and was now being targeted by Xia Jinyuan. She fearlessly expressed her true thoughts. "You don't know how compatible they are when they get together. Yi Qian is so outstanding. There aren't many men who are good enough for her. Our Captain Li is one of them." As the vice-captain and ideological counselor, Great Mermaid always felt that she had the obligation to solve Demon King Li's marriage. He was already a 26-year-old man. In 4 years' time, he would be 30. How could he not have a partner? Xia Jinyuan secretly clenched his fists and raised his hand to look at the time. It was still early. He then raised his eyes and pointed at the beach in front of him. He said politely, "It's still early. Why don't we go to the beach and learn from each other? Let's see if you've improved compared to back then. Back then, the few of you fought with me and Li Jinyan. You lost so much that you roared angrily at the sea in the middle of the night. You threatened that one day, you would avenge your humiliation. Since it's still early, let's fight. Sparring until you can't even speak." As a Special Forces soldier and the Q King of the Snowfield Brigade, Xia Jinyuan was extremely good at hiding his emotions. Even Da Xia, the instructor of the Storm Commandos, couldn't see through his expression. Every sentence was said calmly and tirelessly. The Great Mermaid did not realize that she had unknowingly offended Xia Jinyuan. Hearing this, his eyes lit up. He glanced at Xia Jinyuan, who was dressed in his training uniform, and laughed. "Major Xia, you seem to have come prepared. You didn't even wear your regular uniform to visit our unit. You came in your training uniform. I came out in a hurry and didn't change. Now it's convenient." "That's good. Let's go, Major Xia." The sparring started at 10:10 a.m. and ended at 10:25 a.m. The side of Great Mermaid's face was pressed against the sand. His hands were clasped behind his back. He felt that his facial features were about to be squashed and his eyeballs were about to pop out. Xia Jinyuan sat directly on Great Mermaid's waist. His long arms locked Great Mermaid's arms and pulled him up. At the same time, he pressed his elbows on the back of Great Mermaid's neck so that he couldn't move. With a slight smile and the sea breeze, he said, "You've improved a little. It used to take 10 minutes. Now it's 15 minutes. Chapter 1308. With sand in his mouth, the Great Merman grunted twice, signaling for the other party to let go of his hand so that he could speak. Ruthless, too ruthless. He had been stomped twice on the chest and punched in the mouth. Blood was flowing out, and now he was being held down. Was he out of his mind? He agreed to spar with Xia Jinyuan, who was on par with Demon King Li. They were clearly talking about Yi Qian and Demon King Li. How did it end up with him sparring with Xia Jinyuan? Of course, Xia Jinyuan wouldn't tell him why he let go during the sparring. He pulled the Great Merman up and said guiltily, "I didn't control my strength. I'm sorry, brother." The Great Merman, whose mouth was red and swollen, gently touched his wound. He waved his hand disapprovingly and said, "I admit defeat. However, Major Xia, you were a little ruthless. Why do I feel like you deliberately hit my mouth? Is it painful? Let me take a look." Xia Jinyuan's expression was serious. He hurried over to show his concern for his comrade. It was a little intentional, but in the end, he really wanted to spar. The Great Merman, who didn't see through Xia Jinyuan's cunning nature, felt that he was overthinking. He added, "You hit my face the moment you came up. Major Xia, I'm not as good looking as you. If you ruin my face and I can't get a wife, You'll have to take responsibility. He was able to be doted on by his father since he was young. Other than his sweet mouth, his IQ and EQ were both extremely high. He had been fighting with others since he was young. He knew that he was in the wrong first, but in the end, he could still portray himself as the victim, making his father and mother feel sorry for him. Commander-in-Chief Xia didn't dare to go against his son, for fear that he would be tricked. Major Xia, who had loosened his bones, felt much better. He replied seriously, of course. When the time comes, I'll bring over a communication company of female soldiers from the army. You guys can pair up yourselves. As he spoke, his expression gradually became more serious, and even the deep smile in his voice became much colder. Great Mermaid, we're going to complete a competition with a certain American Special Forces next year. You guys need to hurry up on the ground battle. Did Demon King Li come up with any detailed training plans? We don't have much time, so we need to make the best use of our tactics and skills. The situation of the enemy had been investigated clearly, and it had nothing to do with Li Jinyan. It was purely his comrades who were worrying for nothing. Now that the competition was over, he felt much better. It was time to change the topic and put the Big Mermaid's attention back to the business at hand. Being a fox, Major Xia was an all-round soldier king. He was not someone to be trifled with. Since the sparring session was over, there was no need to mention it again, in case the Big Mermaid realized that his motive for sparring was not pure. As soon as the topic changed, the Big Mermaid naturally followed suit. The corners of its mouth twitched a little, but other than the slight pain, there wasn't much of a problem. Dusting off the fine sand on his body, he began to discuss with Xia Jinyuan, I have a plan. First, we will finish the competition, then focus on attacking the weak points. Major Xia, your special forces are a little mysterious. Even the Demon King doesn't know how deep your background is. When the competition is over, both of our teams will have to bring out their best skills. We'll combine the strengths of each team and eliminate our weaknesses. Only then will we have a better chance of winning when we go overseas in the future. Xia Jinyuan was no longer sentimental. With a sharp look on his handsome face, he nodded and said, my plan is the same as the Demon King's. First, we'll compete with you guys and find out our own problems. Then, we'll combine the strengths of the American Special Forces and formulate a targeted training plan. Chapter 1309. A second ago, they were still fighting with their fists, and the next second, they were standing side by side, planning and discussing next year's match with the US. From the beach back to the cement road leading to the port, the conversation between the two was serious and profound, and from time to time, a few professional combat terms would pop up. Xia Jinyuan's slightly restrained voice contained the hidden coldness of a sword. He looked ahead and said slowly, in May this year, we will start to learn 30 types of advanced individual training courses. Currently, our team is nearing the end of the sea-level escape course. We will be able to complete 30 types of advanced individual training courses before the National Day celebration. After training for so long, I also want to see how much I have learned. A match with you guys is undoubtedly the best choice. As a Special Forces soldier, as long as he was in the team, there was no limit to the skills he could learn. The 30 types of advanced individual training courses were compulsory for every Special Forces soldier in the Snowfield Brigade. From the Survival Evasion Resistance Escape course to the Sea-Level Escape course, there were also the Operations and Intelligence courses. These courses to improve personal combat ability were required for all Special Forces soldiers in the Snowfield Brigade to familiarize themselves with. Hearing this, Big Shark's gaze fell on the young major beside her. She asked uncertainly, completed 30 types of advanced individual training? The whole team? Or just a few? The whole team, no one is left behind. Everyone must pass. Xia Jinyuan answered with a smile. His elegant and handsome eyes were fearless under the sunlight, as if they could split open layers of cold light. His steps were steady and majestic like the mountains and seas. As for Yi Qian, I'll leave him to you guys. He will lay a good foundation for the future and strive not to be eliminated. Why did Xia Jinyuan want to spur Yi Qian to speed up the pace of training? It was so that once she entered the Snowfield Brigade, she could directly skip the basic training and learn the advanced training courses. As a Triphibian Special Forces soldier, he could fly a fighter in the sky, drive a tank on the ground, and fight in the sea without hesitation. Xie Jinyuan was able to become an all-around ace soldier, not because of connections or words, but completely because of his personal strength to become the captain of the Snowfield Brigade. He was even younger than the rest of the team. Yi Qian followed in Xie Jinyuan's footsteps and grew up with him as his goal. His direction was completely correct. You're training Yi Qian to be an all-round Special Forces soldier. You're being so harsh on her now so that she won't fall behind too much when she joins your team in the future. She'll be able to catch up with all her comrades. Big Shark wasn't too surprised about Yi Qian's whereabouts. He had discussed it with Li Jinyan before, and he could vaguely guess the army's arrangement for Yi Qian. He admired Xie Jinyuan more than anything else. Xie Jinyuan had taken his comrades to complete more than 30 types of advanced individual training courses in less than 5 weeks. His training was even more demanding than Devil King Li's. The young military academy student from back then had now reached a height that countless soldiers looked up to. As he grew older and matured day by day, the young military academy student had already become an indomitable soldier who could carry the burden on his shoulders. When he spoke again, Big Shark's voice was full of admiration. No matter if it was before or now, you're a role model for us to learn from. The Devil King has mentioned to us many times that if the army has more soldiers like Major Xie, it would be a country's fortune. How amazing would it be to be a country's fortune?